bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
'cause we are trying to find a way to feel. If I could sleep, I'd dream of what we'd be, but I can feel you slip further from me. Oh, it makes it hard to be when you are all that I want but don't have. And I'll run into the sea, follow this heart that escapes me. It escapes me, and I'm lost. Forget me, all I was and become everything. All I Although it feels like heaven, I can't wait forever. Old habits are hard to break. I'm losing faith. Maybe we're better off this way, but I'm still lost. Forget me, all I was and Something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club.
open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move.
I feel like I fought all my life for this. This one part, this one third, I've always missed. No, just don't let it go. I started the fight, but now I'm losing. So will I fall again? I'm scared of heights, yet it was me who ran away. Oh, I can't forgive, can't forget myself. The piece that I'm missing, it kills me inside. I need help, oh please give me back. This one part, this one third, I'm sorry I lost it.
No, I let my weapons fall. I'm drowning in the fears, and now I know that I will fall again and let it go, but I can't stop to run away.
work is bringing. We're flames in the fire that keeps burning. We're inviting the night in. Welcome, my heart so full, I'm devoted myself to the night. There's no motive, we're just listening, we're existing.
It is a culmination of a year-long league. These are the best of the best our country has to give.
Nice big stun coming in from Zazawi, but that is it. Only Wop, and that is it. I don't think there's more. And your grand champions.
Look at the glee, look at the joy, and he's finally broken the curse. The shouts of true victory.
It's mine.
It's mine. It's mine.
It's mine.
It's mine.
It's mine.
It's mine.
It's mine.
Welcome to the Telkom VS Gaming Masters 2019 finals, coming to you live from Comic-Con Africa. My name is Tekkel, and it is a great honor to be here showcasing the best South African esports players that we have available. I'm so looking forward to today. This is, of course, the premier esports event for the entire country every year. It's the one we all want to be at. 8 teams have qualified to be here. They have been competing throughout a league throughout the year, and today we will find out who our champion, who our Masters champion will be. I hope you're ready for the action. These teams are competing for around 600,000 rands worth of money in their prize pool, which is going to be pretty impressive. That's a lot of cash to take home for South African esports players. We got 2 titles going on throughout the weekend, but today we are focusing on CSGO, and I hope you are ready because it is the clash of the big 4. The best teams are here on this stage. I'm not alone though in keeping all the action coming to you. I have an incredible co-host, Mr. Grant Hines. He'll be up on the stage with me in a little bit. But I also have a great team of experts, shoutcasters, the golden voices. Let me introduce them to you right now. So, hosting our CSGO desk for today, this will be Halberd, and he's going to be joined by our 2 experts. It is, of course, Recoil and Hayes. And then, keeping you company on the commentary side, we got Goals and Sulani. They're going to bring the heat for this one. I hope you are ready. Now, I'm going to have a little chat here with Halberd, because I think what I'd like for him to do is to be able to break down exactly how the format of this competition is going to work today. So, Halberd, what does this look like for our players?
Thanks so much for the kind introductions. Well, it is a... some of us.
I like that.
What are you doing here? Where did you arrive?
Surprise.
I didn't sit down. Anyways, thanks, Sam. To answer your question, it is a bit of a cruel mistress this time around. We have a single elimination best of 3. It's a toughie. Teams have pretty much already been eliminated just by losing 1 game, and teams have made it all the way to the top 4 just by winning 1 game. But of course, to get here, it was a year-long story. It's not quite as simple as just rocking up on the day. And of course, the guys who made it to the top 4, I think it's fair for us to say, are the best 4. They've been the best 4, and now it's just time to determine who's the best 1.
Yeah, it was quite interesting, actually. There were a whole lot of people saying we're definitely going to have an upset somewhere in the single elimination bracket. But all the top 4 teams, they made it through, and here we are, semi-finals. Got Big 5 versus Sinister 5 coming up, and then backstage, Energy versus Goliath. Literally 2 incredible games. Spoiled for choice.
I mean, the upset is that there was no upset. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
I mean, essentially, because South African CS, there's always an upset earlier on from year to year. But it's quite nice to see stability is coming through in terms of the teams.
Yeah, I agree.
The top
actually
4 are making the top 4, so that's nice to see. Even though we saw good gaming in WRG, put up quite a decent game yesterday. Surprised myself at WRG. They pulled through quite nicely. They've got a bright future.
Yeah, and XD as well. Let's not forget XD. They pushed Goliath the distance, 16-13 on Nuke, and then they went into overtime on Mirage as well. So yeah, that really sets up the semi-final with Energy looking so good on the stage against Good Gaming, going against Goliath, who maybe struggled a bit more than they thought they would against XD. Different mentalities.
Something to note as well, it's the closest competition we've ever seen in South African CS. And it shows, right? The games that were played on stream yesterday all went pretty much the distance, you know, max amount of rounds except for some of the games on Energy side, on the Energy game. But I mean, like, it was literally the closest rounds we've seen all year. Really.
Yeah. Let's go Pokemon. Boom! I'm here, boys. A wild ash appears.
When you look at yesterday's results and considering all the teams, you'll see the 2 teams really got tested. That was Goliath and obviously Sinister 5 were tested in terms of all the rounds and all the maps that are played. If you accumulate them moving into this, because you kind of want to build on the previous performance. So Big 5 didn't really get tested really well. I mean, the scores are single digits across both. Even, I guess, to a certain extent, you could say the same. Was it
for Energy and Good Gaming? Yeah,
for Energy and Good Gaming. You could say the same for them. They didn't really get tested, but you know, it was a good showing nonetheless. But I mean, today we'll really see who the best team is, and I'm pretty keen for that.
I really do want to go back a little bit once more to that behind-the-scenes game, XD versus Goliath Gaming. I'm wondering, is this a case where XD are that good? Are there a side that were potentially a top 4 but came up against perhaps the winners of this entire event in round 1? Or is it showing that Goliath is struggling a little bit on the main, or here at ComCon?
I think it's actually XD tends to be a team that often gets underrated, and they often get a bit overlooked, so people probably think it's going to be a bit of an easier game than it actually will be. Playing backstage is always difficult as well. You got all those ambient noises to try and deal with and focus on your game. So yeah, I think Goliath would have taken a bit of time to hit the ground, get running. But yeah, they would have woken them up. And
I mean, we spoke to the guys last night, and it wasn't necessarily a show up by XD or a fail by Goliath Gaming, but they felt that XD were far more prepared than they expected. I mean, their stuff on Nuke was very set up. It was very aggressive. There was complementary setups going on and stuff that they didn't expect. And they were throwing their default stuff around, and ultimately XD were getting aggressive in the right areas, in the weak points of those strategies. So they felt that XD pushed them to the limits. And yeah, I mean, I think everyone has a tough first game to get into it, but ultimately, I mean, XD showed up. They really put them to the test.
We were talking.
Let me put the cat amongst the pigeons. A lot of events I've been at, we've had teams that either drop down to the low bracket or sides that underperform in a particular match. And they say it's the wake-up call that they needed. And eventually they end up winning the entire tournament. We've seen this throughout the VS Gaming.
We saw it last year's champs.
Last year's champs, we've seen it all throughout the year in GT. The likes of one Goliath Gaming Dota team did the exact same thing, winning from the lower bracket. Is this that moment? Is that the match that you almost send a cup of coffee and a fruit basket over to the manager of XD and say, thanks for helping me win?
I definitely think so. I mean, I'll chat to Reddit, get him a coffee afterwards. But ultimately, yes. I mean, Tools brought it up earlier, where the teams that are getting tested, the further that you get pushed, the deeper that map gets tested, and you have to dig deeper in your strat book, and ultimately, I think getting tested, even though, I mean, the likes of, I mean, for today's final or semi-final that we're watching, Big 5 didn't get tested, Sinister 5 got pushed to the limits. They got 3 maps worth of close rounds, intense rounds, and they're getting used to dealing with those high-pressure situations, those chaotic situations, and ultimately, I do think if you obviously came out on top, to get pushed is always a better thing, and it can humble you, it can make you more prepared. I mean, the guys were practicing last night, I mean, they're here early today, so I definitely think it's a better thing for you to get, pushed to your limits.
All right, well, that does make things very interesting for us, Big 5 matchup. As you said, you want to jump in?
To add that, yeah, but at the same time, sometimes you just need to save the energy for the big games.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
There we go, save the energy for the big games, and Big 5, they're very robust, very aggressive, very, motivated team in terms of momentum. If they can get that quite on early, it's a different story, and because they have that energy in reserve, they can use it throughout the best of 3.
Yeah,
I think I want to touch.
Thought, really.
I think I want to touch on the point as well. Is how deep did Sinister 5 have to dig into their playbook to get the win over WRG compared to how deep Big 5 had to dig into their playbook?
It wasn't in terms of digging deep into their playbook. It was just each individual had to step up. Each individual had to just limit the amount of errors they made throughout the best of 3, because there were a few errors made. So I'm pretty sure each one of them would have gone back last night and actually, simulated the game in their head and actually realized I need to touch up here, touch up there. My comms need a better X, Y, and Z. Whereas for Big 5, they didn't really get the opportunity to be tested that far. So they didn't really have that train of thought going. But they did really have the idea of you simulate the game before you play it right now, or the last night or this morning. They're actually going through in their head play by play. What is their job and responsibility?
Tools, I can see you desperate jumping.
Yeah, I just want to ask you, Tools. I mean, so if you end up now, I mean, not necessarily, you got your strats that you all keep for the semi-final and the final, right? But don't you think for the opposing team, so for Sim 5 today, they don't really have much to look at from yesterday's game. They can go and look at it. It was against a slightly weaker opponent, but they ultimately pretty much made it easy. So now for the likes of Big Five, they can go back and actually look at 3 full maps that they're potentially going to play today, definitely going to play today. Look at that veto, see how it panned out, and they could do a lot more homework on a team that was tested versus not. The same goes for Goliath Gaming and XD. I mean, you've got overtime on Mirage, you've got a closest damn it match on Nuke. You can go and do that research. You can see the day before the big games what those guys are doing.
Before you answer that, I actually want to open this up to the panel because I think it's a fantastic question, but I want to add a single additional item to that as well. Normally in these environments, you're not just basing it off one game. You have multiple opportunities to see what a team's capable of and how they respond to different types of players. Here, it makes perfect sense to what you're saying. You have this opportunity to see as much as possible. Is it enough, though? Because you only have the one opportunity against one type of opponent.
I mean, this is
No, carry on.
Let Rico go. He's been very quiet. Take it away, buddy.
So there's this thing where, normally at other events where you have double elim, best of 3, there's a lot of more work, a lot of more footage to have a look at on the last day, right? Because you've now gone through almost 2 full days of playing games, group stages. There's a lot of footage to look at to prepare for the next day. Whereas today, there maybe have been footage, but there's not really that much to go on. And also, we have to keep in mind that going straight from this game, the guys who are playing the finals are playing another game straight after. So there isn't that winners, normal winners bracket advantage where you get to go home the night before, get to watch the games, get to make sure you prep for your opponent, because you don't know who your opponent's going to be at this point.
Agreed. I mean, single elim is pretty deep and it's pretty hectic, but when you look at it, it's only a 2-day tournament, so you must remember it's not like your traditional 3-day tournament. So I mean, the train of thought is different, the way you go into a game is different because you have to win that, and that does condition you for the future as well. Because I'm pretty sure most of them are looking at their future. If they can just archive this as how did I deal with this single elim, how did I deal in this best of 3? I only have one shot, one opportunity. Let's make the most of it. Am I going to put everything on the ground? How do I put everything on the ground? Know what I mean?
And generally speaking, I mean, this is one of the first times that we've had a single elim tournament. Normally we have a lot bigger, a lot more teams. We either have a 3-day tournament, as you say, but I mean, generally on the international scene, you play your group stages out, and it goes off into a single elim bracket. It's all or nothing. So it's really awesome to see that come out now, and it's going to be a situation that not many of the players have been in before.
Let's remember, we're setting the stage now because we're heading into Rage next weekend as well. So this is going to be very contextual heading into that event. There is going to be that information that teams can go off and try and prepare better for the next weekend. But right now, I feel like it's the team who is the most self-complete who is going to succeed. It's not really like they were going to be focusing a whole lot on anti-stratting last night, I don't think. I mean, maybe they would have watched the demos, but I think teams like Big Five will actually just know that they've got what it takes and trust in their own ability. Maybe they get some information, but they're not going to wholeheartedly anti-strat Sinister 5 heading into this game.
Hey, as a former coach, I do want to know, how do you help your team prepare for the looming possibility of being knocked out or making it all the way to the grand final? This, in a sense, is pretty much a low bracket final for
round
both
by
the
round,
two sides.
round by round. That's all you got to do. It's all about the mental state. You just need to make sure that everybody's focusing on the moment right there, and they're not trying to conceive what's going to be happening in the future, because that's all variables.
That's a really good point to bring up, because suddenly, I mean, especially with this high pressure situation, maybe you did prep work last night, and then smoke comes through or default play comes through, and you're like, guys, they're going to do this. And if they end up changing that up, that could be a wrong call. That could be a knock-on effect to further disarray in the team, or you start distrusting your teammates' calls, or you become that player that wants to make the plays and you want to make that call, you want to make the right rotations, and sometimes it ends up costing you.
And me and Goals have been in those situations where a player just sort of tries to predict what the outcome, tries to predict what they're doing next, and when it does fall short, speaking to what he said, you sort of do lose some sort of confidence in that player. Not just confidence in his comms, confidence in his calls.
Subconsciously,
you
even.
start trying to overcompensate yourself, and that could lead to your detriment. So I'm pretty sure they're not going to be doing that. They're going to be sticking to their own game plan, sticking to what they know.
We actually saw it yesterday between Good Gaming and Energy, and I chatted to the Good Gaming guys afterwards, and they're like, we try to anti-strat them quite a lot. We watched a few demos and we tried to prepare for them, and they just brought something completely new to the table after their boot camp. So it's like, how much merit, and they said we actually overthought the process, we overthought the entire thing. And it was actually nice to hear them say that and to acknowledge that that's what happened, because in the future they can make sure they don't do the same mistake again. So yeah, I think it's on merit to make sure that you don't overthink the situation, stick to your basics, you know what your strengths are, and try play to that.
Speaking to your point as well, mistakes in a single elim become a lot more vital than mistakes sort of in a double elim as well, right? Because you make a set of mistakes in a single elim tournament that makes you lose a round or a game or whatever the case may be, that's you gone out of the tournament. And that's got to play a lot more that's got to play more of a subconscious factor than anything else in what you were saying, in trusting your teammates or in losing confidence in your teammates. Because if somebody's making a mistake constantly especially in a single elim, I mean,
it's so savage. Yeah, it is savage.
It's savage to think about, but it's true.
But the normal train of thought is when you're playing the game, each round you make a mistake. I have this rule that I apply, or used to apply, that there are no mistakes during that current time and place. You forget about it and you work on to the next. There are no mistakes. You can't dwell on that. Sorry?
I'm very curious how you course correct, because I imagine this falls on the captain of the IGL in a big way, or even just something very senior on the side. You have somebody who's maybe consistently making the same mistake. Maybe they're playing too aggressive and you want to slow them down. You don't want to be in a position where you're almost pushing them over the edge. Like, hey man, you're costing us this game. We need this life.
So that for me, sorry, Tools. That for me comes down to like the IGL and how you get that information across. I mean, you know, thinking back to when we used to, there's different forms of IGLs, different ways to approach it. I mean, you got some of the CIS or Russian teams where they can just full out just tune each other and they actually don't care. It doesn't affect anyone psychologically. Whereas you have different emotions for different players and stuff, and it all comes down to the IGL. You know, if a player is getting hyper aggressive or is getting, you know, killed in his default position the whole time, it's one thing to say, hey man, stop doing that. And it's another thing to say, come with me, we're going to go here. Or bring them into a game in another way. You know, you flash me into there, or you run in first, try open up B. Or you bring out that person's strengths. Like, you know, it depends how long you've been playing with the team, what kind of structure you have, and ultimately it comes down to the IGL.
Agreed. Couldn't agree more with that.
There's actually something I love, because I know all of you have played for competitive sides. You're all very experienced and have unique perspectives on the scene. And it's something that I've always found interesting, and perhaps something that's quite different with CSGO than other titles. I'll make the comparison to Dota, is you do have different captaincy roles in the side, in the sense that you have somebody who will be your drafter, for example, but that is not necessarily the same person who makes the calls in game. But in CSGO, your captain and your IGL are different people, but
they can be.
Well, they can be different people. But what I find very interesting about that is that there is no drafting phase outside of the map veto, which I see as really like a team thing in CSGO. So what is the difference in those two roles? Where does the line stop between being a captain and being an IGL and vice versa?
Well, I mean, you still have to add the third role in there, the mid-game caller, right? Because some teams still use that. I know it's not really as prevalent now as it was back in the day. But you still have your IGL, and then you still have your mid-game caller as well.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. You normally have your captain, who's in a sense your vice captain or your normal captain in terms of IGL, but you also have your second person doing the mid-round calling and early-round calling and just connecting the two dots. Because, you know, you have players who will captain from the default, which is sometimes your lurk, and then your other IGL is in front playing the entry fragger, and they have to keep the communications quite nice to make sure everyone's coordinated. Yeah. So usually you lead from the front or you lead from the back, but you have to be either one of them. Either your vice captain or captain. It's very hard to not be one of those two, because you need a bigger influence in the game. You need to, you know, help your players make the right decisions, and those are the best roles to do so. Yeah.
So I think, I mean, to break that down a little bit further, if you had to look at the CT and T sides, right, you would have your IGL that's obviously more prevalent on the T side, making the calls off the start of off the bat. But as Tool said, you know, you've got your lurker that you're putting in that position, and he needs to be able to have the trust of the IGL to say, listen, they're over-rotating, or we should come back here. And then the IGL needs to make the final call, yay or nay. Yeah. We're either committing here or committing there, and then that person needs to also respect that. Same as on the CT side, where you would call it either a stack or a default play, some sort of aggression, but there needs to be someone on the other side of the map that's controlling those players, controlling the movement there. That's in sync with the IGL's, you know, strategic plan.
For me, sorry, I think I see it a little bit differently. I see the IGL as the person who's calling the shots in the game, and then the captain, he is the overruling authority, not in terms of the game management, but the player management and the individual human element, making sure that everybody is comfortable and everybody is ready for the game. And the IGL, he's just the brains in the game, and he's sort of pulling the strings. But that's how I see the roles being differentiated.
So I really love what you said, by the way. I think there's been a great way that this has been explained, but I think what it kind of feels like, to one degree, that I love this concept of there's somebody at the front and somebody at the back. And I think maybe just the concept of both literally in game, where you have somebody who's sitting in a spot holding an angle versus somebody who's trying to find information, both those people are key. So I really love that analogy, actually.
And it's the communication that connects them. You need to make sure that everybody is communicating effectively so that you are able to adjust to whatever the situation is.
Correct reaction to the correct information.
That's it, exactly.
But you mustn't overlook the fact that how I see it, everyone in the team, all 5 players are their own individual RGLs, their own individual captains, and everyone needs to have a say to create space for everyone. Otherwise, you just feel like you're there doing a monotonous job. You need to be able to, find space when you can. If it's given to you, why not take the space and then communicate for the rest of the team to do X, Y, and Z if need be. If you find yourself in a prevalent spot to win the round specifically, you have to be able to communicate, talk up, and just take the leadership role.
Right, well, I think it's a beautiful way to go there. I think this is all just a really grand example of what a fantastic game CSGO is and how you can sit here. And if you're in the fan base right now, if you're walking around Comic-Con and you're keen to come and join us, it really is a great opportunity to enjoy the best Counter-Strike action you're ever going to see in South Africa, without a doubt, at one of the best periods of CSGO in South Africa 100%. As well. So, fortunately for us, the Telkom VS Gaming League has given us something really fantastic here. I believe, though, that there are some more people who'd like to share a little bit about how fantastic it is, though. And, of course, that is our MCs live on stage. Grant, Sam, please, entertain us.
I'm back on stage with Grant, my co-host.
I'm back as well.
You were back. You were here yesterday.
Yes.
I wasn't, but I'm very excited because you're the hype guy. I mean, everyone knows Grant's a super positive, bouncy ball. I was here at Comic-Con.
I didn't need to be here because there was just so much hype on the stage and in the audience. We had all these chairs were packed. It was crazy. And people were screaming. I've never seen that kind of thing yet in South Africa and in esports before, so it was really exciting.
So it was exciting for you because obviously this is new to you, esports. You're the big gamer, but now you have a chance to jump into the esports realm. What was it like?
There was tons of energy, and I must say, speaking of energy, I had a bunch of highlights. Energy is one of my favorite teams that I've supported. I've supported since they started out, and they performed so well. And as a spectator, for those of you who haven't seen a Counter-Strike at this level before, sitting down and going like, wow, this is real Counter-Strike. Not what I do with my friends on a Saturday. This is how Counter-Strike is supposed to be played. It was really spectacular to sit in the seats and just like you grabbing your forehead all the time because it's just so like out there. So it was really spectacular to see. And also White Rabbit Gaming also performing extremely well. A lot of underdogs who are pushing through to the top, like giving their all. And it's like, it's a story. You were talking earlier about there being a story. These are South African players that have been training for like a year, competing for a year to get onto the stage. And there's a lot of money at stake.
Lots of money. It is real Counter-Strike. That's my new favorite term. I'm going to use that. And I wasn't here yesterday, and if you haven't seen the action as well, we do have some highlights to check out, and I'm going to catch up on all that real CSGO.
The 2 plays. He's going to find him. He's going to rotate back to the A side or double back to the window. This is 2.0 Ratcha. Oh! This is 2.0 Mango. He goes huge.
Bad. I think some 5 can hold this down tools.
It depends if they're coordinated at the same time. How come Fisher's lobby? You might be right, girls. 2v3 at the moment.
And they pull it back.
Perfect shot. Oh! Cannibalistic, coming alive.
It's all up to Sheer now. 1v1 to hold Good Gaming's hopes. Does he get the frag? He does not. Blaze has enough time here to get the defuse.
Grant's waiting for me because he's polite. Ladies first, right? There we go. We are getting ready now. This is at the first semi-final. We've got 2 today. One's happening behind the stage, and we'll have some cameras there as well to take a look. But right now, on the stage, this big semi-final.
That's right. If you guys are at home and are watching this on the live stream, I hope you got your cup of coffee ready because it's going to be an intense time. You're not going to want to leave your desk or your TV. And if you guys are in the hall or at Comic-Con today, make sure that you head on over to the seats. Fill up these seats over here in front of us. We have, if you guys are supporters of either Big 5 Gaming or Sinister 5, we're going to see some of the best Counter-Strike. There's a lot of money at stake today on the stage.
Estimated 600,000 Rand thereabouts.
600,000 Rand, and it's all happening right now. So come on over, come be a part of it. It's going to be a huge amount of fun. If you guys are huge supporters, and those of you at the live stream, make sure you get those comments lit and family friendly, guys.
This is the big one for me, though. These 2 teams, because I'm a CSGO fan. I've been watching these teams. I've seen these players in various teams, but this year, both of these teams have been dominating forces. And I think it's going to be such a close final. You got to see them yesterday as well. Where's your money sitting?
Okay, look, I've seen Sinister 5 really perform. So if I was betting, right, it's a real tough call. I have to say this. Sorry, Big 5. I have to say this, but Sinister 5 really put it out yesterday. So, and I will be chatting to them. So we'll find out what the ins and outs are. But yeah, that's where would you say? You know the players better.
I know a lot of these players. I've grown up with them, and it's hard for me to make a decision. And also because I can see them on the side of the stage, they're
looking at us.
I'm not
like,
putting
oh,
my
snap.
name there. I'm not saying a word. I'm refusing to be biased.
You put a trap out for me. Look at that.
Trollolololo. There we go. Okay, I think it's time though. Let's get the real stars onto the stage and introduce the teams.
All right, introducing Sinister 5. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Sinister 5! So, you performed extraordinarily well yesterday. How are you feeling?
Oh, we're feeling good this morning. Looking forward to a good game.
Okay, so is there anything that you have learned from yesterday, something that might have tipped you guys off on how you're going to play, or are you, I don't want to give too much away here, is there anything that you might be like changing up just in case they've been spectating and taking notes of your gameplay?
No, I think the biggest thing for us yesterday was learning composure and just getting our feet in the tournament. So today should be a lot better. Guys are feeling confident and we can start.
I'm excited to see you guys play. Good luck.
Sinister 5 over there, but now it's time to introduce the other 5 on the stage. Our second team in the semi-finals. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Big 5 Esports. Big 5 Esports coming to the stage right now. Look at those super serious faces. They've got their game faces on. I'm going to chat to Slowy now, the captain of the team. It's been a long journey to get to this point. Finals day here at the Telkom VS Gaming Masters. So maybe for those here at Comic-Con or those watching, walk me through how much competition has come into this point.
Well, there's been about 4 legs throughout the year. A leg is about a month each, and you verse 8 teams every single leg. So it's been quite a lot of Counter-Strike throughout the year.
It's a lot of playing, but you've reached this point. It's time for the finals. How much preparation did you do last night with the team to take on Sinister 5?
I don't think we really put a lot of effort into focusing on them. We're more focused on ourselves. We spend most of the time just chilling at home playing pool.
There we go. Chilling at home playing pool. Go and play some CSGO now. That's a good way to prep, right? Just chill out, play some pool.
I think that's actually been the big theme of all the teams so far, and it's actually quite a mature theme of composure. Don't get heated. Get your mind in the game. Play like a professional esports player, sports player worldwide, and that's great to see.
It's time to get into the action. Our semi-final is about to kick off. If you are here at Comic-Con, make sure you jump on social media and use the hashtag Telkom VS Gaming to share all the action with your friends. And now to break down the action a little bit more and explain what you can expect through this game, Halberd and his panel of experts is going to take us through the matchup of Big 5 versus Sinister 5.
Thank you so much. And once more, for the people in the back. This is the semi-finals of the Telkom VS Gaming CSGO Masters. Big 5 versus Sin 5. Take a seat, be entertained. Best decision of your life. But I tell you what, I'm pretty impressed by you, sir. Because you're making Rico's life hard here. He's going to have to step it up a bit.
Always.
But what did I do wrong?
No, what did you do right? Actually, jokes aside, actually, by the way, Rico, you've also added some fantastic insight. But my almost pick of the event so far has certainly been that you have consistently said, focus on yourself. Don't look at don't ignore what other teams are doing, but focus on being the best version of yourself at this event. And Big 5, potentially a finalist here today, perhaps a favorite to take the entire event. That's what they're doing exactly. So let's see exactly how well that holds true.
Yeah.
But for now, let's break it down in a little bit of detail, boys.
What an exciting game we've got on our hands here. Two of the top teams in the country. These guys have played a lot of Counter-Strike against each other as well. So you must know that this is an age-old rivalry, not just between Big 5 and Sinister 5, but a little inter-team rivalry as well. You know, you've got the likes of Zero Chance and Convict. These guys have played so much against one another. So yeah, these games and these matches have got so much history.
No, they do, definitely. And you look at, as you said, the main point that I wanted to touch on this morning is the players. Not necessarily the teams, because they have obviously played against each other, but with how Sinister 5 have been doing in the leg, obviously being relegated at the end of Leg 4, they really come back today to show, well, this weekend, to show us how well they've been playing. I mean, yesterday against WRG. And it goes down to the players and how badly they, want to beat each other. And we said it yesterday, how close-knit that the relationships are between these players, because they've been in the scene for so long together.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about closely knit players, you must take a look at the Big 5 guys. Yeah. They are incredibly close. They're a bunch of really good friends who are very good at Counter-Strike. So you must know the synergy and the communication in that team is top-notch. And they've got a very good understanding of each other mentally, emotionally, and in the game, which really ties into allowing them to have fantastic teamwork. It's actually their core strength, is their teamwork. Big 5 rely on everybody chipping in, contributing, working with one another. And then you've got Slowy, who is just this magnificent AWPer, very, very strong, capable of taking a game away from his opponents.
It's exactly like Lighters was saying on the panel, you literally just need to focus on your team first. You focus on yourselves, you each need to be your own individual IGL. And I think that's a pure example of what Big 5 is. Those guys know how to play CS. They've been playing CS for a while, and playing together in a team like this, it's almost playing with a band of brothers pretty much. Yeah. They've been playing so long together, not necessarily in a team, but together as players, that everyone knows what they're doing, FPL and all of that sort of thing as well. And it's just a testament to see how well they're doing, because that's exactly the reason.
Yeah, I agree.
So comparatively, one of the things that stood out for me yesterday with Sin 5 was Mistim. It's the way he moved around the map. I described him as a ninja that seems to be going around and playing with an immense amount of confidence. One thing that's really, I'm not sure how I felt about it actually, is that for me, I'm always watching the mini-map and making sure that where's that second person coming, where's that second peak, and he seemed very comfortable going in way before his teammates. I obviously seeking out the information, but also just believing in his own ability to handle the situation that's going to be presented to him.
When you have a player like Mr. Moran, he's oozing confidence. I mean, that man has played a lot of CS at the top level, played overseas and everything like that as well. He always finds gaps in your defense. No matter how tight you think it is, Mr. will find a gap.
He reads the game incredibly well, hey, Hellbird. That's the thing, is he's able to see, like you just said, he sees those gaps and he understands how to manipulate them and how to take advantage and capitalize. And it seems like he's actually been given quite a lot of free reign in Sinister 5. He's been able to sort of make his own decisive calls, even if it's maybe not what the team had planned at the start of that round. If he identifies an opportunity, he's allowed to capitalize on it. And that's great. I'm glad to see they've extended his leash a little bit so that he can find these frags, and that's why he got 230 bombs and like 25 on the third map. Exactly. He's absolutely insane, and it's definitely going to be something that Big 5 need to shut down early on to not allow him to get that momentum, because once he's got the ball rolling, I don't think anybody can stop him.
That's the thing, and when you have somebody like Mistim who's finding the gaps, and somebody like Divo who's creating gaps in his entry, because I mean he's a brilliant entry fragger, and he goes and he always gets at least one, and it's great to see. When you have those two sides covered, I mean, look how well they're playing. It's just really, you don't need to say much more.
Yeah.
Well, this is a comparison I wanted to make, though. When I think back to some of the performances from Slowy, and interesting enough, not the one you may think of, but actually, Rico, you got to help me out here. What was the name of that super sub team that was at the first DG Eclipse? So for those of you who don't know, a little bit of background history. Slowy represented Eclipse back in one of the...
Slowy and Tianki represented a team called Eclipse, which is now, they changed their name, I can't remember to what, but they were playing...
Gravity Gaming.
Gravity, yes, yeah.
I'm not, yeah.
So they then played at the first VS qualifier, the LAN qualifier for Masters, and they were playing in that team because Big Five weren't there. And I mean, every single player that was there that I interviewed, because I interviewed all the captains from the different teams, every single one said that Slowy is the person to watch out for. They're not worried about, most other people. Slowy is that person. And I mean...
Ex-COD player, by the way.
Yes. Yeah.
Ex-Dota player, by the way.
Ex-Dota player, by the way.
There you go.
Can do everything.
Tuckbok as well.
Listen.
These guys have been playing a lot of first-person shooters.
When they walked out, I actually was considering ducking by just habit, because I used to play COD against Tuckbok.
Oh, wow.
And it was just, when I say play, I was a casual player. I was just, hey, this seems like fun, play with some friends. And every single time I was in the open anywhere, it was just, Tuckbok has headshot Albert, and it was not fun. He actually is the reason I stopped playing. I think it was like Modern Warfare or something.
When people started calling it the Tuck 9, I mean, you've got a good player, right?
Valve literally nerfed him. I just want to say, how impressive is it that he can play these multiple esports and compete at the top level, though?
100%.
It is impressive. In fact, I think we were chatting about yesterday about some of the siblings that exist within esports in South Africa. And one of the things I thought about is just sometimes you just got those genetics.
Yeah.
It's in your genes. You're going to be good at this.
We need to get these guys into a program. Just like isolate that DNA.
It actually probably also has a lot to do with the sports systems that they have. Because you imagine that when they were growing up, youngsters finding their way into gaming in general, they probably had like parents are really supportive about it. I think the family structure is really key to that. But I actually would love to chat about that. Before we do, I actually want to go back to my point about Slowy and Mistem. Is that during that event, when representing Eclipse, one of the things that stood out for me about Slowy was his ability to shut down the people who want to do what Mistem is planning on doing right now. And to me, it's one of the most core matchups I've seen in a long time. Is will he be able to puncture those defenses? Will he be able to find those picks and create those entries? Or will it be a case where he's actually just shut down right off the bat by the likes of Slowy?
Well, there's two real matchups that we need to talk about there, right? Is that one where Slowy will, try and shut Mistem down, but also the one between Slowy and Zero Chance, because those are the two AWPers. And we saw, unfortunately, yesterday, Zero Chance struggled to find his feet a bit on the AWP.
Particularly on Dust. Yeah, he looked a little bit better as the match went on, especially on that third map. He really picked it up on Inferno, which was great for Sinister 5. 100%. But I think Slowy's got a big advantage in this AWP battle. He's very, very quick with the AWP. That man is actually the fastest AWPer in South Africa. He's neck and neck with Detrony, in my opinion. They're very quick. I think Zero Chance, the thing about it is they play two completely different AWP roles for their team. Zero Chance is way more of a backline pillar AWPer, if you will, locking down an angle, covering an area of the map, whereas Slowy, he's their playmaker. He's the man who's actually looking to create gaps for the team to work with. So it's actually, they almost play different roles with the AWP. And the thing about it is that Sinister 5 don't need Zero Chance to go off and be that playmaker, because they have the likes of Mistem, Flexi, and Divo as well. And then you got Hackham, and he's the backbone. So it's a really nice complementary system that Sinister 5 have got.
Yeah. I absolutely love this once again. Sorry for just geeking out and being a fan of the esports for a moment. But I really do love when I get to hear these kind of ideas or about sides.
Yeah.
Because it really does show that this is not that simple game. And I'm going to say it one more time, because even though I'm repeating it, it is truly fantastic that for an individual who knows nothing about the game, you can sit down, you can enjoy the game, and you can... we'll go there in a second. We see it too, guys. You can enjoy the game, you can, from a very simplistic perspective, but at the same time, there's so much to learn, and it just keeps getting better. And it just got better. Because ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time. Map Veto is live for the semi-final here at the Telkom VS Gaming Masters. Gentlemen, please, let's discuss.
Nuke ban straight away being taken off the table because they saw Sinister 5 were looking really good on the map yesterday. They want nothing to do with it. We see Vertigo has been floated here. So both of these teams, if either of them have been working on it, that would be a great pocket pick to bring out here in the semi-final. Mirage gets taken out as well by Sinister 5. That's not surprising. They took the map out against WRG yesterday, so clearly they're not feeling incredibly confident on that map at the moment. and Overpass is going to be the pick. That's quite interesting. They played each other on Overpass in ECL, and Big Five beat them 16-9, but then it was Sinister 5's map pick. So clearly Big Five have realized that maybe it's actually a strength of our own. So that's great to see.
And it's the first time we're going to see Overpass as well.
Yes, it is.
So it's going to be a great one to watch. I think, Big Five looking pretty strong. Train, and that's what I want to see. Because Train bodes so well to structured teams. You need to have your executes on point on Train, otherwise you're not going to get in anywhere. Yeah. And I think, with Sinister 5 picking up a map like that, they definitely have that going for them.
Their vertigo gets taken out. Sinister 5 have also, Big Five have looked a bit shaky on Train in the past couple of weeks as well. They've had some tough results. They've been pushed the distance against some lower tier teams. So yeah, Sinister 5, that's a strong map for them and maybe a point of weakness for Big Five, depending on how much work and how much they've actually scrimmed the map. And Inferno, well, standard protocol. I told you on day number 1, I said South African proverb, actually Counter-Strike proverb, Inferno is the third map. It's the decider. We should just set that in stone. Veto the rest.
I've got to say, you've been very good at this one. I want to ask, just to enlighten poor Helbert over here, what are the kind of splits here with these particular maps? So where do you want to be on either side as far as map rounds go?
All right, so Overpass is actually, it's generally a very CT-sided map because it's tough to get towards the A bomb sites in particular. You need to use so much utility to close that gap, and often, once you get into a position where you can actually execute, you're out of utility because you've used it all to get to that point. So it's the teams who have the best equipment management who generally are able to do really well on a map like Overpass, and Big Five are one of those teams because their teamwork is their core strength. So yeah, I think Overpass is a great map. CT anti really doesn't make much of a difference for them. I think they're going to be looking really good on both halves. Sinister 5, the CT side is their strength on that map.
Yeah, and we saw the Sinister 5 CT side really do well yesterday as well.
They struggled on the CT side, now that I think about it, in ECL, and they actually got majority of their rounds on the T half. So I'm sure they won't be too concerned about that because they know that they are able to just get that defense going.
100%.
And then Train?
Yeah, so Train majority, depending on the way you look at it, but I feel CT-sided, not heavily CT-sided favored, but definitely a CT-sided map, purely because on how quick the rotations are from A to B side. And the utility that the Ts need to use to get into site, especially on A, there's a lot of smokes and a lot of util that you need to use to come out, and you need to be splitting the whole time. You can't all just go through A main. You have to be going pop. You have to be looking at Ivy and seeing what picks you can get. So I definitely think that, again, the same as what Hayes said, utility management on Train is a great thing, but it also is a very structured map. You have to find your structure before you can even look at winning rounds.
So let's save the Inferno chat should we get there. Let's not jinx it, because I really want to get there. But also do want to say, Train, by the way, is Rip Cobble, but now Train is my favorite of the competitive maps. So
great map.
It's actually a Train on Overpass, so when they finished Overpass, they're all going to get on the train and then get taken to Train.
Yeah. Okay, can't do better now. Going to Navy. Thank you, Hayes. Let's go.
Boom.
Now.
It is a culmination of a year-long league. These are the best of the best our country has to give.
Nice big stun coming in from Tizawi, but that is it. Only one, and that is it. I don't think there's more. And you're great champions.
Look at the glee, look at the joy. And he's finally broken the curse. The shouts of true victory.
It's mine.
It's mine.
It's mine.
It's mine. It's mine. It's mine. It's mine. It's mine.
What's bigger than getting over 80 gigs of value with the Telkom September Big Deal? Get a freebie 20 gig SIM-only data package for only 499 Rand per month, and we'll make it even bigger with 1,500 all-network minutes, 3,000 Telkom to Telkom minutes, 2 gigs for WhatsApp, 10 gigs for music streaming, and 50 gigs for video streaming. Pop the SIM in your phone and you'll get all that for just 499 Rand per month. So go bigger than big with the Telkom September Big Deal. Call 10213, click telkom.co.za or go to any Telkom shop.
Listen, I'm a very, I believe in like the mysterious and the wonderful and the magic of esports. And every time I see Detrini in there, he really believes it's mine. He is, that man's putting his, I don't know.
It's slow his face when he said it's mine, though. I've never seen him look that aggressive in my life.
Wow. Even intimidating the panel here.
All I'm saying is, like, behind there,
there's a beast.
There's two more monsters.
A couple beasts.
It's like we're outside the water. You know, we're on the beach. And we're watching this battle about to be fought, but under the waves. Under the waves, we can't see. There's this other monster battle going backstage. And you think about the lights
and two submarines.
And it's almost, we're just going to be surprised. You can check it out. You can find out from the B stream, I'm sure, what's happening, who's going to go through, and who's going to join one of these two teams in the grand finals. But it is going to be an exceptional game regardless. And I don't know, is it going to be like the enigmatic energy, or is it going to be
the Juggernauts?
The people who have lived up to their name, the Juggernauts, Goliath Gaming.
Yep.
Okay, but we're focusing here. So, gentlemen, let's give one last little bit of info on this. Last thoughts going into this matchup. Break it down for us.
I think looking at how both teams performed, Sin5 really have a tough job ahead of them here to take this win over Big 5. Big 5, again, is seeded first coming in. So I know at this point we don't talk much about seeding, but it is still something to think about when you have this Goliath that is Big 5 that's been, so dominant over the whole season. And the performance from Sin5 really has only started showing now.
Yeah.
And it's great to see. But I just think that they're going to have a bit of a tough task ahead of them here if they want to take the win here over Big 5.
Yeah, I agree it's going to be a tough game, but I think we're definitely going the distance. I foresee Big 5 winning the first map overpass, and then I think Sinister 5 are going to win train, and then it's anybody's game on Inferno. I think Big 5 are probably better prepared on the map. They both played each other on Inferno, and it was 16-14 last time they played, so I really hope that we get to that map so we can have a proper decider. Last time they faced each other was online. There was a bunch of technical difficulties. Here we are, LAN, on the stage. Nothing to complain about. No external problems. It's just all out there on the stage, and it's now or never for both of these teams.
Exactly.
Well, I'm going to say once more, just the exceptional nature of what's about to happen. One of these teams obviously goes home. There's no lower bracket. You lose this, end of the line. Done. Goodbye. Thank you. I don't even know how we're dealing with third and fourth, so so it's just done. Bye. Cheers. Thanks for coming. And it's a rough blow. And for one other side, it's going to be a grand finals appearance at the biggest stage, at the best stage, at the Telkom VS Gaming Masters stage. But will it be Big 5? Will it be Sin 5? It can only be 1-5. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for our fantastic casters. Gentlemen, entertain us.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the first semi-final. Sinister 5, Big 5. These teams have been brawling it out thick and thin, girls. This is quite a match. I'm nervous, you're nervous, everybody's nervous, I'm quite sure of it, but overpass. Let's get stuck into it. We see double flashbang goals.
Finals day, baby! Let's go. We see a little bit of util here. Big 5 splitting it up. It looks like they're going to cause some sort of A control here whilst the bomb lurks towards that B bomb site. But on the other side, Sin 5 have stacked towards that B bomb site with Flexi looking for some information here towards A. Just a bit of a slow start here, Tools.
Very slow start, and Easy does it. I don't see why not. There's so much at stake here. Every player is hyper-focused at this present moment in time. We do see Custom creeping up long. They're just clearing out all the nooks and crannies, making sure there's no lurker, no isolated player. And it seems like they don't really have the right read, Sinister 5. Two players just checking out Monster Custom with that PC-50, that one-shot headshot from range. He's still going to look for more.
He's going to look for more, but this is perfect for Big 5. Even though he goes down there, traded out by 0 chance. Now's the gap for Big 5 to hit onto that B bomb site. They haven't taken the opportunity. Monster was cleared earlier in the round, so this hit could come in and it could be very effective. It's all up to Daibo and how he's going to hold down. The smokes are their position for Highway, but Daibo manages to get slow. The bomb is down on the bomb site.
Well, this is going to be quite tough for the boys to recover. Missed him taking out Convicts over there. Just Tuckbuck left alive. He has a Glock and a flashbang. I'm not too sure how he's going to use this. He needs to play this nice and slow. Find his individual duels. He does take Missed down into 30 HP. Looking for the player at heaven. Hasn't found a kill just yet. All these players are not overextending, so they're keeping their line. This is so tough for him. This is so tough for Tuckbuck. He needs to line a headshot and Missed him. Doesn't allow it. That's first round for Sinister 5.
Yep. No extensions there, and ultimately just taking the fights together, leaving Tuckbuck very little chance to convert that round. And it looked like they had the positional advantage to Big 5, but unfortunately, those USPs at distance are just so effective. And with that bomb going down, or them unable to get the bomb down and not be able to defend it, their position kind of ran out of efficiency there towards the end, leaving Tuckbook in a tough position.
Yeah, I mean, leaving in that tough position, 1v3, economy get the bomb down in a situation like that to supplement the economy, but there's a little bit of a disconnect there after Custom took that frag down. After he went down, there was that slow 3-second period of just uncertainty from Big 5. The exec did come in a bit late, and Sinister 5 were able to rotate in time as we saw 3 players were on that side post that death on Custom. So maybe the tack pause or tech pause, we don't know just yet, but you see a Deagle by and Slowy in a smoke and flashbang. So I'm going to potentially force into it. They didn't get a bomb plant last round, so perhaps that's probably why.
I was going to say they're looking for a bomb plant here, though. If they are investing into this round, they've got a bit of util behind them, some armor on the players as well. So they're definitely investing into it. And what do you think is going to see Camacho? What would you do in this scenario?
Just spread thin, make sure you bait out all the utility from Sinister 5, make sure they exhaust everything before going into a site, get some even trades, at least the bomb down, try get into a 3v2, maybe at a disadvantage because they have better rifles to see at that, but map lock overpass lends its hand to those long angles. We can see Monster, we can see A-long bathrooms, those sniper rifles, those rifles in a sense. FAMAS is just going to be more of an impact than your regular pistols, and there's so many points of aggression that the CTs can take an option where they can go lowers, they can go long, find some timings on each, even his shorts. I mean, there's so many options for them to explore, but freeze time is ticking down and the players are set and ready.
Does seem to be a full force buy here out of Big 5. Standard split coming out of Sinister 5 here. Missed him, getting a bit aggressive. Going to try to get some information here towards that fountain area. Oh, a little bit of a team kill there by Convict has missed some tags. Slowy very low, and some short control being gathered by the CTs, and soon they're going to have a lot of information that a majority of the players are towards that A bomb site.
Yeah, 4v5 Custom taking up lowers. The CTs are respecting them thus far. They've already got their kills, so they're going to reset. They're actually pushing Monster. This aggression is going to give them so much information to work with. The spot chef from Flexia would love if he changed his name. It's so hard to distinguish between the two, but he's going to face some demons right now. He takes out 2, that head armor and that body armor. Doesn't really work out for Big 5, and even gets the molly down to stop the aggression from the rest of the players. No kill just yet for Big 5, and it's something they really need just to suppress the CT economy.
Another kill there for Flexi towards that bathroom, just farming up some money. He's going to have a wealth of bank going into the next round, and now it's all up to Custom. Can he get a flick? He can't attack him with that push. Eventually clears it out. So nothing achieved there with the force buy from Big 5, and Sin 5 not losing much weaponry either. So a good start here for the CT side.
Good start indeed. 2-0 to Sinister 5, and they're definitely going to be looking to carry on with this momentum. They even got the AWP up in 0 chance. I wonder where he's going to take that. Doesn't really have the best spawn to go for a monster shot, so perhaps he'll be playing behind the rifles, trading it out, and it's a full Glock. Just one P250 on Tuckbock and a flashbang on Custom. Looks like it's going to be potentially a monster burst. There's only 2 players, so perhaps this is the chance to get the bomb down.
And the molly went down into the smoke. Smoke thrown off the bat there by Spawn, but will the snake bounce right? It curves to the right though. Not as effective as it should have been. But Hackham going to be under pressure shortly here, but they do have a strong hold on this B bomb site.
I really love this double monster setup. They're holding short from double lowers, and they're just making sure everyone is with another player, just to make sure the trades are even, at the very least, making sure they don't get overwhelmed, which is nice to see. It's very nice to see.
Yep, and that A player has moved all the way back. You can see he's not confident in the position of Big 5, not sure if they're long or not. Hackham gets to a lot of damage. They dive quickly with the support, and unfortunately there with Glocks and no armor, you can kind of expect that. It's in 5, 3-0 now as we head into the first buy round of the game. Again, 0 chance with that AWP, nothing in response for Big 5, electing to go for that utility, which I like to see, but will the AWP come into play? Will it be effective this round? You can see 0 chance heading towards that A side, probably going to look for a pick towards lowers here.
Definitely going for the lowest shot, and will they give it to him? No chance. He gets to the left just in time there. 0 chance, missing a timing. I'm not too sure he's even aware that Tianqi's there, but in the meanwhile, they're taking some control of Bathrooms missed him, going down to Tianki's. Lovely patience. They're waiting for the CT to overextend, and they just do. So I like how I like the approach from Sinister 5, how they let the AWP hold the angle and the rifler go in front. I call that little AWP walk in a sense there. Hack him, spooked out by something, maybe it's a spam, I'm not too sure what it was. But they are a man down, they kind of need to be looking for information just to figure out where the T's are going, making sure they are allowing their players to rotate in time, but they seem pretty stagnant at the moment, and Big 5 are slowly but surely progressing towards that B side. Perhaps the smoke self will come, but this is a bit of an overextension by Hakim. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Between those smokes, Hakim gets a kill, gets traded out. Slowy, nice work there. Custom for any other CTs looming around. Divo is the only defender here at this B side. The rotations are coming in. He's sitting with the Thomas. This gun at times will betray you. Convict takes him out, and that should be a call for them to hit into the side.
Now it's all going to be up to Zero Chance here to hold the line. Mollies are coming in, flashbangs are coming through, and he's going to get pushed back. Beautiful smoke there in between the site to lock it down, to secure this plant. The bomb is going down. Zero Chance being forced back yet again by more util as Flexi comes into support from Heaven, trying to find something, but Big 5 giving them absolutely nothing here, playing it safe, playing it cautious. They did that the whole round. Slowly eventually gets a kill onto Flexi, and that forces Zero Chance to move out. So the first gun round going the way of Big 5. Not overcommitting or overextending after getting those first picks, regrouping up, and good to see here that that's the game plan. Then sticking to the game plan here in the first buy round.
I agree, and even got a bit of a touch and go there after that smoke there through top rows. Let's just see if Donkey's able to take this AWP away from Zero Chance. They don't want to lose too many players. His economy isn't too healthy at the moment. He's going to put down the smoke. He's surrounded. The triangle of doom! Convict takes him out, and that's the third round, or the first round for Big 5, excuse me, and even got the AWP in their hands for Slowy, and that's important. That's dangerous for him. He's potentially, a lot of players, a lot of people have listed him one of the best AWPers in the country, so it's quite lethal in his hands as we see the Big 5 boys there. Super composed, ready, hydrated.
Yep, looking focused over there, and I mean, a big thing is that the start of this T half, winning that first buy round and getting the opponent's AWP, meaning you don't have to invest it in for yourself. It's definitely a win there for Big 5, but Sin 5 have invested back into this round. They do have a rifle up on Divo, a deadly player, so can swing the round just as well as missed him. Big 5 taking things slow, establishing control here towards lowers.
Like how methodical they are, and this force by Sinister 5 potentially just to balance the economy so they could actually probably buy next round. We saw Divo picking up the only kit, so he's going to want to be in a position to finish off the round if need be, but slow, methodical control coming out from Big 5 into the party area. Bathrooms, they're taking long just in a second here. Custom holding out Monster. The CTs aren't too agitated. They're holding their angles, looking for information. That shot potentially could have landed on his face and missed him. We all know how potent and aggressive and great he is with this Deagle. We saw him yesterday overperform, and he delivers the Deagle headshot. Potentially a second Tianki's on 29 HP. He was tagged initially, so that bullet potentially could have finished him off. But
Again.
now the reset.
Yep, and Big 5 taking things slow, but Tools have got to get something on the go here. There's only 30 seconds left on the clock, and it looks like the bomb is coming to join the rest of the players towards that Bathrooms area. I do think they're going to commit to this A bomb site. Sin 5 pretty split up, leaving 2 players towards that B site, but now the rotations are coming in as the util piles in here from Big 5. Smokes are placed on the site, and Tianki chooses to get aggressive here. Bomb needs to go down. 13 seconds left. Beautiful positioning there from Tianki. Gets greatly aggressive. Gets another one through the smoke. Gonna be able to get out just in time. Zero Chance gets taken down by Takbok. It's all up to Hakim in a 1v3 scenario. He does have that M4, but he's in the tough position. Slowly holds the angle, and Big 5 put another one on the board.
Joe, that failed smoke onto headshot potentially helped out Big 5 there. As Hakim actually didn't know where to navigate himself, whether he wanted to go to the left or the right of the smoke, and Tianki's took advantage of that opportunity. And
what a great round by him, stepping over, making that trade on Missum, and ultimately getting quite aggro on the side, holding or defending the line there for the bomb plant. So forcing Sin 5 onto an eco, but lots of nades here. They're going to be throwing multiple out towards that A side. It does land, puts Takbok very, very low. This aggression is coming in thick and fast, and Big 5 are a little bit separated, but they fall back into some sort of triangle. Slowly with one, gonna look for the another. Couldn't use the AWP there. Hakim gets him, but now control has been forfeited. Big 5 do have a good idea that B is completely open, so they're gonna send the bomb through there while Tianki holds the defense, holds the line here at the back.
seems like they're very happy to let go of the AWP just to make sure they win the round. And I'm not even sure if they kept the AWP there. Maybe I think Slowy threw it over the wall or something because they haven't really collected it just yet. Or perhaps looking for Putianki's is in the midst of danger here. Takes out Hack'em. There's another player there. He's not too sure aware of it, but he cleans his angles. Recovering. Nope, doesn't. The fire hose is pretty hectic to handle. And Flexi picking up himself an AK. You definitely want to save that going into the next round. And I think that's okay. Bearing in mind, 3 players is the maximum or the minimum you want to keep alive in each gun round. Just make sure your economy is afloat.
But will Big 5 let them hang on to these AKs? I mean, that's a big pickup for Flexi. And you can see Big 5 starting to get aggressive. I don't think they'll commit after this, but I like the point that you brought up. I think Slowy just realized that that aggression was coming through, and he definitely disposed of the AWP there, not allowing Sin 5 to get their hands on it. And it was their AWP in the first place, so nothing really lost there. Missed him with the two beautiful shots. And perhaps a potential little waste there from Big 5, hunting there unnecessarily towards the end of the round. And missed him capitalizes, and now Sin 5 going to invest double AWP setup. No AWP on the side of Big 5.
I mean, they chose weaponry over utility. Sinister 5, as you can see, Miston doesn't really have the full set of utility as well as Divo. I can see some of them sacrificing that head armor for that body armor, but you must understand against the gun round or M4s, it doesn't really help him. You see the monster burst come in. Convict taking out Hakim. You was set on fire. Now there's 2 players left to defend this A side. It doesn't seem to hold. The defense is shaking. Divo prodding and probing, looking for some opportunity or space. Takes out Junkies. The smoke here is obscuring his vision. Gets taken up by Convict. And water control is something you really want to Ceres coming to the B side. Settling is the call right now for Big 5, and Sinister 5 need to get back into this. They need to retake this side. 1 man short, 2 AWPs to the retake isn't something you'd favor, Goals.
It isn't, but it all depends with a Big 5 overextend here, and you could just see the players just sitting solid behind the pillar, but that's going to open things up. A big mistake coming out there, re-peeking, trying to trade frag. 2 players left, got to hold the side. They've still got a smoke on highway, and now Sin 5 are going to start engage. Flexi gets the pick onto Slowy, and now it's all up to Custom in a 1v3 scenario here. He gets the first, the bomb has been tapped. Does he get the second? He does. Missed him. Does he have enough time to get on the bomb? He has a kit. He will get it. And Sin 5 with the retake there, close as can be.
Discipline wasn't there for Big 5 on that retake, 4v3, and they managed to lose that. But Sinister 5 played very well, very patient. Missed him with that open heaven. Doing the Lord's work, and a pause does come out. I'm not too sure if it's tack or tech, but this does indicate a tech, as we would know the 30-second countdown if it was a tactical pause. But Sinister 5, Big 5, 4-3 apiece. The scores are quite tight, Goals.
It is, but now the economy of the T side is in a little bit of trouble. Probably going to have to look at saving, or at least just keeping some cash left over for the next round. But I mean, so far it's neck and neck. You can't really tell, who's too far in front here. You can see, I think if this is a tech pause, you could see the Sin 5 guys looking over to their 5th player there.
Rogue, the coach of Sinister 5, former player for them.
Coming back into the role here of coach to back the boys. Such a legend, actually.
Agreed. Look how lovely that stage looks, that light. It's illuminating my eyes, Goals.
I love it. I love to see it.
Makes my eyes quite happy.
Looks like a little bit of an equipment trade out there. Choosing some better headphones, some better sounds.
That's why you get all the pairs, Goals. 2 mouses, 2 mouse pads, 2 keyboards, 2 sets of headphones.
2 everything. It's always pairs. Pairs is always better than solo. Even in Counter-Strike, always have a teammate nearby to support you.
Facing and trading, is it not the name of the game, Goals?
It is. It is. It is the essence of CSGO. Big 5 there, looking ready to go.
I mean, it's quite an interesting concept to look at, these maps that they've chosen. All 3, Overpass, Train, and Inferno. Also, a Train and Overpass lends its hands to the AWP, and both teams having more proficient AWPs than I'd say the rest. So I can see why they picked that map. Slowy, Convict, the big AWP is on Big 5, and in Sinister 5, you do have zero chance. You do have Mistem picking up that AWP, and Mistem, one of the better players there in that squad. He wouldn't have left Energy Esports to join Sinister 5 if he didn't think he can win, Goals.
Yeah, if he didn't believe in the team, and you could see when he did make that move, he believed in it. He wanted to almost come home in that sense, and you know, he's been playing out of his mind here during this competition and showing absolute form. So a scary prospect to deal with, I think, with any team that they come across here at this event. So far, having quite a bit of impact in this game already.
I mean, he saved Sinister 5 quite a few times yesterday on those clutches, and you could see why he's such a consistent player. You can see why he's always hyper-focused, super concentrated. He really wants to win, but Big 5 do stand in the way. The pack stand in the way, as we can see there. Custom second from the left to Takbok there. Convict in the middle, Slowy second from the right there next to Tiankis, and that's Coach Maniac. He's been playing since 1.6. He's got vast amount of experience and realm of Counter-Strike.
Sounds like we are getting back into the match here. The technical issues have been resolved. Straight into the round we go. A weird buy coming out of Big 5. You have 5 MAC-10s. They're going to just pick up the pace, I imagine. It looks like...
Oh, I know what this is. This is going to be the pop onto Banana, the flashes that just make them paddle back. And if they're stuck in front, they're going to get caught unawares. And they do get back just in time to the side. They don't want to get caught up with these MAC-10s in close quarter engagements. Missed him pedaling back. He does understand that they're coming for him. He's going to sit down. Does net himself a headshot to Custom Slowy. MAC-10ing Diver. Hakim is in just in time. That was actually by short. Oh, these smokes is making it so hard. They're jumping MAC-10. He's not going to believe that. This movement speed is too fast for them. 2v2. They have the side. They can upgrade. They're on low HP. Takbok and Tiankis. They have some reset util to stop the rotation or the retake, but one from the back and one from the front. Slowy.
Oh, gets the frag, does Tianki. Now it's 2v1. Hakim left with the sewing machine of his own. Going to fetch Tianki. He does know where Takbok is, but Takbok closes it. What a change of pace here by Big 5. What a gamble, and oh my lord, does it pay off.
You beat them with speed and pace, and that's the name of the game with those MAC-10s. That's the idea behind it. You'll see a lot of the Russian, the CIS teams using that concept, using that strategy because it's so robust, it's so aggressive, and a lot of teams don't expect it. Like Sinister 5 just didn't they? I mean, there was a certain moment where I thought they could have recovered it with that defensive smoke, but I mean, that jump headshot from Convict was something else.
Yeah, and pulling that aim off, and you got to have a fair amount of precision to keep up with that and track it. So ultimately, oh, missed him with a deadly shot there towards Lowers, and Big 5 getting pressured here towards Lowers. Convict gonna get out, aware that they are pressuring it. They're probably gonna come after that gun. He's gonna defend it, not allow them to get anything more. He takes more peeks there towards Lowers, and it's a little bit risky, but doing it quite well here at this point. Does manage to smoke off slowly, gets another pick towards long, and now that's going to force a little, or put a little pressure onto the CTs as he gets long control and moves towards the side. Beautiful frag through the smoke there by Convict, and it's all up to Diver with nothing but a USP. He is aware of Convict's position, but the bomb is heading towards that B bomb site, and it looks like Big 5 are going to convert this anti-eco round.
Indeed, Diver potentially looking for that gun. Junkies just dropped, but Convict is the defender of the bomb. Whoa. That sound cue gave it away. Convict well aware. Good sensitivity on that spin. That's 5 rounds on the board for Big 5. Sinister 5. Just want to have a look at the money there, Mr. Observer. And just show us it's not looking too shabby. They are going to definitely get their full bar. I want to see if they got that AWP. There was a player sitting on 5-7.
No AWP, no AUG.
No AWP, no AWP. But these M4s are quite potent. I mean, a lot of players are quite proficient with this gun. And you can see they all sacrifice their head armor to make sure they get enough utility, and the AK is a one-shot headshot, so it doesn't really play into effect. Pop flash coming into there, and Convict taking a duel there with Mr. But just tickling each other with HP, and he's going to smoke it off. He's probably going to call how aggressive they are and just reset, recompose, redecide, rethink what the next approach is.
Right now, Sin 5 having 3 players towards this bathroom areas, and now they realize that they have been here for quite a long time, and Big 5 haven't really shown any other presence on the map, so they're going to be worried about their defense. But now Tianchi going to be walking through here towards that monster area. Flashes and mollies come through. Lion is the player on the barrels, going to need to step out, but beautiful flush out there from Big 5, and another frag goes the way of Big 5 on this offense, and now Sin 5 managed to get their frag. They needed that if they wanted to retake, but it doesn't look like they have any intention to do so. All the players backing off, and you know, once that B bomb site is forfeit, I do believe this is the correct call. Sin 5 going to hold on to these guns and set up here towards the T-spawn side of things.
Agreed, they are now playing for the future, playing for the next round, Sinister 5, and it's quite a mature decision coming out of them to save these 3 rifles. The economy isn't looking too good. sitting on a recession. It's not something we really want, not something they want. The Big Five
not getting over.
Going to allow this.
They aren't getting overconfident here, not hunting those guns. But they've started to build one hell of an economy here on the T side. They could buy for a couple of rounds in a row, so a good start here on Overpass for them.
Indeed, this map pick is Big Five's Overpass, so things are looking quite normal thus far. Attack pause coming out of Sinister 5. Just have a look at the stats there. It's not too shabby, a lot of utility damage.
Again,
coming out of Takbok.
Mistim showing up here and Convict showing up for Big Five as well, both over 100 ADR at this point. So, I mean, over a kill a round for both of those players. So really, really stepping up on the final stage here. Attack pause is done. Does look like a little bit of a, not real investment here. Sin5 keeping those rifles, of course, from the previous round, but getting a little bit of util to try and make something work. Obviously, Big Five fully kits it out. Not electing to go for the AWP here. Obviously, enjoying the pace that they're able to keep here with all the AK-47s. So interesting to see, considering how deadly of an AWP Slow he actually is. Sin5 changing their setup up. They've generally had numbers towards that A bomb site, but now electing to stack towards B, stack towards lowers.
It seems like they have a really good read here on Big Five are going to be doing 2 players sitting in lowest, 3 players sitting on that B side. So Big Five got a tall task ahead of them on this breach. Molotov smokes, flashes have been deployed, and now it's coming to the entry. That defensive smoke is making it very hard for Big Five to get in that site, and it's a clean sweep. 3 players left alive. That was so quick, goals.
I was feeling nervous there for Big Five, but ultimately their utility just reigned supreme there against the pistols. Smokes in the right positions, mollies flushing the players out, and it was a bit close for comfort, I think. I mean, it was a dangerous call there, but ultimately they had faith in their utility, spacing, trading, and pull off the round. But now double AWP setup coming out of Sin5 here after those save rounds. So Big Five also getting one of their own. Convict wielding the AWP, and do we have a lowest battle on our hands? We do, and Convict ends up getting the better. We missed him, not with the greatest spawn. Convict with the opening frag once again.
There's a specific pathing, a specific way you have to take that lowest shot as a CT, and you do get there before the T. If you use that certain pathing going down the stairs, you kind of have to do a little U-jump because of the top thing behind you, so perhaps I need to get that right. We saw Zero Chance missing the timing on turnkeys, and now we see Mistim getting outdone by Convict, so perhaps not as well refined as Big Five on this map, but it's still recoverable for, oh my.
Trigger discipline, Slowy gonna be falling behind. He's got a wealth of control, and you can see that the rotations are coming in now. Big Five have got just such a positional advantage, and again, Sin5 run for the heels. I don't think they have any intention of fighting for this. So much utility on the side of Big Five.
I mean, it's the second time Slowy's lurked long and found himself a kill. Perhaps there's a small window, like a margin of window that they keep, taking advantage of. Slowy gets a backstab onto Flexi over there. That must have shook him in his seat.
And I think
but I like how Sinister 5 are going about this. They know the rounds that they're losing. They get to save those rifles, giving them a chance in the next round. And it's quite important that a lot of teams, a lot of young players at home realize that you got to actually look at the rounds you have to win. Fight for the ones you know you have a higher percentage of winning instead of going for those 50-50, those 60-40 opportunities to win a round. I mean, I know you want to go for those flashy kills and make a name for yourself, but you got to look at the long one, the long game.
Definitely, yeah, and Big Five trying to pressure these guns. They do have a bit of bank here, so they can afford to do so, but not going to commit everybody. Ultimately, Big Five coming on top there, and I mean...
Bring that Big Five shirt, you better support them. I like it, I like it. The crowd looking alive over there. Still early in the day, so nothing too much to worry about. As you can see, 8 rounds on the board for Big Five, and Sinister 5 looking to bounce back into this. This is a CT-sided map, so definitely feel outdone at the moment and want to crawl their way back into the Zero Chance. Needs to try find an opener with that AWP as he goes short. Custom, well aware, well positioned, and well focused. That nade is going to just obscure his vision. His flashbang his life is so difficult, but he keeps his composure. Picking up a second kill there, and Divo. There's just so much for him to worry about. He's all alone in this B side once again. He is an impactful player. He is a flashy player. good with the multi-kills, but perhaps this might be too much for him. Perhaps he can just swing wide and get this kill. We'll find that soon enough. Lovely hit shot, but the trade does come in from Takbok, and that's definitely the side open. Slowly lurking as usual, making sure they actually can't save the guns this time. But Flexi, well aware of it, picks up his team. He missed him instead. Does give away some sound cues, and nothing's going well for Sinister 5 at the moment.
Yeah, those first frags just never going in their way with wherever they choose to get aggressive, and Big Five are just chopping and changing up their defaults, spreading out between, outside of B or taking numbers towards this A site, which kind of allowed a big gap to be made from Slow, and you can see Sinister 5 are quite concerned with it. I mean, again, Flexi just looking over towards that long area, expecting that flank, but the bathrooms was the name of the game, and ultimately they get picked apart. But
I mean, this is one of those maps where it can run away from you if you don't catch it too early, when you don't, narrow down to those small mistakes. It's such a widespread map that every person in each of their zones needs to be aware of how to play the certain situation, whether you're recovering from it, whether you got a man advantage from a kill that you potentially got. And if you don't rotate the right way, if you don't communicate and coordinate yourselves well, I mean, it can run away from you, as we can see right now. Sinister 5 need to find a way back into this. Although, 5 rounds, 6 rounds, I have seen, T-halves come back from that.
It's never over and done with any of these teams. They've come back from crazy situations, 15-0s even, and brought it back to overtime. So no, nothing is done just yet. And again, this is Big Five's map pick. We can expect, them to have some sort of edge in this map.
Once again, he's just pacing it through long right now. He's beaten rotation. Not only, I think, has he beaten the rotation, he's beaten the awareness of Sinister 5.
I think they spotted him as he caught the corner. So Flexi gonna get the jump on him, but is he too aggressive? He manages to get behind enemy lines. There's actually a B split here. The calls have forced the rotations for Sin 5, and Tianchi's all the way behind them. Must be expecting this, but it doesn't matter. Convict clearing up heaven there with the AWP, and despite having such a crazy aggressive position, Tianchi manages to join up with his teammates, and again, Sin 5 sent to run and save.
That's insane. He did a full cross-country and found nothing for his efforts. At least it was free information, but he definitely would have felt like he wanted to kill.
He definitely caused some sort of concern there for the Sinister 5 defense, though, and perhaps that allowed the entries on the B side to happen so quickly and so fast. And again, Big Five just taking the gaps and finding the gaps, and it just looks a bit unfortunate for Sin 5. It looks like wherever they're going, Big Five tend to be sending someone into the right areas, into the weakness of that strat.
I just feel they need to go back to the retake B approach and just lean more towards that A site. And Big Five, they have a good B execute, and they're netting the kills from mostly at the toxic barrels there, netting the kills by water. So I would definitely opt for a full retake on the B side. Keep your equipment, make sure they aren't getting any space towards that A site, no room, no information, and then post plant, deal with that situation then. It's just one of the options you can do. I'm not saying it's the best option, but it's one of them.
Fist bumps back and forth here from the Big Five guys. Final round of the half here, and a significant round lead of 10 rounds on the T side, but Sin 5 can very well respond here on their own, and it looks like they heard what you were saying, Tools. They're sending some numbers towards that B. But again, sticking to their guns, playing in those default positions. Big Five, again, just slow and patient and spreading out here, not really sending anyone too aggressive like we have seen in the previous rounds.
I mean, you can even see the players in the A side are so far back. We see Mr. jump spotting by long. We can see Flexi hanging around Bathroom, just looking for information to pedal back up. Doubt they'll want to stick around and take fights, so they'll just wait for information, pedal back and relay it back to their team to get the rotations on point. There are lights and a bit of Molotovs and smokes, potentially from the early round protocol.
Sin 5 deciding to keep things a bit more passive, stick to the side, split up 3-2. Big Five have been favoring the B bomb side, so understand why they are stacking towards there, but that leaves Flexi and Mistim having to control this entire A bomb site all on their own, and soon enough Big Five will be making their decision. It looks like the bomb has moved towards that party area, so they very well may be committing. See, they've got the lurk there towards B. He's going to try create some sort of presence before this hit comes in, but 35 seconds on the clock. Tools. Molly comes into bathrooms.
This is the last round of the half, so they do desperately want this. They'll be setting up utility smokes for HR and Bank. Mulling default off the back of this. Junkies, that off angle, that shadow shows, but gets traded out by Slowy. And now Mr. is stuck between a rock and a hard place. He needs to find some kills. He does so. The Mollies do come out to suppress the rotation. Molly onto default. He gets another. Gets burns for his efforts. Now it's down to 2v3. Sinister 5 are rotating hot and heavy. The bomb needs to go down. 9 seconds on the clock. Zero chance. Takes out Tuckbox. And now it's just Convict. He definitely can't win this round. They know exactly how to play Sinister 5, and they do get the 5th round on the board, and desperately so. 5-10. First half has been concluded.
Yep, Sin 5 managed to get that final round there, and heading into the pistol, they want to take it, and I mean, they can do it, Tools. They can bring it back, you know, just as convincing as that T-half was from Big 5. You never know what Sinister 5 have in store. They allowed this map through, so they've definitely got something prepared, but you can't deny that Big 5 definitely got, you know, their goal was achieved. They got enough rounds. They must be feeling like they can deal with this on the CT side.
Agreed. I mean, you know, a lot of South African teams definitely have this tendency where their T sides are generally better than their CT sides, no matter what map. And we see 5 players going all the way to lows. And I don't mind this strat because rotations towards either A or B side should be fast and hot and heavy. And I doubt they'll expect it. We do see Slowy flanking them from the bottom. We do see Convict taking a few pot shots here. Doesn't want to give his life away without making sure there's a trade. He's going to take a lot of context, and they're going to follow him. The trap has been set. The bait and switch, and they're taking so much damage and losing numbers. Left, right, and center, and the stack does pay off, but the last 2 players from Sinister 5 are heading into Monster. They're heading onto this B side, and the bomb has to go down for them to get money for the next round, and potentially Goliath allow this goal?
Big 5 are just pressuring right now, sticking as a 5-man unit. They're going to start putting pressure here towards Sandbags, but Hackham with that P250 missed him with a Glock in response as well. Evens out the odds. 2v2 scenario here. One of the players is coming from heaven. It's Slowy. He gets the first frag, but Hackham knows where he is. He gets the one-tap. Hackham is known for this sort of thing. He's going to be loving being in the situation. 1v1 now. Got the smoke to play with. Convict spots him out and gets the shot. Does he have the kit? He does indeed, and I must be honest, that was the first time I've ever seen some sort of strat like that. All 5 CT players going towards that lowest area. I mean, sticking together, pushing, pressuring the bomb sites, pressuring the frags, baiting them into that lowest area. That was some pretty stuff to see.
I mean, they set up the trap there, and Sinister fall right into it, and they kind of had to, because when you look at the positioning from their players going into Monster, it was definitely going to be a B split. The idea from Sinister 5 was to put a bit of resistance, a bit of pressure into the A side, maybe potentially force a rotation off that B side, go in too short, potentially smoke heaven and get into the side, but Big 5 had other plans for them and missed them. We always know how dangerous he is in those clutches, and for a moment, for a second, I thought he could have won that, knowing that he had that high ground. I thought he was going to play that smoke. As soon as he got into that high ground, he overexposed himself to Convict, who definitely is one of the most experienced players in South Africa, clutches it out, and
yeah, he gives him that quite well. He gave him that jewel there towards the end, but again, some unique and unseen stuff coming from Big 5. I mean, you said you like the strats, so obviously, I mean, you're aware of what's happening in the camp there, but I mean, that was, you know.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that that was a thing that the practice, but I was aware that it was a thing.
Well,
sewing machines on 3 players in SMG.
And you can see Sin 5 have invested into this round. They've got the expensive armor on Divo and Zero Chance to afford that AK-47, to afford that SIG on Hackham, dropping the guns to the heavy hitters.
And looking at the guns, they do have an advantage in the sense of that, but at the other side of the coin, 2 of their players do not have armor, and they're super marshmallow squishy to those sewing machine guns and that farmer. So,
but Divo treating that situation like he should, just looking for these 1D scenarios, and if there's anyone that can pull it off, it is Divo. Slowly spots one player towards that long, gonna retreat all the way back, scared of that deagle as he should be.
Yeah, that gun isn't really the best on long range, although he did fight the deagle, so it's not too bad that he found that information. But what that does do is slow down Sinister 5 for a couple of seconds. They actually have to go towards long and make sure there's no CT there before they go into the actual site. So a good presence shown by Big 5 and good sort of awareness and patience from Sinister 5, not to overextend and try to rush that player down and force their hand.
And now it looks like Sin 5 slowly moving towards this bathroom area. It's a beautiful smoke coming in there from Custom. So this is going to make this exec a little bit more difficult. And Sin 5 are starting, or going to have to commit here. There comes the smokes. The calls should come in. Rotations already happening from that B-bomb side. Slowly going to get behind Hackham with that SIG. So that's one of the strong weapons given away. He's going to pick it up. He doesn't hear the rotation. Custom gets the frag towards long. So it's all up to the remainder of the teams to push up and brute force their way into this bomb site. It's up to Custom to hold the line. He cannot do it against Flexi. And now the trades are going back and forth. Takbok managing to get one. Zero Chance trades it out, but Bomb is not down. Bomb hasn't been put down yet, and Zero Chance in a 1v2 scenario, unable to do it. And Big Five convert that buy round, and that's the risk of buying into that sort of round. Now they have nothing. They can't invest. They need to save because Big Five already on 12 rounds here, and they are on the CT side tools.
I like the idea that they didn't invest into that. I like the idea that they felt they needed to win that round, regardless if you bear the score. 5-11, so right now, Deegs have to land flashes, have to assist the entry fraggers going into these zones, especially into that A site that was disconnected and it was broken up by Slowy's pushing to bathrooms there. It's a good heads-up player on him to make sure he gets in front of the attack, in front of the utility.
A fast change of pace. Custom definitely spotted those players towards long. He's going to be calling in some support from that B side, and Sin 5 are aware of this, going to back or take a break, move back towards bathrooms and just reset here as they make a move. Divo looking for that one dig, looking for that overstep from the spotters in that A bomb site. A dangerous thing to be just jumping there. The players are at a level where they can land a shot in a split second, so
there's a specific technique and skill on how to turtle on this A site, and we did see the previous round the defense held. Let's see if it can this round. There is a flash on Flexi to help them get into the certain choke points, but they do look like they're going to be eking towards that B site into short and potentially monster.
And this is a weakened bomb site, but both players are playing together towards that monster area, so they can fall back if they maintain control and allow the rotations to come in. And Sin 5 need to hit the bomb site now because Big Five are starting to get a read on this. They smoked off short. There's still a lot of equipment left, so the hit needs to come in now.
The smoke was so big, it winds down the clock, forces them to push this choke point and give Convict so much money, and so is Tianki's Takbok all coming to the party, sharing some of their own.
Yep, double setup in Monster, reigning supreme there, forcing all of the players to go through shorts and keeping that distance very close, which isn't the best for those Deagles, and Sin 5 ultimately getting delayed there, but again expected. You know, they didn't have much to work with, and ultimately now they are investing into this round. Full complete buy for everybody besides for Mistim, obviously sacrificing a little bit of cash there for the utility, but they needed that. You know, Overpass is one of the maps where utility is one of the strongest things that you need to be aware of, and have the correct, as you say, protocols in place. But aggression coming out of Big Five here, set up towards bathrooms. Mistim and fellow teammates about to clean it out, and Convict sitting on a slide off angle, but Mistim gets the better of him. Hackham gets another frag towards bathrooms, but Slowy's there as well. He manages to get one, but now the players are looking to trade that frag, but Slowy able to get another before he goes down. It's a 3v2 scenario. They are aware of the positioning, and it looks like Sin 5 are slowing things down. Both rotations coming through from the CTs, choosing to get back onto this A bomb side, hoping that Sin 5 commit to it. And now both players have been spotted. Flexi gets the information, and now guns or knives should be out, running back towards that B bomb site. And Tianki is going to need to pull out a godlike play here to hold this off. Sin 5 responding well here in their first buy round and making quick work of the A site aggression.
Indeed, and it was nice that Sinister 5 all stuck together, and the trades were always in their favor throughout every transaction in this round, and Junkies definitely will be saving this gun going into the next. They do have some money, if you can just have a look at that, Mr. Observer. It's a smart decision, knowing that one of the players is sitting on only on 2K, so going to the next round, they will have very strong buy, potentially picking up some AWP, so heads up play from him. Sinister 5 netting their 6th round on the board. They're going to want to string some rounds together here, Goals.
If they take this one, they're back in the game. If they take this round, they can get back into it, because they are going to put a bit of pressure on that CT side economy. And the next thing you know, if you start forcing into it and kind of forcing the issue to try and get back into, or to win the game, you could end up just losing a couple rounds in a row, and suddenly the big lead that they had gets closed out. So Sin 5 looking to convert this round. Expect them to take it pretty seriously, pretty slow, standard stuff, full buy from them, but the AWP is on Slowy. Where is he going to go? Is he going to get aggressive and look for those picks? Looks like a standard bathroom hold though. Lots of presence coming out here from the side of Sin 5, so forcing these A players back to where they belong on that A bomb site. Molly coming out. Flash as well, Slowly able to negate that though. Getting quite aggressive here. Remember, he's all alone.
Custom jump spotting to make sure there's no one breaching from that position. Slowly pressing into Fountain. Doesn't really want to get caught off a timer here as he is isolated, and the trade won't really come in his favor.
Oh, missed him, punishes him there, but Davo as well. They have spotted both of those players. So rotations are going to be coming through to that A bomb site. Sin5 in no need to rush things. Still got way more utility to work with, way more time to work with. So looking comfortable here in this round after getting that first pick.
4v5, Sinister 5, always taking their time, always making sure everyone is ready before they actually make a decisive decision to go into the site. Something I really like about the style of Counter-Strike. Zero Chance definitely at the helm of that. The exec does come in, and the players should be calling the rotation, should be making sure that they're at the right place at the right time. Only one man sitting on that site thus far. Actually two, and not going for the full save.
Yeah, I think the gamble stack there towards the B bomb sites, and they having none of it. Similar to Sin5, nice to see the maturity in that decision to just get out. Guys, we lost the control, we lost the first frag, we lost the AWP. Let's just get out. Let's keep this economy going. Remember, it is under a lot of pressure now. And Sin5 also respecting that from Big 5, not going hunting unnecessarily, not looking to overextend and punish this save at all, because their economy is also in a tough position and they need rounds. And I like to see this from both teams, but Sin5 put another one on the board. Very unusual to see a round only have one frag in it, so you can see teams are taking this super seriously.
I mean, there's so much at stake. I don't see why not. And you know, Slowly's aggression didn't really pay off for him then, but a lot of other times it does. Zero Chance picking up that AWP. Quite keen for those AWP duels coming out of those.
That looks like Sugar Man and his beautiful little baby girl. Hey, Madison! Shout out to you. Back into the game here. We've got Big 5 with the strong setup here. Zero Chance. Is this battle of the AWP going to come into effect? No, standard stuff. A control being taken, or presence being made by Sin5. Again, slow, methodical, but there is aggression here towards short, which is the first time we've seen this sort of thing from Big 5, trying to keep this weakened weaponry at close angles, close duels, and Sin5 respecting this anti-eco as they should.
Double long set up from Big 5 Slowly. Looking to be aggressive. Indecisive at this point. The Custom is there to support him if need be. Slow and easy does it. The bomb is left behind, so they potentially have to go back. So Davo definitely aware of this, getting caught with his pants down. Slowly picks up the first kill of this round.
He's going to pick up an AK-47 for his troubles. Missed him, going to try to get the frag. He does manage to convert it. They still need to get the bomb now. It is stuck towards that fountain area. And time is ticking. 40 seconds left here on the clock, and Big 5 still have a very aggressive setup towards this B bomb site. A wealth of information for them. And Sin5, that clock is ticking. It does look like they are going to gear towards that A bomb site. Big 5 committing here towards B. Convict going to get that info. Going to start clearing out that monster, and once he does, they're going to have all the info. But before that happens, Sin5 commit to the hit. They are hitting this A bomb site. Custom pushes, gets aggressive towards long to try and hold on to it, but he gets the bomber. Now that changes things here in the round. Custom has it all to do. He pre-fires, and now pressure is on the bomber. He needs to plant. The player has been spotted. Zero Chance not able to get the frag. The bomb needs to go down. He's 4 seconds left. He can't do it. Convict with the shot from distance. With that 5-7, can he get another one? He does, and gets the AWP.
And that's after time.
That's a back-breaking round there from Big 5. And was it after time? He doesn't have any cash left now, and Big 5 on 14 rounds, they get that round, and all off the back of Custom maintaining that, and that was the perfect play to do. He pushes towards that long, keeps that control, and it just puts so much pressure on the Sinister 5 attack, and
I mean, that's the experience coming out of the veteran. Custom has been part of the game for the past 12, 13 years. He knows how to play those situations. He knows how to lock out and close rounds, and he did just so, buying enough time for his teammates to rotate in, and Convict with that 5-7 coming in from the 6 was perfect. Right time, right place, but now it just seems like Sinister 5 have upped the ante, picked up the pace on the control of bathrooms and lowers. Big 5 wiser to it, the rotations are coming in. They're playing pretty passive in comparison to the previous rounds, making sure they just jump spotting, getting information, and setting up anti or counter utility at the right time.
Yep, forcing them to come into the site, drawing all of the players in there if they want to take the bomb site. So a bit different to what we saw on the Sinister 5 CT side, but that being said, 3 players are waiting here as this execute comes in, and there, as you said at the counter util, Slowy choosing to get aggressive here with the AWP.
So aggressive. And this is what he's known for. He's known to get in the enemy's face and get the first kill and rotate out. And this is the first one, gets out of dodge just in time. But now the smokes are just obscuring his vision. He has no information to work with, but he does know that they're on him. The bomb is going down. The double spray down was potentially there, but Slowy, he's making himself such a nuisance on this side. Such a nuisance, and Optimus does get taken out. 1v3 missed him. He's so good in situations, but Takbok denies him. 15 rounds for Big 5 Esports. Sinister 5, they did everything right up until the point they got into that site. They just kept getting overwhelmed with utility, getting overwhelmed with Slowy's AWP.
Again, Slowy just creating such a presence there despite missing the shot, staying alive, and you could see the mollies raining through the smoke there to try force him out of position, but the support from Bank was just superior to the plan there, and ultimately Big 5 now on match point. 1 round needed to get the first map here in the first semi-final. Oh, huge nade.
Nade, so meaty. Zero chance, put down to 48 HP. I mean, in a total, you could say that nade did 100 damage.
Yep, big Kobe. And again, just straight away, they get that aggressive nade crossed in and they force or just run back to that bomb site and make Sinister 5 work for their frags, work for their advantage here.
I haven't seen Sinister 5 go towards that B bomb site once, except that one pistol round attempt.
Which they were actually going A and they got baited into.
But this is what I think Sinister 5 should be doing, getting up super close to the breach point before actually executing to give away information. And Custom, that flash was for him to die, but no one took advantage of it. This 1v1 fight for Mistim is so important. Both A-side defenders have been taken down. Takbok is rotating towards Bank, and Flex is there. He's well aware of it, just ringing some alarm bells, making sure someone is watching it.
Yep, but I don't think Big 5 are going to go for it.
And they can afford to. I mean, they have a lot of match points in hand. So they want to close out the round with the maximum utility, all the guns that they really want to use. Slowy definitely wants to pick up that AWP, etc. So the save has been called. Wise decision.
Yep, respecting their opponents, respecting the position that they have in this game. There's no need to just throw guns away willy-nilly at this stage of the tournament. So calculated from them, and again, Sin5 not choosing to put on the pressure. They themselves need to build some sort of economy, but it doesn't really matter if they lose 1 round here, they are done. So it's pretty much all in at this point for them.
I mean, it's quite a tantalizing prospect to consider. 1 round away from losing the map, so
every round coming out of Big 5.
Important. Every moment, every shot, every flash is of the utmost importance. Takpaw's coming out of Big 5, deciding whether they want to invest into this round probably or reconfigure the A setup. I'm just having a look at the kill feed there. Convict sitting on 21 kills, Slowy on 20. They're doing a lot of the work there on Big 5, and on the side of Sinister 5, Mistim, not surprised that there's 18 kills. Hackham sitting on 13, Flexi on 14. Quite an even distribution coming out from Sinister 5. But all of them need to step up just a little bit more, just for a couple of more rounds to stay in. Let's try push it to overtime. Every round is so critical.
And now you called it, they have not been towards this B site, but here comes some sort of aggressive control here, jump spotting, so they definitely got spotted at Mistim, and they're choosing to turn up the pace here, switch on the fire. Mistim looking for frags, but Big 5 playing it defensively, gets a tag onto one of the players there, does Custom, the mollies are coming in. They don't seem to be committing to this though. They do have numbers, they're waiting for some sort of counter aggression coming out of Big 5, but they aren't giving them much at all, and eventually Mistim gets the advantage in the round for one of the first times at this point, and now they can just wait. You can see the rotations from the CTs coming through towards that heaven area, and Sin 5 have got what they wanted. They've baited out quite a rotation now. They just need to create some sort of presence on the map elsewhere, and you can see that they're busy doing just that. Only one player on the A side of things, as Big 5 are at a one-man disadvantage.
You can see Sinister 5 implementing the whole push and pull concept. Put a lot of pressure on B, settled, and let the A players take over and find information. To make sure the space is given. Mistim almost landing that spray through the wall. Now it's down to Convict for this battle. He does take a dink for his efforts, and Divo takes a dink as well. That Convict wins that duel, so the B player should be settling right now, sitting in place. We do see a rotation coming out of Tuckport towards the A side, but little does he know they are entering that B side. They are pushing into Monster. It's just two defenders, an AK and a P250. This Molly is going to push Chunky out of that spot, and man, caught out of position.
Yep, Sin 5 giving Big 5 a little bit of their own medicine there, molling off the barrels, forcing a push, but now Tuckpop with the off angle manages to make things even. 3v3 as the retake comes in. There's R moving towards that short area, and Custom gets double kill, gets all three.
Triple!
Custom, he shuts it down.
Custom. You say his name 3 times, and he pops up in a mirror like a thief in the night as he steals this map away from Sinister 5. Man, oh man, what a conclusion to that map. Custom coming up big.
Coming out big there right before Sinister 5 are able to settle and able to get into their post-plant positions. He just goes big, goes ham. But remember, that was Big 5's map pick. What a dominant performance, 69 there, but Sin 5, 100% going to be a force to be reckoned with on train. That is their map. That's where the AWPs reign supreme. That's Mistim's playground. So really looking forward to that one. And yeah, I mean, solid performance out of Big 5 there, winning their map. So they're one step closer to reaching those grand finals and did it in somewhat of a convincing manner.
Indeed, I mean, it's kind of expected. They have beaten Sinister 5 previously in Overpass, and it does seem to be a home ground map for them. But Train is the next map, and we know how deadly Sinister 5 is on that map with that WADP. We know how crazy Mistim can actually get. And, you know, like Goku, pushing to his limits, and he gets better and better with each interaction, each round, each game he plays Mistim. So
yeah, and you've got to deal with this beast that you've got to either run away from and go to the other side of the map, or you try and you take him on and you just feed him kills, you throw numbers at the problem, and he just takes advantage of that. So I'm really, really looking forward to Train here. But that is map 1 over and done with.
Yeah, man, I would like to see Divo step up in the next map and Flexi, etc. Just be more impactful coming into the next map. I don't think they seem too comfortable in certain situations or too aware as to how to actually get back into the game. I know it was hard, I know it was tough, but next map they have to shake that loss off and bounce back.
I do expect that to happen, though. I mean, again, you know, it is Big 5's map pick, and Sinister 5 are, you know, none of these teams are here to play around. They all are coming for first. All of them have won tournaments, have won championships, both LAN, online. They've all beaten one another. So, you know, for them, it's not much of a, you know, I expect them to brush it off. I expect them to come back on Train, be flaring, and yeah, ultimately, I'm looking forward to it.
I'm also looking forward to it. So, guys, stay tuned. Train will be the next map coming in, and if Sinister 5 do take that, we will be moving to Inferno. So do enjoy it, do stay in tune. We'll be throwing it over to the panelists, and what say you guys?
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Appreciate the lengthy insight at the end of that one. But it was one-sided for very many parts of that game. I know you gentlemen want to jump in. It's like your MO.
No. I got this sequential analysis.
No, the problem is I trust you when you give me insight. I don't trust you when you tell me you're going to go from A to B. I'm actually surprised that when you're walking up the stairs, you don't almost just somehow, you know, teleport to the top and then start at the bottom again.
Yeah, well, if it was analysis, I probably would. Anyway, what a first half coming out from Big 5 on their T side. They blew Sinister 5 out of the water. Picking up 10 rounds on the T side is way more than they would have asked for. And they just looked so good as the unit moving around the map. They conditioned Sinister 5, creating weaknesses and then exploiting those weaknesses, changing the pace up really nicely. And it was just a flawless first half from Big 5.
It really was. They looked in control the whole time. They looked composed. They were playing clinical CS. Didn't see much mistakes coming out of them either. You know, the one thing in the first half from Sinister 5 that I think, you know, we normally don't like to talk about what they could have done better because we don't know what's going on. But their util usage for me was not on point. I mean, what Big 5 did to just destroy destroy them there. It was insane to watch.
Yeah, I don't even know if it was just the util that led to their letdown. I think that Big Five were just a step ahead of them. They had a clear-cut blueprint heading into that half, and it worked out so well for them. We even saw that 5 Mac 10 buy. Instead of going for the eco, they buy 5 Mac 10s, they rush through lowers, and they overwhelm those players on A. Instead of just going for some upgraded pistols, they change up the dynamic, and it yields them around. They get so much money from it as well, and that's when they started to spiral out of control. So I loved that control that Big Five actually displayed there on Overpass.
Yep.
They looked slick. I think
Yeah, they
that's the
really
best way
did.
to say it.
Well-oiled, yeah.
One of those moments that I really appreciated was when they went up to A site, tossing the smoke, and we actually, I think it was Tianqi who actually went over the train behind the smoke, and you literally had the entire Sin 5 facing forward, wanting to deal with the problem that they're expecting, and right in from the backstab was beautiful. He gets one, I think, puts out some damage on the second, but all the information is now available for the rest of his teammates to finish the job.
I think Tianqi did that a couple of times while in that game. I know the one round he went all the way through A side down towards heaven, towards B. Like, he didn't find anyone because Slowey was just got there first with the kills. But I mean, they were playing so nicely around the map and just making Sin 5 think about their every move. They never felt, it looked like they never felt that the map was safe to even move on.
Yeah, the thing is Big Five were one step ahead the whole time. Every time Sinister 5 reacted to try and counter what Big Five was doing, Big Five were already changing it up. Rushing B. Okay, cool, guys. Sinister 5, let's stack an extra player in the B bomb side. They change the pace, go slowly, take control of A, the weaker bomb side at the time. So really good conditioning coming out from Big Five, but then also using that conditioning to their advantage. And then we head to the second half. That pistol round, I mean, crazy balls of steel from Big Five to stack 5 players in lowers. I've never seen that before, as Goals was saying as well. Completely unconventional, but I loved it. Middle of the map. You can rotate to A or B very easily. And also the T side don't expect so many people to be in there. You could see the trap was set. He was shoulder peeking. He saw 3 players. They were like, guys, let's just overwhelm them and get the frag. They ran down the stairs and there were 5 players there. So it was just way more than they bargained for.
I mean, it's just that sort of thing where now everyone playing against Big Five is going to be like, oh, wait, guys.
Is this
playing
the
on
pistol they're
Overpass.
using? Yeah, exactly. And in the second half, they just had to make ends meet, really connect the dots.
Did. It looked like Sin 5 was a bit more... it looked like they were getting to a stage where they could maybe even things out. But then Big Five, I mean... I literally sat there and I was like, okay, well, this, round's over. We're going to go to... Game's not done. And then I was just like, oh, wait.
Game is done. Headset on.
Okay. Like, you just get 3 kills, it's fine. Finish. He was just like, guys, no, let's go into the second game. I'm done. Let's carry on playing.
It's interesting you mentioned that they were quite sneaky in some parts of this game, quite unconventional, as you mentioned. To me, Train is one of the maps that I really think you could do some fantastic stuff with. It is these weird, awkward close quarters for a lot of it. I can imagine coming around a corner and expecting one guy in a little tight spot, but instead we're all cuddling in here, just kind of aiming at you when you come around the corner. So I do think that there is... I don't know. I would actually love to see what sort of prep they have for it. I think you did mention this was their map, the first one. So they're now going into Sinister 5's choice. So maybe the tail will change. Maybe it'll be Sinister 5.
Yeah, I do expect a far more well-rounded performance out of Sinister 5 heading into Train. It's one of their strongest maps. They've got the players who are very good on that map as well, especially Mist and Divo and Hack'em. Those 3 are fantastic. So yeah, this is definitely something that Sinister 5 just have to put behind them and focus on the map that's at hand.
That's the thing in these sort of situations, especially in a best of 3 when you're playing for your tournament life. You have to put that game behind you. Go in fresh-minded. Make sure that you're not taking any of the bad stuff that happened from the game before into the next game, because this is your map pick. This is the map that you're supposed to win. And I think, depending on how Sinister 5 play this, because they were giving Big Five a lot of space to do their own thing. And if Sin 5 do that again, then I don't think we're going to see a third map.
I think we've got a man backstage.
Don't do that. But we want that in front of. We want the game 3. So in fact, cast is cursor. Say it outright.
We've got...
But hey, Recall, do you remember that comment I made earlier about there was the battle on the beach that we're watching over here, and then there was the battle under the sea. So let me ask you a question. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
I think it's Wilson Triple XL.
It is indeed Wilson Triple XL. So Wilson Triple XL, please tell us, what's life like in the Krusty Krab?
Owen.
And welcome backstage where Energy and GG are busy duking it out. The first map is done already. And there's quite a lot to talk about, so I'll try and speed on through it. In the early stages of the map, it was EN's pick, and they picked Vertigo of all maps. I'm sure the panel's going to have plenty to say about that, especially you, Hayes. In the interim, though, Energy started off trailing hard, but managed to make a massive comeback where it was really, really tight right until the end, and they won their first map. 16-12 was the final score. That's the story of events back here backstage. They're about to kick off for map 2. The morale is super high, not just in the EN booth, but also here in the GG booth. Wait for it. It's going to be a fantastic match. I kind of wish this was on the big stage too.
All right. Yeah. Interesting thoughts coming from back there. Better late than never, right?
Yeah. Energy won the first map though, and it was Vertigo. We saw, well, we didn't see Vertigo, but it was played backstage. It's the first time in a very long time that it's actually being played here. Vertigo, it actually wasn't played once at ECL across like 60 maps.
Yes,
it was not picked once. So the fact that it got played here shows that Energy, they've been doing their work on the map, and they won 16-12. They've dropped Goliath down a map.
But we said that when the tournament started. On a map like Vertigo, not many teams are doing work on a map like Vertigo. So a team that does already has an advantage.
Yeah.
I thought that's a really close encounter as well, that backstage match. So I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to the game 3. I actually couldn't imagine Goliath losing 2-0 to Energy.
Yeah, I kind of want to know what the next map is. Inferno. That's actually it's Goliath's strongest map pick, yeah. And Energy are looking a bit shaky, so it should go the third map.
I don't suppose you know what the third map is. Just you reach into the pocket of the
overpass, which is actually neither of these teams played a lot of that map, so clearly a lot of work has been done heading into this event, which is exactly what you want to see.
Great. Well, we will keep an eye on it for you all who are tuning into the mainstream. Obviously, once again, you can check it out on the B stream if you're interested in watching those matchups and seeing how they're playing out. I somehow need to clone myself. Actually, we will take turns watching the backstage. But it is certainly quite scary to think that Goliath Gaming, they may be out now in an hour or so.
Without even being on the stage, by the way.
Yeah.
That would be a tough pill to swallow.
It is indeed. But I mean, that's unfortunately the nature of these events. You know, you have your time, and if you don't come to the party during your game, then unfortunately you're gone.
I think, to be fair, the reality is, and Hayes, you said this earlier. You said none of these top 4 sides came here to finish top 4.
Yeah.
Every single one of them wants to win. So the reality is, it doesn't matter who you are at this point. It doesn't matter where you are playing, whether it be backstage or on the front. The only game you really need to get to, the game that matters absolutely most, that will guarantee you a spot on the main stage, of course, is that grand finals.
Yeah.
And for Goliath Gaming, they're not going to be satisfied coming top 4. That will be that'll be a gut punch. They won't accept
actually the last team that most people would have been expecting to come fourth, although it's going to be third, fourth sort of thing amalgamated. But yeah, I mean, we're going to have an upset either way. I mean, that's the bottom line.
That is the bottom line, and a tournament structure like this also makes that opportunity for upset. So you never know what's going to happen. But there's still a lot of CS to be played down there, or back there rather. So down there, back there.
Back into this game, got Big 5 on the screen here, and you can see the man at the back is doing a lot of talking, and his name is Maniac, and he's one of the few coaches at the top level in South African Counter-Strike. Sinister 5, they've got Rogue, but he's more of a mental coach than an actual detailed theoretical coach. So it's no surprise that he's actually having an impact and has quite a bit to say to the boys.
Well, we actually speak quite a little bit about like the preparation, etc. That coaches, or rather the value of coaches in your preparation. Yeah. So I think it is nicely covered, a nice opportunity to just see the man doing his job in the background there. Yeah. We're all having fun here, enjoying the CSGO. He is working very, very hard, I can promise you that.
Coaches can't talk during the game. They can only talk before the game and during pauses. So this is his opportunity to really load them with information. Say, guys, they love to do this on train. They like to get aggressive in IV. In their save rounds, they want to try and push up the B ramp. Be careful of X, Y, and Z, because you don't have the chance to do that in the middle of the game before each round. So that's exactly why he's just getting his orders out there before the game starts.
Is it possible for a coach to call for a attack pause, out of curiosity?
Yes, you just go, pause.
Double tap on the shoulder,
yeah.
Pause the game.
I was going to say if it was okay, because I actually wasn't sure. So that is interesting.
Especially when you have a coach like that, right? A coach like Maniac. I mean, man has a massive brain for CS.
Yeah, he's been playing for a long time.
He's been playing for a very, very long time. Especially when you have a coach like that, it's on a main stage in this sort of environment. He's got the experience. He knows, the pressure that is this sort of environment. So it's actually quite a good person to have in that respect, and because of his knowledge of the game as well.
Out of curiosity, if you guys were playing on either the two sides, you needed a mental coach to keep you stable or a smart coach to give you intel, which one would you prefer?
I personally go with the smart coach every single day of the week. Yeah. Mentally, you should be able to control your emotions for the most part. Not to say it's not nice to have someone to help you, but I think when you've got someone with that theory in the back of their head and you've lost 5 consecutive rounds and it's you lose the map and you lose the game, to actually have somebody in the background there who's not emotionally as committed as you are, not so focused on your sort of individual performance. It's great to have that bird's eye view, that third perspective coming in just to untap that mind, make sure that you're not overthinking the situation and bring you back down to ground zero.
I think, what was it, about 2 years ago now that they stopped the coaching in-game?
Yeah,
about 2 years.
Yeah.
Back then, yes, I would say a good split between a mental and a tactical coach is a great thing to have, because you also have that person to bring your team back down, make sure that they're not tilting, make sure that they're not, overthinking situations. But now, when you only have such a limited amount of time to speak to your players, tactical coach all the way.
It's interesting. I'm actually going to disagree with you guys. I'm going to give some love to Sin 5 and their particular coach. My background's slightly different from CSGO, so I should give that forewarning. But in my competitive days, in a different title, it was actually, for me, I always found you got so much value out of having somebody in your ear that made you feel positive regardless of the situation.
Yeah,
and if you're actually able to do that, I would far prefer to have somebody being like, hey, what I want you to do is I want you to go around that corner and blast that guy out of the map for a round because you got his number, versus an individual that would, which is in its own right, it's got that value, versus somebody who maybe will explain to you how to go around that angle. Yeah. And that's oversimplifying it, but I think it probably comes down a lot to the players as well and how emotional they're. I'm definitely somebody who can get you can get the most out of me when I think I'm winning, and at the same time when I think I'm losing, I can go a little bit quiet and not add as much value.
I think a lot of teams that are currently playing at the top level in CS and SA have that sort of person in the team itself, right? You have that experienced player that would be that influence, that positive influence. They have the experience. Yes, it is always difficult to be on the team and then still be positive about situations when you're losing or down around or whatever the case may be, but I think most of the teams in SA have that sort of person inside the team already in the form of either the captain or the IGL.
Well, fair enough. Well, we'll see now, I guess, because this is almost the time that I think either are really important. One that can tell you, listen, this is how you should fix it, or one just keep the spirits high and say, this is how you're going to stay in it. This is your map now. Let's go get them, boys. Let's show them what Sin 5 can do.
That only amounts for so much, though. It's great telling somebody that they can do it, but sometimes you need that advice on how to go about getting the job done.
Well, time will tell.
Yeah,
we'll see. Because
in my opinion, it's debatable. It's two different schools of thought, and it's really about what that specific team requires the most. When you have someone like Zero Chance, you don't really need somebody in the back line getting all that theory crafting out. So yeah, that makes sense that they've got that mental man behind them in Rogue.
All right. Well, I wonder who is the brain and who is the mental coach in our duo. That is, of course, Lighter and Goals. Gentlemen, for one of the last times of this entire weekend, please entertain us.
Last time indeed for this weekend, and Train Goals. That's a map Sinister 5 need to win, have to win, have no other choice but to win to stay in the semi-final. They don't want to go home early, do they?
Definitely not, but again, I mean, Train is their map pick. It's, as I said earlier, Mistim's playground. Going to see him wielding that AWP a lot more here, and Big 5 never had to deal with any sort of AWP issues on either of their sides, and Train lends itself to that. So very interested to see how this unfolds, and yeah, I'm ready to get this this match underway, and we are jumping into the game here, guys. Map 2 of the semi-finals at CombiCon Africa 2019. Make some noise!
There we go, I like the sound of that. Molly, smoke, flashbang on Sinister 5, and full kit and custom, and a kit and a smoke onto Convict. Looks like they will be playing retake inside. The only player in this custom inside, he's in the fullback that Nate does so much damage. The Molly to cut off the rotation, deleted by Hack'em, is custom, and they're going to push right through the smoke. They're making sure no rotation point is accessible for Big 5 Esports. Look at this, they even have every choke, the back. They're going to push it to CT spawn soon. The rotation is so far away, they need to wait out that smoke goals. Don't know what to say, don't know what to...
Yep, well, they've got that inside bomb site. That smoke is pressuring them now, but the flanks are coming in. Hack'em doing lots of work with that. P250 still alive, still doing damage. Doesn't get traded out, does a lot of damage to the side of Big 5. Tuckwalk goes down, and Sinister 5 start their T-side campaign with a bang.
Yeah, customers just overwhelmed there, despite the amount of damage you do like Grenade. Lovely pace by Sinister 5 and lovely win by them, and that pistol one was so important, it's so vital. But how did Big 5 respond? There we go, they force up with the double scout Deagle. Tag 2 and Deagle them down, one shot each. The Deagle can, shoot you once, the scout tags you after that, but it all depends on the range. Galleys, AKs and an UMP, even a SIG picked up on the side of Sinister 5.
Yep.
Going to be looking to just take this nice and easy, nice and slow, just to make sure they don't lose any members quite early. Hakim getting blind by his teammate, doesn't want to overextend there. Molly just to flush out any player in Pop, but it's not going to burn the entire extent of Pop. As we can see, Tuckbox is sitting at the back there. You'll see this is going to be a battle throughout the iteration of this map. Pop is so important, so vital, so accessible for the CTs to get to quite early round, and the Ts let them. And if you do, there are quite a few options to get the CTs out of Pop, but it's very detailed and meticulous.
Yeah, I don't expect Flexi to be going down here at any point again. You want to be keeping these rifles at distance. You want to force these pistols to get out of their comfort zones, and you can just see how Big 5 are trying to keep, bait Sin5 into this bomb sites, make them commit, not giving them any sort of, opportunity. And when they do take those range battles, of course, got those 2 scouts on 2 deadly sniper riflers in the form of Convict and Slowy. So again, Sin5 electing to hit this inner bomb site, Custom and Slowy waiting. He takes spot shot now. They should have the information that they are gearing for some sort of take, and Slowy unable to get into a position to assist. He takes a shot, unable to land it, but Sin5 now going to commit to this execute. Yeah, Hakim gets the first opening frag, and now they're going to commit to the site, but Custom responds with one of his own, gets traded out by Mistim. It leaves Tianchi still on this bomb site alone, but he gets taken out by Mistim as well. And now it's all up to Convict here with the Scouts, going to try and do as much economical damage as possible, but Hakim with the scope of his own in that SIG gets another frag, and the force buy with no real consequence for Big 5 Esports there.
I really enjoyed our Sinister 5, just waited up that execute. They mollied out the specific zones, they smoked out what they needed to smoke out, and they just held and they waited for the overextension and the peaks from Big 5. They were squishy, some of them didn't have armor, so well played by them, especially Mr. making sure anyone close out that those Deagles were negated. But we do see another pause coming out. Pretty sure it's a tech pause.
Yeah, this early on, don't expect a pause to be coming through, so yeah, I mean, strong start here for the T side, as we saw for last map, except it was Big 5. But Energy Esports so far, twice in a row favoring that B bomb site, and we can see how Sin5 are a lot more confident on this map.
Again, I like the Zeus spy coming out of Custom.
Oh, where's he going to chill? He's going to go close up ramp inside, I imagine.
Pop is a bit too far from him. I'm pretty sure they'll try to clean out Pop's Sinister 5. Make sure there's no CTs in there, so I think one of the best options probably will be going close ramp inside of that Zeus, as he is the inside player. In fact, he does choose to go, so I love that.
Run jump,
he's actually going to try to beat the time. I've never seen this before.
Fancy footwork coming out, going to get up and close and personal, but unable to get to the side of the corner there. But an outside breach is the name of the game here. Sin5 with two quick picks. Diver with another one, spots the player at Electric, going to be calling that out. So they are aware of one of the last remaining 2 players here, and they are going to hunt him down. Down pop goes Flex, he gets that frag. Custom with the Zeus, we want to see something happen here. He gets spotted, he gets shot at, and now they are aware of his position, going to wait here.
He's going to try Zeus as they come up, or just Batman him with the Zeus. Oh! The electrocute strike doesn't hit! Lightning doesn't strike twice, it seems.
Unable to connect it there, very tough gun to use. I don't think I've even used that Zeus before personally. But that being said, of course, those rounds were expected to be converted by Sin5. But now, first buy round, and again, that AWP coming out on Slowy. But in response, Zero Chance has one of his own.
Battle of the Orcs, that is trained. Those long angles outside, those long angles by Alien inside do complement that gun, so it just depends how they use it and where they use it. We do see sandwich smoke coming out, some flashes to obscure some vision and disorientate the CTs, but we do see it's an inside push, and it's Custom all alone.
It's a ruse tools. They're hitting Custom all alone here, again choosing this in a bomb site, and he's had to forfeit it once again. Falling back all the way to the drains, gets the call out to his teammates. As you can see, fast rotations, but 2 players from Sinister 5 moving very aggressively towards the top. Divo getting the first pick, and now going to be looking for more. Gets another one, and these rotations are just getting cut straight in the middle before they can even get to the site. Divo with the third, And this Big 5 defense is getting ripped apart by this fast change of pace. You know, last round they did that outside execute, or just a fast-paced outside breach, and ultimately through the same util, you could see Zero Chance throwing the same stuff. Big 5, those flashes were getting them left, right, and center, and ultimately they committed the rotation, and Custom, again, just left all alone in that inner bomb site. And I wanted to mention it last round, but soon enough, Big 5 are going to need to make some sort of adjustment, and Sin 5 are going to need to prepare for that as well. So another gun round on the side of Sin 5, starting the C campaign.
It's just so hard when you get nice shot coming out of Zero Chance, picking off Tianki's back green, slowly picking up a kill of his own, and this seems kind of dicey. Deagle face shot onto Zero Chance, deletes him off the map. Slowly's pushed into T-Con, but there's still a player at Ali. Perhaps he's aware of it as he's pre-aiming it, but the other two terrorists are sitting above Pop or in Pop. So it's kind of comes down to makes the better mid-round decisions in this game right now, and Convict, he's pretty good with this AWP, missing that shot, but Slowy still lurking behind him. He loves to get behind enemy lines so often, and he's so good at that. We see Divo, he's definitely not aware of it, and trigger discipline.
Trigger discipline, indeed, Tools, and he's going to get the big flank. He's called it over to his teammates. Convict does have the AWP, so he's going to be posting it. The only thing left on the table is that there is a flank, and he's going to get both players. He kills them both slow. He gets the bomb down, and now all the pressure is on Divo, who is coming through from behind slowly. So we've had quite a few flanks this round, but not really aware of where Divo is. Divo spots him out now. His position is given away. Divo needs to try and get the frag. Slowly runs the hell out of there, and this forces him to go down the ramp. Custom misses the shot. He takes the jewel, but he gets the trade. And Custom saves Big 5 there at the end of the round. And again, just, I mean, off the bat there, Sin 5 just getting out-jeweled there towards middle. Big 5 throwing numbers at the problem that, you know, was caused for them in the previous rounds, and ultimately make it work for them, getting those guns slowly, almost allowing them to get into that bomb site before pulling the trigger, but manages to pull it off. Custom closing it out, and Big 5 respond with one of their own.
Indeed, and I'm sure those inside bursts are quite unsettling, so they will be having quick rotators towards that B site, and that's something that's been set in the mentality. And we know Sinister 5 love to change it up as they've done so. Right now, with 3 players sitting towards Ali, Tianki's is going to be faced with a huge amount of efforts and work to do here. He does have some utility. He's going to smoke it out, and that's the right thing to do. Buy some time, make sure he doesn't get spammed.
Woo! Great
grenade is going to be some money.
You're big.
Which it is. Meaty grenade coming out of Tianki's, and a nice boost coming out of Sinister 5 to make sure they got some more information that what they needed. Divo sitting on ventilation. We have pop dark control, and this setup is going to adjust. As we can see in the mini-map, they're rotating to support Tianki's back alley. Custom soloing that inside side to game. Seems pretty confident in leaving him alone.
Yep, which is one of the most difficult sites to hold on your own. But Big 5 got faith in the big man Custom. But Sin 5 moving away from that IV control, established enough of a presence. All they got was a nade in their pocket for their troubles, and now gonna retake control here towards this mid-con, but slowly, aggressively peeking inside there, and this is a very, very risky scenario. It does manage to get the smoke off, but Sin 5 gonna push through it. It looks like the exec is coming in. I do think they need to commit here. They are coming out towards middle. This is not a fake. Slowly at the electric box. Can he make it happen? He is flashy. He is on point. He gets another one through the train, and now Sin 5's breach has been broken. Slowly going for the ace. Hackham gets a frag. It's all up to... No, cleared up by Convict. Gets that last frag, but Slowly, that's what he's known for. That's what we discussed at the beginning of the round. Look at the man there on the right. He's doing all the damage at the moment. Brilliant stuff coming out of him. That close combat AWPing is something else to deal with, Tools.
Indeed, and he's so versatile that AWP. His movement does complement the way he plays, which is so hard to negate. He's always good for those one and downs and ducking and weaving behind the electronic box, and that's something a lot of professional AWPers would do. Leave alley, let them come through alley, because that's not the bomb site. The bomb site's on the A side. It's right there. It's on the train. There's a letter on the minimap. We do see some outside smoke. Lovely grenade in Mr. M's face, and he won't be too happy about that, but it gives him some space to work with. As soon as he smokes clear, he's exposed. So there needs to be a plan after this.
Yep, he's Catalonia outside, but teammates are making their way towards Ivy. Going to be taking contact shortly. Lovely molly coming out of Slowey there. Going to separate this pincer type attack here from multiple angles, and again, Miston still in a dangerous position there, but Sin 5 not committing to anything just yet.
Slowy so mobile with that AWP, goes into help. Tianki's dead. Ali Takbok nets 2 kills of himself so in front of Electronic Box and Little Ladder. Just one man left on Hack'em. He's able to recover that AK down by Mr. Man. Let's see if he can do some economic damage. Nope, he can't. Gets taken out by Convict.
That aim punch there, not too much invested into that round. Sin 5 do have enough to buy some AK-47s and get some util. Mistem is already purchased, so we can expect a buy coming out from them. I think they want to keep the pressure up onto the CT economy. I mean, despite Big 5 winning these rounds consecutively, their bank is still under a bit of pressure, and Sin 5 do indeed commit to that take. Starting off with the same sort of control here towards Sandwich, going to try and get Mistem outside of the trains, but a little bit slower pace this time.
Indeed, Diver. New player hovering around Ivy, making sure there's no CT aggression. They've opted not to take Pop Dog this time, which is a decent adjustment. Mistem waiting for some opportunities for Sound Q's to capitalize on, but look how flat the CT defense is. This call is to potentially turtle, make sure if they do take this out, there's an option to retake.
Smokes are raining in here, going to try and bait out some of the CT util, but it does look like quite an extensive breach. So a lot of util, almost all the util used, they are going to commit to this outside breach, and now numbers are outside of the middle train. Big 5 have not spotted any of the players. They are on the bomb site now. Players are under pressure. Sin 5 are going to look to get the bomb down. Player has been taken down in heaven. Multiple thereby Ivy waiting to retake. You can see some rotations coming through City Spawn, but Sin 5 are getting all these frags. All the openings are going their way, and for the first time they hit this outside on a buy round, and they catch Big 5 left wanting, and a lot of util left on all of the dead players, but unable to empty their pockets in time tools, and Sin 5 nets another round on the board.
Indeed, and at least Big 5 was able to save 2 rifles. And the way to turtle like that, I understood the concept and the idea they wanted to go, but you know, Takbok couldn't have been standing in heaven or on heaven, anywhere in that region. He needed to be playing by stop in that little corner over there. I'm not too sure what the particular names team used for it, but it's quite important to sit in an angle where if they tease, do want to come get that frag, do want to kill you, they're exposing themselves to a different angle. And you know, Takbok being isolated there, plays an Ivy being smoked off there slowly. He tried his best to support him, but nothing came of it. Sinister 5 did well to pick up their 5th round. Zero Chance, the captain of Sinister 5, sitting right there, and you know, he's been playing Counter-Strike for so long. I mean, I've played with him, you've played with him, Goals, and it's quite impressive how he's able to stay fit.
Yeah, calm as a cucumber, and one of the things is with Zero Chance, you know, taking that heavy IGL role and, you know, a puppet master of sorts, directing his players, and sometimes lacks a little bit in the fragging department, but ultimately here in these big stage matches, that's when he shows up. That's what he loves. That's why he's still here, still competing, still playing, still grooming these players, and you can just see how cool and calm he is there, just leading the way there for his team.
I mean,
from
just
the mental aspect.
just have a look at his flashbangs before the observer changes it. He's got 11 flashbangs, so you can see he's doing all the supportive work, throwing in the flashbangs, allowing the youngsters to go in with that hot aim and clear out zones, and he just trades behind them. That's the role he brings, that's the experience he brings. He's able to coordinate and structure the team in the right way. But Big 5 looking to claw the way back into us. The scores aren't too far apart, 3-5, and just 2 rounds apart. Custom sitting in this inside site, and utility is coming his way. He's able to call that in, puts the molly down, make sure no one's going to pop down that bottom ramp. Goals.
Going to buy his teammates some time to just figure out whether they're going to commit to those outside smokes or not, and does seem to be the latter, as Big 5 have already rotated a player in the form of Takbok 2 inside. They have a good feeling about this breach, a good feeling that Sin 5 are doing something different and leaning towards that inner site. You can see that Sin 5 have sent a player to create some sort of presence before they do hit it, but it looks like they're slowing down, regrouping for now.
But really try lean in all the numbers, Sinister 5. No matter where they go, they're always putting majority towards that to make sure they're getting the trades, the favorable trades. Yes, we can see the double drop down pop. No one's there. That flash felt like Slowy wanted to go in there. I felt like he wanted to go in there, but knowing that flash has failed, he is already prepared for a boost if need be. But Sinister 5 definitely look like they'll be going towards that inner site, as we can see how their postures are headed in that mini-map.
Yeah, and the problem for Big 5 is that both AWPs are sitting towards this outside region, so now Flexi needs to create a presence and force some sort of rotations, but Custom gets flashed off of his spot, so now the hit is coming in, he takes the peek and he gets taken out. Now, Sin 5 again take control of this in a bomb site. Molly does go down onto the site, putting a bit of pressure onto the bomber, but they're forced to push through these CT smokes. Tianki gets one, but traded by Zero Chance in return. Slowy able to get one for himself. Now, 3v3 situation here. Sinister 5 are getting into their post-plant positions. They do have an advantage, but Slowy with an amazing shot there onto Zero Chance Hakim. Under quite a bit of pressure here, waiting on either side of the smoke, waiting for the CTs to make a move, and he gets the frag, he gets the jump, and now it's up to him and Flexi, but Slowy with an amazing shot now. They're going to post Hakim. He's got a lot of work to do. They're going to tap the bomb. It's all up to Hakim. Can he get the job done? He does. He spots. He kills the bomber. Can he get another? He does. Hakim, brain supreme, and we all know that he's the best when he's alone, and ultimately converts the round there, saves Sinister 5, and that's going to be backbreaking for Big 5, not only on the scoreboard, but in the bank as well. You can see quite a bit of wealth on Custom. They can drop a couple of pistols if need be, but nothing else can be purchased off of the back of that. So, Sin 5, smooth sailing here in the first half of Train.
Indeed, Hakim coming up big there with that 3K, and that's his role. That's what he's known for. One of the biggest clutches in this country. We see the exit coming outside from Sinister 5, overwhelming with numbers, but there's so many bodies being thrown by Big 5. The trades are going back and forth in the favor of Sinister 5. Nonetheless, Custom, the last one left alive, and pretty soon they'll be aware that he normally comes from Little Ladders. We can see the smoke has just been deployed. And this is just a gap. There's a gap, but couldn't really take advantage of it. Zero Chance moving out at the right place, but surely a free kill and Divo. Not he's aware of it, turns at the right time, gets his kill, and that's the round concluded.
So far, I mean, it looked like a little bit of a concern as Sinister 5, did that outside breach, but again, just changing up that pace and committing to it and making sure that the trades happen. And ultimately, a little bit of damage done to the economy, but with that said, Sin 5 starting to build up their economy as well here. Over 3K for all of the players. So pretty much a similar storyline to how we saw Big 5 approach their map pick. An absolute dominant performance on the T side, and it looks like Sinister 5 have responded well. We discussed this during the break that they're going to brush it off. They're going to come back stronger. This is their map pick. And I mean, the only difference that we see is that Davo is starting to pop off, and it's someone that we didn't specifically mention due to obviously speaking about Mistim and his form in this tournament so far, but Davo is such a beast. Whatever weapon he has, it's always a danger, or multi-frag potential is always there. So back into the round we go. Big 5 buying into this, and again, Sin 5 brute forcing their way. They're committing to this fast outside breach. They don't care, but they're getting nades, they're getting mollies in return, and a lot of damage is being done here. Big 5 are emptying out their pockets and putting pressure. Slowly gets the first pick on Heaven. They already have the bomb train. Mistim gets two.
He's already on default. He's so fast with his approach. Look at the smoothman getting into CT rotator already to connect down. It's 3v5, but Tianki is looming from the 6. And I think it'll be set in hand. Zero Chance won't be too aware of this, and this trigger discipline. If he can pinch to find more players before killing the rest, he does find one. He's going to tap him through, and he's going to turn and burn that other player. One more pop dart gets traded out, leaves it at 2-2. He did his work. Now it's up to the rest. Full kit onto Custom. He's going to use the smoke for the bomb and potentially Molly, but missed him. That's a good spot to sit in. They weren't aware of it. It's so hard for the last player to clutch this. There's so much for Convict to do. There's smokes, there's two plays from different angles. The bomb is sticking faster and faster and missed him. MVP of that round for sure.
As I start to give Divo some credit, the man obviously gets upset and decides to just get a triple kill. Despite being under pressure, getting netted, pushing through the Molotovs, he ultimately gets into a prime position, then just cuts the rotations in half and ultimately gets into a super aggressive position that Custom was just not aware of and didn't predict, and converts that round for them. Sin 5 starting to mount the pressure here.
And I love the pace of change that they implemented there. Big 5 definitely were not ready for that, despite getting the injury, despite all the damage that he got initially, and lovely trade there. Nonetheless, shotgun, deal face to the face for Mistim. But his team is able to trade it out, leaving one more on 11 HP, and the health advantage there, but the gun isn't.
The gun hasn't been retrieved there, so no real benefit for Big 5, I think, and just really loving the change or how much Sin 5 are pushing or changing the versatility in what they do off the back of that, initial breach on that outside is just really putting pressure or confusing the defenses. But Sin 5 gonna now regroup and look to go towards Ivy, keep that distance. They don't have any main control here, and you can see Big 5 taking that position. Zero Chance is going to try and clear out the spot, but Convict is waiting on the other side. He's not able to land the shot. Now, aware of his position, but Zero Chance comes out on top. Tianki returns with 2. The trading is there, the spacing is there, and there are 2 AK-47s now.
That's the bomb, and he's going to smoke off the choke point, and there's only 38 seconds on the clock.
They just need to survive, tools.
They need to survive, and the rotations need to be there. We see 5 Tuckblock taking some damage from Pop. And how do they dissect this? There's a flash and dive, so potentially that's a thing. The molly to push Tianki's a bit forward. He's playing close left, and it is the triangle of doom in a sense, but there's 2 players to neglect that.
Yep, and they know that one is waiting for them in main, and Tianki does more work, gets 4 for the round there. Insane stuff from Tianki, manages to trade off the back of Convict and goes huge for his team there, bringing back the round. Sin 5 with that, leaving it to that last minute once again, and ultimately the bomb being out of position cost them another round. We saw that on Overpass, but here again on Train, but arguably one of the first mistakes they've made on this TU half.
It seems to be the kind of runs Big 5 are winning is from when they get the initial first frag and it slows down. After that, they seem to making all the correct decisions, but when it comes to the burst, when it comes to the exact Big 5 are doing, there's a bit of a disconnect into the train of thought, the pathing, etc., and Big 5 need to be able to recover this, potentially get 6-7 rounds on the board to mount up a considerable defense. Convict already taking some damage there. Inside shot didn't work out from potential was a trade for trade as Mistim is holding that AWP on Sinister 5's side. Mistim gets an AWP shot onto Tianki's by Ivy's, but that was definitely through the smoke, so he's going to feel hard down by that. Actually, it wasn't through the smoke. There's a little gap, and he's even crawling further. Our team main gets picked off by Ivy. They're getting swarmed from the back, and it's just a clear take. The defense is shaking. It's cracking.
Yep, coming from Pop, coming from Ivy, already out of main, looking for those picks, and despite having the numbers on the outside bomb site there, Big 5 just losing out on those jewels, and as they try to support their remaining teammates, that's where that pincer comes into effect, and ultimately here, Sin 5 with another clean, clinical round here on the T side. It's looking like it's going to be 9 on the board, but 2v4, it's not done just yet. Beautiful nade there from Custom, but not going to act on it, going to rather just retreat, fall back, and save these weapons into the next round. The economy is under pressure, so I think this is the right move considering how deep and how fast Sin 5 managed to take over that bomb site.
Indeed, and they're doing so well thus far. Sinister 5, 8 rounds on the board, so they've definitely won the half, potentially getting their 9th round, and it's so important for Big 5 to save this round, and Hakim is just waiting and definitely wants to take this player out. He's going to take high ground, and thank God for the next round for Custom. Hallelujah.
There's the beautiful crowd that are making the noise. What's up, guys? What's up? That's it.
How focused are they?
Biting their nails, I'm sure. And back into the game we go. Sinister 5 looking for that aggressive peak. Is missed him. Going to be met with some mollies, some nades. Taking quite a bit of damage now. Big 5 are starting to get pretty aggressive here. Manages to get the shot there with that off angle. Beautiful aggression. Something that Big 5 I think needed to do. Use these AWPs in that aggressive nature on the CT side.
He really wanted that AWP. Took some damage for his efforts, and now they need to reset and figure out how do they get into side A or side B with the remaining men. They have the remaining utility. They have Pop Dog control has been established. There's 2 players sitting inside, and don't really see a blind spot on the defense from Big 5, and as we can see, the smoke for the trains are coming up, potentially the line smokes. Counter smoke comes out by Big 5, and this makes Sinister 5's life so much harder as a player in Pop Dog. They have managed to push through the sandwich lane. No eyes have been laid on it just yet. So far, so deep has Diver gotten into the side, and they're definitely not aware of it. The wrap round, get the first player. Slowy and Tianki's have to deal with this player. Slowy does, but gets traded up by Hakim. 2v1, and the Pop Dog player does come out eventually and take out Hakim. And 6 rounds, 5 rounds on the board, I did say is something you can work with on the T side, but Sinister 5 have definitely done the job and just looking for some extra cream goals, extra cream.
Yeah, 9 rounds on the board here. It is the last round, so they have to force into it. They do have weakened weaponry, not as much util as the side of Big 5, but I mean, look at Slowy, no armor. If he gets tagged or dinked, that's going to be a tough one for him. But it looks like numbers are moving in towards this inside bomb side. They're picking up the pace here. Going to just walk, peek, and push Custom off there. He gets the molly off. They're going to be forced to push through it. But a lot of damage is done, and now it's all up to Slowy. He's going to clear out this top bomb side, and now he can just wait for his teammates. Bomb is going to go down, but this retake will now commence. You can see not all of the Big 5 players are there. Slowly with another frag of his own, and now they can start wrapping onto this bomb site now. Tanky gonna be able to catch this final Sin 5 player, and they managed to convert the round. But that said, I mean, they desperately wanted that round, moving with 6 into the second half, and I'm sure Sin 5 are pretty content, pretty happy with their progress so far on this T-side campaign. You know, if all just goes to usual with their CT side, you know, we should be looking at a third, but we will be going into this pistol round shortly, and that's going to have quite an impact. We did see Sin 5 manage to take that on the T side, so can Big 5 respond in the same way?
This is the second half. Map 2, semi-final between Big 5 and Sinister 5 Esports, and it is quite a brawl, so let's see how the rest of this game plays out. A lot of kit built up on Big 5, and you can see a smoke, double smoke, 2 flashes and a Molotov. That does indicate maybe they're going to implement the same strat, maybe fake outside. This is a molly for stop. There's 2 players sitting in the ladder, and they have to hit their shots, and they are. They are a meat grinder coming out from Diver and missed him, deleting the majority of the defense. Attack him, I say. But Custom left alive. I don't know how he recovers this round. If he clutches this,
generally,
a lot of men will bend a knee.
That is true. I mean, it's not impossible at the level that these guys all play at, but I mean, beautiful stuff. Got to commend Divo and Mist in there, the 2 heavy hitters from Sin 5, just reigning supreme. And generally, you know, that is not an angle that you would want to, or not a duel that you would want to take so close with that USP. But, you know, when you're rocking in the pairs and you're rocking, you know, hot aim and flame, it's very difficult to deal with. And you can just see they pop the heads of Big 5, and they seem to be well on their way to converting this pistol round here, and Mistim closes it down.
Indeed, and that's the difference between what Sinister 5 were doing ideally in their pistol and Big 5. You know, Little Ladder is something a lot of teams have decided to aggress, decided to take, because it just gives you so much information, whether they're going inside, outside, and it gives you faster rotations to inside and outside, and Sinister 5 did know that and capitalized on that. And it comes down eventually on pistol on is to hit your shots. You can have all the strategies in the world, but hitting your shots is going to be quite dire. Full Glocks on Big 5, just 2 flashbangs.
They're going to just go for a bomb launcher, try and supplement their economy, and Hakim is waiting inside. He does have support there as well, so this could be expected. Mistim and Hakim.
Oh, this grenade!
That is insane. Over almost 200 damage here, and he just taps away, and Mistim follows up with a frag of his own. The bomb does try and go down, but again, what a tight inside hold. Mistim and Hakim just doing crazy work, and we saw some smiles on the face there of Hakim, and that is one scary prospect. When that man starts feeling it, he starts getting on form. I'm sure it came after that little 2v1 clutch he had. It becomes scary, especially when Mistim and them are fragging the way that they are.
I mean, just have a look at their kills there, Mr. Observer, and definitely Mistim sitting on 18 kills. Dive also on 18 kills. I did say Dive needed to step up for them to get back into this, as well as Hakim, the clutch king. Slowly sitting on 18 kills is hitting quite hard, especially with that AWP, those multi-kills, but full gun round, a scout and 0 chance, so definitely looking for a tag and the rest of the players to finish it off. Look at this aggressive play by the Sinister 5 squad. Both defenders and the Ali player all falling one by one all over the map. It's giving Divo space to potentially flank, so this could be quite vital if they are looking to get back in this round, but Tianki's awareness is just there, and Sinister 5 have fallen.
Yeah, you could see that Big 5 basically had the plan of a nice 4-1 split there with their flanker coming through that Ivy position, but because Sinister 5 responded with some aggression and ultimately got punished, it makes the job a lot easier for Big 5 to convert this round and not losing a single man, and that's exactly what they needed to begin this half, and they're going to take all of those guns, all of those weapons into the next round. Still calm as a cucumber, no change of emotion there.
Ice cold.
Ice cold. Ice cold ZC. Looks like quite a stack here towards this outside bomb site. Sin 5 expecting Big 5 to choose that, but Big 5 are beautifully pulling off pretty much the same as last round. They're just going to be slowly walking, not giving anything away, waiting for some sort of contact, and due to Sinister 5 stacking this outside site, it is going to be the right plan. You can see they've already got that inside control. Zero Chance able to punish the Ivy player, get that AK, going to run away and keep that into the next round.
Slowly a bit frag hungry there, going for more after that initial kill. And inside being taken, Custom holding the 6 for the team. Mr. putting out some pot shots, potentially wants that Deeg, Juan Deeg, that Blaze. Look at that Diego, swirling it around like an ice cream. Custom too low for the peak. Let his teamies finish off the job. Oh, touchdown. He caught that grenade quite nicely.
Straight in the pocket.
On the chest. And that's the 8th round on the board for Big 5, keeping 4 members alive. Something they'll be happy with. Zero Chance. That gun does come in handy. That AK one tap to the face.
Are they going to commit to the buy?
There we go, giving it to Mr. Gets his AWP, which is kind of nice. Some Big 5 fans there in the crowd.
Full AK buy here. Big 5, despite having the money to bring up at all, they seem quite comfortable with what they're able to do with just these AK-47s, but Sinister 5 have that AWP in the form of Zero Chance slowly fluffing that smoke just a little bit, but inconsequential at this point. Beautiful nade coming out there. We all know that lineup.
That nade is so weird in the sense that if you go forward, the guy's pushing your toes. If you go backwards, you take the full brunt of the grenade. So Mistem just stood in the middle. A lot of players would do that. He's quite smart about Mistem. There we go. A bit idiocy there. Wants to try and get the trade in. Doesn't want to overextend of some sort. Takbok is got his hawk eye trained on that little ladder. And it's a 4v5 for the CT, so they need to either gamble a stack or have the perfect rotations, and the second grenade is gonna kill him. Touchdown. And that's the beauty of grenades in Pop Dog. If you know how to use them, if you know how to make the CT's life a living hell there, it's well worth it if you learn the right technique and utility usage. But the gamble stack inside does come, and this is what I did mention. One of the only ways they could potentially get back into this is with the stacking inside. Custom does go down, and number one, Slowy is pushing inside, so the double fake should come in and the information should come about for them to rotate back to the outer side. And this gamble stack does not pay off, even though the smoke will hold them there, will hold some of the players there quite tensuously at that. Pop bails down Pop, but they're still able to get up. No one's there at home.
Yep, Slowy just completely negating that inside stack, gets such a great position here, moves his way all the way, secures this entire bomb site all by himself with no HP to work with at all, and a great call to tell his teammates to come and join him in this outside bomb site. And it looks like Sin 5 got to stick to their guns here, keep them into the next round. They do have 3 players alive, so they will be able to drop for those fallen teammates. But Big 5 starting to mount a little bit of a comeback here, starting to put rounds on the board, and Sin 5 yet to string consecutive rounds on their CT side together to build that economy, perhaps get that double AWP setup going. Takbok playing very aggressive here, going to just spam around the corner, gets the first frag, and he knows that another player is there. He's going to just continue the pressure, and will he get the kill? He does not. Hack him gets the better of him, but in turn Convict gets that frag, so only one gun being brought into the next round, but it is the AWP.
It's quite devastating. They definitely wanted to buy off the back of those 3 guns being saved. Have a look at the economy. There was potential if they dropped some sewing machines and some farmhouses, play close court engagements with those guns, but we do see an airstrike about to happen. 3-4 grenades on the side of Sinister 5. We're not going to use all of them just yet, just a few. Zero Chance boosted up into the side. I like this to just catch the tease on an off angle.
Down in the high control. Lexi trying to get aggressive, gets killed by Custom though. Zero Chance gonna take the trade, and he gets it right.
As we can see, majority of the T-side players are headed inside. It's potentially going to be down to Convict to sell the fake, because the rotation has gone inside by Zero Chance. He does have no armor. He's going to go for the shot and just suck up the damn 1 damage from that molly, and I think the call for him is to get out of dodge. The Convict taking out the rest of the players, potentially wants to get out of there. Does spot a player. After that shot, he definitely wants to not lose that Craig, especially to hack him. He's so proficient with that gun. Yes, them hot in his heels. Doesn't fall for the fake steps given by Convict. Too smart for that, too composed for that.
Yep, gets the frag. They keep their weapons going into the next round now.
(10-11). The scores are getting closer and closer. Sinister 5 need to find a way back to winning ways.
Do have a few weapons to work with here, so Big 5 gonna look at hunting it. Missed him, gets that final frag there. Inconsequential though, because the bank is starting to build up quite a few rounds of cushion economy, if you would, for Big 5 to work with. Still no AWP coming out of Big 5 on this T side. Similar storyline on Overpass, but some 5 invested completely into this round, and standard stuff coming out of Big 5, not trying to bait out some of the CT's utility.
Smoke into T main by Mistem. If you're not going to smoke Pop Dog, you smoke middle, and it seems to be the name of the game for them. Perhaps they're setting up for a pop flash into Pop Dog mid-round. Slowly picking up IV player Kati, aka Flexi. He's going to even progress further, which is going to put a lot more pressure into the CTs to be hyper-focused on this position or re-rotate into something else. He's going to push backlines even. No one's watching it at all.
Slowy again, just getting a great positional advantage. He needs to slow things down so that he doesn't get his surprise spotted. And now you can just see the whole of Big 5 are just waiting for Slowy to make the call. Is he going to get behind them inside? Is he going to get them? He is, and now the call will come in. They will. That's the flag. Zero chance unable to get the frag. That's the molly, and that probably is the round. All of the Big 5 players have that inside bomb site, and Sin 5 again forced to run for the hills and save onto these rifles, but Slowy again still in such a good position, unable to net the frags.
That's unfortunate. That hurts the soul goals. Missed him. He's always there, just so weird. He's always there to help the team out of tricky situations like that, bailing out Zero Chance. Not only that, he's bailing out the CT's economy by getting that kill.
Indeed, but I mean, Slowy there, job well done throughout the round. He manages to get that complete unspotted flank and makes the right call, makes the right play there for his team to, again, just get control of that inside bomb site.
Yeah, it's pretty weird how they allowed him to get so far without eyes or awareness being implemented in a situation like that, but that does even out the scores. 11-11, missed him sitting on 21 kills, Slowy on 24. The battle of these two players is pretty intense, goals, and Sinister 5 sort of a wishy-washy, but there we go. They've put up full double orb, even an AUG, an AK, and an M4. They have everything they need in terms of utility and armory to win this round.
Again, Big 5 with the standard 1-3-1 setup here. Zero Chance gets the first frag. Advantage in the way of Sin 5, and that's a great feed. Divo going to look to get more aggressive there. Going to get support flashed in by his teammate. There goes the flashback. He spams and Convict gets the blind shot.
He couldn't see goals. He couldn't see anything.
Completely white, but predicts it perfectly. Hakim gets that kill on the Lurkov inside. Stabilizes things here in this round for Sinister 5 now. 4v3 advantage in the way of the CTs, and Big 5 forced to now regroup, gather up together, and use whatever else they have left to try and rescue this round.
As we do see two players slowly but surely trotting towards Ivy. Custom sitting in Pop Dog. They've opted to do a 2-2 setup, 2 on A, 2 on B. Making sure if trades do go even, it's clutchable for either side.
The clock is ticking here, Tools. 30 seconds left, and they're forced to commit here towards Ivy. There come the smokes, missed him. Gonna take a shot, reveals his position, but Big 5 cannot afford to stop, and they get a pick on the bomb train, but is it enough? Time is ticking and pressure is getting mounted, but Convict is just doing loads of work with the SIG, and suddenly the defense just falls apart. Zero Chance, the last player remaining, and again forced to most likely save in this scenario.
Sure, I thought, you know, those setups Sinister 5 have would sort of hold. I mean, I imagine they would have gone 1 for 1 in terms of their man at Ivy, potentially try to get a kill on bomb side, potentially get a kill. Nice shot from Zero Chance to stay alive. I know they're definitely trying to hunt him out, but you know, they were sitting in such isolation that it's probably why they didn't net that trade. I mean, Mr. sitting at back alley, 1 player on the site. It's pretty tough.
Crowd on the edge of their seats here as we move closer and closer towards the end of this half, and a tactical timeout here coming out from Sin 5. I definitely would have expected this. If you look there, 6 rounds in a row here on the T side for Big 5, and for the first time in this game, take the lead.
Oh my God, look at the utility damage on Hakim. Just repeated what the producer said.
That wasn't your work, yeah. But that comes from those inside grenades, right? I mean, on 2 eco rounds, he ended up throwing absolutely nutty nades, but a lot nonetheless.
Yeah, you must understand, Hakim, again, just like Zero Chance, just like Convict, just like Custom, has been in this game for the past 12, 13 years. I mean, I remember him playing in the earlier days of 1.6. He was there, and he still is here. So you can imagine everything he does should be detailed. Everything he does make sense. So the utility damage isn't too foreign. It's a lovely crowd, but let's see this game. Big 5 sitting on 12, Sinister 5, 11. It's the first time I think Big 5 have taken the lead in this half.
Indeed.
And this burst might work. Just looking at Hakim's position.
But soon no pressure is being felt, and just judging from the previous rounds, he gets out of position, and that is the side forfeited. What a timing issue. Beautiful burst there from Big 5. It does enable them to get that inside bomb side for absolute free. Convict with a lovely flank position there, just waiting, expecting those rotations, and he's also showing up here with his support play, not necessarily in the frag department, but still big work being done. And again, Sin 5 are just forfeiting this bomb side completely, and Big 5 are making good of a great timing, a great call.
I mean, the pathing from Hakim there essentially gave them the opportunity to do such a burst. I'm not too sure if the rotation was supposed to come in while he backtracked all the way back to the CT side of the trains, because that was literally 10 seconds of opportunity for a burst. And as Hakim got there, they did burst, so I mean, it's quite unfortunate that they did, but fortunate that they didn't. There's Custom, the good old veteran from Big 5 Esports to the left. Normally anchoring sites, clutching out rounds for the team.
Yep, no stranger to the game indeed. He came out big at the end of Overpass and definitely did his fair amount of work here holding this in a bomb site, which Big 5 in turn seemed to have abused quite well here in their T side. Again, spreading out with the same old default, 3 players geared towards Pop, geared towards that inner bomb site, while they peek and prod towards middle and towards Ivy. Slowly getting seriously aggressive here with the AWP on his own. This man has no fear, he has no limits. He loves this close range dual type of action. He's going to take a peek onto Flexi it is, and ultimately gets punished for it. All alone there, gets picked off and gives away an AWP if Sin 5 choose to pick it up.
Double drop coming in soon. Little ladder. Good kill by Flexi. He's slow in Ivy. Does seem like they want to do a pop burst. Just waiting on the right time to do it. We do see a smoke just preventing them from doing so. 2 players sitting on the inside side, so essentially they will be outnumbered if they do hit that outside side. It'll just be how the rotations react. We do see the smokes coming out mid side, left off side. I call this a line with smokes, right time, right place, and the spray does come into effect. We do see a kill from Diver, but Tianki does trade it out. A player sitting in heaven, sitting in high ground, and this is quite nice to see. It just depends how he gets the kill and gets out of dodge. Big 5 has to find a way how to get the bomb down, as they do right now, and Zero Chance comes from back lane from Z, picks up the bomber through the trains. So we do see Miston has been found out, but Tianki's Custom will be the one have to get the bomb and try to put it down. Pop Dog, flank is there, and that's the round for Sinister 5.
They bounced
12 rounds
back.
on the ball. They needed that round, goals.
They definitely needed that round. They needed a break. They needed to actually just commit to a fight and hold out their own. And Sin 5 respond for the first round in a long time, but this is irrelevant to, I mean, if you look at Big 5's economy there, they've just got, over 10k, and all of the players can pretty much buy it for the rest of this half. provided they just don't lose, you know, hands down, not get any sort of trades at all. But again, Big Five setting up with a very similar default, taking aggressive inside control.
I mean, what'll be tough for now for Sinister 5 if they get reset. I mean, if they lose this round, it's pretty big for the economy in that regard. So they could definitely need to string rounds together. Maybe draw gets 3 to stabilize the economy moving into the end of this map. Score is 13-12. There's only 4 rounds left to play for. Back and forth spam. Just to let people know they're alive, they're waiting, they're there.
See both teams not committing anything here. Convict trying to make something happen, trying to just create a presence here while his teammates just wait for something inside. But Sin 5 not buying anything. They are just keeping their defense solid, keeping it honest, splitting 2-3 here towards this A bomb site with the majority of the players sticking close, sticking personal. They are going to be aware of any hit. Convict tries to go for a little U-jump there to get some sort of information, but now the inside hit needs to come. They need to now exec, and Divo going to get that crucial smoke there onto the ramp, and that's going to put a lot of pressure onto this Big Five take here. Another molly there towards top, so much util.
Double drop coming into pop. There's 3 players sitting on the inside side. Looks like they got a pretty good read onto this, and in fact it definitely will be a fake. Molly just lands into pop to slow them down, and this off angle from missed them. They definitely weren't anticipated. Zero chance, gets a kill at backlands, and now missed them. Good for one at the very least in a situation like that. He does get traded out eventually by Tianki's almost 5 seconds left on the clock. He needs to get this bomb down, but they won't allow him. They won't allow him. They're all over him. They're running him down. Divo gets the kill. And that's 13-13. Let's have a look at the Big Five economy. They didn't get the bomb down that round, but there's so much. They're flushed.
Nah, they're swimming in it. They can buy for the rest of the half, and the same cannot be said for Sinister 5, although they have managed to string 2 consecutive rounds together here. So this is a very, very pivotal round for them. If they end up losing this, they will be on 14 and have not much economy to work with, but a strong showing here. It finally looks like they've got a grasp on what Big Five are doing. Big Five have been pretty much setting up for very similar setups the entire half, so it's in 5.
I mean, it's off the back of the initial kill. The 2 rounds that they've won, one was Slowy playing in isolation and Ivy getting picked off. Then again, Convict playing in middle, getting picked off. And from there, they're able to get the right adjustments after they've got the initial kill. They're making the right reads. So Big Five need to just maybe find a way how to negate that factor. But Sinister 5 doing a good job on capitalizing on that.
Yep, Big Five. No AWP this round. Dual AWP set up for them. Missed them getting close and personal here. Gonna catch that nade. Quite a bit of damage, but nothing off the back of it. And again, Hack'em just playing super, super, super defensive. I believe it is. Was Diver? No, it is Hack'em. Just playing it very, very, very defensive. Retake style, if you will.
Pretty nervous, as you can see the CT defense is moving quite a bit in the mini-map. They're trying to find the right read, trying to find the right space to find that initial kill. This AWP is prodding and probing everywhere, and it seems like they will be taking Pop Dog. The smoke potentially is to go towards the left hand of sight, and potentially another one will go to the right hand of sight, as we do see Convict is outside of T-Main, setting up the rest of the other smoke. So Pop Dog will be the name of the game, but these positions, this high ground from Sinister 5 might pay dividends for them. The first kill coming down from Mr. He isn't missing any shots, as we can see they are wrapping the players on the A side trade 4-for-4, but there's still so much work to be done by both teams. They still need to get onto the site. The mollies need to land. Flexi picking up another kill, but they aren't aware of this. He could potentially pick up a double. Slowly he does. His flank always pays dividends. He's always there at the right time, at the right place. 2 players moving out CT to pick up the rest of the round.
Yep, but Big Five just retreat back into post-plant positions here. We've got Custom in pop, and towards Sandwiches Convict. They managed to tap the bomb. Now they're bringing up. Custom deals with that problem. They've revealed that the bomb is not defusing. Custom doesn't need to overextend here. It's all up to Flexi. He gets taken out by Convict, and Big Five managed to get the best out of a bad situation here and convert around 14 rounds for them. And that was the trouble for Sin 5. They didn't have the economy to lose that round, but still able to get an AWP up. But what are the rest of the players going to do? They need to change things up here with this weakened weaponry. You can see Divo on the Deagle, Hack'em with not much to work with, forced to buy a sewing machine, and Big Five fully equipped, fully, pockets are stacked, guns are wielded, and again, just setting up, just standard 1-1-3 default. Nothing fancy, zero chance needs to make something happen. He almost had that angle, Tools. He almost got it, and if he had committed, perhaps he would have made the shot, but that's what we needed to see. He needed to try and get something, make something happen early in these rounds, because look at their util. The util on the side of Sim 5 is it's left wanting here, and Big 5 are just filled to the brim. They haven't used much at all. Still multiple smokes, mollies, flashes, just patiently making this game last the longest. But there we go, zero chance chimes in with that frag onto Tianchi, unaware that the AWP was or has moved all the way back inside. Divo with a disgusting shot onto Takbok, and they managing to make this work. Again, another frag goes the way of Mistim, and suddenly Sin 5 have turned this round on its head. Some fairly one-by-one pushes coming out of Big 5, looking for some gaps. And now, slowly, going to do the same. Does spot a player towards Electric Box. Again, with the trigger discipline, walks up, but he gets called. The teammate lets him through. Is he able to kill him? He does. How? Slowly gets another double kill here, creates so much space. He's going to get the bomb down, but CT's already in rotation. Custom responds with 2 of his own, and suddenly we have a one-on-one, and Custom is aware that Hack'em should normally come from ladder. He's probably going to just wait it out, and will Hack'em commit? He's waiting patiently. I think he's going to wait. Oh, and the timing, he is going to be able to peek out onto Custom. He throws the molly, but Hack'em is aware of the footsteps, and he clutches it out for his team. Again, the best alone, and pulls it off for his team, and suddenly it's 14-14. It's neck and neck here, and Sinister 5 gets some breathing room. You can see the shoulders just relax there of the players on the stage as they pull that rabbit out of the bag and win the round 14-14 now. I think Big 5 still have enough cash to buy into this round, but Sin 5 managed to convert. I assume we're having a tactical timeout here. You can see Big 5, the coach is rambling off, so it must be a tactical pause here for Big 5. Going to just be looking at how they approach this last round. Well, to get themselves to match point, that economy does look a bit broken and buried. We spoke about how they could buy for the rest of the half, but with little to no success in these previous rounds, it's really starting to mount some pressure.
That was quite an intense round. Pretty sure a lot of people are sitting at the edge of their seats, so the score is 14-14. We can see how tight these two teams are. They are the top 4 teams. Sinister 5 and Big 5 are part of that mixture, and it shows at this current point in time. Custom getting out of dodge. Doesn't want to be caught out. Slowly waiting for another shoulder peek from Divu. Trying to get a timing shot after the smoke. Doesn't work out from Flexi. Wiser to it.
Yeah, Flexi playing very defensively. You can just see how Slow has made an absolute menace towards this IB area, so they need to commit players towards that region. They need to prevent him from just getting these crazy pickoffs that he tends to get, or has been getting on this T side, yeah, usually with the AK.
I agree. It's usually he would open up the round, with the kill and try overextend for another, but at the same time, he plays off the back of his team. He's creating space for him for the rotators. So essentially, Flexi would rotate off Ivy, and he would go through that gap and pick off 2 rotators, or pick him off at the back, as we saw the previous round. He found 2 flanking kills, and now he's sitting in such a prime spot here. He's getting so much information as to where the CTs could be playing. So no information is all the information at some points in time.
Yep, can cross those angles off. Does manage to clear Ivy. Flexi playing very defensive in that area, not going to allow him to just walk through as he has been. And now the hit is going to come in outside. You can see the exec is coming through.
Smoke, Vizzy, flashes should be coming out at any point in time now. We do see a player sitting. These positions are quite strong for Sinister 5, so let's just see how Big 5 deal with these situations. Slowly getting picked off in Ivy. Mistim getting a nice kill there. The trades are not there for Big 5. They're in a disadvantaged situation. Diver's doing so much work here. It's left to one-man. Takbot gets taken down, and that's 15. That's match point for Sinister 5.
Sinister 5 respond in Watt style here, bringing it back despite being so far down. They've managed to pull the rabbit out of the hat and just chime in with rounds on top of that. And you can just see Big 5 at the moment. Slowy is by far just doing so much work. We expected to see it from him, but now he needs his teammates to step up and bring this back to overtime. Couldn't get closer. Tools 15-14 in favor of Sin 5, and they've got the purchase. They've even got the AK-47s that were gifted to them from Big 5, and there's not much to work with. I said they could buy till the end of the half, but Big 5 don't have much left in their pockets. Couple flashes, a smoke or two. And they need someone to go huge if they want to take this to overtime. If not, we are going to a map 3. The winner of this will go on to play Energy Esports, who managed to beat Goliath Gaming 2-0 in the other semi-final. So all to play for here, and Sin 5 need to make it to that third map if they stand a chance to play for this title. Energy Esports already in the position to defend it from last year Comic-Con. First pick goes the way, and now the burst is going to come. Muslim gets one, unable to get more. Custom with another pick. He gets it inside. That's going to split the defenses up, but this seems like a multi-pronged attack here from Big 5. Not really sure where they're going to commit to, and now Convict in a strong position in the sandwich area. Going to be moving on towards the bomb site now. They are where a player is on side, but they have spotted Ivy as well. Hackham going to rotate, but look at this change up of Peisha again. Custom has got so far ahead of this push, and they've sold this fake for $1 million. He's going to get behind him. He gets the kill. Custom buys space once again. Convict gets another kill. It's all up to Flexi. Big 5 will be taking this to overtime.
Not if Flexi can help it. He does have a kit, he does have an AK. He needs to reload that AK. There we go, he does so. And he needs to find his individual duels, find these 1v1s. But Big 5, on the other hand, need to give it to him. Do they do so? Donkeys is sitting above Little Ladder. They're so far spread out, so he actually has to get to the bomb before any of these players actually get to him. But we do see Custom is out of place. He needs to be the one to actually maybe cause a presence, but there's just too many angles. He needs to hold it, but they do not let him. That is overtime, ladies and gentlemen. 15-15. These two teams battle out and goes, man, that was so tensuous. That creep out of middle was the big thing. Slowy, even though he died there, he gave his teamies space to get out those choke points, because that's been the case. They've been struggling at those choke points for the rest of the players to come through and trade.
Come on, guys, it's 15-15 here. We want to see a third. Let's make some noise. Yeah.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Easy for Dweezy there. Dweezel chilling in the front of the crowd, waiting for his opponents to finish up. Smiling and getting those tweets out, getting those likes.
A lot of the Sinister 5 players buying head armor in overtime. It's not something you really need. As you do know, they will be buying 8Ks, AWP, SIGs, and so on, just to save a bit of cash in case you lose 1 or 2 rounds.
Big change up here for Big 5. They're not having any presence towards middle. Slowy sticking to his guns here towards that outside area. He's pulling off rotations, and even though he hasn't netted a frag just yet, the inside hit is coming through, and Hackham seems to be dealing with it. He's got one. He's going to be popping a flash off to assist him. He can't get another. Tianchi takes control of that in a bomb site, but Sinister 5 have the numbers advantage. Molly's coming through, but Zero Chance does beat a Tianchi, able to get another kill, and now Zero Chance needs to look for a frag. Divo comes through with the frag from behind, and now going to be putting pressure onto this post plant. Zero Chance with another one, and it's all up to Tuckbok chilling on that bomb train. No, Zero Chance going huge here with the AWP, and despite getting that inside bomb control, Hackham does enough to delay it. Slowy unable to pull enough or be as effective as he has been in that Ivy area, and Sinister 5 take the first round of overtime.
Indeed, indeed. Quite a dodgy round for Sinister 5, but they are able to pick it up. 16 rounds for them. Off onto Zero Chance. Picked up a lot recently with those AWP kills.
Yep, netting the important frags, getting those shots. A lot of save rounds, but ultimately got to this point, so definitely picking up his game here. Big 5 spreading evenly across the map once again. Numbers are geared towards that RD area, but ooh, that was a close call there. Flexi almost tagging the head, but a little bit of damage being done to both teams here from these initial engagements, but nobody really committing to anything serious. Nothing, no mistakes being made. And I mean, Tools, you know what it's like to be in these scenarios. Every single little mistake can change the game if you punish it or if you make it, and Tianchi punishes the first bit of aggression there, and it's from the man himself, missed him. So a lot of space bought here by him, forces Divo to get back out of this close engagement. The Big 5 regrouping, taking it slow, Tools.
Look at that Mexican standoff with Custom and Hackham just sitting opposite ends of that inner bomb site, that flashbang. And of course some wariness. Hackham's position is super important, especially if they don't clean him out. It's potentially round winning.
Yep, and it
he might regress at the right time. We do see Slowy is Watching it, takes down the inside anchor, and that's the side open. And now it comes down to how they lock up these rotations. A smoke does come down, so does a molly. He does push it, misses that kill, and Roast 2 is there. 2v4 at the moment, and now it has to be recoverable for Fexi and Divo. Thus they got the first play in custom for the retake, and that's down to a 2v3.
This is suddenly doable. That was perhaps a little bit of an aggressive push there, but Divo coming from the flank, they should expect this. He has done this before. They have caught him off guard. Snowy taking some fights, making his position known while Divo just waits for the flank. He's now bought some time. He's got behind the box, and now they're aware where the last player is, and he's got nothing to do. Snowy just shows why he is on the top of the scoreboard here. It doesn't matter what the HP is, what the gun is. He gets his 30 bomb here on this round of overtime, and he brings it back to a draw here. 1-1 in overtime, and Sin 5 under a little bit of pressure again here. James still cool, still calm as a cucumber. As we mentioned before, calling that strategy. And now 16-16 as we head into the final round of this overtime half here. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the magic number is 19 for those that aren't aware how overtime works. The first to 19 gets the win. Whoa, Zero Chance gets an opening frag there towards Ivy. This is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see a change up of the aggression of this AWP, and Zero Chance really starting to pick it up, but Custom gets a kill onto Hakim. Tianchi gets one of his own onto Divo. Flexi escapes with his life there as he takes a pick towards inside, but nobody has a clue where they're going. Right now, there's a player towards outside, and Mr. isn't even aware of it again.
He's flanking inside, and they're flanking through his flank. It's flankception.
It's flankception. This is flanks within flanks here. Nobody even knows who's behind who here. This could be or spell disaster.
And they're still waiting. I'm not too sure if they're even going to back up a little. No, they're going to come outside.
He's got that read.
He's got the craziest read, and he still has utility to lock them out if need be. Now it needs to come to the point where every information that comes through from the players is vital. They don't know where Custom is coming from. This pop down little ladder. Missed him, gets the kill there now, leaves it to a 2v2. There's still a Molotov. Actually, it's been used. Convict holding the left. Chunky's holding the right. Now it just comes down to how Mr. uses this Molotov. Zero Chance going to creep up slowly, but it is being watched in a sense. That barrel's going to stick up like a sore thumb.
Oh, it's an angle, but he gets the flick. Zero Chance steps up, not aware of where the other player is. Convict chimes in with one of his own now. A 1v1 duel with Mr. Man and Convict, and he takes the shot, picks up the AK. That's the right move. He spams him through the glass. He needs to commit to the kill. He does. Oh! He gets it. Mr. must have been so close to that defuse, and Big 5 just managed to take the inch, but just in overtime, that's effectively a 10-5 round win. So even though it is as close as an inch, they take a mile. Big 5 get 2 rounds in this overtime, and they must be happy with that. What a crazy round. Their teams just getting behind each other, not sure where to look, where to play. Zero Chance almost clutches out there with a beautiful AWP shot, but the pressure has mounted. Now, what can Sin 5 do on their T side?
Now, we know what's been working for them. The executes for them are very strong. They know how to go about it. The execs, in terms of pathing, their players know what their job and responsibility is. They're pre-aiming the right spot. So this is exactly what they did the previous round. They smoked outside, they put all the confusion there, and they rotated back into inside, and they're going to come up heaven. Now Custom, he has been put in the situation before. He has been tested multiple times, but how does he thrive through this situation? There's so much for him to do. He stays alive, gets one kill, leads it to at least a 3v3. This bomb is going to do some damage to the bomb planter. The rotation there, Cutty locks it out. That Molotov sitting on Tianki's. Cuts out slow, he can't even get back into this. Now it's down to the double AWP retake, and you know how hectic this is to do. You know how hard is it to accomplish.
It's very difficult, and as long as Sinister 5 stay composed in this post-plant position, it's going to be difficult to hold Hakim. But it's Mr. My apologies, goes for the frag, and now tagging the bomb. Slowly gonna stick to it. Is he gonna get the defuse? He's going to get the defuse! He gets it!
You absolutely!
Clutches it and punishes another weapon. Slowy just going absolutely huge here for Big 5. How did he get that? A bit of a blunder there from Sin 5. Needed to spam the smoke. You can see that they can't believe it. Hakim was on the bomb site there, creating space for his team, but I don't know if they didn't hear the bomb diffuser, if there was a flashbang in play, but
it felt like Convict went for the defuse, got off it. Slowy went to the defuse, even dropped the flashbang, so if they did try peeking, the player would be blind. Not too sure if that helped out in any case, but lovely run from Slowy, and now it's the last round, potentially, for Sinister 5. They need to find some entry kills and work off at goals.
Yeah, as you say, Tools, Big 5 1 round away here from joining Energy Esports in the grand finals. They've worked hard this year. They won the VS champs, and now they're showing strong form here, 1 round away, but Sin 5 want to take this to a third. They want to show what they've got on Overpass. I think it's Inferno, actually. But, oh, aggression session of Noche from Slowy. He's just showing how it needs to be done, and now Divo forced to look for something towards Ivy as his teammates prepare and execute for the outside. They are going to commit to this. He is blind. Beautiful support flash coming out of Slowy there. He's not only killing, but he's flashing as well. And now the pressure mounts for Sin 5. They are going to come out of that middle region. Slowy tags another one. He's looking to send them home. Tianki chimes in with another one on Ivy. And now it is all up to Zero Chance, the IGL, the captain, the leader. The man that has been composed the whole game. He showed up in this final. He's got so much work to do, but they are emptying out their pockets. He is done. And Big 5 take it in style. Big 5 join Energy Esports in the grand final. Both teams beating their opponents 2-0 despite how close those games were. And it seems like we have the very same matchup of the VS Gaming Championships. We have Big 5 Esports against Energy Esports. Energy Esports will defend their championship, and Big 5 again. Last year we were in the Comic-Con final, and they are looking to do it again here.
And I mean, goals last year, Big 5 did make the Comic-Con finals. I mean, I was sitting in that very chair in that final, and we lost it. We came short to Energy Esports, and I'm pretty sure they do not PTSD. I'm pretty sure they eventually need to be crowned the champions, Big 5 Esports. But Energy Esports, they're so strong. They've been winning all year round, winning international trips overseas. So it's going to be a mammoth of a task. Commiserations to Sinister 5. They fought extremely well throughout this best of 3 series. They have been the bane of existence for Big 5 in every iteration of this year. They've been knocking them, bending knees to them, but finally they overcome.
Yep, they overcome it and they get themselves a spot in that grand final, and was such a crazy, crazy match of CSGO. Just nothing in it between these two teams, and it's just, yeah, what an awesome display of local Counter-Strike Go. And as you said, commiserations to Sin 5. I mean, we discussed, I mean, everyone's going to be absolutely heartbroken, you know, without getting that trophy. All 4 teams that find themselves in the semi-final, you know, want to win it. They're here to win. And ultimately, we see Big 5 get into that final 2-0. We see Energy beat Goliath Gaming 2-0. Confident wins, dominant wins from both teams. And I just can't wait for a crack over grand final, Tools.
Neither can I, Goals. And Energy Esports, we do know Adam, we do know the man, we do know a lot of players on that side, especially Dweezil. He was there last year sitting in that seat winning the Comic-Con final, so he's definitely going to want to go back-to-back on that. So let's just see just now the epic final. So we're going to throw it off onto the MCs or the panel.
There you have it, our first semi-final, and Big 5 Esports takes it. Grant, you got Zero Chance with you now.
So I'm so sorry about that outcome. Like, where do you think that things fell apart?
1 or 2 clutch rounds that didn't go our way. I didn't feel like we were as composed maybe as we were yesterday. And yeah, back to the drawing board and to fix a few mistakes for next weekend.
You did play very well, and it was one of the most entertaining CSGO matches I have ever seen. So I'm really excited for what's coming as well. Did you, like, what were some of the plays that you really admired from your teammates?
I think everyone stepped up in individual moments, but I think what was lacking generally was some of our team play towards the end. Our communication wasn't as on point, and yeah, things to look at for the future, things to improve on.
Well done, well played, guys. Give them a round of applause.
I am now standing here with Slowy, the winner, the captain of Big 5 Esports. The last time you faced off against Sinister 5, exact same setup, you took the first map and then you lost the game. Was this your redemption story?
100%.
100%. So I get nothing else. That's what I get. You now know you're going up against Energy Esports. This was a very close matchup. How do you think the playoff with Energy is going to go?
For me, I'm kind of surprised that Energy took that, considering the recent lineup changes. But I think right now Energy is probably going to be easier for us than Goliath.
Fighting talk from Slowy. And now, before we carry on with the show, every audience member here has heard her. I'm pretty sure that you could hear her on the stream in the casters' mics. Slowy's mom, come on up to the stage. I need to ask you, Slowy, was this your secret weapon to get to distract Sinister 5?
I'm pretty sure every single person in Comic-Con heard her scream, so yes.
You're here supporting your son. When he decided that this was what he wanted to do, he wanted to be a professional gamer, what was it that made you go, you know what, I'm going to be here in the front row screaming his name every game?
I support Big Five all the time, and Slowy's the best.
Slowy's the best. There you go. Let's head on over to Halbert. Now, who's the best on your panel?
I'm so glad you asked, and it is without a doubt.
Who is the...
it's me, 100%.
Completely objective.
I have been known to show some bias in the past.
Yeah.
Definitely this time. But we actually have a larger panel this time around.
Welcome.
We've got Casimir with us, former CSGO competitive player as well. But this time around, actually backstage, making sure that things are running smoothly.
Oh, backstage, making sure the teams are happy, everything's good.
Making sure nobody's cheating.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Hey, I mean, with your hand-eye coordination, must make things a little bit easier to do as well.
Yeah.
But
you were in a good position there for that backstage game.
No, I was behind the Goliath boys, and I can tell you right now that that game between Ian and Gigi was... It competes with the Big Five and Sinister 5 game that happened on stage. Seriously, it was a cracker of a match. Like,
for anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about, Energy have sent Goliath packing, actually the favorites coming into this event. They've sent them home.
You've done some casting your time.
Yeah.
And I suppose you can give us a really big congratulations to Energy Esports for making it this far.
I guess I could. I suppose I could.
No pressure, no pressure.
So well done to Energy Esports. They make it to the grand final against Big Five.
There we go.
And I can say it's a well-deserved one. Those boys were putting on some amazing CS backstage, especially the Energy boys. Those guys are on fire today, guys. This grand final is going to be, it's going to be crazy.
It's going to be a good one.
How exciting is that? Rematch from 2018 Comic-Con Africa as well.
Exactly, rematch. Like Tools was saying, he's sitting in the exact same seat last year, and unfortunately they lost.
Yeah.
But this year it looks like, I mean, Slowy's super confident. You heard what he said on stage, so I'm excited.
I'm saying it's done. We got to get there first. We got to paint this picture. We got to flesh it out for a moment. So the reason we brought you up here, of course, is that somebody who's actually been on panels before as a player. So first time being as part of the team, as it were. But obviously you've done this before, and you would have some insight into what happened backstage in the matchup.
Backstage, what happened that ended up happening was the first map was Ian's pick, it was Vertigo. Look, it wasn't really a clear-cut winner. Like, both of the teams, they have really, really strong firing power. I mean, you have the likes of ADM, the Man, you've heard it all before. Blaze, I mean, Blaze was picking up 1v2 clutches like it was him getting free money. Like, I mean, I don't know, like it just came down to small mistakes, and I don't feel like it came down to which team was more tactically advanced. It just came down to GG and EN, which individuals for which team is going to be firing on the day, and it just seemed like Energy would just brought the heat, to be honest. Like, those boys, I mean...
Fire.
So you're glad you're not facing them on the other words?
No, I don't think I'd stand a chance, to be honest. I mean, I'm way out of my league when it comes to these guys. Like,
yeah.
Sure.
So let me ask you a final question on that one before we start discussing this main stage game. Should Big Five be very scared? Should they be a little bit scared? Should they be slowly confident?
Look, I don't think that Big Five or Energy should be scared in any regard. I think that the teams that's going to end up happening is they're going to come onto stage, they're going to feel each other out. There's going to be a bit of banter back and forth between the boys. I think it's healthy.
Yeah.
But to be honest, if Energy brings the game that they brought backstage, I think Big Five, they're going to need to concentrate and they're going to need to focus in this match. They can't be doing such aggressive plays like that because Energy do punish it. I mean, Goliath backstage, they were putting off different strategies. They weren't just stuck in a rut. They weren't just getting absolutely dominated. I mean, I think just Energy just had answers for everything that they did backstage.
Yeah.
But if Big Five come into it overconfident and too confident in terms of, oh, we've played against Energy before, we know what they're going to do, because the guys, they're pulling off things that I have not seen, and it's
great.
Which is no surprise considering that they just had a week-long boot camp that they were working 8 hours a day, and I actually got to chat to Kawa backstage, who's the owner of Energy Esports, and he was saying he was a bit blown away by the work ethic and how dedicated and committed these guys were to actually working towards this event and Rage as well. So it's kind of comes then as no surprise to see that they're actually producing these fantastic results.
But that's the thing with Energy year after year. They always, before these big events, any big event it is, they always put the prep work in. No matter what the event is, they're there year on year putting in the prep work, and it shows. I mean, they're coming in 2-0ing the favorites. And I was having a chat to Dweezil after the game. He said, the second map didn't go double digits, so for Goliath. And it's quite surprising to hear from, Energy, not to say that Energy's a bad team or anything, but taking out the tournament favorites in almost a stylish fashion, you would say.
All right. We don't have it all the time in the world, so now we've got to get through all of that and all of this.
There's quite a lot to discuss here.
And I think this is going to be almost like the speed round.
Yeah.
So, Hayes, you're also a caster sometimes, right?
I tend to cast quite quickly as well, so maybe I can bring that
How
strength
fast can
in
you
here.
do this?
Well, I don't want to go too quickly, just to make sure people can understand what I'm saying, but they don't call me Rap God for no reason. Anyway, so what a fantastic map train actually was. Almost a map of two halves, if you will, because it was the T side which actually brought majority of the success for both of these teams, which is surprising because normally we see the CT side being the stronger half on this map. And Sinister 5, they were up, was it 11-6? It was 9-6 at halftime. They then won the pistol round in the second half and they took it to 11-6. And they were sitting in a great position on the CT side with such a big advantage, but they weren't really able to drive that home.
We saw this yesterday as well, right, with Sin 5.
Yeah.
The map that they lost against WRG was the same thing. They had this enormous lead.
Yeah.
And then they just couldn't close it out. And that's exactly what happened here.
And we said it. If they don't close out these advantages that they have against these better teams, they're going to be punished. Big 5, they took the game to overtime and they closed it out. They went one step further than last time. We saw them in ECL. They had 4 or 5 match points that they weren't able to close the game out with. This time, they had 1 match point, and they closed out immediately. So props to Big 5 for coming here and showing the fire, which we know that they have.
I think there's also a story of how many mistakes really Sin 5 was making. They got caught out a lot on over-aggression. I mean, there was a good couple of rounds that Sin 5 lost purely because of being over-aggressive. Davo being caught out, Zero Chance being caught out, just being too aggressive, over-peaking, and then Big 5 punishing them. Big 5 capitalized on so many mistakes in that overtime as well. And then slowly, obviously, just came back and was like, no, guys, we're not losing in overtime. We're coming and we're taking this. And they did. And they took it almost, they did. And I mean, in the first map, how dominating they looked. To the second map, it was almost reversed in the beginning. Sin 5 looked like they were going to take the whole thing.
Yeah, and props to them for that. They were able to put that loss behind them, but still, they couldn't get across the line. So we got Big 5 winning the map, winning the match, going into the grand finals.
That I'd love to hear from as well, get their thoughts on this one. Once again, it's our resident backstage expert, Wilson Triple XL, who I believe has got something interesting for us backstage.
Sick.
And welcome backstage. A solemn day for the boys of GG as they did not quite manage to find the better of the side of Energy Esports. To my left here is the captain of Energy Esports. That must have been one hell of a game. There was a bit of a bruised eye, especially towards the beginning of the match. But ultimately, you guys pulled through.
Yeah, playing the first map, we knew it was going to be a bit of a scraping map, like them taking rounds, us taking rounds. It's going to be back and forth. It's somewhat of a new map, and we're the only 2 teams that played in the country, so we were expecting it was going to be a rough map. But coming the second map, we were super prepared. We knew everything that they were going to do on their T side, and it just paid off so well on our CT side. So I'm happy about that, and I'm proud of our team.
It was a difficult fight either way, especially, I mean, like he was saying, towards the beginning, things were trailing for the side of Energy. You guys were looking so promising, and I was sitting behind you in the booth. You guys were pumping. You guys were full of energy, ready to rock and roll. What happened? What went differently for the second round?
So the second map was Inferno. We picked it. We're always happy with picking Inferno. We never really struggle on it. But we went in it, I think after playing Vertigo, we didn't expect them to pick Vertigo. Like, we knew they weren't going to ban it, but like they ended up picking it. It was a really close game, but then we lost the first map. And then we went into T-side Inferno, which is like obviously the unfavorable side. And I think maybe, I don't know, we were just like not fully focused, very lackluster, knowingly that if we lose this map, we're obviously out. Maybe that played an effect. But I mean, yeah, I'm sure we'll look at it and we'll just keep on improving.
So unfortunately, we're going to have to wave a very fond farewell to the side of GG. However, this is not the end of the team of GG. There's still plenty more to come. What does this result mean for your side, for your team?
The thing is, like, obviously we're playing Rage next weekend, so we're going to be working hard this week, and we're going to come back with like a massive comeback. Obviously, there's going to be like a mental shift. Like, we won the last 3 events, I think. So now going into the next one, we're going to come in as losers, and we're just going to prove again that like we can be the best, and that's what we're going to do.
Right, so not without gusto and certainly ready to take away the crown from whomever wins it here today on the main stage. And on that topic, you're going to be going up against the boys from Big 5, who have just put in one hell of a performance, a tight one versus Sinister 5. Were you expecting this result, and are you ready to take them on?
I think my whole team and I, we were expecting Big 5 to come through to the finals. Sin 5 have been very lackluster lately, especially in practice. So us facing Big 5, we're already prepared. We did prepare for this match already. So, I mean, we're very confident coming into this final. But at the end of the day, we're just going to try our best, and we're going to do the best that we can.
Right, then that settles it. The two gentlemen happy to shake hands and bid a fond farewell to the boys of GG, who have given us a stellar performance and unfortunately have not managed to walk away with quite as much as they had hoped, but they will be back. Fear not, they are a dangerous bunch. Back to you boys in the front. All the best from backstage.
Bigger than getting over 80 gigs of value with the Telkom September Big Deal. Get a free me 20 gig SIM-only data package for only 499 Rand per month, and we'll make it even bigger with 1,500 all-network minutes, 3,000 Telkom to Telkom minutes, 2 gigs for WhatsApp, 10 gigs for music streaming, and 50 gigs for video streaming. Pop the SIM in your phone and you'll get all that for just 499 Rand per month. So go bigger than big with the Telkom September Big Deal. Call 10213, click telkom.co.za or go to any Telkom shop.
Okay, gents, we're almost there. It's almost the time that we get to celebrate the champion, but it gives us a little bit of time as well to mourn the losses that we've accrued during this event. It's been fast and furious, and I think I cannot think of a single event that we've done live, to any of us, where we've had so many skulls so quickly. And
Yeah.
It's crazy to think that we're one series away from a grand final. But I really want to unpack it. I really want to unpack some of the histories about this, how we got here, where we are, the whole thing. And it actually starts in the same way we saw on stage. We touched on it earlier. Concept of that family unit, both in your team, the structures that support you. And I think it's really a great opportunity to thank those people, by virtue of discussing what that's like and where we kind of see that kind of stuff. What does it mean, personally, to you guys? What is the relationships like that you've had with your friends and family that have supported you getting here? And reflect maybe on where you've seen players having the same experience.
Well, I mean, I can say for myself, I've had a lot of support from a lot of people that in my life, and it makes it a lot easier, right? We're doing this more so for the love of the game than for anything else. We're excited about CS. I mean, I know I'm excited. I've been doing it for a very long time. Excited about CS, and it's moments like this where you actually see the players getting what they want. You know, getting into that final, getting to that victory. That for me is the most worthwhile moment, because that's what everyone wants. That's why you're a pro gamer. You want to win the big one, and I mean, well, Comic-Con, that one's it.
Yeah, support structure is definitely one of the most important elements when it comes to it's definitely one of the most important elements when it comes to being successful in an esport or a sport. It's about that support structure, which allows you to build up to where you want to be one day. You got the inspiration, you have the people behind you who are allowing you to pursue your dream, and whether it's family members or relationships. I got my girlfriend here, she's one of my core supports, one of my pillars of strength. When I'm struggling or when I'm very nervous or whatever the case may be, she's always there pushing me, so I can personally attest. I know what it's like to have someone be there for you and keep your energy levels up there, even if they're not having a good day, whatever it may be. They put themselves in the back seat and actually they're there for you. So it's invaluable to actually have people like that around you in your life. And I can understand how that translates into being a player on the stage and having your fans or seeing familiar faces that are cheering for you and genuinely getting happy and excited when they see you succeed. It really does fulfill you, and almost it genuinely makes you feel like you're doing the right thing in a lot of senses.
I gotta say, I think it shows though. Mama Slowy, can we go with that? Mama Slowy said that Slowy is the best, and you know what? That's kind of the support has transitioned perhaps in many ways to this grand final moment where she's going to have the opportunity to support her son, potentially winning the biggest event of the year. And I do think this is a very well-rounded opportunity to say thank you to all those individuals. I know I certainly wouldn't be standing here if I didn't have the people behind me. The girlfriends are great, right, guys?
I mean, we all have those that are always, supporting us in the cards and stuff. Mine as well, yours as well, and yours as well. So I mean, it's always great to have those people around.
Yeah. So a big thank you. And I think that extends beyond just immediate family. It also goes to the friends out there that are willing to, give you a little bit of support. Say, and this time really focusing on the players. There's friends out there that just say, hey, I really think you're great. You guys are so good. You're going to do this. Yeah. It's the supporters who may not know you on a personal basis, but at the same time, those same people that show up in the stands. I saw somebody with a flag.
Yeah.
A big flag fly. I mean, that kind of stuff is absolutely amazing, and the support really is appreciated by everyone involved, including, believe it or not, the sponsors of this event, Telkom VS Gaming. We do this because of you guys. Yeah. It's for you guys and everyone involved. It's like a giant clan, family, whatever that might be, community, and it's fantastic. So thank you to everyone. If you can hear this right now, if you're a supporter of geek culture in general, if you're on the other side, if you're playing Pro Evolution's football that I see over there, hey, listen, you're all part of this big family, and it's great to have you.
Yep. Yeah. 100%. I mean, I can even give a personal example if you want. When I was working with Energy and we went overseas to DreamHack Mumbai, we were the underdogs there with Bravado being at the event as well, and we constantly had the crowd, and when we were walking between matches or just around the event, it's almost like a rage type setting. These guys would come up to us and they'd say, it's so awesome to see you guys play. We're supporting you. We really want to see you do well. And everyone just like, it just increases their desire to do well.
Yeah, no, it does, definitely.
So I guess there's just one thing to do, because we can't make a loud enough noise about this on our own. So, you know those moments where you give yourself a pat on the back? How about one really big cheer, pat on the back, for everyone here that's made this all possible. To you all out there, thank you. Make some noise.
There we go.
Fantastic.
You're a really good crowd, by the way. Normally you have to do the round two, but
didn't quite hear you.
no, they've been really great. But anyways, now that we have been doing all these things around the edges, the stuff that I think needs to be said, needs to be done, I think there's one man out there who's got a bit of flamboyance as well about him that can certainly extend on that. Just that. Grant Hines, would you please entertain us, sir?
Then entertainment for you. I've got more than it, Halbert, trust. But the people that have actually been entertaining us have been the players on stage. We've had some incredible games today, and the final will be coming to you very shortly as the players get ready with Energy and Big 5 Gaming. And if it was anything like what we saw in the semifinals, it's going to blow our minds. Telkom VS Gaming is obviously brought to you guys by Telkom, and they have been thinking and considering gamers with a bunch of packages that they're bringing out. The first package that I actually want to tell you guys is a package with an Xbox One S. Oh, is it going to be on screen? Oh, let me show you. That's 799 Rand with uncapped 10 meg. So if you want to live stream with your Xbox One S, if you want to see 4K game, if you want to play with that lit or that Telkom lit box, so you can. They've partnered with YouTube in South Africa. They've partnered with DSTV now. They've partnered with Netflix. It's all on that box, and it transforms your TV into a smart TV. So you don't have to necessarily fork out a huge amount of money for the existing TV that you have. Who of you here sitting in the crowd watched the previous matches? Oh, we have a few hands over here. They're super insane, right? You guys, were you guys supporting Big 5? No. There's drama. There we go. If you guys can hear my voice and are in this hall and you are not sitting in these seats, you're going to be missing out on some of the best CSGO action that this country has seen. Each and every single one of these players that you've been seeing on stage have been preparing for the entire year to be up here. They've been doing the qualifiers. This has been a long, arduous ordeal. They're competing for just about 600,000 rands worth of money in pool money. So this is a huge deal to these players. We're really privileged to be able to watch them live. And if you guys are watching this at home on the live stream, thank you very much for spending your time with us and enjoying your afternoon watching some CSGO. Just spam the chat. I want you guys to just spam the chat with who you think is going to take over that final. All right? I'm really excited to see some of this play. And if you guys are coming through to Comic-Con, I think you better get off your desks like just about now, because it's going to take you some time to get here. All right. Thank you to everybody that has popped through. If you guys are taking your seats, we really appreciate it here at the VS Gaming Masters. If you guys We'll be starting in the next... How long will we be starting? We're starting in the next minute. Oh, no. We're going to be starting in the next 30 minutes, thanks to the panel. Everybody that you haven't got your seat now, the seats are filling up really quickly. Make sure that you have got one. It's going to be in the next 30 minutes. Make sure you grab your food, you've grabbed your water, you've grabbed your sparkling water, and you've grabbed a seat. All right, okay. So who of you guys sitting here, I gather you guys are here because you're supporting a team, right? Who are you supporting? Who are you supporting? Who are you guys supporting? You're just watching? You supporting CSGO? Who are you supporting?
The boy Dweezil.
The boy Dweezil! Okay, let me find out. Who are you supporting?
Who's over here?
The people on that side? Who are you supporting?
Big 5 for the win!
Big 5 for the win! Give me a cheer if you guys are supporting Big 5. Okay, wait. So Energy also going to be on stage. I enjoy Energy's gameplay as well. We saw them perform really well. I want to hear, who's here for Energy? Okay, who's here for Big 5? Okay, so, wow, it's quite diverse. I can't really tell. If you guys want to see the best CSGO teams battle out for the finals, make sure that you are in these seats. I want to chat to you. I know you've been very vocal. Can I have a chat with you quickly?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so your son is playing in the finals. How does that make you feel?
I'm exceptionally proud of my son. Slow is the best.
I have a question, and this goes out to all the parents out there who have got kids that are aspiring esports players and want to get into the scene. What advice can you give other parents?
To allow their son to play games.
That's right, yeah, and support them. That's the one thing. It is as you can see, it is a thriving, exciting esports environment here in South Africa, and it's just growing. And we've had some amazing support from Telkom. So I'm going to give you guys some time to get some food and get your seats. And I'll see you back on stage in about 30 minutes.
This is for those who dare to make a difference. Get ready for battle and join the Republic of Gamers.
It is a culmination of a year-long league. These are the best of the best our country has to give.
Nice big stun coming in from Zizawi, but that is it. Only one, and that is it. I don't think there's more. And you're great champions.
Look at the glee, look at the joy. He's finally broken the curse. The shouts of true victory.
It's mine.
It's mine.
It's mine.
It's mine.
It's mine.
It's mine.
It's mine. It's mine.
What's bigger than getting over 80 gigs of value with the Telkom September Big Deal? Get a free me 20 gig SIM-only data package for only 499 Rand per month, and we'll make it even bigger with 1,500 all-network minutes, 3,000 Telkom to Telkom minutes, 2 gigs for WhatsApp, 10 gigs for music streaming, and 50 gigs for video streaming. Pop the SIM in your phone and you'll get all that for just 499 Rand per month. So go bigger than big with the Telkom September Big Deal. Call 10213, click telkom.co.za or go to any Telkom shop.
Free you with free me. Data packages at Telkom eziza free calls, free WhatsApp, and free data for music and video streaming. Streaming turns your phone into a TV, bringing all the entertainment you love from movies, series, soapies, music, and sport right to your screen wherever you are. Feel free to be a streamist with free me. Available on Telkom prepaid and contract.
my name's Dale McBurney. I'm Harley Quinn. I love Margot Robbie, hence why I kind of did it. And she's a bad mother effer. Can I swear? No, not really.
So my name is Brendan Jackson, also known as Jax Cosplay in the cosplay community. So this cosplay, I've been working on it for approximately over a year, with about 160 to 170 hours worth of work put into it.
My name is Gordon Hines and I am hosting the VS Gaming stage here, which I'm really excited about. There's CSGO, there's Dota, there's huge amounts of prize money. It's an extreme honor to help facilitate esports in this way. Yeah, I'm really excited about it. So money into esports and into gaming is a really big deal, and that's why when Telkom got involved with this project, it really means a lot. It helps an audience that primarily uses the internet and uses that space to perform and play games, gives them the tools and the assets to do that, and provides them with the income to do that full time and remain competitive at a longer stage. So it's really important that Telkom's involved. Look, I'm all for underdogs, and White Rabbit Gaming claim to be the biggest underdog, so I support the underdogs. No, so thank you. Don't tell anyone I'm supporting Japan in this World Cup. So.
It is a culmination of a year-long league. These are the best of the best our country has to give.
Nice big stun coming in from Zizawi, but that is it. Only one, and that is it. I don't think there's more. And you're great champions.
Look at the glee, look at the joy. He's finally broken the curse. The shouts of true victory.
It's mine. It's mine.
It's mine.
It's mine. It's mine. It's mine. It's mine. It's mine.
Telkom is in the broadband space. It's got two very nice fiber products. The one is a 10 meg line with a lit box, with a Xbox for $7.99. We've also got a 20 meg line, which we've reduced the price from $8.99 to $6.99. And if you add an Xbox to it, you can get it for $8.49, which is a brilliant deal. All right, considering it's a 20 meg line. In terms of LTE, we've got a number of offers on LTE as well. where we've combined the Xbox with the LTE, also specifically for gaming. As far as I know, Telkom has been doing it in the past, they're doing it now, and I'm sure they will continue doing it in the future.
What's bigger than getting over 80 gigs of value with the Telkom September Big Deal? Get a free 20 gig SIM-only data package for only 499 Rand per month, and we'll make it even bigger with 1,500 all-network minutes, 3,000 Telkom to Telkom minutes, 2 gigs for WhatsApp, 10 gigs for music streaming, and 50 gigs for video streaming. Pop the SIM in your phone and you'll get all that for just 499 Rand per month. So go bigger than big with the Telkom September Big Deal. Call 10213, click telkom.co.za or go to any Telkom shop.
Comic-Con is known to be a huge thing right off the bat, and now this being the second one and getting so much reception, it's actually amazing because now we're here, and this was a dream 4 years ago when we started with Kwezi, for instance, and we never thought that we'd have so many platforms, enjoy so many platforms, and therefore so many new fans for the brand, and also just to see how the industry is growing. You got to make sure that you come correct here. You're meeting your fans, you're meeting people that have been supporting Kwezi for the past 4 years. We're celebrating 5 years now, so it's quite a nice moment for us as well. If ever you wanted to see an animation of Kwezi, an animated series, you're going to get it. What we would definitely want to do is maintain the quality of the story. We want to maintain the spirit and the vibrancy of Kwezi as we know him. So all of this obviously means bigger collaborations with studios, etc. But it's just great that we're still getting to continue with the story, and what a better natural progression than to move into animation. Part of the conversation right off the bat was that we definitely have to get this in all official languages, in all 11 official languages. So we have done actual Zulu, Tswana, Sotho, Pedi, Xhosa, and we don't want Kwezi to be a niche product. It's a story by South Africans for South Africans.
What's up, Comic-Con Africa? How are you doing today? It's a bit quiet and it's a little bit quiet and pathetic. I don't like this. Do I have any CSGO fans in the house? You might want to be a little bit louder so the guys on the stream can hear you, because you know that they want to drop some cringy hashtags in there. Do I have any CSGO fans in the house? It's a little bit better. Welcome to the Telkom VS Gaming Masters CSGO Finals for 2019. We have had a host of teams playing for the last few months in online leagues. The top 8 made it here to this stage. They were playing yesterday. They've been battling it out this morning, and it comes down to 2 teams. Big 5 Esports and Energy Esports. One person clapping in the front, that's exciting. We have a lot of Goliath Gaming fans here, obviously. I'm presuming that's what's happened. If you yourself are walking around Comic-Con or you're watching at home and you believe that you should be on this stage, whether you play CSGO, Dota, or FIFA, you need to go to vsgaming.co.za. You need to register. You need to join the leagues. And next year, it could be you standing on this stage. Let's get into the nitty-gritty now. 2 big teams, 2 champions of esports. They've been around for years. Some of these players have done incredible things. They have traveled overseas. They have competed on the big stages with international superstars. And today they battle it out for their share of that 600,000 Rand prize pool. Yes, that is what is up for grabs just for playing video games, moms and dads walking around. 600,000 Rand prize pool, and the winner is walking home with a big fat check. Are you ready for some CSGO action? Who do you think is going to take this? Will it be Energy Esports, a team that traveled to Berlin recently? They have competed overseas. A couple of lineup changes, but the players that they have brought into that lineup are strong. They are dominating, and they are a force to be reckoned with. Will it be Energy Esports? But on the other side, Big 5 Gaming. Have any Big 5 Gaming fans? They even have flags, Energy. You're going to have to up your game. Big 5 Gaming, of course. This is a team that has come together, some well-known names, but also some new faces, and they have put on an incredible performance over the last 2 days. They knocked out Sinister 5 in the semi-finals, and they are here today to take down Energy. That's their goal. So this is everything you need to know about this final. It is going down. The best competitive gamers in South Africa will be on this stage. They will be fighting it out for that 600,000 Rand prize pool, and I can assure you it is like nothing you have ever seen. Let's get into explaining this a little bit better to you. For those on the stream, this is an opportunity now for you to find out a little bit more about the teams that are going to be playing. So Halbert and his panel of experts, let me know how you think this specific final is going to go down.
Let's do that again. Thank you so much, Sam. It's good to be back. And of course, this is the lead-up. This is the build-up. Yep. This is the road to the grand finals. And it is going to be, as you mentioned, a fantastic showcase of the best CSGO you are ever going to see in South Africa. Yep. So once more, if you didn't hear it, the stands are getting real full, and this is your last chance. This is not one of those plugs where we're trying to bring you for our benefit. You're going to run out of seating, friends. So get over here, come watch some of the best CSGO you're going to see in a long time.
And if you really like what you see on the stage, then there's no reason that you can't be a part of it in the future. It's actually 100% open for anybody to register at the start of the season. If you go onto VS Gaming's website, there's a huge amount of titles there to choose from. I'm sure your game is amongst. So go register. Just try your hand. See what you can make of it. It's open for everybody.
I mean, this could be you, right? You could be the next person. You could be the next Mango, 15 years old, chilling on the stage, playing your WOG.
Not 15.
Unless you're not 15. You
And
could be any age.
And to be fair, if you have kids, if you're too old for this, it could be your kid, just ask Chloe's mom.
Okay, so Big 5 versus Energy. What a match we have on our hands here. A rematch from 2018 Comic-Con Africa. Who would have thought that? Sinister 5 were looking so hot coming into the competition. Goliath, the favorites with Detrini and the players there. They've been knocked out by Energy now. And I must say, it looks like we have the 2 best looking teams at this event in the grand final.
Definitely, I agree with you completely, Dan. We had some new hitters as well, teams like Good Gaming as well, that were looking very promising coming into this. But at the end of the day, Energy versus Big 5, I think it's the two best teams. they were here last year, they're here again this year, and with a couple of roster changes both teams have seen, one being on Big Five side, Lighter sitting in the casting booth and not on the player seat this year, but even like he said before, it's so much pressure sitting there, especially in a final. Now this is it. You've made it here. Now it's win or lose.
Right, but let's set the scene a little bit better, because we did mention that last year we had the same two sides, but they weren't really the same two sides. No. But let's just break this down for you. Last year there was a underdog energy side that went through
an academy team.
An academy team.
It went through a lot of issues to get here. There was registration issues and all admin process stuff that really made it so that we had the kind of replacement players have to rock up and win this event. Now I can draw a parallel here because Energy have had roster changes themselves this year, so they are not the same team they were earlier. They're a different look side, and the side has been put together. It kind of sounds familiar, right?
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I mean, Carney being one of those changes, he used to play for Energy a couple of years ago as well.
Not even the start of this year.
Started this year, he started Energy, and now I mean, back in the team, great influence I think in the team as well. And that team, with the changes that they've gone through, they still look incredible. I mean, what they did to Goliath Gaming to get here. I mean,
I actually think that currently this is the best iteration of Energy Esports we have seen. Maybe I mean, that team with Domster, Black Poison, and Kani, I mean, that's an absolute monolith of a team. But this team looks incredibly well-rounded. Very nice balance from them as well. I'm so happy to see the man on a big stage like this. He's been there, he's playing FPL, he's been an individual performer, he's been doing great, but he hasn't really consistently been a part of a top team. Now he's been picked up by Energy, and he's clearly producing the numbers which we all knew he was capable of producing. One of the most exciting, or one of the most hotly spoken about prospects or topics heading into this game is the AWP battle. We've got some of the top AWPers in the country, Slowy, Convict against ADM and Kani. It is just a mind-blowing double AWP matchup going head-to-head here in this final.
So we want Dust.
Yeah, Dust, Overpass.
Dust, Overpass, Mirage.
Whatever, you name it. These guys, they want those double AWPs, so they're going to be looking for them as fast as possible. It's actually the core strength of both of these teams. And I actually just want to touch on one more thing here, because I think we're going to be going soon shortly. Energy seem to be amalgamating teamwork with their individual brilliance, which is so good to see because it increases their capabilities. Big Five on the opposite side, their core strength is that teamwork. They don't have as much firepower, so they need to then substantiate for that lack of firepower with their teamwork. So it's actually such an interesting matchup in that context.
How do you play against that in terms of maps though, right? Because we saw what Energy did on Dust 2, that individual brilliance coming through really well.
Yeah.
And then you go into a map like Mirage, where teamwork is a massive thing, and they just brought the teamwork and they won.
Yeah.
Now, Big Five, like you said, very, very well-rounded in terms of their teamwork and how they play it. But the map feature, I feel, here is going to be very important for both sides.
Agreed. Before we go too far down the map road, because they'll come to us in due course, I do want to know, and Vertigo, you better. I'm watching you.
Rear your head.
We want some Vertigo. Anyways, you guys both mentioned, you seem to both unanimously agree that the backbone of both these two sides coming into this is the double AWP setups, or rather the double AWP players, or two AWP players.
I wouldn't say it's the backbone, but it's definitely one of the core strengths of both these teams. More it's like the backbone is the teamwork element of Big Five, and then the backbone of Energy would be like that experience from Kani, then mixed in with that high-hitting power from the Man and ADM.
Yeah.
Well, is this a case where you're almost trying to enable those AWPers in, or is this a case of there's a lot more going on at play here? And if it is a case of having to enable those particular players, who's got the edge here? Which side is going to be slightly able to nick this one?
It definitely comes down to map preference, I think, especially with something like a double AWP setup, because there's a lot of prep work that goes, once in a game, there's a lot of prep work that goes into being able to buy a double AWP setup, because firstly, remembering that a double AWP setup, that if you choose to use it, it's very expensive. And if you lose a round with double AWP setup, your economy isn't that strong going into the future rounds. But
well, hypothetically, in this case, you lose those, they're going into the opponent's hands.
Yes,
they're going to just lap those up like these are mine now.
Exactly,
so now you're not only losing on the economy front, but you're giving just over $10,000 free to the enemy team, and into a team with such strong AWPers as well.
Yeah.
So that's something that you have to weigh up, right? As both these teams, and both these teams are going to experience this through this best of three. And if you have a look at it more, just sort of more in depth, it comes down to how these players are going to use that double AWP setup, and how often they're going to use it.
Agreed.
Okay, but not letting you off this. Just which side How are they going to do it? Let's ask that question differently. How are they going to enable this stuff? What is the keys that need to be, or rather the doors need to be unlocked to unlock these AWPers?
I think the safest thing to always say is that you need to be ahead, because the double AWP setup is a great way to a great thing to use when you are ahead, because economy then doesn't really play a big factor. But when you're behind on a map like Dust 2, picking up a double AWP setup on CT side is massive. You know, you can then hold the long angles pretty proficiently mid and on A long as well. I've seen some teams use it on B side as well, but not really to great effect as in mid and A long. So these are things that these players are going to have to think about. And I think if you're talking about advantage, I can't give a clear advantage because I think these teams are very, very closely matched up in that double AWP setup.
Yeah, one thing I definitely can say or hope for is to see them guys managing their economy really well. As you alluded to, the weapons are very expensive, and often instead of teams going for the double save, they'll save once and then buy up 5 rifles and a bit of utility instead of going for that double save to enable the kits, the full util, and the double AWP setup. So I hope that they take that responsible choice, that decision just to allow an extra round to be cut away and then pick up the double AWP and make it happen from there. We saw it yesterday once. Was it Sinister 5? Once they got that double AWP setup rolling, there was no way for WRG to get into the game again there on Inferno. So yeah, I definitely think that we need to see heavy emphasis in terms of managing the economy to allow those AWPs to be purchased.
Yep.
All right, so I think we are moments away here. I mean, imagine the veto will be coming soon. But before that, we're going to be going back to our MC one last time, I imagine. So once more, Sam, I can't wait. I see Grant's up there as well. So the dynamic duo may notice the... Okay, you're in position. Cool, let's do it now. Now we can go. MCs, please, take it away.
We are here for the finals. Are you guys ready? This is it. The best Counter-Strike players in the country are showing off on stage.
My favorite part about the last 2 minutes is how excited Grant Hines is for South African CSGO. This makes me happy.
I'm excited for anybody that is succeeding in gaming in South Africa, because it means that there's an industry for every single one of us going forward. And this is one of those moments that we are here to see a big company investing in the players on the ground performing. And they've been qualifying for the whole year to be here.
The whole year. This is the premier esports event. This is the one that you want to come to if you are one of these top players. And you can be a top player as well.
You can. And if you want to be a top player, make sure that you go get yourself registered on Telkom VS Gaming. There's a whole bunch of games that you can succeed at and excel at. Make sure that one of your games is supported on the network. And who knows, you might be on stage next year.
We could be calling your name, and I think maybe it's time now to get our 2 finalists onto the stage to watch this incredible action.
Do I start? Do I have the honors?
I'm giving you this one, Grant. You have the honors of introducing the first team.
I want to hear everybody cheer for Big 5 Gaming! Ladies and gentlemen, Big 5 Esports! Joey, you showed off that last round. It was absolutely impressive. What are you guys going to do differently? If you're going to do anything differently, you seem to remain composure. How do you feel to be in the final? I've got so many questions.
I'm actually pretty happy to be in the final. It was a bit shaky last 2 weeks, but we kicked it off a notch. But I think this is going to be a pretty one-sided final.
All right, so is there a couple of things that you're going to be changing to make it, keep it that one-sided? Are you saying it's one-sided in your favor?
Yeah.
Whoa! I thought you were being humble. Don't worry. So look, your mom is cheering in the front row. You've got your supporters. Who's here for Big 5? Well, I'm really excited to see you guys play. So what are you guys going to do to keep yourselves there?
We're just going to do our standard stuff. I don't think we have to throw anything new at them. They've already seen a lot of what we do, but it'll all work already.
All right, okay, cool. I'm really excited to see what you guys throw down to Energy. These are two of the biggest teams in the country performing, and we are really excited to watch you guys play. So good luck.
Slowy better hang around, because I think that Energy Esports might have some answers to that. They have been around since the beginning. They are one of the most dominating esports organizations in South Africa. They have been for years. This particular team, some of their members have traveled overseas earlier this year, and now they are here to not only defend the title, but to take it home once again. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Energy Esports. Make some noise for Energy Esports! Adam, look at that. What do you have to say to Slowy's comments?
I mean, we played at the minor. We're still going to China. So if you win this, I mean, still not even compared to us.
Whoa! I don't know, you looked very sad after we beat you at VS Champs 2-0 easy.
I mean, that may be true, but we still went to Berlin and we're still going to China. So
Online is always one thing, my son.
There we go. I think as fun as this is to watch, we have to make it clear that these guys are actually really good friends. But I know you're not leaving yet. We still need to talk to you. But as much as you had a little bit of banter there, let's talk about your journey here, because a lot of people did think that Goliath were probably going to knock you out in the semi-finals. You've had quite a strong run here, even with your lineup changes. So do you think, if we take this seriously, without the banter, what do you think your chances are up against Sinister 5? I mean, not Sinister, Big 5, yeah.
our chances are pretty high. I mean, they were a scrim partner for our bootcamp, and let's just say it didn't go too well for them. So.
Still cheeky. Go sit down. Go sit down. Now, Grant, I was a little bit late to this one because the important people here at Comic-Con were handing out some celebrity photo op vouchers for the crowd who makes the most noise for their favorite team.
Yo, guys, these are celebrity photo vouchers. Have you guys taken photos with celebrities yet? Who wants to take a photo with one of the celebrities?
I feel like you have to make enough noise for one of these two teams. Obviously, Big 5, Energy Esports. You need to tell us which team. Is there a specific reason why they've both been named Energy now? Okay, Energy, this is an Adam troll that's obviously happened here. So we got Big 5, Energy Esports. Which is your favorite team?
Which is your favorite team?
There's a lot of Big 5 shouting going on, which concerns me, because Energy Esports has been around for a long time. They've normally the favorites going in. Where are the Energy fans? It's like one giant fan screaming over there. I think we need to have a little bit more noise. I said, where are the Energy fans? That's better.
I think. Can I give a winner? I think I heard. Your voice is just so loud, my friend. Got it all the way from Archer. That was unreal. You're like that X-Man superpower with the voice sound things.
The giant noise. Are you guys ready for some incredible South African CSGO? We got two more.
I really want to keep. Okay.
Aren't these valued?
No. I'm going to give these two out to one person.
To one person.
To one person. You and your friend can take photos together. There are people watching. You guys are also included in this. I know you're not seated, but that's fine. I want the loudest person in the room to tell everybody to come through to the final stage here. Are you guys ready? I'm literally listening. I promise. I'm gonna even take out my earpiece. All right, 3, 2, 1. Hey, yeah, so what? You, my friend.
How did Grant find the one person miles away and hidden in the
It
corner?
was just direction. I don't know what it was. It was like an arrow. It was like Hanzo's arrow.
You did run straight to him. Okay, let's get serious now. The two best teams in the country about to fight it out. 600,000 Rand prize pool. That's going to buy you quite a few.
If it's anything like the gameplay we've just seen in the semifinals, we are in for a treat. This is some spectacular gameplay that you guys are about to witness, whether you're supporting a team or not. And hopefully by the end of today, if you're supporting South African, if you're not supporting South African esports, you will be, and you will have a favorite team.
I'm pretty sure that every single person here in the audience is ready for this. I hope that you're excited. What I do want to ask you to do is, this is a big moment for the players on the stage. They are competing for huge amounts of money. For some of them, this is a full-time thing that they are doing. So please, I ask you now, take out your phones, take photos of them. Go on Twitter, go on Instagram, talk about your favorite teams. Use the hashtag Telkom VS Gaming and make sure that these guys feel that love throughout that game. I think we now need to take it a bit more seriously and get to the experts.
Yeah, take it back, Hellbert.
Thanks so much. I thought it was Hellboy for a second there.
Hellboy.
Time for a name change. Let's do that. The movie was fantastic, by the way. It seems fitting, actually, in this kind of environment.
I think Grant had something to, like, there was something behind that, I think.
I like this movie. It's like, Hellboy, maybe like Spider-Man, and I don't know.
Which one? See, that's important.
Miles Morales is the best Spider-Man. Fight me! Okay, right. So, yeah, I think we have got this backstage behind us. A lot of people, they're keen to do this. I think we should still have a little bit of fun.
How was that banter?
Yeah, that was great. I loved it. I actually was like, Eddie was savage, dude.
Yeah.
He was really going at it, and slowly, well, focused on the victory, I guess.
Insane. I couldn't believe both of those players were so confident to just put it all out there in the public.
It's great to see. But
it
we've
is
been
great
talking about it the whole weekend, how confidence is going to be key here this week.
Yeah.
I gotta say, there were some comments here about China and also, that doesn't matter here, folks. China's cool, like that's great, but this is it. This is Comic-Con. This is the Telkom VS Gaming Masters. This is what we've been playing for, not for this year. It's been decades, an endless story. This all started back in the day where a couple of people thought it'd be a good idea to get this thing up and running, and it's culminating right there in one of the most beautiful stands, one of the most beautiful venues, and one of the most prestigious events worldwide that's found its way to Africa. This is not something small. This is not China, guys. This is Africa. And right now, you're going to have two sides. You're going to forget about everything that's come before, everything that's going to come after, because as you said, Hayes, it's round by round, and there's 30 that you need not quite in a row, but there's 30 key ones that you need, potentially.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to ask you guys in the crowd something. We're not quite ready yet, but I feel like we need like the grand final fairy to come out, right? We need these guys out there to know that we're waiting on them. We want these map vetoes and we want it now. So I want to ask you guys, doesn't matter if the players are ready just yet. I want to know from all of you, and that's everyone back there and everyone on that side too. Ladies and gentlemen of Comic-Con, are you ready?
There we go.
I think you got an answer, Mr.
I think you got an answer.
All right, I'm ready. I'm ready. That's the thing as well. So
I think we all are.
I gotta say though, there's so much history and so much prestige, and I'm very fortunate to have the two of you beside me. I want to give you guys a chance to talk now. Give us your predictions, your thoughts, what's gonna crack it, what these people out here need to know about these two sides. Hayes, you've been great at starting up. Take us away.
First, I'm going to go to Big Five because we had them most recently on the stage. We got to see that they are teamwork. That is their core strength. We saw how well it worked for them. Even when their backs were against the wall on train against Sinister 5, they were still able to claw their way back into the game, pushed it to overtime, and they closed the map. Clearly, they've got the BMT on their side right now, and that's always super important when you're on the big stage.
Yeah, and going alongside to Energy Esports, they've got the teamwork, they've got the individual skill, they've also got that BMT. We saw the confidence coming out of ADN, and I'm sure that's filtered down to the rest of the team. Those boys are looking ready, and I mean, not to say that we didn't see them on stage today, they still played a game against Goliath and took that victory quite convincingly.
Yeah,
2-0.
very convincingly.
So, you know, looking at two very confident teams coming off two very big victories here.
Predictions, like you said, I think if all 10 players are firing at maximum potential, I think Energy are the stronger team. But that's not to take away from the fact that Big Five definitely have what it takes to go one step further than last year and actually win Comic-Con Africa. 600,000 Rand prize pool divided amongst the top 4 teams. It is, yeah, you want to be a part of that cut.
You do, you definitely do.
Sorry, it's actually all 8 teams, but still, you want to be in that higher
You kind of get the lion's share when you come number 1.
Yeah, it's 200,000 Rand if I'm not mistaken.
It's 3 maps. You know, you do the better of 3 maps. How many maps in CSGO do you think you played, sir?
There's 7 maps in CSGO. Is that what you asked me?
No.
No, how many maps have you played? Like, as in, how many collective rounds of 30 have you played?
Oh, myself?
Yeah.
Oh, a lot.
Countless.
Countless.
I mean, like
I've got like
10,000?
4,000 hours in the game, so you can do the maths on how many minutes a round is and work it from there.
Any of them that, you know, any 3 that would be worth the lion's share of 600,000 Rand? Because that's what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
3
maps. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. And let's just actually chat about the individuals now.
Yeah.
On the side of Energy, we've got somebody, ADM. He, along with Divo, in my opinion, they've got the highest work ethic. I'm not sure, and I'm just referring to sheer hours that they've invested into the game. These guys have got, I think it's upward of like 8,000 hours in the game or something. Now, I read a book in high school about how 10,000 hours is the goal to become a professional at something, to really hone your skills, to be able to do it at the top level. These guys are going to be bursting through that barrier and completely breaking that glass ceiling and showing where that level truly lies. There is no line, and you can keep going and keep pushing yourself as far as you possibly can. And that's exactly what ADM is doing, and he has proven that he is one of the top players in the country. Then you couple him with somebody like the Man, who's got this explosive ability as well to just open up a round for his team. You bring in that guise of Kani, that experience, really just ties them together, make sure that everybody's headspace is in the correct place, even when things aren't really going well for them, making sure the ship continues to travel in the right direction. You've got Dweezil, he's had the experience, he's been on the stage before, he's won Comic-Con Africa, he knows what it's like to be under pressure and to be able to come back from it. And to round it out, you've got Blaze, this core pillar of strength. You can give him a job, doesn't matter what it is, and he's going to give it 110%. So this Energy team is just a super team of sorts.
Yeah, no, it is.
So before we go next, let's hear it then one more time. Crowd, we need to get this amped up. We need to go one more time. So, one more time for Energy Esports. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful sound here at Comic-Con.
Beautiful sound.
But okay, so let's go on to the other page. We're going to set the page. It would be totally unfair to tell this never-ending story if we didn't talk a bit about their opponents.
Well, if you have a look at Big Five, I mean, also a star-studded lineup. You have a person like Slowy, who's just been he's firing on all cylinders this whole weekend. Even before this weekend, doing some great work with the AWP, doing some even better work with some good work with rifles as well, coupling him with his AWP, AWPer that's playing with him, the former custom. Custom's the other AWPer. Convict's the other AWPer. Yeah. I get confused between them two all the time. Convict, them doing great work together, and always just making sure that they're locking down sites as well. And just coupled with the rest of the players in the team, they form such a strong bond. This team is the epitome of brotherhood. They work together, they play together, they do everything together. I mean, I saw photos of them gymming together. Like, they're literally trying to breathe that in themselves, and it's so great to see.
Yeah.
All right, well, one good turn deserves another. Sorry, your voices are going to struggle after this. If you leave this venue and you still have a voice, we're going to have some words. We're going to be very disappointed in you. Promise you, the 3 of us, we don't intend to have a voice when we're done here. So, one more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Big Five.
Yeah, I don't think it's much of a choice between who the crowd's backing in this one. Hey, Hellbird.
Oh, you never know.
I think the Big Five screens was more Mama Slowy that just, hyping everything.
They're getting like a 10% buff for that one.
All right, so we're going to be heading into the veto shortly. Let's chat about maps a little bit. We saw backstage, Energy, they beat Goliath Gaming on Vertigo. The first time we saw it in this competition, the first time we've seen it in a competitive scene in the past couple of months. Very exciting. That means Big Five, they're going to be aware of that. It may even be their first ban here, unless they've also been working on the map. Then you look at Nuke, which is the other sort of obscure map which doesn't get played frequently. We haven't seen either of these two teams actually play Nuke at this event yet, so that might actually get floated through the pool. Sort of neither team really comfortable, but not really afraid of the map, so it just might make it through. So yeah, just going to have to wait to find out exactly what the case is.
I think I actually heard of Vertigo. Vertigo and Train banned out so far, so we're going to walk you through this.
I hope that's a ban from Energy side on the Train, because I mean, Big Five really did some great work on Train against in the last game that they played, and I mean, just to get you against Sin 5, they went into overtime and they closed it out. And the things that they were doing on Train was incredible. I'm sorry, the teamwork and everything that we saw from them on that map, I think it's a good ban.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say it was Energy's ban, because there's no way Energy was banning Vertigo after winning it backstage. And then Mirage. Yes, Vertigo and Train is banned, as we speculated, and then Mirage is going to be the first map, and Overpass will be the second map. Now, this is an exciting map pool between these two teams, so yeah, it's definitely going to be increasing that level of competition, because they're both very efficient on these maps.
And then
Observer's going to be happy. No Nuke to worry about this time, Earthy.
Banned out, and I think that's also a good ban coming through, because as we say, we've never seen those two maps being played by these two teams. This thing, and just as I say that Inferno, we've been seeing it a lot of in all the best of threes actually. That's the third map. Every single one that we've seen has gone to Inferno. Well, every single best of three, the last map's been Inferno, and I mean we're going to see it again.
Would it be a fitting grand final if we didn't have Inferno as the third map, though?
Let's get some Inferno overtime play forever, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, just jumping back to a previous result between these two teams, they played in the third and fourth playoff of the EveTech Champions League, and Energy actually won the series 2-1. I'm trying to cast my mind back to remember exactly what the maps were. I think that Energy beat them on Dust and Overpass, if I'm not mistaken, and then they dropped the ball on... I don't even want to speculate because I can't actually remember right now, but the point being that Energy beat them 2-1 in their most recent occasion. However, that was online. Always a bit of a different setting when you come play at the live event.
There's a complete difference between online. I mean, you heard Slowy say it as well. There's a big difference between online and LAN, and I definitely think that these two teams are proficient at LAN. They will be. These players have been playing on LAN, and they have that BMT like we've been talking about as well.
Yeah. Actually just came back to me that Big Five beat Energy on Overpass, and I see we got the map here today.
Yeah.
And Energy, actually, their T-half looked very poor the two times that I've seen it so far. So I'm sure they've been doing a lot of work of that in their boot camp for the past week, and they're going to be, that's why they're comfortable to play a chair in the grand final. But I'm pretty sure we're going the distance here in this grand final.
Also looking at how Big Five have been playing, I mean, their T-side's been a lot stronger than their CT side as well. So maybe that's something to look out, especially on a map like Overpass as well.
Say, moving back in time for one moment, we mentioned before during this entire build-up that it's the teams that have been focusing on themselves, the ones that wanted to be the best version of themselves that could make it there. You called it right. They're the ones that are staying here today. Obviously, NG in their own right, the boot camps, the effort that they've put inside it, and from the words of Slowy himself, they were focusing on playing their own best CSGO. And there's something beautiful about that, right?
Yes, there is something beautiful. And actually, another little interesting info bite here, and it was given away by ADM. They were scrim partners for this past week because they would only meet in the grand final at Comic-Con if they were going to play each other, which means it's sort of the safest bet to play them the most consistently because you're the least likely to face them at the event. Here they are against each other in the grand final, and they have played each other a lot in this past week. So they know, they sort of have an idea of what to expect.
And scrimming against another team, I mean, we've all done it before. Scrimming against another team, you learn how those players play. So even down to what util is being thrown at what time. So if they've gone that in depth in their scrimming and actually taken notes of all of that, you can know what execute they're doing before they actually start executing it. So it's going to be a very interesting game to watch, especially knowing that they've been scrim partners.
Could it get any better than this?
It's great.
It was like the stars aligned. We were going to tell this story one way or another. I mean, it would have made just as much sense to be talking about totally different sides here. Goliath, the side that we never saw on the grand stage. But we're pretty much the teams, I think, all three of us, if we had to put money on it, probably would have said Goliath were the ones who would take the whole thing.
Yeah.
Not even here, not even present. Other sides that looked like they could maybe force their way forward, like Sin 5, who really struggled and grinded, but just didn't seem to have that last little spice that they needed to get here.
Yeah.
None of them could do it. But the two sides that practice, the two sides that grind against each other, the two sides that were here last year, once more taking each other on in this grand final. And we must be like seconds away. I want to get a camera, man.
Yeah,
I'm just
I think the casters are ready for us, actually, if I'm not mistaken.
Production, how are we looking? Are we about ready to go?
Yeah, I'm
live?
frothing. I really want to get going with this game. So the sooner the better at this point.
Well, nothing yet in the ear.
Yeah,
so
that's the importance.
In fact, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. So here it is. History versus Destiny. Energy versus Big Five. Casters, take it away.
Let's get live, ladies and gentlemen. This is the grand final of Comic-Con South Africa 2019. I'm quite excited for this, girls. I can imagine everyone's been waiting for this moment 9 months for this day. That's a whole baby, girls.
A whole baby indeed, Tools. And here we are at the grand finals, Comic-Con Africa 2019. Guys, all of that other screaming they made you do, that was all just warm-up. Can I hear it for these two teams? Let's go! Woo!
Let's get stuck straight into it. Smoke Kit onto Convict, and Energy Esports getting 3 flashes for themselves and a smoke bomb. Convict.
Scouting out middle here, our Big Five getting a little bit aggressive, got that information on Cat, but Energy Esports are just pushing into the speed bomb site. The breach is imminent. They blink through, they get picked off slowly. There is a triple man set up here, and it looks like Energy Esports are running into a meat grinder. Custom at the back of the site, unspotted until that point. He gets the round, and Big Five start off in a strong way. A good read onto Energy Esports there for the pistol round.
Strong start indeed, with 4 players remaining alive. That will help them with the armor, they can help them with the cash flow, and they'll be feeling quite confident going to the next round. Energy Esports didn't even get a bomb plant, so they're going to have to go with something a lot more reserved than they would have wanted. Just a smoke gun cannibalistic. I imagine that's going to go into window or top middle. That's definitely going to window. They got 1 flashbang. I assume it's just going to be to create some space for the players going out on entry. Slowly smoked off, does preemptively spam, finds nothing. Nothing doing over there.
Yep, but now the numbers are swarming. They're hitting up connector. Big Five Esports taking position there in A-Ramp. Going to take this duel a bit more defensively, but Energy Esports have the A-bomb site. They are looking for a bomb flash. Will they get it? Slowly finds a little trouble in jungle, but comes out on top of Molly. Lands up duffing there by Convict, but the bomb is down for Energy Esports. Job is done. But now the retake begins, and slowly but surely they start constricting Energy Esports. But I mean, with all that said, they got the bomb down. They managed to get a weapon out the hands of Big Five Esports, and I don't think Energy Esports will be too sad with that.
Not at all. I mean, that was the plan, just to get the bomb down. They invest a little to nothing into that round, goals. Just the Glocks, 1 P250 and a flash and a smoke. I mean,
And
quite
now they
surprised
got
they got the bomb plant, and they straight back into us. Adam already going into that AWP, starting off strong.
Got the spawn.
And we know how potent it is with AWP. Let's just see where he heads.
Yep.
Big
ADM.
Five Esports. I mean, they're keeping the lower range submachine gun, so that does supplement their bank, but let's just see how they face up against these AK-47. Slowly being pushed off to connect with that Molly. Adam, there we go. Early round protocol has been established by both teams, making sure they're in control of what they wanted.
Indeed, Adam denied that early entry, but the man pulling out the pugs early on, walks out of ramp completely uncontested, gets spotted, but slowly unable to deal with it. The man really taking over this A-bomb site now and calling all of his teammates back, and he's just got such a positional advantage at the moment. Big Five still have a trick up their sleeve in the form of Takbok.
Takbok, he's in such a prime position to get them back into this round. Donkey goes for a trade at the very least, 2v4 at the moment, but they haven't spotted this linchpin. He is the man to watch at this present moment. Custom potentially giving some space. He's going to wait for the information from Takbok, whether this round is winnable or not. The bomb still moving into the site there. Adam does have some sort of awareness, and they plant against that, but this is so tricky for him, Bowles.
Yeah, he's just not given anything. ADM takes his teammate out, and now his position is given away. He's able to take 2, and only 2 left. Takbok has an opportunity here to pull Big Five out of the trouble. The man still safely underneath balcony, not giving away anything just yet. The nade not in the right place. The man tries to dodge it almost to his demise, but Takbok needs to make a play. He gets the man. I can't believe it. He now is the one. He jumps on the box. He almost gets it. Takbok making that a really, really close call there, but Energy Esports on that gun round, they come out on top, and it's all off the back of the man.
I mean, if that's any indication how this game is going to go, it's going to be a cracker, goals 2-1 in the favor of Big Five Esports. Energy definitely loved that round. They definitely would have wanted to get back into this, and they got AKs against 1 AWP. Submachine gun, a deagle, a shotgun, man. This is a mismatch buy. This is pulling everything out the kitchen sink here. Blaze getting tagged up by Slowy, 17 HP, and he's still carrying on. He's still balling up Connector here. Convict might get caught unawares here, but taken down by Slowy.
Yep, Big Five, although weak weaponry across the board, they still have that very valuable AWP that Energy Esports aren't able to afford, so mid-control seems to be the name of the game here, but Tianki tucked nicely into that vent room, preparing for what is to come, and Canny clearing that lowers area, gonna head back towards B as they establish connector control, but Big Five, not worried, not concerned, still holding strong position.
Donkey's about to engage into battle now. Weasel takes him out with the H. He didn't move a single inch. Was so static, just waiting for that kill, and it eventually came to him. But you do see them rounding up towards that B side. All three players from Energy Esports, they do have some sort of utility to make some space.
It's all up to Tianki to buy some space for Custom. He's in a good spot, but Energy Esports will be clearing it. There comes the Molly. That's going to push them back or forward. It seems like they've elected to go back. Nice little bait there, but look at Big Five tools. They're just swarming around. They're going to be able to catch them on the flank soon. Slowy in a prime position to catch them off, but ADM punishes him, takes the head off of his shoulders, and now Big Five needed to spread a little bit more thin, but the time is ticking.
There's only 30 seconds on the clock, and they kind of, I wouldn't say have to commit to B, but they need to make a decision very soon before the rotation comes in. Tianki's and Custom up on that bug. The shotgun should be a one-shot headshot on the body. He misses the first engagement, gets the second, gets the first at the very least. He needs to stay alive. He needs to give some time for the rotation to come in the spam. Eventually, Adam gets him.
He's done enough.
7 seconds on the clock. The man has to do so much in his hands. I'm quite surprised he got that kill. That's fast aim from him, but
too little, too late tools. Big Five just had the read on them there, even though Slowy not able to capitalize on that flank too much. Ultimately gets a wealth of information, forces or causes the rotation over to his teammates, and ultimately there's just numbers on the site with no numbers left on the clock. So Big Five bang back one on their own, and 3-1 here. Energy Esports looking to change things up and go for a quick A exec. I'm pretty sure we should be seeing them just try and get a bomb plant share. They haven't got much to work with. It's just about whether Big Five will let them do it. Convict gonna get into a beautiful position for Sandwich. This is gonna make this breach a little bit more difficult to pull off.
It could work against him as he is in isolation, and the smoke should cut off Tuckbox, so it's up to him whether he's pulling in pushing from the smokes, engaging the first play, gets a second. That's the bomb, and these guys are so squishy. They have no head armor. Then we've got Tuckbox, at least stays to support, but doesn't get any kills for his efforts. Now it's down to a 4v3, but the bomb is in control of the CTs. Look at Slowy, just posting it up. They aren't going to boost. Lovely boost up there from Cannibalistic. Nice kill, but Custom is there to clean up on Owl 3. Gets 3 kills for his troubles. That's 4-1 in favor of Big Five Esports. Not a bad start, but are losing a lot of rifles.
Losing a lot of rifles, but no bomb plant for the side of Energy Esports. So that's definitely going to make them feel a bit better about that round. Convict dealing with the breach sufficiently, and Custom just cleaning up. Like you said, on L3 with 3 frags, he's starting to get warm, and we all know that's a force to be reckoned with. But back into this game here, Energy Esports looking to full buy AK, and we saw them favor this B apps yesterday in the semi-finals. So again, electing to go towards that area of the map, going to slowly look towards lowers and forced to slow things down here. More nade damage done for the side of Big Five onto Energy.
Does seem like they're kind of aware of it. They still have a Molotov on Junkies. The man, so poised, so patient, waiting for a push from Convict. This angle should pay dividends for him. If he is aware, does get Convict in top middle. But now the B exit comes in. Now it comes down to the defensive smoke. Tianki's so blind, he can't see. But he gets the first kill, and that's exactly what he needs to do. Back to a 4v4. Now he needs to dog weave, working together with Custom on that side. This defensive smoke, he's going to swim in the Custom! The same play we saw earlier from one of the players in Sinister 5. Now Custom repeats it. He's so destructive on that B side. Man, he locked it down.
He locks down, just such sneaky play there. He throws that defensive smoke as it comes in, and Tianki's able to pull that fire. He lands the first shot, pulling all the attention of the Energy Esports players, and Custom just reigning supreme there at the back of the bomb site. Sneaky beaky like through the smoke, and he ends up converting another 3K. So brilliant stuff coming out of him.
I wonder if that kill on the man, Convict, actually triggered that B exec, if they thought that was the play on cap after rotate. It'll be very interesting to see, but we'll find out that later. Deco scout by coming out of Energy Esports. Slowly holding down Mask 1 in such an aggressive position. Blaze deletes him off the map, but
Yep, forced to commit to that spray as he was spamming through the smoke. They elected to move through the smoke there and try and peek him together. Pays dividends as they get that gun, but they're not going to be able to actually pick the weapon up. It's not going to upgrade their weaponry now. So 4v5, advantage to the terrorists, but again, Big 5 with big guns, still got mollies, flashes, where on the side of Energy Esports, only a flash and a smoke to use.
I'm sure they kind of want to maybe get that M4 in window, maybe boost up. We do see Cannibalistic sitting below that window, but no one's there to boost him. The bomber, upper B, so it does give us sort of an indication as to where it might go. He did spot it, but that might cause rotations for a potential player to peek A Palace, but Convict aggresses on his own. There's a connector player there getting taken up here, Tiankis, and it's falling apart for Energy Esports. 3 players left. We have seen Adam with this deagle. He is quite destructive, but Blaze gets the second kill of the round there. Smokes off jungle, pushes towards CT. Now it's up to Takbok to defend that side, but he does have support in the form of Tiankis.
Lovely crossfire coming through there, just holding the line from Cat all the way to Connector after clearing that B-Apps, clearing and pushing that A-Apps. Convict getting a frag there and ultimately just breaking the breach from Energy Esports. 6 rounds to 1 year at the start of Mirage, and Big 5 starting to build up their CT side economy. It has come down to the wire every single round, so they haven't got too much in the bank, but now a buy from Energy Esports. Again, a proper buy now with that AWP on ADM. We know how deadly he can be, and it looks like Energy are looking to set up for some sort of execute.
He's looking for a smoke placement. I think they're just communicating as to who's smoking what, but I think the calls come in. Smoke stairs, no, smoke CT, and that's going to be set up. You can see this is going to be a clinical exit. And we'll see how meticulous and precise each smoke lands. Molotov will bolt to make sure no CT aggressors. Takbok has to fall back, maybe try get an entry. So much damage done onto Blaze, and the retake call is made. They're going to be waiting for a lurker, and the lurker did his job. He picked off the upper B player. But Convict does have a gap in the smoke, and they're taking their time, Energy Esports, and I'm not opposed to this. This is quite nice to see.
They push through the
jungle smoke. They push it to Convict. He's been here for years. He will keep being here. The bomb has gone down, but 2v4.
Yeah, I mean, that smoke got placed there, and you could see Energy set up to flash through it and catch all the rotations off guard, but Convict playing in such a sneaky spot there, looking through the gap, ends up having his back towards the flashbangs, and that ultimately just strengthens this retake, and now ADM chooses to get involved. He gets the first all pick, and now it's a little bit more difficult for Big 5. Smokes are coming out towards the box. Oh, beautiful flash there, pick off the AWP, and Tianki just comes through. If Convict's not killing, he's supporting, and
I mean, Tianki's had quite a resurgence. I mean, he's one of those newer players that came into the Big 5 squad, and I mean, he's bringing that firepower, sitting on 11 kills thus far. He's amped, and he's getting stuck in, and they need him, and he's always there at the right time, at the right place. Whether it's B on an exec, whether it's A, he's always there in short, holding, making sure they can't plant for that B, can't plant for connector, so they have to go for that normal plant. That plant that doesn't really help the T's. They have to only post-plant from T-Ramp or Palace or in the side, and they have executed for that. They have post-plant setups for that, whether it's a molly for Palace, and a smoke for Palace, either or, but they seem prepared. By Energy Esports, Takbok's coming out. I mean, they are netting their kills, so what can they do moving forward, girls? How do they actually get back into this game?
It's so close. I mean, the scoreline just simply does not represent how tight these rounds are, and it's coming down to a flash here, a kill there. So, I mean, they got to stick to their game plan, and unfortunately right now the economy doesn't allow them to get that deadly AWP onto ADM, but it looks like they want to try and work contact burst there towards that ARAM can. He's going to try to pull some fire here towards the middle, but he's going to get picked off by an aggressively positioned Slowy, and now the pressure will mount on the players all waiting outside of ramp again. Custom just spotting that B-bomb side, so they know the hit's coming. He spots multiple players slowly here. Gonna get ahead of the smoke. He takes a shot with the support flash, but the man able to post that angle. Tianki again gets one from stairs, but instantly traded up by Blaze, and now the site is in control by Energy Esports. The bomb is going down. Big 5 patiently waiting for the retake, not committing, waiting for these smokes to fall down. Takbok getting a bit overzealous there towards City Spawn, but again, the bomb isn't down just yet. They haven't actually got the side. Blaze going to hunt for the kill for Convict, and he gets both of them. He's just holding his mouse one year and doing some impressive work on these retakes.
I mean, Blaze got Adam killed there. I mean, he took that fight there and he swung right in front of Convict's cross there, and he just slapped him in the face, get the second player. Now, it is quite dicey. The money is sort of there. They can, you know, get max round bonus. I want to just have a look at their guns, if you can let go of that scoreboard there. Nope. I mean, they can go for a half buy and go for the same exec and get a bomb plant, whether it's A or B.
I think at this point they need to secure a round or two tools. they're probably going to just lightly invest, if at all, into this round. You can just see one flashbang, a couple of deagles, with a deagle and ADM at least. They're going to spend to 2K. Oh wait, there's an AK-47 buy. Nope, they're forcing into it.
I mean, they were sitting around 3-4, 3-5, so they can go for the force buy, but they're going to be sitting. But this is a trap. This is one of those things where you don't really, in a sense, trust your game plan with the proper rifle, so you go for these set plays, and you can only do set plays or fast plays with limited to no utility, dry walk-ins, etc. And I'm not too sure Big 5 will allow them. As you can see, the early run protocol is there for them, but Adam is quite personal with that deagle, and he'll be looking to get a kill slowly, picking up Weasel. He's so aggressive in that middle area. He's giving them no space. His foot is on their necks at this current time.
Yeah, he's putting so much pressure on these players here with this AWP, just constantly getting picks, and you know, it's him getting aggressive and falling back that allows people like Tianki, allows people like Convict here to just push the extremities of the map. And again here, he's just going to get behind the lonely flank in the B apps, potentially get behind him. Kani completely unaware of Convict's position, but the Mexican standoff, none of them looking at each other. It's almost like they've got to count down from 5 and just start dueling, but Convict going to clear it out now. This will allow Big 5 to force or to push those rotations back toward, there we go, cleared out those B apps, and now you should see the rotations fall back, and Energy Esports pressure to push onto this A bomb site. They're both looking for frags, but Takbok giving them nothing, takes the man out, and there's a follow-up kill from Slowy, and one by one, they are falling down, and Tianki takes the last skull in the form of Blaze, and 9-1 here from Big 5 Esports. They've even got flags, man. They're in the front of the crowd. Beautiful stuff.
Man, that is a sight for sore eyes, but Energy Esports have their full buy.
I'm not crying, you crying.
I'm not crying, you crying. Let's see how this next round unfolds. Energy Esports need to get back into this, and they'll be looking to their top players, the impact players. Adam, actually, they got a half buy going into this. That fully invest last round actually expended all their cash. Gonna be getting in front of this. We saw them do this the other day. He does a one-way smoke. Actually, it's going to be the back off. They execute behind him. As we can see, the majority of the players are there.
Custom aware, the exec is coming in here. He's going to pull out his rifle, but they're starting to cross towards the site. There is support in the form of Tianki. Now Custom can afford to get aggressive. Tianki doing so much work now. The breach is broken. The breach is coming through one by one, and Weasel puts down the smoke. They need to get the bomb down here to Energy Esports, but they won't let them. Custom and Tianki just absolutely dominating this B-side hold, and again, just don't give any gaps. Just perfect crossfire setups, triangles. It's textbook stuff, tools.
It is textbook stuff, and they're sticking to what they know, sticking to their game plan, and it's working out so far. But this is the gun round they actually need to get back into this. It's 10-1. You know, we have seen comebacks on 13-2 scorelines, etc., but you don't want to leave it to that. You don't want to create more work for yourself leading on into the latter rounds.
Yep, ADM looking to take an AWP shot, and he gets his head ripped off by the AK-47. You can just see Convict is just breathing with confidence right now. Really, really popping off here. Everybody from Big 5 just seems to be on point, and again, Energy lose the early round advantage, and again, Blaze just unable to tap the head of Slowy, who's just getting more and more aggressive with this AWP, and
I mean, they're putting on quite a CT clinic on here.
Definitely.
Quite a show. Caramelistic, we've seen him here time and time again, looking to get some work done here. They're at a two-man disadvantage, so, I mean, everyone now needs to just try find their individual duels, try and win that before they can actually make a clear decision as to what site they actually want to hit. The man, one of the newcomers to the Energy Esports squad, previously in Goliath Gaming for a small stint, previously Energy Esports for a small stint. He's back home.
Yep, an insane player that creates so much space for his teams. He's picked up ADM's AWP here to see what he can do, and they need to isolate a player. They need to get a pick here if they want to get back into this round. Weasel going to join him up at that A ramp, while it looks like Kani is going to try and create some sort of diversion towards that B site and move down towards lowers. Takbok waiting for them to come up ramp, and he's well positioned for that. Going to pop down a smoke, playing really, really defensively here, and you can just see the discipline coming out of Big 5, not giving any space to the players of Energy Esports, but Kani able to get one towards that window area, and now it's all up to him and Dweezil to do whatever they can, and now slowly picks off Kani, and Takbok takes care of Dweezil, and swift start to the half here, and Big 5 11-1. Energy Esports already expended 2 timeouts on this map, but at this point, is it worth using a third? I mean, you can just see there, you know, Slowy popping off, Convict popping off, Tianki, one of the irregular ones, you know, more, not to say he underperforms in any way, but when he's chiming into this extent, you know, that's when you get these type of scorelines, and Right now, Energy Esports digging deep into that strat book. They don't have much util to work with. They're going to burst play on A here. Yep, dry walking, no indication that they're coming, but they have been spotted slowly. Going to be put under pressure out towards window. And maybe this is the one saved them. ADM just ripping apart the safe bomb side. He's thrown away the big weapon and he's decided to take care of business on his own. And now the retake will begin slowly. Going to be able to isolate the flame towards CT. He does get killed. Blaze burns to those very same flames. Now it's 2v3. This is doable, but it is a double AWP setup. And now the flank comes in. Kenny pulls back to the back of the middle, and ADM gets the third for the round, puts one on the board for Energy Esports, and they needed that, Tools. They needed that.
They definitely needed that, and it was so well played by Adamy. He waited for that molly to obviously go away, and he took that advantage, that opportunity with 3 seconds where Takbok didn't really jump spot like he usually did there, and that gave him the space to actually take the connector fight, not the CT fight, not the jungle fight, the connector fight, which puts him in an angle where he's not exposed to many. But it worked out for him, and that's something they need to build on. They need to string some rounds together.
Yeah, and they've changed things up here, but again, just sticking to this 4-1 concept that they like to push, and going to try and take some control towards the middle area, but on the other side he's slowly waiting to get aggressive. He takes the shot but unable to connect, and probably one of the first. He's gonna lob a molly towards connector. First pick goes the way of Big Five again here in the apartments, and this forces the entire squad of Energy Esports to funnel up into connector, and Big Five.
Oh, the smoke as it goes away. Chunky's not too
He's
sure
quicker. Oh, Kani gets the win for the duel. Flicks out, trying to buy some more space here, buy some time for his teammates as they retreat out of middle, and Energy Esports still got a minute on the clock, still got a lot of time to work with, but no util, and you can see that, oh, Takbok catches him from behind. That's all the way in Palace.
Yeah, and the players are rotating to where the actual stack is, so Blaze's position is quite important in the sense that they're going to probably try plant for him, as we see a player sitting in CT, but we do see slowly rotating back to B. Potentially he wants to go cat to negate that fact, but they're actually unaware as to where the T's are. They're walking around, they're making no sound cues to give them information. They have to do this, 30 seconds on the clock, they have to find some room, some space to work with. They know where Takbok is, but they don't know where the rest of the players. There we go, pick onto Convict. Blaze does get a kill into a custom there in jungle, and it's down to a 2v3. 3 AWPs, in fact, on a retake. Blaze touchdown onto Takbok. Now slowly coming into Murder Hole, gets the lead to by Blaze. He's got so much work done this round, Blaze. Now it's just down to one person, Convictus Leviosus. Let's see if he can pull out some magic.
Yep, but he does have that AWP, and the man are going to be giving him a lot of, well, Energy Esports are going to give him a lot of respect here. Unable to land the first shot. Now the trade should come in. Very difficult for him to deal with it at this point, but unable to land the shots, and Energy Esports nets another round. Now it's not so bad, Tools. 3 rounds, 4 rounds on the T side, it could be worse. Considering the start of the half year, it definitely could be worse, and Energy Esports starting to claw back into this game. Good to see.
I couldn't agree more, and that's something they really needed. You need some sort of cushioning going into the CT side, because it's so detrimental to the economy. It's so hurtful on the economy that if you don't really net those earlier on rounds, you're not able to build up that economy. It becomes more expensive, as those guns are more expensive on the CT side.
And you can see, despite having such a round advantage, Big Five slightly weakened weaponry here, but the first pick goes the way of ADM, but he instantly gets traded out. Convict takes the duel and quickly retreats to Weasel. Going to try and take a step from Palace, but gets slowed down and stopped dead in his tracks here by that AWP of Slowy. And again, Energy Esports relying on this aggression from multiple angles. As you see the man come up connector, and he gets a double shot. That's FPL for you. He is just on form, gets another one and opens it up for his team. This is what we were looking for. We were looking for an individual to step up, and it's been ADM. It's now been the man, and now Kani closes us out. 11-4 here for Big Five. A strong start, but Energy finished strong as well. Get 3 rounds consecutively. And I would like to put some emphasis on this pistol round. Energy Esports need to defend this pistol round, need to take it if they want to get back into this game.
I couldn't agree more, and it's something they definitely need momentum going into the second half. We do see them buying up 2 flashbangs and a kit. There's no smoke for the defuse at the very end, so we're going to have to rely on those entry frags and coming together in those post plants if that's the case. But we do see some util brought up in Big Five, double smoke, 4 flashes. Interested to see where this is going to go. Seems potentially a double fake. Just want to see who's holding the util. The A player, both A players are holding the util. Do you see the man on bulk? Does he aggressive?
He switched there on his burst fire. They are aware that the players are there, but I think that Convict is trying to just pull some players toward this A bomb side. He's already retreated out. Now the smoke exec's going to come in. Do Energy fall for this? You can see rotations. The man is clearing out that palace. They should have some sort of idea that it is a fake, but as I say that, rotations are pulling through the CT spawn, and Slowy is moving towards jungle, and now the B hit is going to come in, and how can those players actually hold the defense? One player towards Cat, but Convict is stuck in the middle of their defenses, but now Blaze looking for these frags, just running all over the bomb site. Tianka gets to Convict, finally kills the rotator, and it's just messy back and forth. Slowly already deep in kitchen, pushes through, perhaps a little bit overzealous. Convict is on the flank though, gonna retreat towards short. That means it's a 2v2 on the site, and ADM gets one. That means there's only one player left. They know that Convict is gonna be delayed, gonna be late on the flank, but there we go. Takbok takes him out, and now it's all up to Kani. He taps the bomb, he does have a kit, he doesn't commit. Convict is coming through to spot the bomb. He does pull Kani off the defuse, and Tiny has to chase, and Convict pulls the round. He puts the pistol round in the favor of Big 5 Esports, excuse me, and 12 rounds to 4 now.
I mean, that was one of the most chaotic pistol rounds I've ever seen in Counter-Strike. I mean, we did see the A fake smokes that went through their own A smokes, the two players, causing quite of a diversion, giving space to the B players to get in. So lovely pistol round, but quite dicey. Energy Esports did read it to a certain extent, but aren't able to land the shot onto the Big 5 players. Although they're going for a force spy, double scout, 5-7 deagle and an omp, it's something worthwhile. You can defend a CT half like this, but it just depends on how you go about it. The man, very aggressive, always aggressive in these positions. Quite one and done as well. You only need one deek shot to the head to get through a situation like this, and he's going to push forward, although Convict is, Leviosis, oh, nice shoulder pick to bait him out, and potentially going to go right back in. I've played this guy in FPL, he does it, look at that. He put the smoke down to try to go back in, but it gives Slowy space in jungle. Is he aware of this? Adam, wakey, takes him down, and that gives so much space to him, and now he's going to carry on going towards the B side to sell it, but look at the minimap, they're going towards the A side. Where do the CTs rotate to? It's up to the players to defend the side here. There's the scout on Cannibalistic. Oh, he even flanks him, Slowy, always behind enemy lines.
We saw him do it on train, and
he's so impactful in these situations.
Yeah, it's impressive stuff coming out of Slowy, just feeling it right now. We saw him do this earlier in the semi-final, and it just looks like he's making it happen here again, and he's going to go looking for that last player. He gets him, and Slowy with the 4K, they're just farming up that money, and he is the sniper. He is the one that picks up that expensive green weapon and ultimately just fueling his bank here if they need it.
To be honest, he's probably going to save this Mac 10. They're going to save all the guns that they have to supplement the economy, because
they know Energy Esports invested into that round. He knows ADM how to scout. He knows that they went all in there, so no need to upgrade the weapons. Carry on running around with his SMGs, and it couldn't have been a better start here for Big 5 on their T side.
Agreed. This is the stock standard anti-eco setup that they enjoy doing, making sure all choke points are covered. Upper B, lower B, middle, A palace, A ramp. Nice and slow, waking to the CT, don't digress, and if they do, it's quite easy pickings. They're going to run the clock down, wait for the CTs to make mistakes. We can see Slowy, he's the main aggressor in these situations. He's going to find information and relate back to his team. He takes control, but what does he do with it? He's going to rotate back to Cat, I believe. Does so. Convict, is he aware of Dweezil's positioning? He doesn't want to overextend. Look at this triangle of dooms the CTs have set up. And it's all based on the fact that all the choke points, in terms of if he breaches that point, he has 3 directions to look at. Oh man, these mollies, does it spread? Is it does? Your toes! Oh, your toes! Convict does spot his barrel.
Takes out Canny there, but the bomb goes down. The stack is rendered. And now, last phase here, just going to try and take down Slowy, but the man just doesn't want to die.
Can you look at his money? Can you just look how much cash he's pocketed?
Over 10k here, and we're only 3 rounds in on the T half. Starting the 4th round now, so just building up the bank there, and you can just see how much that these Big 5 players are showing up here. They made it all the way to the main stage, and they are not giving any room to your former champions, Energy Esports, defending their title here. That's why you can never count them out. You can never assume that they are done and dusted. You can see dual AWP setup coming out here, both on Canny and on ADM. And now a pop burst here towards the A site. Big 5 changed up the pace here completely. Now the man gonna peek aggressively, gonna try clear out that connector, but Slowy won't let him. And now the pressure is on. They are starting to take control of this A bomb site, but 2 players are waiting for them on the other side. ADM decides to get aggressive. He's really, really low now, but he gets another one, no armor, and he's making it work. ADM, quick 2 frags there.
3 frags. He has no armor. Can we just appreciate that for a second, that he was able to, he got stuck here, he understood that he needs to get in there. He's the impact player, he's the man to pull them through this, and he does. 3 kills on him in that round despite not having any armor, and that's something they really needed. They needed this pistol round, but they're going to have to string a bit more together. And you know, it's a tough mountain to climb, knowing it's such a disadvantage. When you look at that scoreboard, it must be so tantalizing. So in their heads, they can't really look at that. They have to take it round by round.
Yep, and now both teams looking to fight towards that middle area. ADM was going to go for an aggressive shot here. Flash is coming out, so he can go for it, but...
Leg for a leg.
Yep. Both going to be limping for the rest of the round here, so it's going to be up to the remaining players to pull something off, but Big Five slowing it down, elected to try and establish some sort of mid-control, but that kind of AWP duel has negated that aggression, or negated this fight from happening.
We do see Tianki's slowly crawling up lowers, waiting on him to activate the mid-side. The man sitting with the FAMAS, he's kind of got double duty on his hands. He has to watch Palace for his CT player, and he has to keep eyes in connector. Slowly, just having a little peek, making sure there's no one there. Tianki's missed the timing on Dweezil, and again, he also has double duty. Two players, basically the rotators, most of the time are going to have this responsibility to be holding two angles. That's why I love this position. It's why I love playing rotator personally. It's just, you have so much responsibility on your hands. But there we go. Tianki's getting taken up by Cannibalistic. That smoke didn't land it where he wanted. Custom picking up a kill, and that's 2 for Energy Esports and 1 for Big Five. They're pinching up on this B side. Blaze blind, but he knows how to hold this position. He's been playing B side for years, so he understands how to do it. Custom takes out the rotator, which is the worst, but Blaze with that defensive smoke has some space to work with. Convict, 1v3, stuck between a rock and a hard place, and does find the first kill, gets tagged out and killed by Cap. The man in there to rescue the team out. That's 6-14 on the board.
Yeah, Energy Esports there, just knowing what they need to do to end that round. Convict left with no duels, no isolated ones at the very least, and they ultimately just triple peek him and take the round. And slowly but surely, Energy Esports buying themselves some room, getting some economy build here on the CT side. As you can see, Big Five forced into save or half investment, and they look like they want to change up the pace and head towards this B bomb site. They are going to walk it down, and there's going to be a slightly slower hit, but as the round pans out, you know, I think Energy Esports are going to have a decent idea that this is coming. There's not many other options you can do on rounds like this. You know, it's kind of like Suket Blut.
It is a Suket Blut, and you can see the exec should come in at any moment. Now, tuck box flash potentially is to blind the guy inside. He's out bulk. They're about to get swarmed. Adam does pick up the first wall. Convict sees he's Blaze in the face. Dweezil is there for that support. And now it's how do they actually get the bomb down? Because that's the plan for this round. If you win it, that's a bonus. But Adam, he's so good with this AWP. He's so mobile with this AWP. And then we've got Dweezil in there for that support, taking out 2 players down to Slowy. And potentially he'll get a kill onto Adam. If he gets that AWP, it could get dicey, but there's too many for him. 7 rounds on the board for Energy Esports.
Too many players, too many bullets, not enough room to work with. But Energy Esports slowly clawing their way back in here. And Big Five unable to get that bomb down. Dweezil with the brilliant rotation there to get a double frag and just stop them dead in their tracks. But this is the buy round now. Convict has the AWP up. They've matched in power, but Energy Esports do have 2 of their own, so...
Oh, I love this. This is what I saw in the major. Trying to catch the player crossing across towards connector. Convict. In a sense, you could call this an off angle, or you just don't expect a position like this, a double up. And I'm pretty sure that caused the sound cue. Yep, that'll trigger the smoke from the man. And we all know how aggressive this player is. He's going to potentially play in front of it if need be. Oof. How did that nade even... Okay. Anyway, Tuckbok.
Yeah, that's a good read from Tuckbok, just assuming his opponent's position there and guessing absolutely correct. And now this forces Slowy to push through the smoke, and the man, an easy pick for him. But the majority of the Big Five esports players are gearing themselves for that B-side hit. But so much information gathered, or...
This is the jump spot I actually taught Blaze last journey. He's using it to perfection. He's ducking and diving. He's staying alive, getting the first kill into the entry. Blaze stays alive even. Tianki's taking out Adam, and Dweezil's always there for that support. He's found himself getting back into this round, and Blaze, such a strong anchor.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Just knowing exactly when to peak as soon as the tension gets pulled towards Dweezil there on that short area. Getting that, well, that's it, my man. Yeah, drink those beers, boys. This is the Comic-Con finals. Getting excited.
Let's get rowdy, guys. I love to see it. I love to see
Viking.
it.
Definitely, 100%.
Viking.
At least 20% of Viking. But back into this game here. Does look like we have a pause. I imagine it's It's a tactical, a couple rounds lost here in a row by Big 5 Esports and Energy Esports. Got 8 of their own, so no real economy to work with here on the T side.
I mean, if you look at it, there's 6 rounds apart, and you look at those 6 rounds, you only need 2 gun rounds out of those 6 rounds, and the rest, you'll practically force them into an eco, in a sense. If you do let them win a round and break it, they get to match points, so every round here is super important for Energy Esports, and you know, hyper-focused, hyper-concentration has to be implemented here.
Yep. And now Big 5 setting up for your staple apps burst. Big grenade there, that is disgusting, and now they have to just push through, and there comes the flash. They come raining out of the apps. They're all over the place, but they are just getting grinded to pieces now. There's just a triangle of doom set up there, and there's just no chance for Big 5. That grenade doing so much work, leaving them with little to work with, and ultimately converting yet another round. Almost back to double digits. Energy Esports showing that they are a championship team, showing that they are here for business.
Agreed. And
the Big 5, this is the gun round. This is what they were talking about during the timeout. I doubt they had anything more to discuss about the apps burst, so it'll be interesting to see how they adapt here. It looks like an aggro mid-peak is going to be the name of the game.
Molly for Con, no one at home to smoke it off, so it should be an indication that are playing solid on their sides. Mid-control hasn't been contested by Energy Esports. That defensive smoke just to cause some confusion, cause some disarray for Big 5 Esports, but they do proceed to ascend forward to Con. Dweezil, this is his home for the last couple of rounds, so gonna see him here for a few more. Tuckbok making himself of a nuisance. He's trying to find that one-on-one fight with Blaze consistently, and Blaze is held strong. Double A ramp set up for the CTs, and something different. I haven't really seen this before where the man is sitting, because I doubt Convictus will actually spot this. They have a player above and he's not going to realize there's a player below. Or he is aware of it.
No, he's aware. He's definitely aware. He's definitely communicated that to their teammates as they go and they pincer towards B, and look at the gap that is in the defense of Energy Esports due to that ramp push, and now they're forced to push and flank, but it's too little too late. The bomb is now rotating all the way over to the B bomb site, and Big 5 have got such strong positions. You can see Tanky already here on the opposite side of the window, so literally no one from Big 5 needs to take a duel. Only when he takes contact is it necessary. The man running too fast, Convict waiting, ends up taking that frag, and now it's all up to ADM and Tukani now. They get the first pick, but Tanky in that position gets the kill. He's going for blood. He senses it now, puts them on match point. Tanky closes out the round. Big 5 on match point.
Potentially one of his best maps he's played in a while, Tiankis, and you can see he's feeling it. It's oozing all that energy.
In that beard.
That's all in the beard.
Looking strong, looking solid, looking focused.
I mean, I like the idea from Energy Esports, the double A ramp setup, and it's something that potentially I would have caught off guard. It's probably why I'm not playing, but at the end of the day, you know, Convictus he was well aware to it, and you know, that's probably one of the pocket plays Energy were implementing to actually get a kill slowly, getting takedown in middle. The man, this is one of the man's spots in connector. He's so strong in that position, especially sitting in FPL, Tiankies, replicating what the man did in his T side, just walking out A ramp, and there we go. The exec comes, dry exec sort of does come in. Cannibalistic, holding that off position, holding that sandwich position, and he gets a kill, tags a second, and it's so hard for him. Tuckbok is smoked out, so you can't even trade, and he's going to keep pressuring them. Another kill by Cannibalistic. He's going huge this round. Tuckbok tries to ease the pain, but the man consistently getting these kills mid-round. Oh, the spray doesn't work out. The garden hose, too hard to control, and that's the 10th round by Energy Esports. And having a look at the money, let's just see if they are able to buy on this round, or they'll save for the next. Yeah, they do have money for this round, so I assume they will buy into it.
Remember, the economy game has changed. That round that you lose after you win is not such a back-breaking round anymore. Now Big 5 still maintaining that 4-round loss bonus, and since they need one, it doesn't really matter after this point if they do lose it. So able to buy here, full AK-47 buy. They've finally just moved away from their standard default, their standard plays. They're looking just straight up exec. It's Mano against Mano here. Whose util can reign supreme? Energy Esports still got full pockets, and that scary AWB presence from Cannibalistic that ripped apart this breach last time round. And
I think they will be doing deep A smokes over here, but the smoke has slowed down the exec, so Convictus is going to make sure there's no aggressive CT pushes from upper palace and middle. then potentially they're going to go back. Just a flash to create some presence, and he's going to double back to that A site and then set up the exec. I'm just very curious as to see what exec they're going to do, what type of exec they're going to implement. And just remember, this is match point, and there's 5 of them.
Convict done his job there with that flashbang, pulled both players towards window, towards connector, but they have rotated back in time. Canny is going to take the peak. The molly goes down from underneath balcony, and now Big 5 Esports pressure to push up the ramp. The belt push is a bit late, but Tuckbok does manage to salvage something, but Canny is just going absolutely ham here. Cannibalistic. He has carried the last few rounds, and he's put Energy Esports back into this game.
It's
what
like
an awesome performance.
Not really dealing with those AWPs quite well. If you can see that Cannibalistic has been so good with that AWP in that position, whether it's one of triple, whether it's beyond CT ticket.
But he's given that space. There's no mollies, there's no flashes,
there's no smokes. But I think, you know, they sort of trusting in Tuckbok and Palace to actually trade if he does go for those ARAM shots. But the utility from Energy Esports, from connectors, making his job so hard, they're either smoking it or mollying it, so that sort of dissects or sort of breaks the actual exec from Big 5 Esports. And I'm pretty sure the Tuckbok should come in, and they will be discussing that. We'll be discussing the remedy for such a play, for such a player.
The gang signs coming out of Maniac there. He's giving the directions, he's giving the words, he's making the making the winning suggestion, and you can see Energy Esports chatting amongst themselves as well. No mistakes can be made from this point going forward. They only have 1 round to work with. Big 5 15, Energy Esports 11. A bit of a broken buy here from Big 5. Gonna keep up that mid control. ADM gonna flash slowly out there with that molly. I think he used smoke to dissipate it, but slow and steady seems to be the call.
Slowly, just sitting with the CZ top middle, so he's just going to be sitting there. Potentially the late flank coming through, whether the split to the A side or the B side. Tuckbok taking a lot of damage in upper B. That grenade sat on his feet, as I can imagine. The man Crosshair trained on lower, waiting for Tiankis, and he's got the bomb, so if he goes down, that could be quite tenuous for Big 5, but the spot is a weird one.
Yep,
waiting for his teammate. There we go. The man, Spidey senses are tingling, wants to get out of dodges. He's sitting in a position of isolation. Weasel is sitting there by ladder. We have spoken about how this is his home. Tuckbok gets the first kill. The man sitting in such an intense spot. This molly is going to get him, but Tianki does one better. And now we still have 2 players sitting CT spawn. We still have Cannibalistic. That's the play they were looking for. Convict is swapping out with Tuckbok, and that's the exact play they were looking for. Blaze coming in from short, gets traded up slow with that CZ, and this potentially is the last round gold.
Yeah, ADM with a lot of work to do. If there's anyone that can do it, it is him. He drops one up for the other one, just needs some more ammo. He believes in his ability. He spots the players, they're all over him. He gets the first one. He's under so much pressure now. They're just spamming this triple box, and there's nothing that he can do. And Big 5 Esports reign supreme and take the final round and take the map, take Mirage. And, you know, considering what they look like on Overpass earlier, taking that map of Mirage is definitely going to mount the pressure on your current champions. But that being said, I mean, we saw how they came back. You know, they left themselves with little room to make mistakes. Any errors on that CT side, and Big 5 eventually crossed the line. It looked like Energy were back into it, but they ended up coming alive, and smiles all around there for the Big 5 boys. The Energy guys didn't look too concerned. They know that this is a 3-map affair. They know that this is a grand final and anything can happen. They can come back and do the exact same thing to Big 5, but it remains to be seen.
I mean, this just speaks to my ideology behind a lot of South African teams struggle a lot on their CT side. They struggle a lot to handle the attack coming in from the T side, whether it's communication, whether it's coordination or teamwork. But we're going to throw it over to the panel, and they're going to discuss further, as we just saw.
Thank you so much, guys. Quick note to all of you walking around. This isn't finished yet, and you're going to lose your seats, so you have been warned. But not only that, it seems like we also have some treats for you, and Grant's going to tell us all about it. Grant.
You guys are quite high up here. This is quite a big box.
Welcome. Overlooking the audience. We've got something very exciting to announce. If you guys are here at Comic-Con, after the prize giving, we're going to be giving away 2 more celebrity meetups tickets.
Can I have one?
You can't have one. But
what about me?
Hey? No, you can meet William Shatner or a bunch of other celebrities, not you.
Wait, can you meet any of the celebrities here at Comic-Con? How does this work exactly?
Well, you just need to stick around until after the prize giving when we hand over the trophy. It's going to be super exciting. I need to get back to work. So do you guys.
Bye.
Okay. Hi and bye, Mr. Grant.
All right. So if you didn't hear, of course you did, but hey, some fantastic tickets to go meet your favorite celebrities. It'll be fantastic. Stick around, don't go anywhere. And also those seats are going to be like gold because so close. We're so close. It is just moments away from the culmination of this year. We have got potentially one more map. And Hayes, you and I were chatting about this. You reckon that Energy failing to pick up the W on this one means that this may be a 2-0 potentially.
Yeah, there's only so much work you can do in a week, and I know they've been working very hard, but that overpass T side really let them down in the previous couple of matches I saw from them in the ECL online leg. So hopefully they've been able to figure out those mistakes and able to rectify them so that they can put a whole full well-rounded performance here against Big Five on overpass because their CT side looked good. But let's not stray too far forward because we just had a very interesting match here on Mirage. And Big Five, they looked like they should have taken that game far easier than they actually did. They had a great first half. I think it was something like 11-4 at half-time. And then they head over to the T side. They pick up the first 3 rounds. They're up 14-4. And I'm getting ready to do my panel segment because I think we're about to go live. But then Energy show that they've actually got a very potent CT side.
Yeah, well, that was the thing for me. We spoke about how strong the T sides from both teams were looking this tournament. But they both showed us that their CT sides were actually that much better on Mirage. I mean, Big Five CT side getting such a great lead, and then Energy coming across. The ADM on the AWP looked amazing, but so did Slowy on the AWP on CT side. He literally almost every single round got the first pick. In mid, no matter if he was in mid, on A side, wherever he was, he managed to find that pick, being so aggressive with the AWP. And ADM managed to do exactly the same thing.
Yeah, the CT side is definitely Slowy's playground. Big Five were just absolutely textbook. I think is the best way. Tools mentioned that, or may have been Ash, but either way, textbook is the perfect description for how Big Five approached that half. They looked so clinical, and Energy. Luckily for them, they had a bit of a late flourish there where they actually picked up the last 3 rounds of the half because they were down 10-1 at one stage and it was looking like a very abysmal showing from them. And it was actually a little bit of individual brilliance which won them those rounds, which enabled them to pick up and get a bit of momentum. So they're very fortunate that they were actually able to find those to give themselves a slight buffer, but still it wasn't enough. I mean, imagine they had a 5 or 6 round buffer heading into that second half, and they were looking as good as they were on the CT side. They may have actually won that map.
Exactly that. If they played a better T side, then we would have seen maybe a whole different outcome. But moving to the second half of that game, I think Energy, they literally came back showing how well they actually can play. Because on their CT side, we then saw how well they worked as a team. They cut off the rotations. They made sure Big Five didn't have any space to work with. And more often than not, getting the first pick as well. And that slows down an attack so hard and so fast, especially when you have people like ADM Blaze waiting for you on site.
All right, well, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to slice things up. We're going to make things a little bit more interesting as we go into the final potential map. There could be more. There may be more. But time will tell. For now, though, we got something special for you. Something to tide you over until the festivities begin once more.
It's great that the comic industry is moving and gravitating towards Africa. There's a huge audience who love comics, gaming, and a whole bunch of that good stuff. My superpower is I'm Pigeon Man. Pigeon Man? Yes, I can eat all kinds of bread off the floor without getting sick.
What are you supposed to be? Captain Jack Sparrow?
Almost, I'm like his cousin maybe.
Oh, Captain Jack Sparrow's cousin. What's your name?
I'll say Captain Ironside.
First time at Comic-Con?
No, I've been last year's Comic-Con in Palami.
And you're doing the cosplay, huh?
Yeah.
First time at Comic-Con?
No, actually, we're regulars at all the Rage events and Icon events. This is my second Comic-Con here in Africa, so
what were you dressed
very
as last
excited.
year?
Last year I did Star-Lord and Predator and Cable, I think. And this year we've got a different costume for every part. Tomorrow we're going to be Captain America and Black Widow.
So you guys planned this out?
Things, yeah. My one that I'm entering is going to be Predator this year. Hopefully I can place or do something right. So it's a lot of fun. It's like a culture for us as well. It's a lifestyle.
Good morning, ladies, and welcome to Comic-Con 2019. Could you kindly tell us your names and the inspirations behind the costume?
Janine, Janita. We love the handmade sale.
Is it?
So we decided to go with this. We don't think anyone would come dressed as the first outfit we made. She actually made it. Maybe.
Is this your guys' first Comic-Con? Second.
Yeah.
Last year I came as Loki, today I'm obviously. So you know who I am.
Awesome.
So looking forward to everything, got to buy a lot of merch, just looking forward to the cosplay.
Awesome stuff. What's your best attraction today?
Oh, everything is an experience, so looking forward to everything, nothing specifically.
I like Comic-Con. There's some interesting folk running around.
Yeah, I think it's so cool that people actually line up 4 outfits for every single day, and they come and cosplay as something different each day.
Yeah. They said they were coming as Captain America and Black Widow.
Yeah, I'm just like, that's commitment. I can really appreciate that.
I mean, look, CSGO in many ways, we've mentioned, it's all about prep. So, hey,
true.
You're just like us. Just
See,
you look cooler.
CSGO applies to every aspect of life.
You know, you're doing the dishes, CSGO. Some laundry, you got to make sure that your aim's on.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't know.
Voila. It's like you're dropping that HE grenade.
Kobe, right?
Jokes aside, we just close off from Mirage. We just had Big 5 winning the map, 16-11. They looked like they stalled. They got to 15. They had a couple of map rounds to work with, but it got a bit dicey there towards the end, and we actually got to see how strong Energy is on the CT side. Yeah. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough of a buffer to really drive that strength home, and that's why in the end they actually did lose the map.
I do feel that there was a little bit of a momentum swing. It was there. I really do feel that they did such a good job of making it look competitive. But in that environment where you cannot make a mistake, you put yourself in a position where one mistake is the end of your run, that's likely to happen. But it feels like there's a slight momentum swing. It feels like we may see a better Energy in this next matchup, a more competitive Energy. And if they can continue that swing, then maybe they go to that map 3, maybe they win the whole thing.
Yeah.
I hope they've done some prep work on Overpass specifically, because like Hayes has mentioned a couple of times already, is Energy haven't been looking that great on Overpass specifically. So if they have been doing the prep work for the last week, they've been 8 hours there, some of that's been on Overpass, maybe we see a different team on Overpass.
Yeah, I was actually thinking it's quite ironic that you say, with this momentum now, maybe Energy will be able to put up a better performance in the second map because we're heading into Overpass, and I would have been expecting them to have that stronger performance on Mirage. Having said that, when you're here at the live event, at the LAN finals, a lot of that goes out the window. A lot of the theory goes out the window, and it's actually just about BMT and who pitches up on the day. Yeah. So I definitely think Energy have what it takes to be competitive in this game. They looked very good on their CT side of Overpass, but it's their T side which let them down 2 consecutive games in a row against Goliath and against and Big 5 as well, which is the team that they're on the stage against right now. So yeah, very interesting situation.
And when you're going up against such a confident lineup in Big 5, I mean, Slowy, Custom, they were all doing such great work. They were being so Convict as well, you could see the confidence in their play. You could see them oozing confidence. And when you're playing up against that lineup, who has that much confidence going for them, it's going to become a more difficult task, especially because of how good they've been looking on a map like Overpass.
Yeah, and speaking about confidence, I actually think Energy is a very confidence-based team as well, with the likes of ADM, Kani, and The Man. These guys, when they've got confidence, they're thriving. And then sometimes you can actually flip that around and say when you take that confidence away from them, they're a shadow of their former selves. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Look, I just got the goosebumps because the last time I looked behind me, those seats were barren. They were empty. But they're not so barren anymore. They're not so empty anymore. Inside there's going to be 5 people. You're not so happy. But 5 champions make up those seats. Someone is sitting in the seat.
We could be 1 map away.
We could be one map away, and they're ready to go. I mean, we are very close to this one happening. It'll happen any second. We're literally going to reach a point where those players are going to join that lobby, and then it's going to run. And we're not stalling. We're not going to go start times. We're not doing anything other than when these guys are ready to go, we're going to go. Because we're ready to go, and you're ready to go. But I do think we need to give it a little bit of forewarning.
Yeah, let the people around know.
I think we need to let the people around know. And I'm going to ask for your help, because one more time, I think let these players hear it. Let's let the people around hear it. And let's hear it for CSGO. Ladies and gentlemen of Comic-Con, one more time. Are you ready?
That's the one.
This is the best crowd.
Every single time.
You guys are stellar. You're the real MVPs. You're the real
ones.
Yeah. Okay. But I wasn't kidding. Any moment now, these sides are going to go into it. Coach, what are you saying to your players? What are you saying?
Which team am I talking to?
You do both. You're the coach of both these teams.
Okay,
now.
well, I'll do energy then, because if I'm the coach, I'm saying, okay, that result just happened. We got a bit of momentum towards the end of the map. We saw when we were in the swing of things, we were dominating them, especially when we had the double AWP on Kanye and ADM. Let's focus on the positives. Let's take that into the next map and show more of that. We had the glimpses, now we want the whole picture.
I mean, sitting behind the Big Five camp, I think I'd be talking to them about watching out for that aggression from Energy, because that's how they've been picking up so many rounds. They've been working off their aggression, getting an early pick. If you need to be looking out for that. If you're holding, just post a little bit longer as on T side. Make sure you're holding your angles on CT side. Make sure that you're using your util effectively, especially on a map like Overpass. You can get swarmed very quickly on B side with a split through Monster and through lowers. You know, it can happen so quickly. And watch out for that pistol round on the side of Energy, right? Well, Energy need to watch out for Big Five, because that pistol round in lowers might happen again.
How many IQ points do you think it would take for them to actually do that pistol round two games in a row? Like cojones of steel. We'll have to find out. We're going to wait because we're going to be jumping into the game.
Look, that is in fact the case. It is time to potentially wrap this whole thing up. I think we're
nearly there.
We're nearly there.
That's close.
We're moments away from this one. I think one or two more slight little treats of waiting, people just strategizing where exactly they're going to go, what it's going to be like, and perhaps for some of them, you know, it'll be the hour before they get to remember that they did this, that they won, that their name is now written in history as these victors. No one can ever take that away from you.
Exactly.
Well, that's the thing. And I mean, I think if you're sitting in both camps, you hella nervous at this point, right? You're looking at yourself going, guys, this is potentially the last map of CS that we're going to play, you know, in the Telkom VS Masters for the year.
Yeah.
You know, this is it. This is a last one, or, you know, it's now done and dusted.
And Big Five, they're on the cusp of going one step further than last year, where they were the runner-ups. Now they have the chance to take the entire competition. Let's see if they're going to be able to make it happen.
Like you said, history is being written once more. Destiny is being decided. And at the end of this, one team, they'll never forget this. And it might not be the same team that it was last year. Casters, let me ask you guys a question. Are you ready?
Of course, definitely. Are you ready? I couldn't be more ready. This is quite a grand final right now. I mean, Energy Esports, they did fight back. They did show some sort of resilience going into the latter ends of that last map, and some glimpses of hope for the future, some glimpses of hope for Overpass. We do know how these AWPers are quite vital on this map, and Energy Esports, they have quite a few AWPers of their own, strong AWPers. We did see Cannibalistic with a lot of good shots, a lot of nitty-gritty plays that actually paid out for them, and we did also see Adam with those AWP shots. But let's jump straight into this game. This is potentially one of the last maps of this grand final. Let's make some noise!
I love it every time. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. But getting this pistol round off the bat, you can see a quick pace coming out of Big Five as they burst out of that lowers area, and ADM is stuck in between them. He's going to get hunted down by Tianki. Kani is already low HP, moving back towards the A bomb site, but Big Five take the advantage. They've even got another frag, and now it's looking like Big Five are electing to slow things down, not committing to anything just yet. Disciplined play here off the bat on Overpass.
There we go, the man. He knows he needs to look for information. He knows he needs to find a kill, potentially finding one on this player in short. He has to take this duel. He has to go for it to give himself a chance. His team a chance to lay their way back into this round. This duel is so vital for this pistol run, and he neglects to go for the kill. He backs off. He actually re-aggresses as he understands the importance. Because they're pushing onto the A side, he does find that kill, but now it's left to Cannibalistic. He was so low, he couldn't really defend that side, and it's down to Blaze. The bomb should go down at any moment now. Blaze sitting in Optimus, and they do plant in an obscure place. It's not planted for bathroom, it's just the first exit actually, we must say. Tuckbok takes out the man and it's left down to Blaze. This push around is looking too dire for Energy Esports, and perhaps save your armor for fighting another day. Perhaps fighting with a scout and a rifle will be the best option, but Slowy denies that fact, and the first push around does go to Energy Esports.
Big Five
Esports. There's so many esports.
There's too many esports. But I mean, we love esports, so why not? But pistol round again. I think that's pretty much every single pistol of this grand final so far. Big Five have converted, so really stepping it up in that regard. And we all know how important that can be, especially at the start of your T campaign. And I like to see that Energy Esports haven't forced into this round, not committing into it just yet. So gotta just have those dry USPs. Got a Zeus on Canny. We gotta keep an eye on that.
Big fan of the Zeus pop flash coming into Monster. Tuckbox has so much work to do, but they're slowy there, so it's not too bad. They're actually going to rotate back round to short Energy Esports and find space there. Maybe find a better kill, a better way to fight the player in Monster. Cannibalistic, he has a Zeus, which I'm a big fan of, but this Galley has 35 bullets, so he can keep holding Mask 1 down as long as he wants. And this burst fire, he's going to keep on tapping with that clock, and he picks up that kill. And that's all 3 players down, 2 left alive. I know it's an anti-eco round, but you know, you got to land your shots at the end of the day.
Yeah, and Big 5 able to leave this anti-eco round unscathed, as you would expect, because nothing invested by Energy Esports, only these USPs, which really struggle to...
I want a Zeus. I want to see a Zeus. No! Tianki denies him. Picks up some extra dosh. Zeus is him back?
Zeus is him back with his own Zeus.
Maybe he's trying to bring him back to life.
Yep, didn't work though. Doesn't, you know, this is Counter-Strike Go. It's 1 bullet. There's no healing. There's no supporting in that way. So unable to revive his opponents, even if he wanted to do that. But now, Energy Esports, 4 rifles, 4 strong M4s with the FAMAS. Big 5 keeping on to those SMGs, and they electing to potentially change the pace here. It looks like a straight up monster rush, but the flashbang is there. ADM steps wide, he gets double. Beautiful flash coming in there by Blaze, enabling him to get 2, and now the pressure is on Big 5 Esports as they are halted. They pause, they start emptying their pockets, but Dweezil is on the side. He's waiting for his support, he's waiting for his teammates. He's gonna hold the cross here and keep the site, keep this water area. The bomb is going down. Blaze is going to start moving through. Dweezil does exactly what he needs to do, and they are aware that Convict is in the smoke. They spam him out with the man getting another frag, and now it is all left up to Slowy. He gets the flank position, but found out, and
I was about to say he might just creep up there, but the man wiser to it, and that's the first round on the board. A strong start by Energy Esports. They kept, 3 players alive there. That helps the economy out, and Big 5, they need to rethink what they want to do. Maybe save for next, maybe buy now. Pause, tech pause. Fair enough. And just talk about a little about overpass in general. This is a map, I've mentioned this time to time again, that lends its hand to AWPs purely because the amount of avenues, the options the CTs have to aggress, whether it's lowers, whether it's fountain, whether it's long, whether it's monster or short. There is a place to find that first kill to set yourself up, and the latter round to set yourself up to rotate accordingly towards the end. And Big 5, they need to do something to negate that.
Yep, didn't upgrade their weapons last round, so full AK-47 purchase here on the side of Big 5. And that round, there were a few losses on the side of Energy, but you can see that they can afford full utility as well. So strength is pretty even here in this round. Some wild aggression coming out of Energy Esports, maintaining this fountain control. Big 5 have got numbers there towards the problem. The man gonna take the peak. Beautiful flash support there from Canny to get the advantage in the round. Custom holding into this fallen position, definitely made a sound cue. They know where he is and they pick him off as well. So multiple points of aggression coming out of Energy Esports and paying dividends here, Tools.
Multiple accounts. The teamwork there was exquisite by Energy Esports. A flash for the man to get a kill and a flash for Dweezil to get a kill. They're choking Big 5 Esports out.
Yeah, and this is all the money that they have invested into this round, and 2 quick frags stops them dead in their tracks at the start of this half. But Energy Esports do have an aggro set up here towards construction. They are playing a bit more defensive towards that A-bomb site, but that means rotations can come in thick and fast for the B site, and that is looking like where Big 5 wants to engage. Tianki definitely heard a player there, but Dweezil holding the site like a turret. Tianki gets that pick, but Dweezil trades it out, gets a 3rd for his troubles as well. So what a turret there on the B bomb site, and 2-2 now.
Yeah, Dweezil coming alive. Had a rough first map, and this 5 kills might give us some confidence to go for those aggressive peaks, make the plays that are needed to be made. Big 5 back to an eco, just 2 flashes left, or bought.
Yeah, obviously objective here is just to get that economy flowing, going to try and get that bomb down. Last time we saw them rush towards that lowest area with 1 support flash. It looks like they're doing something similar now, but that nade doesn't connect as well as it should have, but that's going to make the CTs pull back. They've definitely seen this sort of stuff before, so they're going to choose to keep the distance. And now Canny chooses to take the fight here towards bathrooms. He gets 2. He is getting support, and now he goes down, but too little, too late. Only 2 members left on the side of Big 5 Esports on this eco round. They're going to regroup, gear towards that party area, but Blaze, wiser to it, gets that frag, and now it's all up to Slow. He has picked up an M4, So can do some damage to the CT economy here. Gets one. Gonna reposition here. This gives them time. I mean, it's going to be a difficult round to win, especially with no armor, but the more time that he can buy for his team, I have no doubt that they're busy discussing their strats.
Fancy. You're making me dizzy, Slowy. You're making me dizzy. But there we go, Dweezil. Essentially what Energy Esports want to do now is box Slowy in, limit the options or avenues he can take, and we do see Adam jump spotting long. He might miss the timer, but did he see his head there? Nope, spots him now, drops down the smoke, and Slowy has to push it. There we go, it's too easy for Adam.
Yeah.
Good round, 3 rounds on the board for Energy Esports, and you know, this is a CT-sided map, so no worries just yet for Big 5. Energy Esports, how they wanted to start. And all up into Cannibalistic, we did see him on Mirage destroying
him. Alive,
him.
yeah.
He's got an even KD, so he feels good. Real good.
Yep, Big 5 buying into this round. Cannot afford an AWP of their own, so they're going to need to rely on that utility. They do have quite a bit of it, and Canny going to open things up here. Peek towards that fountain area. Not going to contact much at all. Tanky pushed back a little bit by that smoke. That's going to slow things down. That pick comes through for Canny onto Tuckbook, and they're going to forfeit this control. Job done. Get back to the site.
It's exactly what I was speaking about, how the AWPs have so much room and space to work with and get free kills, and the escapability is so high just due to the map architecture. Adam, lovely 2-tap onto Slowy, aggressing as fast as he can long, maybe trying to avoid CT contact, but Adam confronts him with the brick wall and some lead.
Yep, gets that early pick, and again on this gun round, the advantage goes the way of Energy Esports, but Convict bounces back, gets one in return, and that gives him a little bit of breathing room, but instantly the man responds, picking up the player that was moving up from lowest custom in this lurk position, needs to try and make something happen, needs to try and find an opportunity to get back into this round, and he's slowly aggressing onto that B-bomb site. Convict spots the player towards bank, and that's Custom's job done. He can actually just wait and pull these rotations, and it just requires his teammates to just stay alive and buy some time.
It's so tough, but Convict needs to push this point, and does seem to get away with that flashbang, and Custom, he needs to get into that side and hold it. If Convict is to get that bomb and rotate back, there's only 25 seconds on his clock, so he cannot stop, he cannot move, and Dweezil has the perfect position to stop this. It's up to Convict to actually potentially jump across this contact point. If he is aware of it, then takes the fight, loses it to Dweezil, and that's the round over.
Yep, man makes quick work of Custom as well, so Energy Esports having a good start here to their CT side, and Big 5 just unable to get those first picks. You know, Canny getting that pick with the AWP, instantly going all the way back to the site.
It's so tough with overpass, because you want to try and negate the AWPer getting that first pick, and if you're doing so, you have to kind of use your flashes, your utility to push them off. And all they can do is keep backtracking to the next contact point, and at the next contact point, you have to use more util until you have to exec on the side, and by then you have little to no util to actually, you know, use into the side. So it's a bit of a trick 122, but so, you know, they have to find a way to get around that. Getting back just in time, Cannibalistic. He's aware that they love pushing lowers are bursting up into Banana, and to negate that and Convictus, Dweezil isn't aware of this. This is definitely potentially a free kill. Nope. The Spidey senses tell him to retreat back. Doesn't want to over-aggress. It doesn't eco around, so smart decision made by him.
It looked like he was going to go a little bit more forward there. Convict hiding in the sandbag, so he couldn't actually hold the angle without his barrel sticking out. So now Big 5 setting up for this breach of Monster, but little do they know, 3 players wait on the other side. They are expecting this. Energy Esports are going to absolutely decimate this push. But that being said, it's now suddenly a 2v3, and if Slowy can make this happen, they could get the bomb plant, but
that Molly doing so much work to help Adam get out of a sticky situation, and he's still alive, making himself quite a nuisance. There's just one player left alive, and they know exactly where he is. He'll be dealt with very soon.
Yeah, Convict only on 2 HP, so it was just a matter of time there, but again, nothing really invested there. But they're not getting the bomb plants on these eco rounds. They're not getting anything out of these saves, and even the little bit that they are investing is falling by the wayside, and slowly but surely Energy Esports build on their economy. I mean, these rounds have not been close. They have not been coming down to the wire, so they are starting to fill up their pockets and, you know, building a strong half here at the start.
Looking at the posture with 3 players going towards it, A side, they will be aggressive. Adam is going to go lowers, just to deter any cat split. They can potentially do a boost for short. The spam almost takes Adam down. You can just see how he just stopped immediately when the bullet's flying. It's one of those things where, how do you actually move? Do you carry on with the momentum, or do you just stop and pray? He doesn't carry on with the spray, and Gets alive with this, gets out with his life alive. Junkie is going to rotate back to the upper section of the map.
Yep.
Slow control coming out of Big 5 there. Potentially just waiting up to see if that AWP is going to regress and making sure they're not in a position where they are going to get killed by those AWPs. You can see how far back Energy Esports are playing, so they can just play out the clock and use utility or counter utility as the exec does come in. Convictus.
What happened to... Someone's lost a gun here. Energy Esports ADM's just rolling around with the USP, it seems. And earlier it was Dweezil. He's obviously given his... Or he's got the weapon back from ADM. I mean, he had the AK at the start of the round, so... It's a bit weird that he doesn't have any weapon at the moment.
Did not...
Dweezil had the AK. I mean, ADM had the AK, but now Dweezil has the AK that ADM dropped for him, but Dweezil didn't have a weapon. I don't know if he didn't buy or... It was supposed to be a drop that never happened, but it hasn't come into effect. But if they lose this round, definitely going to be a talking point.
I mean, there's 30 seconds on the clock, so decisions have to be made very soon. The man pushed through with the pop flash and definitely he's going to catch someone underways. Dweezil, good off angle. Blaze is sitting in such a money-making spot. The man is doing everything. Adam chiming in with the grenade of his own, and it's just one man custom coming in from that B side. He did look there previously, so potentially they are aware of it. They do know where he is. Even if he does go to that B side, tappity tap, some spray, some tap, and custom opposite without the option. And the man, good kill, good round from him.
Yeah, buying so much space there. You know, at the end of the round, you need your A players. If they're not being put under pressure, you need them to scout that information and clear those bathrooms, clear that long, and ultimately the man showing that to perfection, coming out on top there, just getting multi-frags as well as getting all the info.
I mean, the two options to dealing with Energy Esports at the moment and how they're playing is you got to put more pressure along to, you know, discipline the defense, make sure they push back in bathrooms, etc. They can't overextend or aggressively taking shots. They can't have control of that because they're controlling the rotation points time and time again, which is making Big 5 Esports life so hard to actually exec into the side. And it's always at 30 seconds, so they have to clear out some sort of positioning. And the bomb's left so far back, so when the decision is made, they're always caught in a precarious situation like they did the previous two gun rounds. So let's hope we'll see they remedy that. But Cannibalistic has that good spawn, has that great spawn. I hope he goes lowest to take that shot because I like that, and it's quite easy to do so if he gets the movement right.
Yep, looking to get ahead of the board and does take a peek. Nothing to be found though. Presence on A established, and Big 5 looking like they switching things up here and going to try and bait some sort of rotation or push these A players back. And we saw Slowy do this in the semi-final. He loves to get aggressive here towards the long area. The man in response needs to clear it out, but Slowy's already crossed the angle. The man, if he gets too aggressive here, he might get killed. And there we go. There's the gap, but Slowy doesn't.
AWP is going to get him after that.
Yep.
But now that should deactivate the push from Monster. We do see number 6, which is Convictus, lurking around, maybe to put more impact. This grenade will do a bit of damage to the players, tickling them, a few of them, making them in the range of a headshot from an M4. The man always wants to get in these precarious situations. The trade should come in, and the double trade should come in. I like the setup by Energy Esports, sizzling Tianki's, and Convictus left alone to his own demise. Potentially he'll go for a save. This is very tricky to try clutch, or I mean, he does have still time on the clock, but the positioning from Adam is so superior, this off angle.
Yeah, he won't be able to pre-fire this angle, especially with the man slowly pressuring behind him. As soon as he is spotted, he's going to have someone hot on his heels. Convict still looking for a gap. Bomb is down. Still needs to collect it. There we go. Tanny closes out the round, and Energy Esports responding with a strong CT start here on Overpass. It is a CT-sided map, but Big 5 need to get more rounds on the board. They've got an eco round here. They're going to invest in a little bit of some pistols and probably a flash or two, but then you start putting some rounds on the board if they're going to have any chance of defending.
It seems like they have opted to let go of the 1.5, and this deep smoke from Energy Esports comes every round, and it does prevent them from ascending as fast as they want to, and if they do, they take some damage from it. Good flash to push off Cannibalistic, but he's just going to repost at a different angle and make their lives even harder. We do see the man in long right behind them, and he's going to push on a sound cue or contact play from Cannibalistic, and could work out for them, although they're both playing in isolation, but Overpass does lend its hand to that type of play style. Barring the players need to know how to play individually on their own. Some discipline.
Yep.
But nice and close. But they still don't even know where the man is. He's in such a money-maker spot. Perhaps this will allow the bomb to go down to some extent, but to win the round seems pretty dire. The exec does come in, trades are back and forth. It's even. Tianki's right there in his face, takes out Cannibalistic, but this flank, double flank in fact, they're unaware of it and the call should be made. So where do they set up the post plant? Double up in bathrooms. They have to win these fights, they have to stick together. The trade should come in with these two players sticking together. Convictus does some lovely job there. Goals?
Yep, Convict lands the shots and the defense is happening here. He falls all the way back towards bathrooms. It's all on the man's shoulders. The man that should have been in a position to flank, and he's come out a bit short here. He's got 3 men to get down. You can see he's breathing with confidence. He spots or knows or he's aware that the last player is here towards long. He's going to pop a smoke and try to fuse, but Convict, wiser to it, ends up getting the round. And despite having superior positioning there, Energy Esports let that gap, or give Big Five that gap there towards bathrooms, and ultimately they capitalize. They quickly swarm the site, and ultimately a nice little pop burst coming out of them.
That's why I lean towards Energy Esports actually winning that round. I didn't expect the players to be super aggressive. I thought they would allow the bomb plant to go down and play a post bomb from the positions they were actually in, but overzealous at some points.
Yep.
But that allows Big Five to get back into this game. And I think it all depends on this gun round if they actually want to get back into the soft. Junkies, he has Satcha before. The AWP walk does come in. The man will take contact soon. And Junkies is there. Spots a second. Misses the shot. Adam, that's something he definitely would have wanted. The regress comes in. He takes more damage from it. He really wants that kill, Adam.
Yep. Now that is going to give...
Good smooth, man. Cannibalistic. That double up is so strong. Evens out the numbers and they're heading towards that B side. Contact player wasn't exact. They are aware of it. Blaze does get towards Toxic and the rotation isn't really there, as we can see. Cannibalistic Adam is actually running off that site, and their contact playing this will give them no time, no indication to rotate in time. Adam is in heaven, is so good at being at the right time, at the right place, and they're not even aware of Blaze and Pillar. Perhaps he'll jump back into water. Doesn't want to be stuck in a weird situation with the number advantage. Bomb should go down, but the spray from both players should come in.
Dweezil unable to connect the spray there, and that gives a little bit of space to Big Five. He's waiting for the flank, but Tianki gets the better of him. Slow, he takes another shot. Blaze finally gets involved in the combat 2v2 scenario here. Takbok going to retreat from Monster. A very wise call, getting together with his teammate to try and just hold this position. They know where the bomb's planted. It is safe for short, but that smoke's going to complicate things.
And they got another molly. They use the smoke for short instead of the bomb, and that gives so much time and space
and
for
the molly's
another molly's come, but the molly's short, and they don't know about it.
It's going to work. He needs to get out.
The time, it's sticking faster and faster. He has a kid. He has to stick this. He misses the shot at him, but he gets the shot onto him, but the sticking.
He doesn't have time. He does not have time. And Big Five pull another rabbit out of the hat there after the eco round win, and that is going to spell disaster for Energy Esports. They're breaking their economy, breaking their backs, and I'm sure they're going to be upset there. I think Blaze could have actually stuck that diffuse a little while longer, but that flame was spreading, and they used that smoke for short. They didn't have a smoke for the bomb. Unaware that the T's were still holding on to that utility, and ultimately that comes down to the game plan, and they looked like they were planned for that too.
I mean, the critical thing there was Takbok is staying alive, rotating around, and picking up a Molotov to re-molly the actual bomb, which was so big. Perhaps the most crux point of that clutch situation. But we do see Cannibalistic. He's always getting into that AWP, so he'll definitely be looking for some kills, and we can see they're playing nice, close, aggressive angles with those pistols, as that's where it lends its hand.
But as you can see here, Big Five are swarming towards that construction area. They're going to go for some sort of B burst here, and Energy Esports are definitely geared for this. Here comes the volleys. We saw this execute is very, very clean from Big Five, but now they are coming in, and the first kill goes the way of Energy Esports, but Big Five end up coming through, brute forcing their way into the side. Canny misses his shot, and now it is all up to ADM. He's got an AK, he's got armor, but he doesn't have support, and ultimately Big Five get another round on the board, and that is definitely going to be the end of Energy Esports economy. So Big Five looking at strengthening their T-side campaign here. Already 5 rounds on the board, despite the 7 in a row that Energy Esports put on earlier.
I mean, they did the same execute. Hello, wave some hands.
Hey.
How's it? But they did the same execute for Sinister 5, and the same type of run, just sort of a force buy, and you can't help but sit at the edge of your seat when you see an exec like that, so close quarters, but they always manage to come on top. That's how focused you have to be in such an exec. Custom stuck between so many players, and he does recover quite well. Tappity tap, falls back.
Ooh, nice. I like that. But yep, getting aggressive there with the pistols are Energy Esports, but again, Big Five just regroup, get the hell out of there, and ultimately have a free B bomb site to capitalize on, and they're going to just play it safe. They're not going to go looking for anything. There's no reason to give them any inch here. These teams are neck and neck here at the moment.
Indeed, in Custom. He's in range of a one-shot headshot from a dig, but it is kind of ballistic with the Pizza 50, so it shouldn't be too bad, but he is isolated. His teammates are there to rotate and support. Doesn't want to lose an AK. Oh, this flashbang, not good enough, but good enough for one kill. Oh, Peter Dinklage onto Duckbok. He wants to get out of there. Let his Slowy do all the job, finish off this last player. But kind of ballistic, I must say, he really has good movement to evade bullets and just fade out shots like he's doing right now. Potentially just get a close quarter headshot. He wants to survive, there we go. He's giving some money away, but he's more worried about the flank than the front, essentially. Invictus, the IGL of Big 5 Esports, laying down the commands.
Man's been around for years, been an absolute legend. Some Spider-Man there in the mix. Love to see it. Little peace sign as well.
Pretty sure Spider-Woman.
Spider-Woman, my bad. But back into this game here, a nice little default split here for Big 5, taking it passive, getting early fountain control though, flashing off the AWP, forcing the players to move back to bathrooms, move back towards that long. And again, you just see, I think it is Slowy just moving with pace there towards the bathrooms. Now, gonna bait some space for him. He does manage to get past. He spots the player in bathrooms. He takes some shots, but unable to execute him. But that's gonna force them all the way back to that A bomb site. That's the space they needed, considering that the B stuck outside that B bomb site. I mean, the bomb.
Look at the minimap. Look how it's forced Energy Esports to readjust their CT side. The man regressing from long, I'm a big fan of this. You don't want to be caught up being back into the side, especially if they're going to execute it. They walk into the B side there. They so far respect the T side, but the CTs are as well. It comes down to each individual hitting their shots, and they are. Adam is going to get a kill here. He misses the shot actually, and that rings the bells of Big 5. They're not going to peek to the left of that pillar. They might even slow down, readjust somehow, and wait for the other players to regather, potentially re-exec into the side. A double pump. Actually, they're boxed in. They're boxed in, and they need to find this kill. Weasel's making himself such a hard player to kill and does get taken down eventually, but oh man, he's so aware. The man is so low, so I don't know how he's gonna get himself back into this round. He does throw a flashbang with smoke, and Tiankies is gonna be trained on him, and it comes down to the two awkward players on the side. But the bomb is gonna go down, but who's watching it? Is Custom watching it? Is he gonna go there? Oh, he doesn't shoot! He gets it. That's trade. Potentially he could have got away if he shot initially. He's gonna be hitting himself for that, but kind of ballistic is there.
And now the retake commences. The player from A is still making his way through the spawn, and Canny is on the side. He is going to be able to pick up an AK, and no kit to be seen on the CT side. He's going to bait out one of the players, and now
there's no kit.
There is no kit, but it's going to put a bit of pressure here. It's all going to come down to Tianki. Can he step up? He throws a flash. They know where he is. He takes the shot. He doesn't commit to it. This is a beautiful play. He gets them both!
Goodness!
Tianki's playing out of his mind now.
That's a 4K coming out of Tianki's. He's going absolutely monumental this in tournament.
He saved the flank there, able to pick off Dweezil, who was the thorn in Big 5's side, and ultimately just clutches the round, throws that flash, doesn't care the slightest, doesn't commit to the fight, has the molly, has the time, and what a beautiful end to the round there for him.
He's playing textbook Counter-Strike at the moment. Everything he's doing is correct, not overextending, landing his shots, doing his job. But NG Esports do have some sort of a buy. Some FAMAS and M4 and a Deagle. The kit's on the man, so they do have a solution for the bomb plant. The smoke didn't land where it wanted, and Adam is going to probe and probe around it. You do see the man looking towards long, and we know how aggressive he can get. You know how potent his aim is, so this one-on-one duel with Slowy is going to be quite important. He does win it with 17 HP left, and Tianki's going to try find a trade there, but he misses out, and the Patakbok is looming forward to try find him. They do know he's Shani. They do know he hasn't moved out.
Yep, but the man moving back from that position, ADM trying to get out. You see him moving in and out of this B site, going to be forced to push all the way through the spawn there to get back to that A bomb site, but Big 5 not committing to anything just yet. Custom gets the support bash, unable to capitalize.
He was so blind, but Tianki sprays him through the steel. Bullets go through steel goals.
They do, and perhaps it's just his guns that are working a bit better than everybody else's. He's getting everything right now, but the man's still in a really good position here towards that long area, maintaining this toilet's control. And right now, Big 5 are gearing themselves towards a B hit.
I mean, look at Dweezil taking exact position. Blaze was in, but that's a sound cue given, and he's going to get taken out. For that, gets one for his efforts. But that gives an indication that they are heading towards that B side. This Molly is going to cut off the rotation, but it's just one man with the Deagle. The man gets another kill despite his HP.
Yep, quick on the flank there, quick kills, and This leaves it all up to Takbok now. He's going to try to take a shot. He looks towards heaven. He gets a kill, but Caddy swings around the other side of the pillar, and Energy Esports steal the last round there from Big 5 and close out the half in front, 8-7. And it's neck and neck here on Overpass. Strong start for both teams, and again, this is the grand finals. Anything can happen. Nothing can ever be taken for granted. Nothing is as it normally is, and Energy Esports going to be happy with that recovery. I think the game started to run away with them towards the end there, but this is a round, all-important match. You see P250 in the hands of the man, a deadly player, and we see the same strats again being pulled off by Big 5. This 5-man lowers. And
have they watched their demos?
Well, it was from today, so I don't know how much time they had to watch those demos. It all depends whether they were able to sit in the crowd and check it.
Blaze has to be good for one in this situation. He gets over one, but Adam comes from lows. He's going to push down there. He's unaware of the trap, but I like this off angle is sitting him. It at least lets him good for one. He does have armor with that P250. It is potent. We do see the re-rotation coming out. They all get out of slots, and that just buys more time for them, because Adam has to clear it out, and they're going to actually open this door. We do see the bomb running back and forth there by T-Spawn. Undecided, and the strat is undecided. Nice, good trade nonetheless. Puts it to 3v3. Do see how tight this actual game is. As tight this round is, as they are heading towards that B side. A player in heaven is spotting towards B, and they're opting to do the retake. Takbok just looking for some information, looking for anything he can give to his teammate. Anything that can help them make the correct decision in this post-plant. Not this post-plant, this last end of the round. Bomb hasn't even gone down yet.
Yep.
A lot of time on the clock too.
None of these players have any idea where the others are, and right now Takbok is the one that needs to step up, but he spots the players. Now the hit is so he lands a shot, and now the call has been made. The rotations are coming through. Takbok needs to be patient. Bomb is going down. Dweezil and Canny have a little bit of space to work with. Need to try and isolate a duel here, maybe even out the odds a little bit, but it seems like Big 5 are playing this patiently, waiting for their final rotator to move through the short area, and Convict going to be clearing it now. He is the man with the kit. He needs to be a bit more careful if they want to retake the site. Dweezil playing it passive, waiting for the CTs to engage onto the bomb site here, and now Canny has been spotted. He gets the frag onto Takbok, and now he's going to be pushing Canny. Custom gets the kill. Bomb has been defused though. Convict with the kit. He gets the ninja. There's another ninja today for Big 5 Esports picking up that bomb, and the players are just creating so much space for their teammates, and again with that kit just straight up diffuses the bomb and steals the round there from Energy Esports.
And kids, that's why you get a kit smoke, not a kit flash. If you want to do a kit flash, get a kit smoke still. Yep. Force bite coming out of Energy Esports. They did get the bomb plant, so they are going to get some AKs that actually have a better buy in retrospect in a sense. But again, there's still some squishy players pick up those AKs, but they will still be squishy.
Yeah, and just keeping it up at a 4-1 here. Going to slowly make their way towards that fountain area and just move as a unit and burst on any sort of contact. But right now, Big 5 Esports electing to play pretty passive. They have got numbers geared towards that B bomb site, so a lot of pressure is going to be applied shortly onto Slowy. You can see his teammates back of the bomb site there, spotting towards long, so he's all on his own here. Probably going to get a support smoke or support flash in a bit, but Energy Esports quietly just making their way through the toilets. And this is what I love about grand finals, is that the usual stuff just gets thrown out the window, and now the guys are just playing off round by round. And there comes the support smoke for Slowy. He's in a slightly better position now. Energy Esports need to clear that if they have any hope at all.
Look at this walk. Look at this patient play.
Yep, and now they've been spotted. Custom makes the calls, can hear multiple players, isn't able to get anything, but these guns are not made for distance. ADM with the quick response, gets 2 quick headshots and gets this A bomb site for his team. Now Big 5, 3v5 scenario here with weakened weaponry, as you mentioned, Tools, and in a slightly tough position. The man even lurking behind and able to get a frag.
Indeed, and he does well, so he gets his frag, gets out of there, doesn't want to lose the AK, go into the next round, and it's going to help the economy moving further. And it was so well played by Energy Esports, giving no sound cues up until the point of contact. I mean, they were actually on the stairwell going up to the actual site before they even heard or seen when the indication was given, and that gun Slowy's using couldn't really help him from that range to pick off those headshots. Countered it quite well.
Yeah, nice adaptation there from Energy Esports. And the man punishes Convict as well, gets that gun out of his hands, and that puts a bit of pressure back onto Big 5. Look at that focus there. Those are your former VS Gaming Championships. They won it all the way from the loser bracket last year. No loser bracket this year, still in the grand finals, showing why they are such a dominant team for 2019.
Lovely flash by Adam to push off. Slowly in the angle. Has to retreat back. Energy Esports heading towards this B site. The smoke should help them out, but the man pushing in front of it, that's exactly what you need to do. Beating the time and utility, gets in front of it, and perhaps this is the call to save from them.
Yeah, they probably want to just hold on to this armor. There's no need to throw it away here. They've got nothing to retake it with. They've only got smokes and some flashes, unless they get an early pick here. But again, Energy Esports are not a new team to this. They're going to be disciplined. They're going to make you work for those frags.
Indeed, Custom just looming for an exit, looking for an overextension, looking for an AK potentially. Flash perfectly weighted, even though it didn't blind him, it just, you know, took his crosshair off the placement he was on for a split second, and quite frankly, that's all you need. But now it's down to these two players to try to save this gun. This backstab, execution style, perhaps he's landing another, and man, it's so hard for him to get out. That smoke there, and it's just players in the front, players in the back. The MAC-10 comes up, eventually Blaze puts the nail in the coffin. 10-8 to Energy Esports.
They're starting to pick up some momentum here, and players are starting to come alive. You can just see they're playing off each other very, very well at this point in time. And you know, the panel discussed how Overpass perhaps could be a weaker pick, but Energy Esports showing that they've got the depth in their map pool, they've got the depth in their strat book. And look again, Big Five changing things up here. Multiple players towards lowers. This is a full save from their part, so not much can be expected in this round. Candy just running wild there with the SMGs. Oh!
The Zeus! Finally, we got a Zeus kill this game, or this tournament.
We didn't catch it until right at the end there, but gets the job done. It's all up to Slowy now. He wants to probably farm something with that MAC-10 there, get some extra cash in the bank. He is the AWP, and that being said, we actually haven't seen the AWP from him yet in this half, so something to keep an eye out for.
Indeed. Custom about to get executed right now with a knife. Oh. That's money in Adam's pocket. That's BM. And that's confidence oozing out of him right now. I mean, he's having so much impact in this map. Just have a look at the scoreboard there, sitting on 17 kills.
They're all turning up.
Showing out with Cannibalistic. We do see Tianki's having a good tournament thus far in the top 4 Big 5 Esports, but this is the gun round.
Adam is the type of player that fuels himself with those sorts of, you know, plays. It has an effect on the economy. It has an effect on the psychology, and ultimately brings us. We've seen knife kills, Zeus kills. We've seen it all.
Quite the final goals. As we can see, Energy Esports up for the money one more time before. Said, well, there's no kills, etc. I was trying to see if this buy was forced or not.
There is quite, it seems like a bit of a broken buy because Big Five, a couple of the players have 3K, some don't, so it does feel like there was a little bit of miscoms there, but now this is what they have to work with. They have got fairly aggressive towards that long area. Slowly got that AWP, but again, all alone. So if he doesn't land the shot, if he doesn't make it work, when he unscopes at the last second, is able to recover there and get the first frag, but now the pressure's going to come through.
Down.
They are going to chase him down. He's getting spammed, but he takes another one, and this is Slowy for you. He's got no armor, and can he get a third? No, he gets spammed through the tree, but 2v4 now, and the pressure is back onto Energy Esports. 50 seconds left on the clock. Custom is aware that this play is coming for the peaks, and he lands the shot. Beautiful crosshair placement from the veteran, and now it's all up to Canny. Canny or Conti, we will see now.
I like what you did there, girls, but yes, 35 seconds on the clock. The bomb is quite in a peculiar place, and he's kind of boxed in.
Yep.
Should be able to find this first kill. There's no armor on Custom, but now he's just going to get swarmed out. And that's the 9th round from Big Five, and picking up some guns. Thomas and Takpok weren't able to recover that AWP, right? Nope.
I don't think they were.
A few Omnius players sitting there in the crowd. They played quite well early on.
Hey, that's it.
That's much love to you guys.
Yeah, look at those eyebrows. Wow, look at this man. He belongs on stage. Take my job, sir. back into this game here. A little bit of a change of pace or change of positioning here from Energy Esports, gathering outside of that monster area, waiting for some sort of aggression coming out of Big 5 Esports. Making their presence known, so there's the first frag coming from Tianki. Beautiful little flash there. The man forced to now pressure and look for some sort of trade in the short area. The bomb is stuck outside of Monster as well, so Big 5 pretty well set up for this at the moment with 3 players on that B bomb site with a nice little triangle going here.
Indeed. Some still util left on both teams.
Yeah,
Exec is coming into this B site. We do see the smokes deployed. Molly's there. Tianki gets taken up, but traded up by the man. We do see Tuckbok there by Graffiti, buying some time. Convict on the left-hand side. Easy to swing on contact. Tuckbok gets taken out. Convict always there to support the teammates. And now, high ground wins it. Custom there at the right time, at the right place to close out that round. The score is 11-10.
Absolute critical frags coming out there from Tuckbok as they enter the site. And again, with the FAMAS, you know, it's very difficult to correct that aim and tappity-tap, but ultimately gets the frags and stops Energy Esports. So 11-10 here, still Energy in the lead, but no AWP to be found, and Slowy able to get aggressive here now. Going to be looking towards Fountain to get that shot, but instantly flashback, needs to fall back towards those bathrooms.
Man, Adam took a lot of damage trying to get towards long there. Was it the molly? I'm not too sure, but the grenade did do a tad bit. But that just forces him down to a one-shot headshot from an M4 if need be. Nice and passive defense by Big 5 Esports.
Changing it up here. I mean, seen very aggressive in the previous rounds, but now playing it extremely passive and
Slowy, nice aggressive angle in bathrooms in case anyone is trying to get through the gap there. Just a smoke to set some alarm bells. If he caught a bullet there in the face, potentially would have cried, but 3 players sitting on this A side, potentially rotated, and the smokes do come in. That's the line smokes. That's to protect, basically allow them to get the bomb plant and then retake after that. They're on them, but they can't see anything, so it's so tough. The bomb plant does go down in the opposite spot.
Oh, when he gets him.
Post plant quite weird, and the spray does get him eventually, but they have some useful left goals.
They do, but it's going to come down to what happens after these smokes fade, and the wall is going to be down very, very soon. We do see a player moving towards long. He could be a pivotal flank now. ADM has all the work to do, but he gets spotted out. But now trades back and forth, and the Big 5 are just losing players now. Dweezil and Canny still waiting in a very, very defensive position, but the bomb's not planted for them. They need to push the bathrooms. The bomb is being stuck now, and they can't get it. They get the round. Big 5 Esports take it. Steal it away from Energy, and the bomb was not planted for that position. It all rested on the back of ADM. They're unable to get that frag towards long. Whoa!
Hey! But you know, off that bomb plant, I immediately thought how they're going to actually get back into this if they're not going to ascend in front of the smokes. Because I understand he wanted to plant in that spot, he didn't want to get spammed, but there was no plan after that. They didn't reset the utility to hold that post plant, which is so tough. I mean, Slowy was making himself such a nuisance there. That bomb defuse at the end, it was so hard to get to it. They tried the utmost importance, but they are able to buy another open to Adam. I would like to see him AWP walk into zones, I mean, and get those first picks, and that's what he's actually good at, to find the right time, the right space, whether it's off a sound cue or his intuition.
Yeah, and so far, Energy Esports have had most of their success on the T side with those walk bursts, not giving away their position, so perhaps walking in with the AWP and getting that first frag is the best way to do it, but with that being said now,
we do see the burst. Tuckbok normally does check it, but we'll see. It doesn't pay off Energy Esports as they drop down. Wasn't anyone in toxic for them to find. Sound cues definitely being heard by Big 5, so I'm quite wary of it. Some spam from Convict, a re-smoke onto short in the 50-second mark. That leaves them potentially with no smokes on that B site.
Yeah, ADM needs to find a pick here. The Big 5 don't make a mistake here. It's going to start mounting the pressure towards the Energy side. I mean, they've only got, 2 smokes, flashes, nothing left in the bank, and Canny does manage to get a kill there towards Monster. Another one in the form of the man, and now they're going to commit to this B-bomb side. Tuckbok falls back towards heaven. The rotations are coming in thick and fast. 4v3 now is the situation.
Flank.
ADM is coming for the flank, but still not into effect just yet. They are completely unaware of his position, and he should be able to catch the entire team apart, but Tuckbok is aware.
Oh, but Adam is just No way, he's too quick on the trigger.
That's that walking off you were talking about, Tools, and it comes into effect straight away. The ADM now has this heaven position, and both players are forced to push now towards the site, and Slowly left to just do nothing but defuse. And is he going to commit? He is, but Energy Esports not going to let them steal it away again, and they subsequently take the lead. 12-11 now, neck in neck. Couldn't be any closer, Tools.
Couldn't be any closer. That's Slowy's family there in the crowd.
Looking more nervous than he is.
I mean, I don't blame them. This is quite a tight game. The tension is high. They are forced on an eco, so the ball is in their court at the moment. This nade won't catch anybody as no one's at home. Short control established by Energy Esports, and 2 players in Monsters. Does look like a B split.
Yeah, change of pace here from Ian, setting up outside this B area, waiting for some aggression. Convict, the only man left on the side here, so a lot of pressure on him, and he isn't able to do anything off the back of the play. He's getting pushed together with all 4 players. They're gonna be able to make that call. ADM quickly maneuvers into short to post that angle, and Energy Esports seem to be making work here on this T side of overpass. It was discussed on the panel that we were going to be concerned about their T half, but Energy Esports showing some strength here, showing some resilience, fighting for that last map, and it's something that I want to see. I would love to see these guys go toe-to-toe on the final map, but it's not over just yet. Big Five still have a few gun rounds left to make something happen. Tuckball going to try farm some weapons here with the MAC-10. Is he able to get where he is? It's worth his troubles now. Going to chuck a nade in there to see what he can do, putting more pressure in. Isn't able to remove any further guns from Energy Esports, but does net himself a little bit of cash there. So now going into the buy round, we see that AWP come out of Slowy. It's been a while since he's had one in his hands, so
I mean, he's got the spawn for it too, so
he's going to be looking for that lowest pick, Tools.
Lowers of Fountain. Let's see where he heads. He's heading towards Fountain, but let's see where Adam is. They both have the best spawns. They both have the best spawns to actually take this shot. So it comes down to who makes the shot. Both missing.
Those two are such good offers.
And look at this. They're both going towards long. They both understand the pathing, but
Slowly comes out on top. How insane is that? They're both just playing the exact same game on the opposite sides, but Slowly comes out on top there, finally netting an advantage for Big Five. It's been a while since they're able to get that entry frag.
It's like they're in each other's minds at that point, and you know, both with the best spawns, you know it's going to be a good fight for the spectacle especially. And we do see Energy Esports rotating back to the A side, back towards long, back towards party. Lowers has been established in terms of control. Man advantage, so that does sort of prompt them to play a more passive setup.
Yeah,
just be jump spotting.
They want to draw them into the site. They don't want to lose this advantage that they've worked so hard, or Slowy's worked so hard to get. Going to be playing passive, forcing Energy to push or to play their cards. And right now,
the only thing that could actually, I mean, hurt them will be 1, this exec, and 2, if they overplay their hand in terms of this exec does distort their vision, but the flashes even help them even further to get out. Slowy picking up a kill off that tiny angle. They're planting on default.
He gets the shot through the smoke. Are you kidding me? He's going to get a third. He doesn't. The support is there now. The Energy Esports attack has been halted. It's been stopped. All 5 players from Big Five alive. And it's all up to Dweezil. Is it easy for Dweezy? He makes the first one. Lemon Squeezy, can he bring out another frag here? He's pushing onto the site, no time left. Slowy makes it look easy himself, and what an impactful round. He's been a bit quiet now this half, but he comes back, and what a way to do it, Tools.
Indeed, considering how close the scoreboard is, they definitely felt they needed that round, and I definitely think they needed this round even more. Looking at the economy, looking at how close, there's only 4 rounds left, goals. And they are forced into an eco, semi-buy of some sort, some deagles. I did see a MAC-10 there, put on the body armored player and a deagle onto Adam. And they have some utility to use, so can't count them out this round.
We've seen Energy steal rounds from Big Five. We've seen Big Five steal rounds from Energy, so definitely not another question just yet. Energy choosing to come through and clear this lowest area. No Big Five players to be found as they retreat back to the A-bomb site.
Indeed, and only us observers can see them through walls, as that is X-ray, so you can imagine how worried these CTs are in terms of where the T players are. The exec does come in. There's only 2 players inside. Slowly picks up that first kill. That's Fash. Should push him off, but he's going to re-pick. He's going to tag him down. He's going to pull out the pistol, finish off the man, whip out the AWP once again, and Custom's there with that support. Slowy.
Custom gets double there, but just such good support. You can see that they've planned their rotations, and as soon as any pressure is put on towards that A bomb site, hiding away quite well there in the crowd, and the Big Five shred up that anti-eco round. But what can Energy do with this buy? They do have that AWP up on ADM.
I mean, whenever I see Adam with the AWP, it feels like he's almost going to get a kill, and we do see majority of them sitting by Monster. He's going to post the angle. Potentially this is a AWP walk-in where the AWP holds a wider angle and the riflers walking on the left-hand side to it, but all that utility potentially have deterred them from it. Cannibalistic, so much damage taken on him, and that's probably Tuck Box Nade. He's very good with the timings on the grenades. And goals, this exec, this push.
Yep. Again, Energy electing to go for ADM, uncharacteristically missed a shot, but the man recovers quite nicely now. They've got the advantage, they're moving into this B bomb site, but the smokes are down, the bomb needs to go down as well. Players from Big Five are in and amongst it. The man must have spotted the barrel, traded out by Tuckbook. 4v3 here, the bomb is down. Molly going to cause a little bit of pressure. This flash will be good and will catch some of the players as they move in, but not enough done, and slowly forced to come out of heaven, and Energy Esports close the round 14-13. They go back ahead, and that it does seem like that walk burst play, even though the AWP wasn't affected, didn't land the shot, but ultimately that walk burst did favor Energy Esports. It did cause a problem for Big Five. As you mentioned earlier, that was a weakness that you pointed out, and Energy Esports force a tactical timeout coming out of Big Five. And
yeah, having a look at the money, and I'm not too sure if Custom wants to drop the AWP or get a rifle. This is quite tough. Surprised, but I mean, I don't blame them for taking a tuck pause. There's only a few rounds left, if not 2, and deciding how they want to just counter. We do see Slowy there just giving his input, giving some advice as to what needs to be done. Convict, as focused as ever, so is Custom, so poised. Energy Esports doing so well with their burst, so well with their contact plays, and it's so hard to stop it because one, the rotation is so far away. They don't give an early warning signal as to when the exec isn't going to come in, so that's potentially why in the hold the defense just had a few cracks in it. Chunky getting taken out first and it tumbled from there, but we do see them forcing it. Tuckblock pulling this angle. Oh, didn't lead to the man, so poised, so ready for such a boost, and he had the FAMAS, so it was even tougher. Convict sitting in such a tight angle. This AWP is going to walk up and delete him. Adam, so good with that AWP. Once more showing why he wants to win this, why he's won multiple opportunities to go overseas. And again, walking out Monster. The play that they're being made. Custom gets the first Junkies. Hasn't been spotted just yet. Puts down the defensive smoke, breaks up the push, but he has to go from the one side of the pillar. He does see the man, and he gets 2 Junkies. Potentially the savior of this round. Adam is still alive, so you can't count them out just yet. They're just going to reset, make sure the smokes go out. Junkie! Absolutely insane! Now it's a one-on-one. Junkie's so low in HP.
Yep.
What does he do, Goals? How does he play this?
Oh, he's on such low HP. He's going to have to just rely on timing. He does manage to cross towards the pillar. If he can keep this position play, he's completely unaware of where this player is. He must be aware that he's low. Players have already communicated that story, but now Tanky waiting for the gap. He spots the foot. Can he do it? He can't. Blaze racks in time. He puts match point in the hands of Energy Esports, and what a close call.
That was too close for comfort for Energy Esports.
Tianki standing so tall there in the moment that matters most. Congo Kyle, the man I first casted with. What's up, my man? Much love, dude. But back into this game, match point for Energy Esports, just stolen away from Big Five, from Tianki. What a round he had, but now Energy Esports must be feeling confident. Look at the bank of Big Five. Not much in it but a couple of pistols, so it's going to need something incredible here to take it to overtime.
Slowly already aggressing towards Party, getting in front of anything that's potentially coming to him. He does hear something and aggresses at him. That's the AWP. He's picked up that, but the B players are taking so much pressure. Flashes, smokes are making it their life so hard, and that's the B side. Has definitely fallen. Custom comes in from short with a lovely deagle, but there's Dweezil there. Gets a second, and that's a 2v2.
and both players picked up guns. Suddenly, this is even odds. I mean, the only difference between them is actually not. They both got armor, so suddenly Big Five are in it to win it here.
But there's no kit goals, and time is ticking. The rotation from Blaze is coming in from Monster, taken out by Slowy, and there's one player left. They're going to wait together, potentially try trade.
No!
He gets on to himself, jump ball! Cannibalistic, does he finish it?
He does! Cannibalistic takes us to a third map. The man you would expect to stand up and put numbers on the board, carries that the end there, and despite looking like Big Five had a chance in the end of that round, Cannibalistic shuts it down, and Energy Esports take us to a third map, and that's what we all wanted as spectators. We are going to a third, and the defending champions are not giving up. They have shown that they are here to play. They, as ADM said on Twitter, he is here for business, and now we are going to a third map. Big Five, Energy Esports. It couldn't be closer, it couldn't be tighter, and this is what you expect to see at the grand final.
Indeed, and we will be heading into Inferno as the third map, and I'm pretty sure every South African team knows how to play Inferno. You can potentially just go Banana, go up middle, go apps, you can do potentially anything, but Energy Esports, they did beat Goliath Gaming on Inferno, so they seem ready. I'm pretty sure Big Five haven't played it just yet in this tournament. But anyway, guys, we're going to throw it over to the panel.
They can tell us. They should have all the stats ready. Over to you guys.
I don't know about you, but... I don't know about you, but I was just enjoying this too. Good. Excellent. I mean, there's your evidence. We were literally just enjoying the CSGO.
What a game.
So much. What a perfect end, because this is what we needed. We needed to come to this point where we reached game 3, the final game. There's no tomorrow, there's no other people waiting in the wings, no monsters hiding in the background, just one more map. And the winner of said map, which is, like, probably going to go into overtime or something fantastic like that, but the winner of that map gets it all. One game between being immortalized as champions and living with that regret for the rest of your life.
Yeah. Big Five are going to be a bit upset that they weren't able to close it out, but what props to Energy for just keeping in that contest. Clearly in their boot camp, they worked very hard on their T side of Overpass because they had so much more to work with in that match than I've seen in the previous 2 times playing on that map. So props to Energy for making it work there on the T side of Overpass.
Yeah, and proving us both wrong on the panel. Yeah, I mean,
well, they were going off past results, and in the past they have looked incredibly lackluster on that path.
Exactly
they've
what I
done
was
the work
saying.
and they've turned it around.
Yeah, that's exactly. Well, he said it himself. There we go.
So I'm still trying to get that sweet spot. There we go. Frank, you come this way. Okay, good. So
let's talk numbers, if I can interrupt you for one more second. I know I've done it a lot this weekend.
No, you're most welcome.
The one thing I really want to touch on here is the opening frags, okay? Now, the opening frag is where you get the first frag in the round for your team. Energy had 19 opening frags in response to 10 from Big Five. They had nearly double the amount of opening frags, and it was still such a close game, which just goes to show how hard Big Five were working. Even when they lost that early advantage, they still weren't being drawn back. They kept themselves in the round. They kept pushing forward. So they had the positive mindset. They did it, but they just couldn't get across that finish line.
And I think that's testament to how well Energy have prepped as well, right? I mean, with Big Five getting the amount of opening frags that they did, opening kills that they did, and Energy still coming out on top, I don't think people realize how much of a deficit you are in if you lose a man early.
It was actually Energy who had way more, but they had the 19 opening to 10 only for Big Five, and the fact that Big Five still took it so close is actually crazy.
Well, then that's the other way
around.
Okay,
that's okay.
Exactly. So, look, I mean, but my point is, Energy looked solid.
Yeah.
They really looked like a defending championship team.
Yeah, I completely agree.
And Big Five look equally as composed and as confident, because these games aren't, whitewashes.
Yeah.
They've been close.
After losing that first map, heading into your opponent's map pick as well in the grand final, the defending champion, so much pressure was on Energy heading into that game. And they held it. They held their own. They were able to deal with it. And you could see they actually used their pauses quite effectively once they called a tactical pause.
What do you think, Mr. Hand? Do you agree?
Okay.
The Hand agrees, so it is so.
So I can continue, in other words, because the Hand shall agree. So yeah,
there you go.
They actually had great mental fortitude and tenacity to actually be able to push and bounce back from that map loss on Mirage.
So we're talking about the pendulum.
Yeah.
It almost feels like we started over here, this point, and it started swinging as the first map went, and it ended on this side here, and now it's living over here. And literally what has to happen here is Big Five need to slap this pendulum back the other way, because
Yeah,
right
good
now
luck
it
with
feels
that, though.
it does kind of feel like it is gradually going the way. And I'm curious to think if you guys will, if you think they're going to be able to do that. Are they going to be able to snap the hand back, or do you think that it's going to be the case where this side, Energy, they repeat history, that they said this is we might not be the identical side?
Well, we've just seen Energy do exactly that, right? They came off a loss, and it was quite a hard defeat, if I do say so myself. They started coming back, and you know when you start that comeback and you just don't quite get there, that's spirit breaking. It really, really is. And when you see something like that happen, and then they come back and they win a game like that, and it wasn't like it was a one-sided game either. It was very close. You have, as you said, the mental fortitude to do that. I think Big Five on that same level can do exactly the same thing. I think we're going to see a very close map on Inferno, and I definitely think this could go either way, especially with the performances from both teams.
Let's not forget that we had Energy against Goliath backstage. They played against Goliath on Inferno. Goliath's map pick, because they are absolute juggernauts on that map, and they beat them 16-8, Albert and Recoil. 16-8 is an absolute demolition in a semi-final. So that's got to bode really well for their confidence heading into this final map here. We did it earlier today, guys. There's no reason we can't do it again here.
Exactly.
I must say, there's something very fitting about this grand final as well, because it does feel almost like it's a recap of everything that's happened over the weekend in a sense. The very first panel, we spoke about how it doesn't matter how far you are behind in the game of CSGO, you can always come back. And they didn't, but they almost did, which was what we saw in the very opening game, where Sin 5 lost. Sorry, no, was Sin 5 winning? Sin 5 winning against WOG. I can't remember which way around. It was the first game.
Got knocked out, or later.
No, I meant the very first match.
Oh, the first match.
Yeah, I'm not sure which way it was around, but one of those sides coming back from what looked like could have been a devastating matchup and winning the whole thing. And we saw something similar in the storyline that's been unfolding in front of us. And more so about the concept of you having these monsters that are waiting in the wings. And we saw this monster busy just annihilating one side, but it was tamed. It was a monster that got tamed, just like Goliath was backstage potentially. And I think it's been fantastic because in some way or another, if you've just watched this one series so far, you've got a taste of everything that there was to offer here and how fitting that has been.
Yeah, 100%. And I love that we get the camera on the players after the game, because you actually get to see the emotions and how much they actually invest themselves into this game. It's not like, guys, wake up in the morning, are we playing some CS? This is their lives. They live, breathe, eat, sleep Counter-Strike.
Exactly.
Until this point, it means so much to these individuals. They have worked so damn hard to get here as well. It's actually mind-boggling when you think about it. And these guys, win or lose, they deserve a massive amount of appreciation for what they've left out there on the server.
Definitely.
Actually, I just realized something. I feel like there was I'm looking through my notes here for a moment, because I feel like there was actually a final that they played in before for DGC. Was it not Big Five, Energy and Big Five? Did they not play in that won the DGC finals?
Yes, it was that the championship.
The Matrix,
and Big Five beat them 2-0.
Big Five beat them 2-0, yeah.
But that was a very different energy
very different team. Yeah.
Fair enough, but in just the sense of history.
Yes.
There's so much unfolding here. There's so much history that is being applied to this matchup. It is amazing how we've reached this point. But I guess now it's time to unpack what is yet to come, because it's great and all that we have this behind us, but this is just the next step. That is now the past, and the present is going to be written in a few minutes. Once again, I think we're probably just waiting for the players. Obviously, normally we were able to give you like an almost exact time, but in these kind of environments where the stress is so high, you want to give the opportunity to players to really feel ready and comfortable and give the best possible performance.
It's the last map of Comic-Con Africa that we're about to be going into here. It doesn't matter who walks away. It is the last map.
Once again, for the people at the back,
it's going to be the last map. You have to be here. This is it. This is where you want to be to watch the game. Trust me.
100%.
I can tell you right now for free, okay? Because normally I charge. But
Mr. Hand agrees.
Mr. Hand even agrees with me. You want to get one of those seats, they're going to be filling up soon, and it's going to be a fantastic game of Counter-Strike.
Mr. Hand is kind of greedy. He'll take like 2 or 3 of them if you let him. So you got to get down there before that happens. All right, so fitting end, because the last point I want to talk about, the fact that this game was a recap of everything, is that comment one more time. Inferno, the decider. Yeah. What was the phrase you used?
It's the South African proverb, or even an internationally Counter-Strike unspoken proverb. Inferno, it's the place you want to finish the series. It's got it all.
Why?
It's such a hotly contested map between the T and the CT side. It has all the strength in Counter-Strike, the long-range battles, the close-range battles, the AWPs, the lack of AWPs, whatever it may be. It encapsulates everything you want in a CS game. So it just provides such good entertainment when you watch it.
Let's start breaking it down. Who are we watching where then? We've spoken a lot about the AWPers in the series. Let's talk about the other guys. Where are they going to shine on this map?
I think to break it down a bit further than that is to say we're going to see the team that comes out on top here, because these two teams are so closely contested, I think the team that comes out on top here is the team that makes the least mistakes, because both of these teams thrive on capitalizing on their enemies' mistakes. And we saw that with Big Five playing against Sin 5, they did it really well. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Energy versus Goliath, but I'm assuming it was the same thing because we did see that earlier in the tournament. And you have a look at that and to see how these guys are playing and look at how often it changes hands. One player makes a mistake on Big Five, Energy capitalizes. They've been doing it throughout the series, and I think that's going to be the determining factor here on Inferno because of how closely contested it is. And I think we're looking at the stars, the playmakers from both teams, just to step it up a bit here.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of preparation goes out the window heading into this map because it is the decider of the grand final. It comes down to BMT, it comes down to who's going to pitch up on the stage right now, take the bull by the horns and show the game how it's supposed to be played.
I love it. I think I assume this entered the scene by mistake earlier in this one, but Tekkel said his new favorite phase. Real CSGO, which I'm sure is because one of us misspoke or something. But I think that it's a fantastic way to sum this all up. This has been real CSGO in the best kind of way, and we're going to get one more opportunity to see it. I think we've got some mentioning about the trophy that
the silverware. That's what
silverware.
Wow, the reason people are here for, right?
Show it to me. Show me the money.
There you go.
To actually be able to push that bounce back. There we go.
Whoa.
That looks beautiful.
That looks gorgeous. I mean, I'd love to hoist that trophy, right?
Yeah, unfortunately you won't be.
Oh, well.
Jokes aside, one of these teams on the stage, which they currently... Han doesn't like that joke. No, negative banter. Keep it off the channel. They're coming onto the stage now. The players are starting to take their seats, so we should be going with the game shortly.
Yeah, it is.
I'm excited.
Oh, something comes, obviously, but only one side arriving just yet. But whilst they get ready, whilst they set up, whilst we become even more excitable here on the panel.
Is that possible?
I don't think so.
I'll give it 10% more.
10% more.
The hand is excited. And the hand is excited to go to a quick ad break. So let's go and do that, and we'll be back with you soon.
Comic-Con is known to be a huge thing right off the bat, and now this being the second one and getting so much reception, it's actually amazing because now we're here, and this was a dream 4 years ago when we started with Kwezi, for instance, and we never thought that we'd have so many platforms, enjoy so many platforms, and therefore so many new fans for the brand, and also just to see how the industry is growing. You got to make sure that you come correct here. You're meeting your fans, you're meeting people that have been supporting Kwezi for the past 4 years. We're celebrating 5 years now, so it's quite a nice moment for us as well. If ever you wanted to see an animation of Kwezi, an animated series, you're going to get it. What we would definitely want to do is maintain the quality of the story. We want to maintain the spirit and the vibrancy of Kwezi as we know him. So all of this obviously means bigger collaborations with studios, etc. But it's just great that we're still getting to continue with the story. And what a better natural progression than to move into animation. Part of the conversation right off the bat was that we definitely have to get this in all official languages, in all 11 official languages. So we have done actual Zulu, Tswana, Sesotho, Pedi, Xhosa, and we don't want Kwezi to be a niche product. It's a story by South Africans for South Africans.
Bad news, still us.
Bad news? I think it's good news.
I don't want to be us. I want them to be on here. I want to be the guys who get to watch it. I want to sit down in the crowd. I want to be in the front seat. In fact, somebody save me a seat down there. You there, save me a seat. I should just point this way. Somebody said this.
Somebody, please.
We get to enjoy this one very, very soon. So Energy Esports still yet to take the stage, but I'm sure it's going to be any moment. Like, once again, as I said, this isn't a case of we have a pre-described time that they're going to appear. This is literally they're doing their last minute of prep. We're giving them all the time in the world, the most time to make the most of it. And for you, that's time to find your seat. It's time for you for those of you who are at home, to get that little cup of coffee in, or whatever it is that you enjoy watching your CS with, because it's going to happen any second now.
I think we need to touch on what, Hayes said it earlier in the day, and I think it's quite an ample time to bring it up, is I think one of the better preparations that you can do if you've just won a game in a best of 3 and you're going to the third game is to actually calm yourself down and to get rid of that overconfidence, right? Because that's what we've been talking about it all weekend and saying confidence is key. But overconfidence is will ruin the game.
Well, overconfidence is arrogance, and you want to make sure you find that borderline between the two of them so that you're not overstepping it, but you are still maintaining that confident level. And it's all about bringing respect, incorporating respect into your level of confidence.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
But I also like where you guys were going with this. I think confidence has definitely been a reoccurring theme for this event. But there's been many others. And I'd love to hear from you what you feel the best themes were. What was the things that stood out for you?
After you, Recoil.
No, I insist, please, sir.
What stood out
Mr.
the most
Hand
for
can
me,
go first. Mr. Hand?
What stood out for me is... we changed
there we go.
Anyway, I just
Now you
wanted
have
to say,
talk.
Big Five on the stage here. They've actually had a bit of a torrid, not torrid, maybe that's a bit of a strong word, but they've struggled in the past couple of weeks. They haven't looked really as good as we know they can be. They came 4th in ECL when they were the 2nd seed heading into the competition. They lost a couple of games which they probably shouldn't have. So for them to be pitching up now on the stage at the grand final, that's a storyline I'll buy into every day of the week.
Yeah, I agree with you there. This is a great one. But for me, I think it's energy. Coming through here into the final when nobody actually thought they would make it, going up against the tournament favorite, Goliath, beating them 2-0, convincing me to get to this point, and pretty much showing that they deserve to be here, yet again defending their championship.
I must say as well, I think that Goliath victory also was something that really took me by surprise. But
I think it took everyone by surprise, to be honest, because I remember sitting in the crowd and somebody came and told me, this is what happened, and I was like, no, it can't be. Somebody has their facts wrong, But at the end of the day, it just shows you how close the scene is. We may come into this and say, oh well, Big Five seeded first, they're about to win. No, they're not. It works so well of how we've spoken about how close the scene is in SA that you can't actually call who's going to take it, because somebody who wasn't even thought of as top 2 is now there playing.
Yeah.
In the last possible game. And I want to point out as well, just to extend on this, is that we're obviously focusing a lot on these sides right now, but if we look at this all as a scene that is still growing, a scene that's still going to go from strength to strength, maybe your favorite team isn't in the final right now, but any team that you've supported here has been worthwhile, because I want to throw your mind back to XD for a moment. Side we never got to see on the stage, alongside Goliath. 2 sides we didn't actually get to see up here on the main stage. But XD gave Goliath a run for their money. And who knows, maybe in a parallel universe out there somewhere, XD took those games, took the games against Energy on here now today. But of course, I think that really just goes to show, as mentioned, anybody can take these, and it's down to I see the jump in moment. Let's go.
I think the most important thing to just sort of sum up what you've said is small margins make huge differences in these games, and that's especially where we are right now in the grand final, on the stage, in the 3rd deciding map to take home that prize pool. One missed smoke, one missed flashbang, one missed frag trade, or whatever the word is. Whatever it is, it's not coming to me right now. But whatever it is can make the difference between winning the map and losing the map and coming 1st or 2nd. It's all about doing the small things correctly.
It's playing CS from the grassroots up, right? This is what you need to do to win tournaments. You need to do the basics first, get the basics right, and then you'll go and win a trophy.
Well, the next time we're up here,
we will have a victor.
We will.
The next time we're up here, we will have a victor. We will have a champion, and it'll be a pleasure to introduce them to you one more time. Reborn. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw things over to the casters because it's that time. It's this time. It's grand finals time. The final time. It's now. Casters, take it away.
Halbert, I love the energy. I love the energy you're bringing to this last map. And, you know, all these players have worked this entire year for this moment, for this opportunity to win this grand final. Energy Esports are looking to win back-to-back championships in Big 5 Esports. Last year, they fell short in the grand final, and this year they're looking for redemption. So a true story to be told. The novelty is immense right now as the clock ticks down. Freeze time is about to end. The players are buying all the utility they need for this Pisserang Gold.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the final map of Comic-Con Africa 2019 on 3. Can you please make noise one more time for these teams? 1, 2, 3!
Love the energy coming out of the crowd. Slowy does spot majority of the attacking team in second mid. He does walk into his apps, and I doubt they even spotted him or aware of it. Oh, execution style, but the rotation is there. The man overwhelms him with his friends. Apps control is established, so they are slowing down, maybe to reassess the situation and implement a different type of strat. They do have some sort of utility. I think Adam was the second player with utility there, and he got taken down, so maybe someone's going to collect it. We do see the man making sure there's no banana regression, as we do see 2 CTs just slowly walking, prodding and probing. Oh, lovely shot by the man. He's going to run at full speed. Will he clear sandbags?
He's not going to.
This could be a fade and switch. Convict takes him up, but there's 2 players versus 3 attacking players on the A side.
Takbok just making quick work here with the apps burst. It seemed to be a diversion towards Banano as he cleared it up, but now it is a 3v1 situation. Kenny with all the HP to work with. He does have a smoke in hand, but he's instantly got out of the balcony and he's catching the jump onto Takbok. Takbok manages to retreat and wait for support in the form of Convict. Kani does not have to commit to this yet. He can fall back. It does look like it is his plan. He's going to move all the way back to B. And what will Big 5's reaction be?
Convictus does read this, so he is pedaling back to that A side. He definitely will miss the cross towards Cannibalistic getting into the side, and it's just going to come down to how he plays this 2v1. The bomb should go at any moment at default, and Cannibalistic, the reposition. If Convict gets close enough, he can actually figure out where the post plant will be. Backstage is the call.
You can see the experience coming out now. He knows that Canny is on the right-hand side, so he needs to be careful towards Grave, but Cannibalistic comes on top and now runs back towards Graveyard. He's on top of the Graveyard and he's oh, what a tag there by Convict. And now Canny going to look for it, and Convict closes it out, and what looked like an impossible 3v1, Canny turns it into a bomb plant, gets money for his team, not able to win the round, but that was a bit close for Comfort considering the lead that Big 5 had their tools.
Agreed. And if you had a look at that situation there, Convict, oh my word, it was very close, and the experience coming out of Convict pays off, pays dividends on that smoke defuse. I keep telling you, it's very important in those situations. Force buy coming at Energy Esports, it's something they're really prone to do, and they got it really figured out in terms of the utility. Adam gets dropped the gun because potentially he's one of the best players in the team, and Impact does get brought down to 80 HP by the utility used by Big 5 Custom, and Slowy, the 2 B anchors, have to somehow hold this site. They do have utility to work with Slowy, jiggle peeking there by Coffins, but it could be dangerous if he gets out-timed by a shot to the face. But Custom, he is holding a smoke on contact, so that's all activated as soon as Slowy does see someone.
This has been the theme of the T side for Energy Esports. It's this burst play where they try and just separate 4-1, and Canny is going to move alone with this AK-47 and try and create some space. He's looking up towards middle, but Tiaku will peek him and he gets taken out. And now an early pick-off forces the CTs to second-guess themselves, but Big 5 aren't falling for it just yet. Little smoke grenade pops through there. Now comes the flash. The exec is going to be hitting 1 through the smoke, 2 through the smoke. Quick reaction from Blaze to secure it. Custom throws off a flashbang, gets 2 players, but they're all posting him. They know that he is at the oranges, and now it is up to Convict and Takbok. Probably not worthwhile to retake. Yeah, Convict going to get the hell out of there. Join Takbok towards that pit region. Going to save these guns, and that burst worked out again for Energy Esports.
Yep.
All off the back of that frag that Canny opened up towards middle.
I'm not too sure if the flashbang was supposed to help Tiankis get that kill on middle, and that B side got dealt with quite effectively at that, and the save will come about just to help the economy from Big 5 Esports, and Energy Esports surviving with 3 AKs and a submachine gun. This is a CT-sided map, so bear that in mind leading into the future. The blue team, basically. Drinking some beer in the crowd, watching some CS. Nothing wrong with that, guys. Nothing wrong with that. As we do see Energy Esports implement a force buy of their own. They do have some sort of utility to slow down any aggressive plays from Energy Esports. They are loaded up with all the guns they need. Quick banana control has been established by plays sitting at that cubby in the by Sandbags. The lead slowly getting aggressive in banana, and that allows them to progressively take that space. Just one player on the site remaining, Custom with just a P250, and that's so tough. I like that little boost there. Attention to detail. Yep. One of my favorite. But Custom gonna dig into that side, just to give his rotator some space when they do go to coffins, which I like to see out of some anchors. Tianki's taking out the rotator out of middle, and Tianki's needs to try and net this kill or stay alive long enough for the support to come in. The utility has landed, and he's going to play with this team. He does have a player backstage supporting him. So much damage is done. Adam, lovely headshot there. He's the guy to recover this round. He does have the powerful rifle. Oh, the spray doesn't work for either one of these players. Sakbok alive with his life intact. There's a smoke left, and there's a flashbang left in Tianki's, and he's coming from the flank. He's sitting Bryce. He has to be wary about the Weasel. He's going to be the guy facing them. Lovely flashbang. Man, teamwork there is subliminal there. Too many for him to handle. And Weasel does go down, and that's the second round for Big 5 Esports.
I mean, even though Convict did a lot of work and it was great support flashing coming out from the play in Banana, you've got to say that the MVP is Custom there. He just buys so much time at the back of the site, does so much damage, dinks 2 players and allows his teammates to support, to rotate. And ultimately when that bomb goes down, they're well aware of their positioning, and Big 5 make quick work of that full AK buy and manage to steal one back from Energy Esports.
Man, no one wants to let go of the lead. This is going to be a game of force buy until one of these teams crack and have to eco. And I love types of games like that. It just sort of ties into the mentality and the exhaustion of that from the players.
Yeah, indeed. And now weaponry is pretty even right now. I'd say slightly favoring the side of Big 5 Esports. But that said, I mean, they have all got full armor, or full head armor at least. So those MAC-10s aren't going to be proven to be too effective. Energy Esports perhaps thinking that, you know, they have done damage to the economy and just need to force back into this round. But as you see now, the players are gearing towards an Apps burst, which is stock standard stuff when you are on the low of util. But here it comes. The Executor's coming in, but it is Sakbok. He gets smoked off though. Can't really support his teammate. Custom going to be pushing through the smoke, but the man is aware. He can't get the jump on him though. He manages to do so, and now it is a 1v3 and right back at you. Energy Esports steal it back now with a quick Apps burst, catching Big 5 completely off guard towards that A-bomb site. The man with a lovely shot on the rotation as well, just rendering the defense absolutely void. And now Big 5 in a tough position. Slowy, one of the standout performances from Big 5, reveals his position, and perhaps now too little too late. He needs to get out of there and just save this rifle, but already Energy Esports aren't going to just let him do that so easily. But ADM steps in, takes his head off, and 2-2. You start this game going back and forth, and that's what we like to see in a grand final.
And I'm pretty sure that is the break for Big 5. I doubt they'll be trying to force into this. They didn't manage to save any guns from that round, although 2 players did survive, which could lead into that. But there we go. The save is called. 2 pop flashes potentially for the coffins, flash for the players to swing wide. Energy Esports should be able to win this round regarding in terms of the utility. The pop flashes there. The man is so blind, but the guns are too strong. And Energy Esports doesn't really work out. 3 flashbangs. Papa Tianki's. Oh my!
Easy for
that
Dweezy.
Hurts. It's definitely going to hurt for Tianki's. I mean, that happens when you don't have body armor. I mean, you're going to get that aim punch slowly getting deleted, and this is business as usual for Energy Esports. They don't lose rounds like these.
Yep. Sakbok on his own here. Perhaps going to try and take a rifle off of Energy Esports, but ADM with that crossfire setup, not going to allow him to do so. All 5 players on the side of Energy Esports saving their guns. All 5 players on 4 frags apiece. A real team effort here as we kick off Inferno. Big 5 looking like they're going to save.
Double eco, smart decision. It's still early on in the half, so they don't want to ruin the economy just yet. Some quad nades, and big fan of the airstrike, potentially in middle and banana. Not majority of the nades are discarded. Just 1 flash left on Slowy. Have a look at the mini-map. He is playing on that A site. He does choose to aggress apartments, and I'm afraid this isn't going to really work out for him. but the trade is there from Tuckbox, so there was a plan there. I thought he was isolated, Adam taking out Tuckbox, and that leads him to a 3v4. Again, it's only an eco round, so this is top of the rounds. Energy should be netting, but this Deagle shot from Convictus Leviosus, the magic is coming out, and Lays, that's the side taking, and that's when it gets hard in terms of the post plant and the retake. Custom potentially just look for some exits. 3 kills does seem like a tall task. The flank is there in the form of the man, and that's 4 rounds in the board for Energy Esports. Strong start from them goals.
Yep, strong start indeed. They've taken strong starts at the beginning of this map.
I like those Big 5 buttons.
Yeah, there's Big 5 all over the place in this crowd. You'll see a Rogue Zip Zip
Oh,
there
Rogue
on his
Zip
phone.
Zip there. He's texting. Focus on the game, Zip Zip.
Watch and learn, but back to the game here. Again, this is the buy round now. 4 Big 5 AWPs on both teams, both sides with full pockets, full utility.
It seems like the half-wall retake from Big 5 Esports. The smoke will cut off the support while the pop flash disables the player playing in front of it. It depends of who's playing anti-flash and if they are actually ready for such a place. Slowy going to be faced with an AWP from Custom.
ADM returns the favor with the smoke of his own, and now going to step, take a shot. Can he fall back? He doesn't.
Oh, that was so tight. The smoke was there. The nade debris was there.
He got tagged as well.
I mean, that's just tells the tale of how close these two AWPers are. I do think these are potentially the 2 best AWPers in the country, Adam and Slowian. Such a tight battle, when back and forth, and who's winning the actual duel, and we do see Energy Esports doubling back towards that ace out. There are 3 players there. Convictus making himself such a nuisance. He's going to rotate back towards Library to support his team. He's in the side. There's still some sort of utility left on Big 5, so they can disrupt the execute if it does come in, goals.
And the execute does seem to be coming from Canny here in the middle. He's going to be flashing over. They've been sticking to the spell burst. Big 5 should be expecting this. They've been caught off many times before. Tuckbox waiting for them to fall out. Support is coming through. There's no smoke towards the CT side, and Big 5 are making quick work of this, making it so hard for them to trade out the frags, and the spacing and trading is just not there. It's all up to Blaze now. He manages to get one. He is aware that Tianki is on the bomb site. Gonna look for a second. Tianki challenging him in. Now, gonna take a peek. No support yet. Gonna get the bomb down. Suddenly, this is doable. Blaze gonna be put under pressure with Slow. He's not gonna let him save it, but now he gets the top, but Custom comes in with the rescue. They commit to the fight. It gets messy, but Big 5 recover. Big 5 take the round, but at what cost, Tools? A lot of guns lost there in a situation where I don't think it should have been the case.
Definitely not, but it was so tough. Slowy didn't really want to overextend or, help out Tianki too much, because he was the first point of contact. So he was holding an angle, hoping Blaze would swing him or swing into the site, but it was well played by him. He got the bomb down, he killed so many, so Blaze, he should be holding his head held high, and they are able to buy, and in a sense, their buy is better than Big 5 Esports if you have a look there. Double AWP, or actually AWP and a scout. Convictus. Slowy taking some damage for his efforts. Usually there's an AWPer, well, not an AWPer, a player sitting there, and where's that AWPer from Big 5? It is sitting in Banana. There's no one just yet. Information is being given to Slowy that there's someone still A-ramp. Little jiggle peek from Tianki and CT spawn. Potentially can get picked off by the AWP if he jiggle peeks too wide. Not wide enough. Adam. Oh man, this util damage. He's in 1 HP. Can you believe it? The smoke is going to slow down this push from Energy Esports. They are quite widespread out on the map, so they aren't really committing per se towards the site. They're just testing and feeling out the defense and seeing where the most resistance is.
Despite Energy taking a lot of damage here at the start of the round, they're definitely winning the utility war. I mean, Big 5 expended pretty much everything that they had, especially on this B bomb site, and now Convict makes it actually work for them, gets that nade kill on ADM, was on 1 HP, so literally anything more than a sneeze would get the job done, but manages to land it with the Kobe, and now falling back to the side. 38 seconds on the clock now. Energy Esports love to leave it to the last second, but the pressure is mounting.
Pressure is mounting indeed. Convict playing on the site with Tianki's 2 guns. I don't really favor. They are doubling back towards that B side. There's 3 plays there, in fact, and the flash does come out. This does activate the push. Slowy potentially might actually push through it. Custom gets that first frag. Blaze He gets tickled up, and this is so tough. The time is ticking, so they have to land the shots. Blaze gets the first one. Tierkies is backstage. Blaze cleans them out, and are they aware of this? Slowy is going to push the smoke.
Oh.
He doesn't push the smoke. 3v3.
Gets the scope in there, but just doesn't connect as he walks forward, and now Energy Esports able to just set up into a nice post-plant position. Blaze expecting this boost. He gets it. He lands the shot, and quickly the defense or the retake of Big Five is stopped dead in its tracks now. Convict looking like he wants to potentially save here. Gonna get out of there. They lost the B-bomb sites, and again, Energy Esports leave it to the last minute, but just able to secure those frags, and now a crazy jump from Dweezil ends up costing Slowy his AWP, and now Convict trying to save this from us, or just take something into the next round.
I mean, you almost felt like Big Five should have won that run, considering that 3 players on that side with the man advantage as well. Blaze just coming alive with those headshots. He's sitting on 13 kills. It seems like this is his map, and he's coming alive in the final.
Yep, big, important frags there for him to grab a hold of, and
Caveman coming alive, cannibalistic, focus as ever, delegating those orders to his team.
very, very experienced player locally and abroad. Such a high skill ceiling, and it's really, really good to see him back at the top of South African CSGO, doing what we all know he loves most.
Only one player with the USP on the site in the form of Custom, just putting that smoke down to delay the push into the site. And there we go. I like this, rotating the smoke out at one another, something that a lot of the high-level teams do internationally. You keep rotating out the smoke slowly. Should be the next person to rotate out and put the smoke down.
If he doesn't push through the smoke and look for kills.
Exactly, but I mean, if there's space, he'll take it. Dinks at him.
Completely aware of that is the man.
Yeah, I mean, the man does the same thing on,
exactly.
on the CT side. Why wouldn't he be expecting it on the T side?
Now, Energy Esports going to recollect that bomb now as they move closer and closer. Again, just electing not to use all their util until the post plants. And
ooh, he spotted him and he gets spotted. But how does he play this? Does Tianqi bait for him? No.
He gets spotted now, and now the breach is coming in. Multiple players are moving towards the side. 2 players have got down. Another one gets dinked, and now Tianqi doing work, but 2v2 now. Player is still stuck in the sides. He has been spotted though. Dweezil takes him out, and now it's up to Convict. He has the FAMAS, he has the armor, the most likely to be able to win the situation. So
the smoke should come down at any point, but there's a gap in it, and Dweezil's rotated out. And if Convict can win this kill, the game is on, the clutch is on due to the bomb plant itself.
He does hear the player reloading.
And the pre-aim does get there, and now does he tap the bomb, rotates out for the AK, flashes him, and this flash is going to do some sort of work and tap the bomb, baits out the push from Dweezil. The sound cue gives it away. This is so tenuous, and their shoulder peak there, the time is ticking, and I'm afraid Dweezil, I think, might have won this round. The bomb is ticking slowly, but does he get there in time? 10 seconds, no, he gets out. At least he picks up the AWP and gets away, but valiant effort come from Victus Liviosis. Bomb does kill him, in fact. He gets nothing for his efforts, in fact, so all in vain, except confidence. Leading into the latter rounds.
Very unfortunate that he made that footstep. They're trying to get on the box, allowing Dweezil, and if you give him an inch, he'll take a mile. No stranger to high-pressure situations, of course, a champion from Comic-Con last year, so that experience coming through there and just approaching that situation with expertise, so good stuff to see. But now Energy Esports starting off their T-side here with a bit of a bang. It's the most solid start out of the 3 maps, especially considering it's on the T-side.
Yeah, we haven't seen much banana control come out of Big Five Esports. It seems like they're trusting their side holds. They don't want to take banana with a few plays and rotate some out and leave one there posting up with an AWP with some utility to buy some time if they do end up going towards that B side. And the banana control is very, very hard to fight for. There's so much detail and layers that need to go towards it. If you're going to double molly smoke, if you're going to smoke early with one flashbang, there's multiple avenues as to how to take it, but haven't seen it just yet coming out of Big Five. But round 10 on the board. Decent buy coming out of both teams. FAMASs aren't the preferred rifle on the CT side, but they do work as we've seen it in the past.
All of these players capable with whatever you put in their hands. It doesn't matter if it's a Zeus all the way to the AWP. These guys are the best that South Africa has to offer. And that's what we're seeing here. Big Five able to push Energy Esports back here as they execute on towards middle. It looks like they are trying to wrap around towards N1 now, and the bomb side is about to be pressured. Convict on the flank though. Do Energy Esports expected? They do, they clear him out, but now the breach is kind of broken. Both players on the side able to do something. Another beautiful nade coming in from Custom, so a lot of work being done now. Kani not able to clear out the sides. He's getting spotted. Does do quite a bit of damage now. Tiaki's stuck in the place, but he gets one. Kani with the double, and now it is all up to Slowy. He's coming up towards that ribs area. He hears the bomb being planted, so
how Kani wins this is clearly only playing headshot angles. If you look at his HP, he's only looking for that headshot, and he gets it!
He clutches it out, Kani. What an insane round from him. We spoke about him earlier, and he's just coming alive here, netting all the frags, beautiful headshots across the board, and ultimately does quite a bit of damage there to the side of Big Five. Forced back onto an eco round now. Full save is the call. You see a couple of pistols coming out, flashbang or two. Going to try to do some damage, but Energy Esports starting to get into their groove here.
This is a CT-sided map, so this is definitely not what Big Five would have wanted. There's still a lot of rounds to play for in this half, and awareness is there for Dweezil taking out Junkies. He has been probing and prodding that apps, and these sort of rounds now it's Tuckbook's turn to potentially meet his demise, and there we go. Cannibalistic takes him out, and they're falling like dominoes.
Yeah, one by one across the map. Don't even need to be next to each other to fall like dominoes, but it is an eco round. They have saved, and now the hit is coming in. Blaze lands another hard headshot. Now all up to Custom, manages to take one, but going to get traded out. And 8 rounds now. Energy have secured this half. They'll be more than happy with what they've done so far, and Big Five need to perhaps take a tactical here and just decide how they're going to approach this round. Cannibalistic busy doing the money throw there. Perhaps, oh no, it's just a shake of the hands, but looked like he was making it rain per se, but yeah.
Energy Esports, focused, concentrated, hydrated.
Yep, this is a tactical pause. You can see Maniac busy giving his team his input.
Look at those keyboards. So flashy. Big fan of that white keyboard. I think it's Weasels. And Slowies.
Yep.
Can't miss it. Let's get back into this gun round. Double orb for the first time in this half from Big Five Esports. One a banana and one towards the A side. Convictus and Slowy. Flash gives away information that there actually is an OEWP on the Big Five Esports side. Junkies potentially looking to take second contact. The peak from Junkies does so much work, gets a double for his efforts. He pushes the Molotov. The man so aggressive, losing his life for his efforts.
I think he was trying to catch off Convict there, but ends up getting a shot to the face by Tuckbook, but the man returns the favor. Convict gets one of his own, and now the man looking for the final frag, waiting for his support is Convict, and now it is coming through the smoke fades. Custom comes in and saves the day. Beautiful delay there, perhaps an overzealous push from Kani. I mean, how can you blame him? The man is just on form here, but pushes, aggresses through that molly, committing to the strategy, and ultimately Tuckbook punishes him for it, and they end up securing the round. Big Five, after 4 consecutive round losses, pick one up of their own, but they need to net this one, Tools. The economy is still not sitting in a great position.
Indeed, it's pretty shaky, and we have seen Avantgarde set a trend in saving the guns on the CT side, especially when they don't have the right statistic to actually win a round. It's how they keep the economy afloat. But once again, playing passive on that B side, Big Five Esports don't elect to take banana control. Rather to bait them in, set up execute, set up holds, counter-util them if need be. But apartments control seems to be the first step for Energy Esports post-banana control. Still earlier on in the round, pop flash for Tuckbock in Palace, gets taken out through the wall. The flash was not there at the right time. Tuckbock might feel hard done, but now the ball's in Big Five's courts. They potentially need to make a move. Do they leave Slowy to solo the site and leave the Adam versus Slowy duel there, which we potentially might see as Custom does rotate off. This smoke is to cut off information from anyone playing on coffins and anyone playing towards the right-hand side of site. Adam creating so much space. Slowy doesn't want to fall down and create a sound cue, so you can see how tenuous this is. He does spot him. Who shoots fast? Slowy once again outdoes Adam.
But that's not the commitment. The breach is coming here in on this A site, and Tanky doing quick work, picking apartments, and now he's going to do more. He gets support in the form of Convict, and they make quick work of this A side breach. The B was just a fake, and now Molly goes down onto the side. Blaze gets the bomb down. Last time managed to do a lot of work in this scenario. Big 5.
Okay, sorry about that. They need to wait for Slowy. I thought they were going to go in with that Molotov, but very poised Blaze. We have seen him do big in these situation goals.
A lot of respect given here by Big 5 as they close in, and now the players are swarming the bomb side. Blaze able to do a lot, but not enough this time around, and Big 5 clutched that second round in a row that we were talking about. That gives them some breathing room. That gives them an opportunity to claw their way back into this game.
Double up, they're making sure they get those guns there. So important, so impactful, and so expensive, so don't see why not. Nice to see a full crowd here for the grand final of the Telkom VS Gaming Masters 2019. It is round 15, and Energy Esports finally broken down to an eco round, a half bar, if you will. Some flashbangs and upgraded pistols. Yep. Last time they had this, they did a bulk burst, and it worked quite successfully at that.
Haven't had an eco round pretty much since then, so it's been quite a dominant half, but now looking to burst play towards middle. Flash is going to come in. Convict is in a bit of a tough position. He misses the shot, and now pressure is mounting. He manages to get away, and the support is going to be needed to be strong here. They're pressuring the side. Takbok holds the crossfire beautifully, allowing Convict some space, and now he's going to in turn look for a frag. Unable to get it now, and the AWP is given now to the T, and Canny with no armor. A little bit of damage done. He's going to look to try and take a duel here. Big 5 respecting the fact that they should have collected guns here as they move into this retake. Slowly throws a flash, but Kani is holding the angle and picks him off, and now going to take a shot at Custom. Custom, not sure if he's... Now he's been heard. Kani well aware of his positioning. Gets one. Gets another one. Custom clutches it. The man has had such a resurgence at this LAN. It's been a long time since he's had such impact, and there's no limits to the heights he can reach, it seems here. Again, clutching it out and giving Big 5 lifeline once again back into this map. And Big 5 must be feeling good, must be feeling pumped, just as Energy were when the clutches were going their way in the form of Kani, in the form of Blaze. 6 to 8 here, but Energy Esports with a healthy buy going into this round that wasn't forced by. Remember that it came down to the wire. Big 5 have a double off, but a weakened play in the form of Tianki, who only has a 5-7.
Some useful usage in Banana. Not a take just yet, just grenades to make sure they aren't rushing up and taking control just too quickly. And I love this. Oh! Preemptively shoots. Slowy has Adam's number this game.
Man on man. I mean, I must agree with you, Tools. Since these guys are in the finals and the impact they've had this far, those are definitely the two best AWPers in the country. But Slowy is really showing up here in this grand final. And now this what seems to be a fake is about to hit Slowy. Holding the smoke. Man. The man getting on the box, he spots him, gets the kill. Custom trades it instantly. We do see a rotation from the CT side, but the bomb is still sitting in Banana. A minute to work with here. Energy by no means are out of this round. They need to just look for a space, look for an opportunity.
Sound cue has been given from Takbok. They smoked front side to make sure there's no one in pit, and that's the way you isolate any plays in pit. Weasel blinds himself and loses his life for it. It's only Takbok inside. He needs to stay alive for the rotation to come in. It's a couple of seconds left. He's going to move forward through the smoke even. He's so aware of what he needs to do. Blaze does take him out, and that does give space for Convictus to actually rotate in 2v2. And the pressure is there.
Oh, the pre-fire from Kani.
Lovely shot coming out of him. And again, they're leaving Custom in this intense spot, this intense clutch. And he did win the previous one from him, but what if it's too much to ask from Custom? What if he can't do this? It is the last round of the half. And the time is ticking.
He has to go for it here. No idea where the players are. Still scouting towards Ditch, waiting for a peek. And there finds Kani, knows both of them are in the site now. Flash comes out, but Blaze plays it to perfection. And Energy Esports net their 9th round here to Big Five's 6. And what a start to the half year. And again, an unlikely hero in the form of Blaze, just playing out of his mind here. 4 MVPs this time round.
And it's important to note, Blaze was removed from the Big Five roster last year, so potentially some sort of revenge for that, but I think he's just focused on the game. He's hitting his shots and he's proving why he's one of the best. He's proving why he deserves to be in this team, in this final.
Now, Big Five stepping up the pace here, electing to just rush straight up middle. They are way of the house, but too many guns focus that area, and now Big Five seems to be falling into a trap here. Energy Esports very, very stacked here towards this A bomb site. Numerous players being spotted and shot at, so things balance out here to a 4v4 with the util favoring the side of Big Five. Still got all of their pieces to work with, just waiting to use it. There comes the smoke. It's going to be a wrap onto this A bomb site for sure. Dweezil holding the line down here, decides to rotate to help his team. He does have a flashbang in support. Blaze unable to net a frag. His position has been given away. Both players are in the pit, but now they are under pressure. Can they get the additional player? They do. Slowly steps up when it matters most. Tianki gonna get the bomb down. Players are in pit. Players are in the site. They need to be patient now. Patience is the name of the game for Big Five. Tianki electing to choose. ADM is aware that the player is stuck in the back of the side. ADM quickly moves onto it and makes quick work. Tianki under a lot of pressure. No support, gets the one tap, and now knows where ADM is, starts taking the fight. Now, 1v1, can he land it? He needs to reload. ADM looking for the frag, and he does it! Tianki comes back alive in this grand final. And Big Five needed that pistol round if they wanted to contend this T-half, but in style, Tianki closes the round, comes down to the wire.
Indeed, and every round feels like a tooth and nail battle. Every round feels like it's do or die for these teams, and you can see it. You can see the way it goes down to these 2v1 clutches, these 1v1 clutches, and rightly so. It brings so much value for the spectators, and it feels good, man. Feels good. Adam, lovely nade. That's going to do some damage onto Custom, and it does so. That scout didn't even need to come into play. All it did is give him vision to do the nade. Nobody wants to peek a scout at A-ramp. Spamming apartments, especially not at this level. Look, slow banana control, slow apartment control before any decision is made to end up at a site. You can see the bomb is still stuck there by A-ramp, or T-ramp more so. Being picked up by Convict. They have enough utility to exec onto the site, and if you have a look at the utility from the T's, they can counter util as long as they want. They're sitting with 4 smokes. They haven't baited out any smoke just yet, so Big Five need to perhaps get a move on.
Big Five respecting this anti-eco round here. ADM pot shotting here towards the middle. He does take the head off, and that's why players are scared, and they're just seeming to want to take this duel. They need to just smoke him off and start taking this fight. He's landed 1 kill already, but they are trying to trade him out, but it looks like it's a fallback towards Banana. Whether or not the man has heard this rotation remains to be seen, but 3 players seem to be stuck towards that A-bomb site, but that smoke grenade is going to do so much work. Can he going to get boosted here towards the CT spawn? So it's going to be up to him, onto his shoulders. They expect him to be here. They are spamming. They haven't entered into the bomb site yet. Big Five, a little bit of indecisiveness here. Canny punishes there, and Blaze with the crossfire as well. They're ripping apart this breach, and Big Five have got not much to work with. Custom, low HP, as well as Convict. No time left, and they got to pressure him. Custom needs to hold it. Here comes the breach. Convict gets on top of that kill, and that gives them a little bit of space to work with. But both players
so low goals.
So low, and no need to punish that just yet. ADM gets the first frag. Convict, it's all up to the veteran. This man has done incredible stuff before the kit. They are just holding it now. Dweezil going to just keep it on. He gets spammed, but the man holding the angle gets the frag, and they collect guns for their efforts. And now Big Five put back onto the pressure, giving a little bit too much respect there to that anti-eco, and ultimately, you know, pressuring themselves 4 times. So Energy capitalizing on that quite nicely.
And it all came down to that utility they had left over on the A side and the B side. They used it. They didn't force them out too early, and well played by Energy Esports. And that's how you use your utility. That's how you counter use your utility at that. As soon as they smoke CT spawn, you smoke off their choke point and you keep countering it. We do see the B rush coming in right now. That Molotov is down just at the right time, getting overwhelmed. Convict picks up a trade in there and Blaze. He has to hold this out. Convict has wrapped around backstage and he is aware of that. Getting taken out by Convicts, and perhaps this is the counter into Eco, but they still have some sort of utility to get back into this round. Taken out by Dweezil, that's one of the ways to get back in, and I like how aggressive they have been, making sure the post plant isn't settled just yet. There's the armor on Convict, and he does have the rifle, and he is crawling behind him. Gets the first kill, Dweezil tries to trade it out, and Tuckbox spamming, gets the kill, and that's the winner kill. Oh, Dweezil
gets the spam there through oranges.
Smoke.
He's going to smoke it off, putting pressure on to Convict, and he's just spamming through there. And now he's coming down through the wire. He's just spamming away, and now Dweezil goes for the defuse. He's just going to hold it. Convict does manage to put some pressure. Does he have enough time? I think he does. He does not. He gives up. I don't know if he had that defuse or not. He must have heard the sound. I don't imagine he would make that kind of mistake. But I mean, Convict saves the round there for Big Five.
He did, but no one will know. No one will know if he had the potential to win that clutch. It felt like he gave up a bit too easily on the defuse there. He was dead nonetheless, if you get what I'm saying, Goals. But
yeah, why remove off it and out? You see a terrorist timeout. Let that sink in. I mean, they're going to need to compose themselves again. Convict, even though it was so close in the previous round, but lands up bouncing back, gets the first kill, gets the second kill, the third, manages to bait that bomb defuse out, and what a round for him. Big Five Esports straight back into it, and that puts quite a nice little reset onto Energy's economy there. Definitely the round to win, and that's what we want to see in the grand finals. That's what we want to see, is both teams just able to grab the round at any point in time.
I mean, both teams got ecoed. I wouldn't say an eco, but a full sport against them.
Yeah,
Big Five
for
full
sure.
sport, Energy full sport, and they won.
Look at the guns that they're all using now.
But let's see how this run unfolds. They don't have enough smokes like they used to actually counter Util. Double nade puts Adam down to 18 HP. You can't really go for any repeats. That Mac 10 is quite fast. And I'm assuming they'll try use this to find information. But the Util usage in middle isn't really there for Big Five. They'd rather look for information before they use the utility, which I'm not opposed of, but the scout shot last round from Adam was huge in middle.
Yeah, very unfortunate. He didn't get more kills there.
Again, a stack onto the B side, trying to make the right stack, trying to make the right decision is Energy Esports. 1 minute about to hit the mark, and mid should be taken at any point in time. Cannibalistic is sitting with the Max 7 in that boiler area. This gun only suits close quarter engagements, as you can see. He's trying to get the distance close enough, but he doesn't want to get caught in the middle of no man's land, so it's a bit of a touch and go for him. He's going to rotate back to long, get some information there to reply back to his teammate. He did spot one with the shotgun, and he slips across Slowy.
He's going to just knife out and run. He's got the flank now. Now the breach will come in. Big Five are going to hit the speed bomb side. They are committed. Slowy picks off the boosted player, and now it is all up to Blaze. He gets the first shot. Can he get the second? No. Convict shuts him down, and now it is all up to Kani. He does stop the breach, spamming through that smoke there. Slowy gets another frag onto ADM, and now I'm going to just carry on picking up the cash money, and it's all up to Dweezil, and nade lands in his face. They are expecting this player just emptying their pockets, and now the round is borderline unwinnable unless Big Five makes some huge errors here. Dweezil not having any of it, gonna get back now.
Smart decision by Dweezil. They are in the lead. They have 2-round lead. The score will be 10-9 the next round, and that gun is gonna be pretty important, as we do see a pause has been called out, and nobody wants to let go. Nobody wants to throw in the towel just yet. So I can imagine there's too much at stake to do so.
We saw a lot of that coming out of Slowy on overpass as well, just sprinting towards his bottoms, and as soon as he gets that gap, Canny spots him, but it doesn't matter. He just commits, and he ends up getting the frag onto the player on that boost spot. So pivotal round there for Slowy.
It's quite a pivotal, and it's not easy to play his role. It's not easy to slip through a defense like that. It's about finding those micro timings on rotations from the CTs, whether they execute P and, you know, wait for him to only push off a Sankyu, only lurk off a Sankyu, potentially cut the rotations off. But I think he knew, because of the gun he had, because of the movement speed, he could slip through those gaps. Even if he took 50 damage, 20 damage, it's enough to actually unsettle the CTs. As you saw, the man, I'm pretty sure the call was made that he did slip through, but he was so content, he was so focused on getting those B players moving into the site. So it was, again, it was too close for comfort for both teams, but Big Five pulled through towards the end. A lot of useful usage done there by Convictus.
Round 20 here, 9 to Big Five Esports against the 10 of Energy Esports, but Energy on a little bit of a save here. No armor except for the man that saved the weapon from the previous round.
There's a flashbang on Blaze. 2 players standing at breach points.
Nice.
The 8 that grenade. Chunkies is the player with the Mac 10, so presumably he'll be the guy looking to take first contact to find information. The flash did come out, but Energy found nothing from it, so I think that's their card. That was the hand they used. Aggressive setup in Boiler. I mean, that's apartments for Energy Esports as well. Just want to have a look at where the M4 is, and kind of ballistic. He has that Zeus. He wants to get that kill. But again, look at Slowy. Look where he is right now. Custom, lovely headshot there. And again, this does look like a B split. He slipped through enemy lines once again. He's sitting in their house, and he's practically walking their dog.
Yep, he's just taken the leash now, and he's about to get dinner. Takes one. Gonna look up at that boost spot. They've been playing there all game. Gets another one. Will he get the third? He does. What a flank by Slowy. He's playing out of his mind, and only the rifle in Weasel's hands, which is swiftly taken away by Custom. And what a round for Slowy. Again, just finding those gaps, and Energy Esports letting him through. But again, nothing invested into that round. Only Weasel's rifle that he had saved before. So full save should allow Energy Esports to buy into this one. See, slightly weakened by, but again, that AWP in the hands of Canny.
I mean, we saw Slowy lurk a lot on Trey. Now he's lurking, and perhaps that'll prompt Energy Esports to focus a lot more on long rather than short in their defense, and AWP onto Cannibalistic. It seems like he's taken up that mantle of the main AWPer on that Energy Esports team, unless there's 2. Quite proficient with that gun. Apartment control taken. Not so much Banana. They're quite tenuous in regard of that. They're not too sure if there's an AWPer waiting for them there. A lot of youths will be expended quite early from Big Five. The smoke does come into obscure. Cannibalistic's vision takes the timing shot. Nothing doing from there, and mid control is established.
Yep. Nice, solid, standard stuff there for brackets control. CT's pushed back towards that site. They are aware that the AWP is on the A site. I'm not too sure what the read on the economy is, but they must imagine there can only be one, so Big Five.
Cannibalistic. I can see he wants to regress that position. I see he wants to regress long just to find a pick. This crack is not enough for him at the moment. The smoke obscures his vision. He missed out in that 10-second rotation time. We do see a Molly in apartments. Tuckbok has made his presence away, and he's waiting for it to disintegrate. We do see the flashbang for pit players, and he's moving into the site there, slowly but surely. That flashbang.
He's blind, and Custom takes both of them with a beautiful flash assist there from Slowy, and now under pressure is Cannibalistic. They smell him, but they can't kill him. He's taking shots from the side. They need to get rid of this AWPer. He's still causing havoc. He gets another one. He's still alive, moving in and around the site. It's all up to Slowy now. The man Blaze gets the frag. He gets the final 2, and ultimately goes down. Kani buying so much space there for his team, so much space for the rotations, and Big Five falls short despite having the advantage in the site. They're getting those early entries towards that ditch, but the call was made. They knew that the A hit was coming, and Energy Esports.
I mean, it almost felt like they weren't aware Cannibalistic was there, in the sense there was no sense of urgency to fish him out, in a sense, before getting the bomb down. I know the clock wasn't on their side, but nonetheless, they pick up that round. Cannibalistic hitting the nuttiest of shots. That was a crazy flicker. It was so quick goals. I didn't even...
So quick. And that's what he's known for. He's known for those snappy kills. Really looking to, coming alive here in this grand final. Him and Blaze just popping off here, doing all the work. It's very strange not to see ADM there. at the top of the scoreboards.
Indeed, and that's mostly due to Slowy shutting him down, so he isn't able to accumulate all those multi-kills. But on the other hand, you do see Blaze stepping up for him, Cannibalistic stepping up for him, so you can see this is quite a well-rounded team.
Indeed, and here they are in the grand finals once again. Energy. Can he getting a little bit of damage done there? Still wielding that orb. Changing sides now. That flash not going to push him off. It's the first time he's playing from the Sen 1 angle, and we know this is a position that Convict and other teams also like to use, like to abuse. They're spamming there to bait the pool. It does. Slowy very lucky to get away with his life there. Still got a lot of util in the pockets. Needs to get rid of that stuff before it's a waste. Orb has rotated all the way around there.
Adam sitting in this corner here is going to wait for the right time to pounce as that smoke does dissolve. Flashbang just to clear out that lane, make sure no one's spotting it. No molly has been deployed to this corner yet, which is quite obscure to see.
Yep, 3 mollies still left on the side of Big 5 Esports. They've got 40 seconds left on the clock. They need to do something. They need to create some sort of space here. One of the players in pit has been spotted with that smoke grenade coming into the apartments, but it looks like Big 5 Esports not committing to anything just yet. Slowy going to try fake and cause some sort of diversion. He has pulled the rotation, so for now his job is done. He is going to be sneaking in towards the side chair, trying to look for an open. ADM might sneak into it. He doesn't spot him. He looks, the timing is not on his side, and now the pressure is going to hit onto that A-bomb side. And first, Tianki opens up. They are aware that Dweezil's on the side. He's still blind. He gets taken out by Tuckbook in the apartments. Tianki with another kill towards apartments, and towards library there onto Canny, who tries to support from the library, and that forces the save. And Tools that was getting really, really close for comfort, but ultimately Big 5 managed to make one of those late round situations work for them.
Agreed, and it was all off the back of Slowy's fake towards that B side, that smoke obscuring vision from the actual anchor, so that forces the rotator to have to find that vision. And Adam, he actually did. He found the vision. Not only that, he found the kill, but to what extent? To the extent of them losing the round, and due to not enough players being able to hold that site. And the execute from Big 5 was so good. The play in pit was so blind, he couldn't actually find some space, found some room to move, or actually stand in a safe place until he got unblind. So lovely execute coming out of them, but at the same time, Energy Esports are able to save 2 guns to keep the economies afloat.
No,
just want to have a look at that money. Look at the big smiles coming out of Tian. He's having quite a great performance in this best of 3 series.
Coming out huge with those entries. Guy can anchor, he can entry, and it's quite a force to be reckoned with. Definitely cementing himself as well as one of the top players in the country of Force by here. Well, Pistols invested for the CT side, and we've seen the amount of respect that Big 5 have been giving these anti-eco rounds. It's cost them before.
But again, if you have a look at the Energy Esports' utility, they're going to be holding it out until need be, until they've given a reason to deploy those smokes. They're sitting with 5, so nothing hasn't been used just yet. So if they aren't baited out, at least by the 50-second mark, things could get a bit dicey for them leading towards the end of this round.
Yep, taking it very slow, very methodical now. Going to start walking up towards Banana. Going to definitely bait out this first smoke, but as you say, 5 in the pockets of Energy, so can easily rotate that around as long as they don't miss the timing or get executed before they manage to do so. Big 5 making a presence here towards Middle Custom.
It seems like they're actually going to opt to maybe burst into this B side rather than set up an exit and move off the back of that. The counter util does come in, but it's not in time. The player CT is so blind, but so is the entry fragger. Blaze takes out the first player. He pushes through the smoke in CT, and he comes back alive. He takes his life. Tuckbook, he's such an animal. He gets 2 kills. Cannibalistic still looming around the smoke, trying to navigate himself. That smoke going down. Slowly, too aware of it in Tuckbook, cleaning up, and bearing in mind that this was sort of a force spike coming out of Energy Esports. Big 5 did well to negate those utility, those rifles that they were still holding on to, and that's 12 rounds. They're in the lead for the first time, I think.
I think so as well. Energy have been dominating this map, so for the first time, Big 5 are in front, but again, on that more difficult time on that T side, but a nice little burst play there. It looked a bit stressful at the start of the breach, but ultimately committing it, and I spoke about the timing that they need to avoid, and it looked like Big Five found that gap and just committed to the play, and strat can very quickly go south if the players aren't committing to it, don't keep to the game plan. So it's nice to see Big Five, even at this later stage, just not worrying about the mistakes, not giving that respect necessarily. But now, Energy Esports, again, very weak on the util, have bought into this round. Gonna push them back off Banana now. Gaining that control of the map. No movement at all. Can he just shoulder peeking here until he gets pushed off? Big Five need to push him back from that mid area if they want to be able to hit on this B side without any real issues. Some flashes coming through towards middle. Canny's got a nice little gap here in the smoke to work with. Custom again, just keeping the players there, and they're doing the exact same thing here on this buy round. You can see here come the flashes. Here is the burst of smoke. Little late here, but ADM gonna be flashing. A lot of the players are blind. They should be spotting this. They're not. Blaze gonna get flanked out here by ADM, and he's done so much work. What a beautiful flashbang thrown into the site now, and he recovers the round for Energy Esports. And Big Five attempt to do the same thing again, but just don't manage to net those entries. And 12-12 here as we head into round 25 of this grand final. It couldn't be closer, it couldn't be tighter. What a crazy match.
The defense was so solid from Energy, although it did look quite dicey in terms of the burst item. Always finds a way to get back into a situation like that. He was blind, he was isolated. Blaze picking up that first kill did allow him some space and room to regress back into that situation, and getting that triple kill was monumental for them to stay in it, because they had no money, they had no utility left, they had no utility for the retake even, so it's quite nice how he was able to defend that. Drizzle, good nade coming into Takbok, but not much damage installed.
Definitely, and we see a slight change up here in terms of the B positioning for Energy Esports. They've managed to secure this banana control for little to no expense. That's going to allow them to expect this B, well, this A hit now. Still keeping that banana, going to move the AWP there. That means the A site is strengthened in terms of numbers in a bit, but Big Five do have a window of opportunity here. 1 minute still remaining on the clock, and all 5 players, a little bit of a tough push there through the smoke. Slowly gets caught. Canny makes quick work of him. Here comes the smoke towards that Balk Dweezil. Gonna molly off that N1, and now it's starting to look tough for Big Five. That rotation is coming in for Energy Esports all the way from CT. Canny spots it. He's gonna call for a flash. You can see him looking for it. Nobody has one to give him. Numbers are in the favor of in the favor of Energy Esports. Takbok eventually able to kill Convict with the flank, gets behind enemy lines, and now can they make this work? Pressure is mounting onto the site, but yes, Convict gets the frag, and now Takbok leaping frog into the ditch, and he gets the frag.
Smoothment, goal, smoothment,
stuff. Adam, the hero from the last round, collects the AWP, or keeps the AWP, and needs to run for the hills and save his gun, and that looked like it was going seriously south, and that's the storyline. Waving the flags there. That's the storyline of this best of 3, is that no matter how bad it looks for either of these teams, all of these players are able to step up and get that round back for their team, and in this case, it ends up going Big Five's way. So,
I mean, Energy did everything right that round in terms of being patient, waiting for Slowy's work. They picked off Slowy's work. They had the pop flash in there for Tian to clear him out. They had the rotations coming in, but they just weren't aware of was the Convict's position wrapping around. So Convict slipped through and actually replaced, in a sense, Slowy in that lurker sense, and the players just weren't able to hold that side. The defense wasn't strong enough.
Tactical pause coming out here as we move towards the later stages of this half. There we go. Maniac chiming in with his thoughts there. It's really amazing to just see how this map has developed. The strategies are just chopping and changing based off of previous successes and not necessarily the strat book of these teams. So both adapting or dying, really, Tools.
Adapt or die. That is how humans live. But as we can see, Energy Esports, upgraded pistols, some utility. Adam saved that off in the previous round, so perhaps I'll be looking at him to find an opener. He does have the spawn for apartments, so potentially he heads towards that direction. Actually, he's just going to sit ducky. He's going to regress after this Molotov to try find this nade. Just lands on him. It's like they knew he was about to do that, and the jiggle peek from Cannibalistic just sends some warnings towards Adam as he has to get out of dodge or find the kill while rotating back, and he does. Slowly repeat the same angle he did the previous round, but now he actually gets punished for it. 4v5. The advantage in terms of man is in Energy Sports' favor, but in terms of the rifles, in terms of equipment, it still is on Energy Esports. A big 5-siders. Junkies slips into that site. They're waiting for the smokes, waiting for something to give them the trigger. Oh, this smoke here is going to do so much aid for Energy Esports as Cannibalistic actually goes through it. We have seen this play before made by Daru, but Convict takes care of it. Adam gets smoked out, and now that's the site locked and loaded. But there is a flanker coming in middle. There is the man, and he gets close by that smoke. I'm not too sure they're even aware of him. He gets right in their faces, and Adam boosts up, dies in the flames as they Big 5 take the 14th round. That was close. That was nail-biting stuff, goals.
Lighting the crowd on fire as you see those flags waving in the air. Another round in favor of Big 5 Esports. They're so close here to dethroning the Comic-Con champions, but it's not all said and done. Rifle purchases coming out of Energy Esports. Blaze there already with a 30 bomb. The man can't do much more. He needs his teammates to jump in here and get involved and start getting some frags. Big 5 electing not to go for the AWP of their own, so pretty even grounds here. A little bit of a weakened util, no real mollies except on ADM here for Energy Esports. Standard stuff as they gear themselves towards middle. Banana control also established for ADM. A deep smoke. Smoke gonna come, a flash gonna come through, but nothing to make of it now. They definitely have the positional advantage to Energy Esports. So much information, unless Big 5 move back and regain this banana control, it's definitely gonna be, or they're definitely gonna be aware that they are gearing towards this A bomb site. But right now, it is a breach towards the pits and the first frags. Oh, they're just getting absolutely destroyed here, and Energy Esports managed to make it work. All that banana control, they set up perfectly for it. The apps belt not as effective.
14-13 is the score. It couldn't get any closer. And finally, they're able to stabilize the economy of Energy Esports. And Adam, right time, right place in terms of that rotation, in terms of that backstab, and the A players hold their own. Despite being blind, they were able to recover and net those frags of the players jumping out of that bulk burst.
Yep.
This is potentially Big 5's kind of lost by. They haven't been getting the bomb plant in the last 2 rounds that they've lost, and that hasn't helped them. As you can see, there's a galley sitting on Convictus Laviosa. So he has forfeited getting a stronger rifle for utility. Big 5 Esports have been doing a lot of executes now and then. They haven't really concluded the full default, pushing the enemies off archers, pushing the enemies off short, making sure they don't have banana control, and making late round decisions. That's where have netted the previous round wins. As we can see, this is banana control coming out of Energy Esports. A different stylistically in terms of Big 5 on their CT side, which something is preferable, something we've seen in the international circuit, and it's worked quite well. As you can see, they're able to rotate 4 players towards that A side and leave 1 player just jump spotting, just buying some time in case they do rotate back, because you get that 10-11 second leeway time for your rotations to be there if they end up pushing up banana. And Blaze doing a nice job. 2 players on that B side, but if you ever look at the utility, they got nothing to work with but a Molotov and 2 flashbangs.
Yep, and that is currently sitting on that A bomb sites, and you can see Big 5 as they lean towards that B, but they've established this banana control. Not going to make the same mistake as last round, but as we move closer and closer to the end of the round, it's 20 seconds left, and they're just going to spot, they're not going to flash, and now the pressure is on. They have spotted a player, but both players reveal themselves. ADM gets another frag, and now Blaze as well. Custom is able to make that lurk work, but the bomb is down, the time is ticking, and it looks like Energy Esports are going to bring it down to 14-14, and I think the bank of Big 5 is in a bit of trouble, so...
I mean, they had so much utility there. Can't help but wonder why it wasn't used. Especially in the latter ends of that round, the latter ends of 20 seconds left. Slowly discussing what has transpired with his teammates, as you can see the Energy Esports not in agreement as they are reeling Big 5 back into deuces. The score is 14-14, and we can see Energy have the advantage in terms of utility, in terms of rifles, and first time Big Five have actually taken banana control at this pace.
Laid out quite a bit of util there for their efforts and immediately just putting some sort of pressure, forcing utility out of Energy Esports, but Nade gonna land in Tianki's face, doing so much damage, now putting him under that threshold of HP. That head armor that he's purchased is rendered completely irrelevant now. And it looks like similar storyline here. Energy Esports keeping their defenses honest, not really adjusting or over-rotating or trying to make any sort of, you know, calls or anything like that, splitting it 2-3, and
it's a pretty deep smoke, which does give Big Five some sort of space, but Adam playing anti-flash, sitting down, making sure nobody...
And there's only one. There comes the flash, and now Big Five are forced to push through the smoke. Adam gonna just spam through. Blaze there to support him. Not able to get much more. Tianki does get ahead of the curve. Manages to get a kill as well. ADM forced back to that coffins area. Big Five need to get this bomb down. He's jumping onto the pillar. They're gonna spam that spot. He needs to be careful. Needs to get into another position. Man. Oh, and Slowy manages to get the bomb down, but now the support is coming in for Energy Esports. Slowy gonna take the peek, gets the think, gets another one, does Tuckbock, and now the odds have turned. 4v2 scenario. Are Energy Esports gonna commit to this? ADM gets a frag, and now it's Big Five's round to lose. Kani looks for the kill. Slowy closes it. A Big Five. Still the round from Energy Esports. The crowd are loving it. The cameraman loving it as well.
I mean, that was so intense. I mean, Blaze.
Look at Slowy.
Adam just B-side anchors. It almost felt like that spray from Blaze. He tried his best to get more than one kill, but got overwhelmed. Adam didn't really want to push through that smoke at backstage, and it fell down slowly but surely. This is the last round of this matchup between these two teams in the grand final. Double off onto Energy Esports, so they definitely want to get that initial kill. They definitely want to put themselves in an advantageous spot, particularly you, but they have no equipment left, so that's probably why top of this off. Weasel sitting at lovely off angles.
Oh, no.
Sitting at number 3.
Oh, that's so uncharacteristic of ADM to miss that shot there, missed opportunity, but
he sees the bomb.
Weasel's just holding the bomb down here in the middle, and perhaps it's a clever ruse, but no, he gets the kill, and Big Five just not expecting that sort of aggression, but they have bought up these orbs to have sacrificed the utility to pick up these orbs, so aggressive angles are going to be the name of the game here for Energy Esports. Big Five lose a man early on, going to be peeking back into Dweezil's angle here, but smoke is coming into play here, and this A bomb site is stacked with the numbers. They haven't regained any banana control at all, so 4 players are waiting on the other side of this. Canny is going to come out from the ditch, and he's going to peek out at the perfect time, and Energy Esports take us to overtime.
This is potentially one of the greatest grand finals I've ever seen in South Africa. Big Five, Energy Esports, showing their worth, showing why they deserve to be in this spot as they take it to overtime. Neck and neck are these two teams. Neck and neck are these two AWPers. Slowy, Adam, going the extra mile.
But I mean, Blaze on 35 frags as we enter into overtime. A really great performance now coming from him. Double AWP setup versus the single AWP on Slowy. Happy to see it in his hands, of course. A lot of cash in these overtimes, so you can fill up your pockets.
At least the majority of them didn't really buy head armor. Didn't know that cost a few extra bucks. Lovely grenade damage onto Slowy. Using the height for his advantage to get across AWP's angle, but no one's at home. Adam has full banana control once again. Blaze gonna walk down and potentially set up a double up. So if they do end up going to the A side, they have a quick wraparound. They go into the B side, they're confronted with aggression. Smokes coming out to take mid control. CTs respond with utility of their own. Dweezil sitting on bulk, making sure no one's aggressing through there. The man gonna set up a double pit setup, one of the strongest setups I've seen in the game.
This is good to see from Big Five regaining that banana control before they commit to anything, because for the last few rounds, Energy Esports have been taking huge advantage, not necessarily getting into any good flank position, but just holding that control, allowing 4 players to be on that A bomb site. And now Blaze, again, just aggressively holding this down. Slowy going to try and bait some sort of pusher, blinds himself in the process, but blinds Blaze now as he falls back. He must have maybe heard the footsteps. He takes the frag!
Okay.
Slowy! That is insane now. He gets the peek, and Adam misses again. Slowy gonna be opening up that B bomb site while Big 5 hit onto it, but Canny is sitting in the side, creating space again. They are aware of his position. He needs to go big. He gets the first frag. The bomb is down, and now it is all up to Tuckbok and Slowy. One CT apiece. He's gonna come from the flank. He should. There, a little bit of pressure. He falls out, and he's gonna take another shot, and he gets it, but he burns, and now that turns it into a 1v1 situation. The AWPers against one another. 8 seconds left. ADM gonna be looking. Gets ahead of the smoke. Slowy needs to get out. He's aware of Slowy's low HP. Gonna be... Oh, and he misses the shot. ADM cleans up, recovers the round, and it couldn't get closer. Down to the last frag there. And Energy Esports secure the first round of overtime.
Indeed, and those AWPs are so prevalent. Those AWPs are so important, cannibalistic. Time and time again, surviving just long enough, holding up play. Adam to get in there and clutch out that round. Good work from him.
It's the eyebrow guy trying to get some more face time. Not sure if it was him or not.
Second round of overtime, Energy Esports double up once again.
And here comes the banana control. We've been waiting to see this from Big 5. They've just completely left it alone for a majority at the start of these rounds, and ADM is playing aggressive, and he could be punished. He spots a player move towards sandbags. Now ADM is stuck with the sandbags, mollied off. They're going to have to use their equipment to bail him out, but it looks like Big 5 going to just rotate off the back of it, and if ADM can re-peak in time, Big 5 need to react, need to act quickly, and again, they've spotted it, they've cleared it, and now that allows the rotation to move all the way back through CT Spawn. They need to hit now. They managed to go through Convict. Looks like he's going to move through that smoke, and now an opening pick from Custom. He does push through that smoke, but it gives him so much space. The man recovers it somewhat, and it is a 3v3 now as they reset, and it's pretty even now. Spam there almost catches the man, but nice movement there, as you would say, to get out of dodge. And this is now a 3v3 scenario. A little bit of util left here for Blaze. He can position a molly to flush out this pit player. He's going to do exactly that now. Going to be putting pressure on Slowy. Slowy looks for the frag. He gets picked off, and now Tuckbok gets one of his own. Adam going to trade, and now it's all up to Tanky. He isn't able to do it, and Blaze comes in, puts another one on his tally. ADM with the defuse once again, and 2 rounds now for the side of Energy Esports. Again, overtime, you are maxed out with cash, so Big 5 not in any problems in terms of the economy. Perhaps just short of flash or some sort of util, but Energy Esports striding ahead here at this, or in this first half of overtime.
Sorry, picking up that AWP of his own. Definitely wants to go for this mid-aggressive peek here. Just surpasses the grenade, and
nah, he wants blood.
Looking at this tight angle, spot,
gets it.
Cannibalistic, gets that first kill. Dweezil reacts with the smoke of his own. Left of mid of smoke, but they still have control of some sort, so no worries in the Energy Esports camp just yet. Just one Rosetter coming from that B side. Let's see him trotting over from CT spawn, jumping across apartments. They have control of that now.
ADM preferring to rotate here towards this N2 side, replicating that position of Canny that normally spots from that position. He goes and he takes an aggro peek, but now they must spot that ADM is not in banana, so a little bit of pressure should get put there. Convict looking to have some sort of presence, and ADM rotating quickly through that CT spawn to return to his...
I mean, you can just see he wants to read the game as best as he can. Convict almost taking out Adam, and that does keep them there in a sense. It forces them to react in a certain way. Those A-side plays aren't budging at all. You do see Bomb is leading towards middle, potentially a wrap into the A side or a direct hit into the A side. Molly for Pit to push him off this angle, make his life that much difficult. Slowy takes out the pit player, and it's just left him to Dweezil on this side. He needs to hold this side. There's so many opponents him to face. Tuckbok takes him out. The bomb does go down. Adam right there. He's always trying to read the game, get there just in time to help out his teammates, but this time it doesn't really work out. 16 HP, and you can see how desperate he is, looking for any margin, any inch he can find with this gap in the smoke. Convict, about to fight up Blaze. The man has been doing so much damage throughout this series, and Adam takes out the first, and that's the run from Big 5. 16-17 is the score on this overtime. Man, can this get any closer goals?
It can't indeed, and now 2 rounds for the side of Energy Esports. Big 5 managed to steal one there in the end, and both teams just looking absolutely phenomenal here. Every single individual just stepping up at some point in time, perhaps not sticking at the top of the scoreboard, but definitely having crazy impact. And we've got this far, and magic number to find is 19 here for either of these teams. 18 means we go to another overtime. So for those that aren't sure how it works, that's what you got to keep an eye out for.
As we can see, majority of the attacking force is in Banana, making sure they control that before they go back to middle. Slowly has changed up the angle, gets blind, takes a preemptive shot, nothing doing just yet, is falling back into the side. I like the high ground from Custom, changes up the point of attack, but the counter util does come in time.
Yep, ready to support his teammate there. Now Convict going to throw a little bit of a miss smoke there, but probably going to re-peek into it. ADM, of course, posting up either side of middle here with the support of Dweezil. But that bomb is lurking towards the B bomb site. This is all somewhat of a ruse, and Dweezil going to be looking to find something at N1.
Looking at how they position, they definitely, in a sense, might want to wrap towards that B side. The bomb is situated in Banana. The two players sitting in the site here. Convict needs to rotate timeously. As we can see, Slowy is actually going back, and Custom is isolated into the site there. Taken out there. Custom dinks one, kills one, and that leaves Dweezil on to 11 HP, but the site has fallen. Post-plant has come in, Cannibalistic killing off the lurk, but now we do know it's 2v1, 2v3 into the site.
Go through the
smoke! The rotation has to come in time. Cannibalistic is trotting in with that AWP, and Flashbang comes in time, actually flashes his teammate. Adam picks up the first kill, just in time. Cannibalistic gets there, takes out the last player. Right time, right place, gets the low kill, comes into the side to support Adam.
Perfect timing there coming out from him, and you can see that Big Five wanted to put the pressure, pick the pressure up there, and start
Adam is so
retaking the
proficient
side.
with that orb.
He is.
He was blind, he was dodging behind that pillar, gets one, gets another.
Now, Energy Esports 1 round away from taking this grand final, sealing it away from Big Five Esports, and coming back-to-back Comic-Con champions. But again, it's not over just yet. Slowy getting pressure off Banana, gets a tank of nade damage done. Falls back. Still gonna hold angle. It looks like Big Five are gonna be gamble, stacking here. Dweezil gonna be moving, gearing themselves towards this apartment area. Energy Esports not committing to anything just yet. Smoke still in CT spawn. Blaze edging his way closer towards that side. Slowy does have the angle, but not playing anti-flash, so Energy Esports would be able to push him back while into the apartments to stop any apps burst that Energy have been inclined to do.
Convict holding out a flashbang in case they are going through the smoke, but that was some sort of a ruse. As you can see, the bomb is situated in middle control. Solidly held by Energy, and you can see they're slowly but surely trotting up archers. 4 players are in a way leaning. 38 seconds on the clock, and I still don't know where the bomb is going. Perhaps it is heading towards the A side. There are 4 players sitting there, 2 behind the smoke. If they do throw motor smoke, Blaze, Adam picking up a kill there, and now it's down to Tuckbot. There's so much work for him to do. Adam just waiting for someone to overexpose and show themselves. The rotation comes just in time. Tuckbot has so much work to do as he gets taken out. Gold, this could possibly be the last round of this tournament, last round of this grand final.
Custom has to go absolutely huge here, and they should have a good idea of where he's coming from. The man, he's posting the angle, and he's not one to miss these. He spots him out, I think. He's going to call it to his teammates, and Custom gets his head taken off, and Energy Esports, again, are your back-to-back Comic-Con champions. They steal it away from Big Five Esports, but what a performance by them. Commiserations to Big Five Esports. Energy able to do it again, despite the roster changes, despite losing arguably one of their better players. They land up pitching up here, taking out Goliath Gaming, and they take out Big Five to become your Comic-Con champions.
What a best of 3 series coming out from both teams. They both hit hard, they both won their individual maps. A huddle just to talk it through. This isn't the end of the world for them, because they do have Rage coming in next week, and they're just going to use this to plummet themselves towards that. But well played by Big Five, well played by Energy Esports. They are your Comic-Con VS Telkom Gaming champions 2019, back to back. That is something that was done quite a while ago. If you remember the days of BVD, the days of Energy Esports, they were the ones winning it back to back. They were the ones asserting their dominance. And as we can see, the sportsmanship coming out of the double Dweezil. But that's cannibalistic. He's just wearing that shirt. There we go. That's Adam. That's another Dweezil. The man sitting at the back, and the manager, Kasim.
Yep.
Sportsmanship is everything in esports, and it's something I appreciate as an individual. And
Yep, commiserations to Big Five, but again, well done to Energy Esports. And as we see the players congratulate themselves, they do move into another high-intensity week of practice and preparation as we lead up towards Rage. And now that's gonna be it for us. But I mean, what a sight to see. Tools, back-to-back champions. You can't take anything away from them. They've come and they've done it.
I mean, if you consider everything else, if you consider how they've won the 2 tournaments early, if you can just imagine how they've won both trips overseas, if you can imagine...
A lot of bank now.
A lot of bank now.
220,000 Rand here in the pockets of Energy Esports.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot more. I mean, here we're going to have a look at the prizes. In first place, 220K. Second, 100. So 120,000 Rand is what that match cost. I mean, that's what was up for grabs there in the grand final. So huge deal from Telkom.
And, all right, guys, don't go away. We've got stuff to give you guys. Throw away swag. These aren't the only winners today. You're not going to walk away with 100,000 Rand. We're going to throw. Who wants a T-shirt? Whoa! I'm going to stick to Overwatch. It's red. There. Who wants some lanyards? There's a whole bunch out there. Please hand them out, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're giving away another photo op opportunity. We got 2 of them for tomorrow. If you guys want to meet your favorite stars, who wants a VS Gaming cap? Come on, guys, give it to me. People just won hundreds of thousands of Rand. Well, that might go to you. I saw you screaming. I'm gonna try another one in that direction. I'm useless. I'm so sorry. You guys weren't screaming. You guys. And then I got like a bunch of T-shirts. Let me do this one at a time. Who wants another T-shirt? Not Garrett. On this side. Scream for me. Oh, I got one on my arm. I'm gonna go for the long haul. Wow, there we go. And a couple of lanyards to the last of these. Don't get hit by one.
It's time now to interview our winners. Before we do that, they got cut off there, but I want to say a big shout out to our 2 incredible shoutcasters, Lighters and Goals, both ex-pros. They've both been on this stage, and I hope that they kept you entertained. But now, for the real superstars, please help me in welcoming Adam from Energy Esports to come and do the winners interview. He's just making sure he's messaging Slowy some banter over there. Adam, incredible performance from you. But that third map, Big Five, took it to you each and every time. Walk me through how they were getting into your psyche then, being able to match you.
I don't even know what that game was. That game was actually so crazy. Props to them. They played amazingly. Props to my teammates. Props to flipping Blaze. Like, he had the game of his life, and I'm so proud of my team right now. I'm also really happy for Big Five. They put up such a good fight, and we couldn't have asked for a better final.
Let's talk about the addition of Connie to the lineup, because it made all the difference today.
Connie's a machine. He's one of the best. He is probably the best teammate I've ever had. I'm so happy to be in a team with him. It's been so long since I have wanted to be in a team with him, and yeah, I'm just really happy.
Congratulations, you are the back-to-back Telkom VS Gaming Masters CSGO champions. Feels quite good, hey, to say all of that. And I'm now going to hand over to Grant. You can go and hang out with your team for a little bit. We'll get you back on stage in a bit.
Guys, I'm going to introduce you to somebody new. You probably don't know her. She's the brains behind what is happening here at Telkom VS Gaming. Wanda Mkenzi, please step on stage. She's the head of content at VS Gaming. Give her a round of applause. Wanda, thank you so much. Without your vision, this wouldn't be happening. just tell us a little bit more about what Telkom is doing for esports.
You know what, I have to really at this moment congratulate my team. It's not just me, the team has been absolutely spectacular. Telkom has been in esports for over 11 years, and each year it just keeps getting better and better, and continuously investing and ensuring that we can have a Masters as brilliant as today. But hey, guys, the team, Johan and the team, amazing work, guys. Thank you so much.
Woo! And lastly, I'm sure everybody wants to know what's happening with VS Gaming going forward. After all the hype has died down, what's happening? How can we get involved? And what are you guys doing?
From our side, it's continuously looking at how do we improve our service, how do we ensure from a Telkom perspective that we're able to provide gaming and make sure that gaming is available for everyone. Watch out, we're also looking at launching a mobile gaming opportunities for everyone, so that not just the Masters, but ensuring that everyone has a platform to play in.
Amazing! Guys, thank you so much, Wanda. Give a round of applause.
We're now going to ask Wanda to stay on the stage, because I think it is time, the moment we've been waiting for. Two-time champions. I told you at the start of today that they are one of the dominating forces in South African esports and South African CSGO. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your winners. It's Energy Esports. Gents, this is about the time you come and get your prize over here. Come on.
They're packing up their kit.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time. The 2019 Telkom VS Gaming CSGO Masters champions. This is Energy Esports. I think, Grant, while they're doing the photos with the winning team, should we give out some more freebies? Do we have some more t-shirts and stuff for this incredible crowd?
Guys, I also need some help from you guys, because we've got a photo op. We've got 2 photo op opportunities to give away. Who's here for those? Well, the players. Oh wow. Okay. I need. Okay. Like we did a little bit earlier, I need a little bit more energy. This is the last bit of energy, and ironically, energy won. So if I could get 3, I'm going to do it to the loudest person. And if you could help me find out who the loudest person is. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
There's a lady over there, and I think a Captain America shirt. I have not heard someone scream like that.
Okay. You win one, just come up to the front of the stage. We're going to put you in touch with someone else. And we've got another last one to give away. Remember, there's some big stars out there. 3, 2, 1. It's definitely you, the pink hair. You were loud. Come through to the front of the stage. All right.
Grant has got so excited with South African CSGO that I think it's time for the panel to take over. They are going to break down everything you need to know about the match that you just saw. Energy Esports taking on Big 5. Gents, what did you think of that show?
All right, well, it is bittersweet. It is truly bittersweet. I am so happy that we have crowned a new champion. I'm so glad that it happened in the fashion that it did. Yeah. It was truly wonderful. But now I'm sad because it's over.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. You always want to see more CS. It's like, I'm sure all of us are going to go home and grind some CS when we get back on an event like this. You know?
If I may, I mean, I'm not connected to CS specifically. I'm primarily a Dota kind of guy, and I'm going to go home and watch that.
Exactly.
That was
converted.
Amazing.
Event successful.
I mean, bittersweet in the end as well for Big 5, right? I mean, they grinded so hard to get to this point. Come second, still a great feat. But we all know why people come to the Masters, why people make the Masters, come get that first place. And unfortunately, coming second. But a very big congratulations to Energy.
Yeah, I think you just touched on it. And it was a great performance by Big Five to push Energy so far, to get to the grand final, get themselves on the big stage. Right now, they're going to be hurting. They're not going to be really thinking about those positives.
Yeah.
But after a couple of days, they're going to look back on what they achieved, and they'll be proud of themselves. They worked really hard, and they did themselves justice in that grand final. And I think that that's the most important thing. They left nothing out there.
That's true. We got 3 maps, we got overtime, and that was a great grand final to watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's say it one more time.
Yeah.
One last time to cap this off. One final time to enjoy it, because your champions, our champions, the Telkom VS Gaming champions are Energy Esports.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a crazy performance from them. They did so well to just keep themselves in the game, even when it looked like all the odds were stacked against them. They had no money in their favor. They were on the unfavorable side, even on overpass, and they still just kept on grinding these rounds out, keeping themselves in the game and maintaining the presence. They kept the hope, they kept the belief, and they won.
They did.
Dreams.
Connie on A side with that op. Is that just me, or does anyone else feel the same?
Yeah, no.
Put that man on A side with an op on Inferno any day, he's going to hold that.
Even not speaking technically, just from a point of enthusiasm, passion, and just sheer determination, when they were sitting backstage up against GG, which was meant to be one hell of a tough game for them, even when they were trailing behind, Energy Esports, they didn't mind at all. They had smiles from ear to ear, as you can see even now.
And that
they
man
were
on
smiling
screen.
in there.
Yeah, look at
that man on screen on the right,
well.
with his back to us. He doesn't have a name on his back. He's Blaze, and he had a phenomenal third map. ADM even said in the interview, he even directly acknowledged that he had the game of his life, and that's what you want in grand finals. You want your players to be standing up, taking initiative, and being the difference that separates these two phenomenal teams.
So you're going to need this, because I think it's time to leave it all on the table.
I don't know.
And this pen is doomed.
I don't even know if I'm going to back myself. No. This is the unbreakable. This is the pen I need in my life. This is the result of excitement.
Oh, let's just pretend that happened. But let's literally leave it on the table. Gentlemen, please, your final thoughts for this year's Telkom VS Gaming Masters.
What a fantastic performance it was across the board. Everybody gave it their all. Everybody brought the best that they could possibly put on the table. And it was just so good to see these guys with the level of commitment they had, how much they've invested into this time period. It's really, it almost makes me feel like I owe them something for how much they've put into us to really entertain us and push it to the limit, to their own detriment as well, where emotionally they're hurting right now. And we're sitting back here, we had a great game of CS, but we need to acknowledge the human element of this, and really, the game has deserved so much.
Fine words. It's been a year, and I want you to talk about it, but it's been a year. This is not something that these guys rocked up on the weekend. This was not just Saturday and Sunday. This was every Saturday and Sunday, and all the days in between as well. Maybe you can just enlighten us one last time.
Yeah, being around, I mean, both of us being around the whole year, watching these guys play, watching teams grow, watching teams, work through stuff, watching roster changes. These guys have literally gone through it all this year. And especially for a team like Energy, they've gone from having, going overseas, losing, not winning championships, then going overseas, coming back, winning Masters. And you have a look at how that team's actually developed. It's great to see, and not just Energy, but all the teams. Look at the way that Sin 5's been playing of recent times. In the last couple of months, look at how well this bodes for the South African scene going forward. I mean, these teams, it hasn't been closer. It hasn't been closer at all, ever in South African CS. And if you look at the teams, how they're doing now, it's so good to see.
Yeah, and it actually filters down to the teams like XD, Omnius, Good Gaming, WRG. These guys are thriving from these environments that are being created as well. They're learning so much, and they're also developing at an astounding rate. So across the board, it's just been a really fantastic performance. And really just so grateful for these players with how much they've put into this. Give us entertainment.
All that blood, sweat, and tears that they've put in, just so that we can watch some entertainment. I mean, it's good.
But then again, it's everyone. It's not just the players. It's the community as well. The community for CSGO is absolutely, damn fantastic. In fact, and I must say, one of the best communities in esports today. In any, whether it be overseas, whatever, come at us. We have a beautiful scene here, a fantastic scene. And I got to say, somebody who also arrived here as a guest. Once upon a time. I feel like I'm home, though.
I
feel like I'm one of the boys.
You've become one now. I've adopted you.
You want one of us.
But I gotta say, it's truly been easy It's been easy because all these people are fantastic. From the casual players who just support because they enjoy it, to the people who've just taken an interest and have never seen CSGO before. Somehow they're infected with that fantastic community. It's just it's contagious.
How can you not be when you watch a game like that?
Exactly. But that's the story of the year, right? We've gone, like I said before, we've gone through everything. I mean, look at the young talent coming through. Mango, Doru, those type of guys that are actually, those are that's the talent of tomorrow sort of thing, right? The players that are going to go through for the next couple of years, grow with the scene as well. And I mean, you look at all the other guys that are still coming through and look at how much potential there is. If you have people like that coming through, how exciting is that for our scene, though?
I mean, I love this community, man. I love these players, I love everyone. And as guys say, those guys up there, you're right. We do all want to go home and play some CSGO. You know what? They're inspirational.
Well, most of us, I can't actually manage to play CS.
We all
I'll go
want to
home and
play
watch.
CSGO. But it really is. Gentlemen, so let's do it one more time. Last thing. Hard on the table. Any final words, any final thoughts to wrap this up?
Just thank you to everybody who's come here and made this competition what it has been. VS, the sponsors, Telkom, just the spectators, the MGO owners. There's so many different people to acknowledge to actually try and tie them into one. So it's just beautiful to all see it coming together and producing what we saw this weekend.
No, 100%. You know, same sentiment. Just thanks to everyone for, thanks to the players for putting in the hard yards. Thanks to the community, the viewership for sticking behind the teams. That sort of
you
thing.
guys as well.
My colleagues,
been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure. I'm not going to lie.
It's actually the first time I've been on an official panel working in a live event.
No one would have guessed that.
Nobody would have guessed. And I mean, like, we've all been going through it the whole season, right? Like, we've all been working together. May it be Caster, me and Devin been on a couple of.
I'm Devin now.
Devin had been on a couple of panels, in the past, and just watching everything unfold to this moment, we couldn't have asked for a better final.
I think those players managed to give a community that deserves a lot a final that they deserve.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But I think,
I think
Wilson, you were also part of this. Welcome to the club.
We're almost done. I only have a single question. I mean, I don't know if it's a CSGO thing or not, but what is this?
Oh, yeah, I noticed that as well. Can you give some
where did that come from?
That's interesting.
Fine, so let's go there, because I think we have spoken a lot about communities, and this is a part of the community in its own way, but a different community, actually. I'm going to weave a little tale for you here for a moment. Once upon a time, we had a little game called CS 1.6. In fact, it was probably CS 1.2 at the time.
1.1.
It goes way back. Counter-Strike is really the home of esports in every single conceivable way. So many great stories have been told across many, many years. We're talking over a decade, and CS has always been a stalwart of that situation. Nice hand, whoever that is. But CS really has been there from day one.
Yeah.
And you know what? This actually represents somebody who perhaps you could say was there from day two. So you see, this sticker belongs to somebody who, now a YouTuber, friend of mine, was kind of supporting the cause. She was a Dota 2 analyst, though, a caster back in the day. And we go away. And it's you, and that's what makes it worse. All right.
Talking about community.
Trying to get sentimental.
Can we not?
So let's get sentimental though. So Vince, previously a Dota 2 analyst for Telkom VS Gaming themselves back in the day, and I figured I'd just wear this up here because it support the brand, etc.
Okay, so that represents her brand.
Yeah, but it actually, to me, it represents something a little bit more. Actually, it represents a little bit of like that community, a little bit about who the Dota community are, and I got to say, Dota 2 and CSGO, they go together. This started with 1.1 and a little custom map called Dota.
Yeah.
And I know you're a big fan of this, and I think the big thing about this is that these are two communities that are almost, they go side by side. In that grand final, your champion, by the way, one Carney, happened to be running a name tag called Kez Carney Lucker. Perhaps somebody who now goes as Chelsea, but once Kez Lucker, the Energy Dota 2 player, might be able to put Carney in his name when he makes it up into this final. These are two communities that go hand in hand. And, I mean, hey, you know all about this, right? You're one of us too.
in the closet.
In the closet.
Big Dota player, massive fan of the game. You got to have some balance, you know. You got to have some Dota for the CS as well. Just like you said, they go hand in hand.
Yep.
It's a great game, massive fan, and I'm going to be watching the next 2 days closely. So
yeah.
I got an eye on you, Mr. Halberd.
That means.
Well, I'm going to let you. You're going to take this one from No, because here's the thing. We're going to do something special here. But you started in Dota 2 as well. Now we have like 2 fantastic CSGO personalities, great representatives for this game, and you know you've got both tied into Dota as well.
Starting casting Dota a long time ago.
There you go. So I think it's about time that I do this.
Have you surrendered your post?
And ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure actually to introduce what's happening in the next 2 days. Because here's the thing: although CSGO has already entertained, amazed, and set a really, really hard story to follow. If there's one title out there that can do it, it's Dota 2.
Yep.
And ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to introduce your Dota 2 host for the next 2 days, Wilson, XXL. Take it away.
Yep. So we, as he was saying, have so much action just like this up in the next 2 days. Obviously, the title is different, but the passion, the heart, and certainly the hard knocks we feel in our hearts, are they going to be there even though the title is different? And that's right, we've got some of the big names. Some of them, you see them here. Energy's got their own Dota 2 team, which I know for a fact have come here, not for second, not for third, not for fourth, but they've come here to win this championship. So that's going to be some interesting stuff to keep an eye on. Sin 5 also fielding one hell of a good team. Some of the most experienced teams. They're kind of like the embattled veterans who've been across all the fields of battle in Dota 2 for quite some time, featuring players like Adastum.
Let's draw the reference, by the way. Kind of your Energy Esports from this side of the world. They're the defending champs. They're going to come here, defend some skulls. And they're also, I think they're going in as the #1 seed into this event as well. So Sin 5, if you're a fan of them in CSGO, time to be a fan in Dota 2 because they're going to have some legs.
Yep, keep your eyes peeled because Dota 2 is bound to keep your heart restrained. In the interim, though, I believe it's time for us to wrap it on up for the day.
Well, let's end it on the tone. Let's end it on the tone that it started. And I think you two gentlemen, since this will be your last time on the panel here, I do want to say a massive thank you to you. You've both been absolutely fantastic. I couldn't have asked for a better 2 people to work up here with.
Feelings completely mutual.
Yeah, 100%.
Thoroughly enjoyed working with you guys.
It was great.
And that, please do the honors. Send us home. Sinister Day 3, CSGO style.
Well, not much to say. We've really been there, done that. We've crossed the border. We've said all there is to say. It's just one final departing message to everyone who's been there on the stream, following the storylines throughout the entire year, culminating with this one weekend. It's just so much to try and grasp, and it was really cool to be a part of it, I must say. From a little personal point of view, it was really, really great to actually be a part and experience this journey.
100%, I feel exactly the same way. And just one last time, I know you said it before, but one last time, and big congratulations to Energy Esports for winning this thing, coming down, not even being the favorites, and taking it all. Well done, gentlemen. You played great CS this weekend.
All right, you've heard it from the best. Ladies and gentlemen, see you tomorrow. Cheers and goodbye.
In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it.
It is a culmination of a year-long league. These are the best of the best our country has to give.
Nice big stun coming in from Zazawi, but that is it. Only one, and that is it. I don't think there's more. And you're great champions.
Look at the glee, look at the joy, and he's finally broken the curse. The shouts of true victory.
It's mine.
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 It's mine.